Su Wan, an obscure figure in the entertainment industry, faced ridicule on variety shows, had scripts snatched from her, and was often mistaken for that person by passers-by. She epitomized the essence of invisibility within the industry. Until one fateful live stream incident, her hidden grievances unexpectedly echoed across the internet in response to a senior's feigned injury. TSK, such talent wasted on. Pretending for an Oscar your knee isn't even bruised yet you're crying out in pain, and those tears are more phony than my bank balance. The entire internet gasped. Under scrutiny, the senior's knee indeed showed no signs of injury. Attacked by fans of a top star for her bold remarks, the stinky chive dumplings he had last night linger in the air from 3 meters away. I'd rather not die from the smell. The star himself instinctively covering his mouth. Fans. A scandal of epic proportions. A director, sarcastically critiquing her acting. This shot is as poorly orchestrated as my grandmother's knitting. The plot is more convoluted than my dog's antics. And you dare question me? Industry bigwigs. Wait a minute. This obscure actress seems to be spot on? Initially, the internet anticipated her downfall, yet gradually, they discovered Su Wan's candid commentary was even more riveting than the gossip, her insights sharp enough to rival industry insiders, and even her humble just acting for fun outshone many a popular star with its authenticity. From being universally scorned to a rising sensation adored by fans, Su Wan stared at her surging search rankings and follower count, utterly bewildered. Wait, I merely vented a little how did I become famous? And the top-tier actor, often the subject of her veiled jabs about being pretentious and fearful of darkness and insects, cornered her one day, his eyes glistening. Since you're so interested in me, why not say it to my face? Su Wan. How does he seem to hear me? Chapter 1. Mind readers. Yanshi Tang sat idly in a corner of the stage, her gaze vacant, her mind a blank slate. She was an inconspicuous, nameless actress and a time traveler. Just 3 days prior, she had been assisting an elderly lady across the street, only to be struck by a vehicle upon turning back. Now, she found herself as Yanshi Tang. While others often traverse into the lives of affluent heiresses, she was merely a joker. Not only was she impoverished, but she was also a forgotten supporting character, a mere cannon fodder. The only silver lining was her connection to a gossip system, which she dubbed the Gossip Hub. However, the Gossip Hub informed her that feasting on gossip required her to engage more with industry insiders. Yet this obscure actress had no engagements lined up after this variety show recording. What a sorrowful and heart-wrenching tale. Is teacher Yanshi Tang here? Upon hearing her name, Yanshi Tang instinctively raised her hand and replied, Here. The staff member approached her. Teacher Yanshi Tang, the director is looking for you. Me? Yanshi Tang was perplexed. Why would the director care about an obscure actress like her? Following the staff, she noticed the director was flanked by a man and a woman. The woman exuded arrogance, while the man appeared somewhat displeased. With her keen observational skills, Yanshi Tang sensed a recent conflict and sought to diminish her presence. Was the director being mischievous? Assigning her the role of mediator was akin to pushing her into a pit of fire. She recognized the female artist He Wei, a popular starlet. Just that morning, she had seen her advertisement at the subway station. The male artist was Su Shirling, less renowned than He Wei, yet he had recently emerged onto the scene. She dares to act like that? Yanshi Tang's lips curled downward. He Wei had indeed provoked the worst possible adversary. In an instant, the previously despondent Yanshi Tang became exhilarated. Just a moment ago, the Gossip Hub indicated there was gossip to be had, and immediately, He Wei's scandal surfaced. My goodness, this woman is simultaneously the mistress of 5 wealthy men. No wonder she exudes such confidence. She has 5 powerful allies behind her. I am so curious how she manages it. Even the masters of time management would have to bow to her. Impressive. The crowd stared at her in astonishment, unable to conceal their shock. What was that sound? Uncertain. They leaned in to listen again. He Wei glared at her with venomous eyes. How could she possibly know this? My word, these patrons are all balding, paunchy old men in their 50s and 60s. How does she even stomach it? I can almost smell the scent of old age from her. Disgusting. Unbeknownst to her, those who had been close to He Wei instinctively stepped back, wary of being tainted. He Wei's complexion fluctuated between white and green, her fury prompting her to raise her hand as if to strike Yanshi Tang. Yanshi Tang possessed a distinct advantage. Her agility allowed her to evade with a swift sidestep. Are you insane? Was she really attempting to strike her? She must have just escaped from a mental institution, a lunatic. You wretched girl, it'll make you pay. The latter part of her sentence faded into silence, unable to produce a sound. Hee-wei, the director interjected loudly, halting the furious Hee-wei. He had yet to digest his shock and could not permit her to cause a scene. Director, that wretched girl, her words choked in her throat. Hee-wei felt utterly stifled. Well, let's see who's wretched. A group of original partners is on their way to tear you apart. Yenshi Tang eagerly consumed the latest gossip from the gossip hub, thoroughly enjoying the unfolding drama. The expressions of those around her shifted, excitement bubbling beneath the surface, excluding the director and Hee-wei. Ready for the show, gossip enthusiasts? Yenshi Tang rubbed her hands together, anticipating the arrival of the opposing forces. Hee-wei panicked, shooting Yenshi Tang a resentful glance. She would settle this score eventually. But to settle a score, one must have the opportunity. Yenshi Tang found the situation bewildering. She couldn't fathom why this lunatic bore such animosity toward her. She had done nothing, so why the disdainful glare? Clearly, Hee-wei's own misconduct led to this. She had belittled herself upon entering. Despite Yenshi Tang's numerous offenses, Hee-wei was relentless, her audacity astonishing. Karma would surely befall the wretched. Director, trouble is brewing. The assistant director rushed in, trembling and pointing towards the entrance, fear evident in his voice. A group of fierce women has stormed into the set, and they mean business. As he spoke, a group of powerful, affluent women strutted in with an air of authority. Where is that little wretch Hee-wei? Calling her out by name, they had struck a nerve. Who are you? What do you want with Wei? Su Shirling watched the wealthy women warily, fearing for Hee-wei's safety. Yenshi Tang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his protective demeanor. Soon she would understand. What's it to you, you little pretty boy? Speak quickly, or you'll be next. Under normal circumstances, Su Shirling might have bantered with these affluent women, but today he had business to attend to and no time for frivolities. Su Shirling felt utterly humiliated, suddenly shouting towards the door. Wei, run. They won't spare you. Hee-wei, who had been inching towards the exit, froze at his shout, her meticulously crafted makeup paling even more than freshly painted walls. Oh, you think you can escape? Let's see if that little wretch can get away. If you do, it'll take your surname. The leading affluent woman spat, advancing towards her. Hee-wei loathed Su Shirling for exposing her identity. Yenshi Tang found the scene amusing. The original partners were fierce, ready to confront the mistress. Give her a good beating. It'll take responsibility if she gets hurt. In the next instant, the anguished cries of Hee-wei echoed through the room. Stop it, please, do not strike any further. If you dare utter another word, I'll strike you as well. The noblewoman's tone was dominantly fierce, rendering the director as obedient as a cat. Chapter 2. The Spectators. No one dared to intervene, and some even took out their phones to record the scene. Indeed, who would dare to intervene? The muscular men were not to be trifled with. One could only imagine the pain of being struck. Poor Wei, I hope she isn't truly injured beyond repair. That would be too cruel for an artist. Even if she is injured, she can recover with time. But what if her looks are ruined? I am genuinely concerned for her. Su Shirlong's voice resonated beside her, and Yenshi Tang looked up at him, at a loss for words. How could she have fallen for his ploy? Do not think she was oblivious to his deliberate reveal of Hee-wei's location. Otherwise, she might have managed to slip away unnoticed. A vendetta fulfilled, true to his nature. Indeed, he was a person of the entertainment industry, effortlessly showcasing his acting skills. However, it was of no concern as long as he did not play tricks on her. Not simple at all. You have a fondness for the boy next door. Su Shirlong's expression stiffened, his previously smiling demeanor gradually solidifying. When the gossip turned back on him, who could remain joyful? At least it's comforting that he hasn't committed any immoral acts. Love between men is merely uncommon, not a crime. My brother once said, boys can propose, girls can kneel, black wedding dresses can accompany white ones, and white suits can pair with black. Yenshi Tang held no peculiar views regarding Su Shirlong's sexual orientation in her eyes. Love transcended gender. Taking a deep breath, Su Shirling felt his initial panic gradually subside, even finding solace in her words. He ceased watching the scene of Hee-wei being struck and instead lowered his head to message his manager. Unbeknownst to Yenshi Tang, in her unconscious state, she had made a significant impact. All right, drop her at the hospital entrance and unfurl a banner. What a brilliant tactic. With the hospital bustling with people, Hiyue would truly become a pariah. This was the consequence of her own actions. She could blame no one else. As they carried away Hiyue, whose face was swollen like a pig's, the crowd buzzed with chatter. The director's legs wobbled, his mind reeling, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Upon spotting Su Shirling, his anxiety only intensified. Who would rescue him? Yen Shirtang couldn't suppress her mirth, only to be met with the director's piercing gaze, prompting her to contain her schadenfreude. She calmly met his eyes, her dark orbs brimming with innocence. She knew she was beautiful, but surely it wasn't necessary for him to stare so intently. Director? Yen Shirtang couldn't help but call out, "Is there something you need from me? Hurry up and finish recording, don't waste time." She remained blissfully unaware of the significant revelation she had unintentionally made, still appearing obedient and harmless. The director took a few deep breaths and, with a friendly demeanor, said, "From today onward, you will be a permanent guest on our variety show, alongside Shirling." Su Shirlong's situation was manageable. Coming out could still salvage his reputation. Yen Shirtong's mouth fell agape in astonishment, as if struck by a bounteous fortune. The company could only secure her a minor guest appearance, yet the director had just offered her a permanent position. Her manager would surely be overjoyed. When shall we sign the contract? Until it was signed, she wouldn't feel at ease. Only with a contract could it be deemed real. Noticing her eagerness, the director chuckled. Not right now. Thus, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish, indeed. Then please discuss the details with my manager later. The director waved his hand, feigning authority. Familiarize yourselves with the process. Today's recording will likely run late. There were still numerous loose ends to tie up, and just thinking about it made his head throb. I'm a year older than you. Would you mind if I called you sister? Su Shirlang inquired of Yen Shirtang, sincerity radiating from his handsome face. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yen Shirtang replied, I don't mind at all. He smiled and said, Sister Shirtang, may I add you as a friend? Yen Shirtang readily accepted, declaring Su Shirlang her first connection in the industry. Sister Shirtang, has anyone ever told you that you are exceptionally talented? Su Shirlang casually probed, completely unaware of the extraordinary circumstances that allowed him to perceive her thoughts, which was indeed astonishing. Someone said I was exceptionally talented? Yen Shirtang's brow twitched. Could he have discerned something? Surely not everything about her was normal. Could he possibly have a system of his own? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The gossip system is unique. It exists solely in this world. Yen Shirtang felt reassured. It meant Su Shirlang was merely speaking whimsically. Seeing her confusion, Su Shirlang laughed and explained, Indeed, in this entertainment industry, one must possess remarkable talent. She would undoubtedly rise to fame. Yen Shirtang replied, Brother Lang, you are as well. Mere mutual flattery. Who couldn't do that? Should she concern herself with this triviality? Amidst her contemplation, the voice of the gossip system echoed. Host, you are fortunate to have encountered the child of destiny in this world. Child of destiny, the gossip system excitedly said. Host, it would be beneficial for you to interact more with this child of destiny. Perhaps you could unlock new gossip skills. Don't you desire that? Indeed. Gossiping is an intrinsic human nature. Upon seeing a juicy tidbit, one immediately grabs a handful of seeds to share. So how could she resist unlocking a new gossip skill? She glanced around and grabbed a broom, dashing into the alley. Gossip system, sound the siren. Right away, I shall serve the host. With that, the sound of a blaring siren echoed. Rushing into the alley, Yen Shirtang saw a man being restrained, his head submerged in a water tank, and she shouted, Stop it. Everyone, cease this immediately. The police are on their way. If you don't stop now, none of you will escape. With the broom in hand, Yen Shirtang charged forward, swinging wildly, her voice raised in fervor, pouring forth her unrestrained spirit. She would save the child of destiny. Let's see who dared to bully him. The gossip system, seeing her fervor, wanted to play a triumphant anthem, but for now, it had to stick with the siren. Chapter 3. Meeting the Child of Destiny. Stop, please. The stick struck his body, producing a dull thud, causing the muscular man to voice a strained cry. Despite his seemingly delicate appearance, how could such a sound provoke Yen Shirtang's nerves, igniting her excitement? You are engaging in wrongdoing. Cease this at once. The man holding the other down released his grip in pain and turned to his companions, saying, What are you all waiting for? Help me out, the muscular man replied. She has a stick, we do not. The only one being struck sighed, realizing he was the sole casualty in this chaotic affair. With a sudden whoosh, a long hand grasped the broom's end, and despite Yen Shirtong's frantic swings, she couldn't shake it loose, panting as she gazed at the man before her. He possessed an otherworldly beauty. Uncertain of how long he had been submerged, his handsome face was now pallid, his thick, wavy lashes damp and drooping, droplets of water cascading down his distinct features, creating an air of fragility. Darling.
Oh, 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 sigh.
Darling. So handsome. Utterly mesmerizing. Handsome enough to make tears flow from the corners of my mouth, flooding the Qiantang River. Family, who understands, he is simply a human exemplar of enlightenment. Brother Ci, it hurts so much, the muscular man pitifully lamented beside the handsome figure, thinking he deserved a bonus for this. She hadn't noticed the muscular man's address to the handsome one, wholly focused on defending the strikingly attractive young man. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Yen Shirtang loosened her grip and pulled the man away from them, saying, You look like a misunderstanding. If there's an issue, speak to the police. The muscular man looked at the handsome figure, utterly bewildered. They had even called the police, but they were merely acting. The man, sheltered by his presence, cast his gaze downward at the individual before him. Observing the flush of anger that tinted her fair complexion with a delicate blush, his eyes flickered momentarily. Leave at once, he commanded, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. The burly man exchanged glances, and subsequently fled with a swiftness that rivaled that of a rabbit. Yen Shirtang exhaled a breath of relief as the tension within her body dissipated. She felt herself soften. Fortunately, the man reached out to steady her, preventing her from embarrassing herself. Oh, dear, that truly startled me. What a bunch of fools, they didn't even call for help, she chuckled softly. Leaning against the solid chest of the man provided a sense of security. A faint, refreshing scent reminiscent of pine trees after a snowfall wafted into Zhong Wangqing's nostrils, oddly pleasant. Are you all right? The man's deep, resonant voice echoed from above, prompting Zhong Wangqing to realize how intimate their position was. Her body stiffened slightly. She had never shared such closeness with a male before, and her cheeks felt as if they were ablaze, reddening at an alarming rate. I am fine. Are you okay? Yen Shirtang stumbled over her words, her gaze flickering, unable to meet his. What a cringe-worthy display. I just made I could dig a hole and hide in it. A glimmer of amusement crossed the man's eyes as he released his hold around her waist, his voice smooth and alluring, imperfectly fine. Thank you. Yen Shirtang, tactically brushing aside a few stray strands of hair, replied, It was merely a small effort. Very well. The man glanced down at the scattered pastries on the ground, his expression tinged with regret. I'll replace them. Yen Shirtang gazed at the delectable pastries with a pang of sorrow. They were an extravagant purchase for her dinner. Gone, alas. Yet, in the presence of such a handsome man, she could not display her dismay, and casually waved her hand. No need to compensate. Her impression of him deepened significantly. Guodong, retrieve all his information for me in 3 minutes. Guodong. Understood. Please hold on. Within moments, the man's details were retrieved. Yen Shirtang was thoroughly impressed by Guodong's efficiency and would gladly award it 100 accolades. Lu Xingxi, having debuted 3 years prior, amassed an impressive collection of awards, earning him the title of the walking trophy within the industry. At a mere 25 years of age, he was the youngest international film emperor in history. Truly, a favored child of fortune, devoid of scandal and controversy, he remained an enigmatic figure in the entertainment world, admired from afar. Yen Shirtang suddenly comprehended why his name sounded so familiar. Wait, what? Are you that? Yen Shirtang's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice trembling with shock. Lu Xingxi gently pressed his index finger against her lips, his dark eyes warmly gazing at her. Sure. The warmth of his finger against her lips caused Yen Shirtang's fair complexion to flush a deeper shade of red, and she stiffly nodded, signaling her intent to remain silent.
Wow.
It's really Lu Xingxi, so incredibly handsome. I can't believe I'm this close. I wonder if there will be future opportunities to collaborate. Yes, he is definitely my type. Lu Xingxi swallowed hard, his gaze meeting Yen Shirtang's bright eyes, feeling a slight warmth spread to his ears. After a brief moment of silence, he smirked. It seems to be a rival's doing him on a personal schedule today, and didn't bring any bodyguards. Oh, well, perhaps you should take a bodyguard next time. The rivals are truly audacious, they're bound to face dire consequences. How dare they target a favored child of fortune? Surely they would reap no rewards. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emerged, breaking the fragile silence, plunging both into a more awkward situation. Her previously flushed face deepened in color, extending to her neck. Yen Shirtang felt an overwhelming urge to dig a hole and hide away. Would you like to have Odin? Pointing towards a nearby convenience store, Lu Xingxi led her inside. Before entering, as if performing a magic trick, he pulled a mask from his pocket to conceal his strikingly handsome face. Yen Shirtang felt utterly mortified. She had never experienced such embarrassment. Following him into the convenience store, he inquired about her food preferences, offering to treat her. After contemplating for a moment, she declined to be polite. This was likely his way of expressing gratitude, and she could not refuse. A man and a woman sat in the store's window. The man wore a mask, while the woman savored her Odin. Initially, Yen Shirtang felt somewhat restrained, but her hunger prevailed, and she dug in like a little hamster, cheeks puffed out. The radish isn't soft, yet it's a bit crunchy. This fish ball is delightful, it's not made of flour. The fish roe bursts with flavor, it's absolutely delicious. The broth is so fresh and enjoyable. Lu Xingxi rested his chin on his hand, his gaze deeply fixed on the intriguing woman beside him. She was indeed fascinating. Chapter 4. She is not my fan. As the last morsel of Odin disappeared from her bowl, Yen Shirtang let out a small, contented burp. Only after satisfying her appetite did she recall that a distinguished individual was seated beside her, silently observing her every action. Would you like another bowl? Lu Xingxi inquired softly, noticing her enjoyment of the meal. Yen Shirtang felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Did she appear to have such a hearty appetite? No, thank you. I don't eat much. I have the appetite of a bird but the cravings of a pig, she thought to herself. A subtle smile flickered in Lu Xingxi's enchanting peach-colored eyes. Bird appetite and pig cravings? The phrase elicited a rough idea of its meaning. Upon exiting the convenience store, Yen Shirtang hesitated, words lingering on her lips. Well then, goodbye. Remember to take a bodyguard next time you go out. Boys must protect themselves as well. Her fingertips tightened. A fleeting encounter, a mere turn, a transient passerby. Lu Xingxi casually glanced at her hand, his voice gentle. Statistics show that nighttime is when crime rates peak, especially for women who walk alone. What a gentleman, she mused. No wonder so many are enamored by him. He is truly worthy. Walking alongside him, Yen Shirtang suppressed the smile that threatened to bloom on her lips. The streetlights cast their glow upon them, elongating their shadows on the ground, his overshadowing hers, which she inadvertently tread upon. Regrettably, the moment was fleeting. She lamented her home's proximity. If only it were farther away, she could have savored his company a little longer. A pang of regret washed over her. This path was indeed too short, leaving her uncertain if such an opportunity would arise again. How daring she was to indulge in such daydreams before even falling asleep. It was only when a light flickered on the 28th floor that the man turned to leave. After taking only a few steps, his phone buzzed. Lu Xingxi's gaze fell upon the screen. His fingertip glided over it, quickly connecting the call. Oh, dear ancestor. You finally deigned to answer my call. The man's voice was tinged with frustration, a hint of dissatisfaction seeping through. Is there something you need? Lu Xingxi asked indifferently, unaffected by the call. Another wail came through, and Lu Xingxi had anticipated this, pulling the phone away from his ear to spare his eardrum from the impending assault. I asked if you needed anything. Año told me a madcap beauty barged in, beat him up, and even called the police on them. Is it possible she knew you were looking for attention and orchestrated this to capture your interest? The man continued his tirade. I refuse to believe this is mere coincidence. It must be your obsessive fan. She must have overheard that you were here and pretended to stage this entire scene. It's utterly terrifying and calculated. And you still want to answer my calls? What if something happens? No, she is not my fan. Lu Xingxi furrowed his brows slightly. Yen Shirtang was indeed intrigued by his appearance, but her interest was limited to his handsome visage. If it were someone else with the same good looks, she would treat them with the same demeanor. She is not, he reiterated firmly. I'll send you the address. With that, he ended the call, unwilling to endure any further nonsensical chatter from his manager, Qin Xingyang. Upon hearing the disconnection tone, Qin Xingyang seethed with irritation. Fine, fine. Lu Xingxi is indeed my ancestor. Being hung up on is only to be expected. At that moment, a call from his manager came through. The instant he answered, an excited voice erupted from the other end. Xiao Yan, what have you done? Director Yang just called me, saying you've been made a permanent guest. How did you manage that? The volume of her voice escalated, causing Yan Shirtang's eardrums to throb painfully, and she instinctively distanced the phone from her ear.
Lan Ye.
I honestly don't know. I was suddenly summoned and had no time to prepare, only to be humiliated by He Wei, and then it just happened. Yan Shirtang pouted, uncertain about He Wei's level of vindictiveness. She contemplated checking online later to see if any kind-hearted souls had leaked any details. Lan Junhua first expressed her righteous indignation towards He Wei, then relished the gossip. She's now been hospitalized by a few of the original wives. Her face is swollen like a pig's head. I heard they even knocked her implants askew. She deserves it.
Wow.
It seems those muscular men were not to be trifled with. Perhaps your beauty has finally been recognized, and there's compensation in store. Xiao Yan, you're about to rise to prominence. Lan Junhua jubilantly declared. Once you're famous, you'll be the star of Ba La La. From then on, everything will be top tier. You won't even need to hail a cab, as you'll have a chauffeur. Yan Shirtang felt a bit embarrassed. Isn't it too early to discuss such matters? In retrospect, she surmised he must have known those muscular men, perhaps needing them for some task. Her commotion seemed a tad unnecessary. Why are you silent? Are you tired? Then rest early. You can arrive at the office a bit later tomorrow. I'll wash up first. Lan Jia, I'll hang up now. Yan Shirtang was eager to tidy up and surf the internet, desperately wanting to know the latest developments regarding He Wei. Lan Junhua didn't prolong the conversation, suggesting they discuss it in detail when she arrived at the office the next day. After ending the call, Yan Shirtang quickly organized herself and nestled into her bed, ready to surf the internet. He Wei's name was trending at the top, with several related topics following closely behind. Photos of her left in the hospital had been shared by kind-hearted individuals, and Yan Shirtang couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. Oh dear. Even a pig's head looks better than her face. She's truly suffering. Not an ounce of sympathy filled her, choosing to be a mistress instead of leading a decent life and still acting arrogantly. Well, she got what was coming to her. Scrolling further down, she stumbled upon a familiar name, and upon examining the associated topics, Yan Shirtang was taken aback. Chapter 5. Becoming a shareholder of Ba La La Entertainment. Su Shirling must be out of his mind to announce his coming out on Weibo. How audacious. Yet, perhaps it was a fortuitous moment, as everyone was engrossed in the gossip surrounding He Wei, diverting attention from him. Even in the aftermath, little could be said. One must admit, Su Shirling's strategy was indeed brilliant. With He Wei's scandal serving as a cushion, nothing could faze him. Much like her, all focus was on the developments concerning He Wei. After indulging in the gossip, it was already late at night. The details provided were even more thorough than her scoop. Indeed, one must rely on the vigilant public. The gossip aggregator was not pleased, as it could only obtain information through direct contact, unlike the netizens. Yan Shirtang soothed it, offering compliments until it perked up. Finally, after finishing her gossip, Yan Shirtang reluctantly set aside her phone to sleep, exhaustion taking over, and she slept until noon. Lan Junhua had not called her, but sent a message suggesting she rest well before heading to the office. Yan Shirtang tousled her disheveled hair, feeling no guilt. She had earned this rest. Upon arriving at the company, the receptionist regarded her with newfound respect, even addressing her as Sister Tang. Perhaps you should just call me Yan Shirtang, she replied. Sister Tang sounds a bit odd. All right, Sister Shirtang, the receptionist responded with a bright smile. President Song said he'd like to see you when you arrive. Yan Shirtang's brow furrowed slightly. She had never encountered any high-ranking individuals since joining. Why did the company president want to meet her? Without wasting time, she headed straight for the president's office. After knocking twice, a hoarse voice called from within, "Come in." Upon entering, her eyes fell upon a well-groomed head, its sheen reflecting the light. The hairstyle was meticulously arranged, and just by looking at the back of his head, Yen's shirt Anne could envision what style it was, an exposed forehead with slicked back hair. As the chair slowly turned, she finally beheld a higher-up of Balala. His face bore a youthful appearance, which starkly contrasted with his slicked back hair, reminiscent of a child donning oversized shoes. Yen's shirt struggled to suppress a smile. Who had styled him in such a manner? Before long, she found out. "Hello," Song Yu greeted, raising a hand to brush back his sideburns. His voice, somewhat croaky, nearly breached her composure. "My throat is still recovering from inflammation. Please excuse me." After a moment of silence, Yen's shirt managed to respond. "Drink more warm water. Please. Have a seat." Song Yu gestured towards a chair in front of the desk, as if it had been deliberately placed there for her arrival. "I called you here today to discuss the contract." "The contract?" Yen's shirt replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. Her agreement still had 6 months before expiration, and she was unsure of his intent. "Yes, take a look." Song Yu pushed the document before her. As Yen's shirt perused the pages, her astonishment grew. Balala intended to treat her as the leading lady, offering the most favorable terms and a salary that favored her. "What do you think?" Song Yu, stroking his gleaming hair with an air of self-satisfaction, struck a pose.
Why?
Yen's shirt felt a wave of distaste. He had wasted his good looks on such arrogance, transforming from a refreshing handsome man into a rather greasy fellow. "There's no reason. I am in charge of my company." With his hands resting behind him, he exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. "Not good enough. How about an annual bonus from the company? Is that sufficient? I'll think about it." Yen's shirt did not respond immediately. Something felt amiss, and she was apprehensive. Song Yu nodded. "All right, consider it and come back to me." She prepared to leave, feeling as if she might burst. Song Yu's antics were truly one of a kind. Haha, I've encountered narcissists before, but none as self-absorbed as Song Yu, who first thing each morning stands before the mirror, pondering why he is so handsome, fearing he might one day be overwhelmed by his own beauty. The imagery is too much. I can't help but laugh.
Wait.
Song Yu raised his voice, his already unpleasant tone transforming into an even more discordant pitch, leaving Yen's shirt momentarily stunned. Observing the tremors in her shoulders, Song Yu's face flushed, unable to conceal his shock. One part was embarrassment, another part was being taken aback by Yen's shirt reaction. "Oh no, am I about to become the first person to laugh themselves to death?" No wonder he styled his hair in such an exaggerated manner. It all made perfect sense. With just one glance, her defenses crumbled. Song Yu strode towards her, his gaze laden with intense scrutiny. "Why is this self-absorbed man staring at me like that? It's terrifying." At that moment, Song Yu was convinced he could hear Yen's shirt inner thoughts, and he erupted into a fit of laughter, bordering on madness. He could indeed hear her heart. What did this signify? He was the chosen one. Faced with his nearly deranged demeanor, Yen's shirt felt a wave of fear and instinctively took a few steps back. Help me. This narcissist is insane." "Yen's shirt, I hereby declare you an official shareholder of Balala," Song Yu asserted with finality, convinced there was a profound bond between them. Thus, making her a shareholder would ensure her presence in Balala, even if she chose not to renew her contract. Let this bond deepen. What? Yen Shirtong's voice cracked. Did Song Yu even comprehend what he was saying? The prospect of receiving a bonus had already been astonishing, and now he was making her a shareholder, an unimaginable turn of events. "From today, you are officially General Manager Yen." Song Yu's eyes sparkled with intensity, as if fate had bestowed upon him a great responsibility, enabling him to hear her thoughts. Was this a good thing? Yen's shirt felt overwhelmed by the barrage of opportunities. Was fortune finally smiling upon her?
Well, why not?
"General Manager Yen, I look forward to your guidance." Song Yu beamed warmly, believing he was fulfilling a divine decree. "Xiao Yen, why do you look so lost in thought?" Lan Junhua appeared from seemingly nowhere, startling Yen Sherdang.
"Sister Lan."
"So, did President Song discuss contract renewal with you?" Lan Junhua scrutinized her expression, sensing something was off. She did not appear happy. Was it possible the negotiations had faltered? That shouldn't be the case. The benefits outlined in the contract were at least tenfold better than her current terms.
He did.
Yen Shirtong's lips twitched. Everything had come so suddenly. Are you perhaps not meeting the conditions you desired? Chapter 6. My late bloomer status. No, that is not it. Yen Shirtang shook her head, reflecting on the good fortune that had come her way since her arrival. It felt surreal, especially considering she used to be someone who couldn't even win a packet of instant noodles. Then what? Lan Junhua asked, puzzled. Yen Shirtang sensed that the company was eager to renew her contract, especially with President Song personally involved. It seemed unlikely that discussions had broken down. Could it be that Yen Shirtang had a better option? If so, Lan Junhua would have nothing to say, as matters of interest naturally took precedence. Even though the renewal had not succeeded, she could still exist in another capacity. Her words left Lan Junhua slightly bewildered. Her queries met only with a smile and an air of mystery until Song Yu sent a congratulatory red envelope in their group chat, revealing that the artist had transformed into a shareholder. I can't believe my eyes. Can I still manage you? Lan Junhua's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a significant turn of events. That will depend on President Song's arrangements. Whatever he decides goes. Lan Junhua felt a tinge of regret. She genuinely hoped to collaborate with Yen Shirtang, as a rising star held great promise. What are your thoughts, General Manager Yen? Yen Shirtang scratched her head. Sister Lan, please just call me Xiao Yen. Naturally, I prefer you as my manager. Aside from her, she didn't know any other managers. So, it would be better to stick with someone familiar. Song Yu had also sought her opinion, and ultimately, the manager remained unchanged. Lan Junhua would look after her exclusively while other artists were assigned to others. Lan Junhua was even more elated than the person involved. The variety show had already aired 3 successful seasons and was beloved by audiences, and even as a guest, there was potential for her to shine. Yen Shirtang was thrilled at the prospect of meeting more artists. She was in for a treat.
Sign.
We must sign. She quickly finalized the contract, eagerly awaiting the recording day. Time flew by, and soon they found themselves on the set of Who is the Ace? Xiao Yen, go for it. Lan Junhua suppressed her excitement. The venue for Who is the Ace? Was vast, and she had never been in such a large filming location before. Feeling as if she had entered a grand garden. The show featured 8 guests, and Yen Shirtang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She could almost envision a bounty in the fields, just waiting for her to harvest. However, the challenge lay in the fact that 4 were permanent guests. She hoped everything would be fine, or else all efforts would be in vain. Xiao Yen, you look so young. When did you debut? Asked the female artist Zhong Chuyan, who was around the same age as Yen Shirtang, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain. She seemed to mock Yen Shirtang for her lack of fame. I'm 25 and have been in the industry for 3 years.
Humph.
Late bloomers, do you understand? You have quite a few stories. I heard you had a boyfriend for 4 years. The surrounding guests looked at Yen Shirtang in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Especially Zhong Chuyan, whose pupils trembled. She had concealed her boyfriend well. How could Yen Shirtang know? Even more scandalous was what followed. Oh my, you're such a love-struck fool. You even got pregnant by that man twice, and he made you lose the babies without taking responsibility? Wang Baochuan would have to make way for you. Zhong Chuyan clenched her fists. What did Yen Shirtang mean? She had always thought her pregnancies had been accidental losses and had never doubted her boyfriend of 4 years. That scoundrel is truly vile, wanting to take advantage, without accountability. When you first told him you were pregnant, he ordered lubricant to make you slip in the bathroom. The second time he employed the same trick, and you were none the wiser. It's quite pitiful. Unable to contain her sympathy, Yen Shirtang felt a twinge of compassion for the love-struck fool. She was too frightened to seize her chance at wealth. I have something to attend to. I'll excuse myself for a moment. Zhong Chuyan could no longer sit still, wanting to make a call to test the waters. Yen Shirtang blinked and then turned to the male artist Liang Weiquan, who looked at her with a mix of reverence and trepidation, hoping she would show mercy. Yen Shirtang found his expression puzzling. Senior Liang, is something wrong? She pondered, having done nothing inappropriate. Why did he look at her with such fear? No, it's nothing. You're doing quite well, Liang Weiquan flattered, naively hoping this would allow him to escape that terrifying inner voice. Unfortunately, he was oblivious to the fact that the more he interacted with her, the more he would come to know.
Ah.
Liang Weiquan has arrived in the hometown of Xiangyang. His wife has been mingling with her agent for over 5 years, and Liang Weiquan was completely unaware. Yan Shirtang felt the green hat on his head was both stable and glaringly bright, and even more shocking was that this green hat fit him perfectly, never having tilted. Goodness, the child isn't yours. Can't you see that the Agent S kid looks nothing like you? With a sharp clap, the muscles in Liang Weiquan's face twitched, his eyes blazing with fury, his whole demeanor engulfed in rage. This startled Yan Shirtang. Why did he suddenly become angry? What a peculiar man. Although his past elicited pity, his actions were fearsome. Initially, when someone remarked that his child resembled the agent, he had made excuses, suggesting that spending more time together could lead to such similarities, but it turned out to be nothing but a joke. Yan Shirtang stood up, saying that Liang Sr. I must take my leave for now. Having finished her snack, she deemed it best to slip away. She mingled with other guests, only to find they seemed somewhat reluctant to welcome her, so she pouted and refrained from approaching them. These guests were blissfully unaware of how awkward it would be to be exposed on stage. The thought of being outed in front of fans was exhilarating. Meanwhile, the audience below was unusually excited, having just devoured 2 pieces of gossip, wondering if more awaited them. Welcome everyone to Who is the Ace? Let's invite our guests to the stage. As the host's words echoed, the regular guests took to the stage one after another. Hello, everyone. I am Xi Mengmeng from Who is the Ace? I am Li Yuhao. I am Yan Shirtang, joining Who is the Ace for the first time. As she completed her introduction, a resounding cheer erupted from the audience. Yan Shirtang. Is everyone so enthusiastic? How touching. It seemed that little Yan was quite popular. She looked forward to showcasing an even better performance in Who is the Ace. The host, as always, favored those who were well-liked. Chapter 7. The adorable brother with a mischievous side. We will split into 2 teams. Please, 2 captains. Select your teammates to compete for this episode's ace crown. Yan Shirtang awaited her selection like a well-behaved child. She leaned towards Li Yuhao's group, as they were all unfamiliar faces, and she yearned for interaction. However, Liang Weiquan chose her, which was no matter, as there would be opportunities to play games together. Her team consisted of Liang Weiquan, Xi Mengmeng, and Shen Xiaoxi.
Hi.
Shen Xiaoxi greeted Yan Shirtang, her large, bright eyes sparkling as she looked at her. I adore sweet girls. Squeak, squeak, I'm not joking. I declare that sweet girls will conquer the world. Shen Xiaoxi's smile grew even sweeter, and Yan Shirtang found herself increasingly fond of her. Shen Xiaoxi had no scandals. She had been diligent since her debut, and Yan Shirtang cherished this sweet girl. Everyone eagerly leaned in to hear Yan Shirtang spill more gossip, but unfortunately, they heard nothing, collectively sighing in relief. Having exposed Liang Weiquan and Zhong Qian, they could not expect to hear more about them. Xi Mengmeng felt at ease conversing with Yan Shirtang, but the delicate smile on her face faded within moments.
Wow.
Who would have thought that Xi Mengmeng is actually a toxic fan of the top celebrity scrutiny, bickering online under pseudonyms every day? How fierce. Xi Mengmeng, fans only know she supports scrutiny, unaware of her toxic tendencies. Not even her agent knows. Now that Yan Shirtang had publicly revealed this, Xi Mengmeng was both humiliated and furious. She looks so delicate, yet her fan behavior is so intense. I worry about stumbling upon her online one day. Yan Shirtang regarded Xi Mengmeng with a subtle expression, knowing she too loved to surf the web. The world was a vast circle, and perhaps they had indeed clashed online. Next, our first game is the well-known Whispering Tube. Each team consists of 5 members, and during the game, they will receive assistance from a foreign friend. Team members will wear headphones and convey answers through gestures and dialogue, with the last person guessing the answer. Correct answers earn 1 point, and after 3 rounds, the team with the highest score will receive an additional point. If the scores are tied, neither team receives a point. Unsurprisingly, no one guessed the answers correctly. The audience found it amusing. Yan Shirtang wiped a bit of sweat. Playing games was quite exhausting. The foreign friend on the opposing team spoke Chinese slightly better, though not by much, but they managed to guess the answers, which made Yan Shirtang envious. Fortunately, there were still 2 rounds left, but regrettably, they could not score. The opposing team emerged victorious this round. The next game was the Peacock Flies Southeast. The 2 teams took turns attacking, calling out the Peacock Flies Southeast while performing designated gestures. If their gestures did not match the direction indicated by the attacking team, they continued. If they did match, it was deemed a failure and attacking team members could splash water as punishment. Did everyone understand the rules? Yen Shirtang nodded. She comprehended. All right, contestants, let us play rock, paper, scissors to determine who becomes the attacker first. Ladies first. Yen Shirtang raised an eyebrow. What a gentlemanly brother. Shirtang. I want to go easy on you during the game. Lu Chen grinned, revealing a set of white, even teeth, complete with a little canine tooth, making him look adorably mischievous. Perfect. Neither of us knows how to play. Yen Shirtang smiled slightly, her competitive spirit strong. She felt uncomfortable unless she secured first place. Of course, special circumstances warranted special arrangements. The little brother's scandal is a bit hard to describe. Yen Shirtang's expression became somewhat peculiar, as if she had encountered something indescribable. Everyone paused, looking at Yen Shirtang, waiting for her to continue revealing gossip. Given her tone, was Lu Chen's scandal particularly explosive? If so, that would surely pique their interest. Lu Chen opened his mouth. Shirtang, I. Yen Shirtang waited several seconds but couldn't he discern what he was trying to convey, her face revealing mild confusion. Lu Chen froze. Was he reluctant to speak? Or was he simply unable to articulate it? I mean, the bullet is already in the chamber. It turned out to be a tough statement, and Yen Shirtang had anticipated something different. This remark drew laughter from the audience. However, more importantly, their eyes sparkled with curiosity, as they hadn't heard Yen Shirtang spill Lu Chen's scandal. Yet the game had commenced, and Yen Shirtang focused solely on playing, putting gossip aside for the moment. The peacock flies southeast. Yen Shirtang hesitated slightly before pointing in a direction, successfully deceiving them.
Splash.
Shen Xiaoxi hurriedly splashed water on Lu Chen, while his teammate Zhong Qian not only failed to assist, but also inadvertently splashed him as well. Seems like I got splashed twice. The attacking team gave 1 cup, and my team also gave 1. Zhong Qian quickly apologized, still in a daze, her hand acting on its own accord. The game was heating up, and when it was her turn to attack, her voice became quite exaggerated. This is so fun. I wonder if the little brother prefers playing with me or blowing things up more. Lu Chen, again aligning with her gesture, lost. Yet he was beyond caring about losing to Yen Shirtang. His fair, handsome face flushed crimson, and he lowered his head, wishing he could switch to another planet. Who would have thought? This little brother has always been quite the standout. He loves using firecrackers to blow things up, a hobby he still retains, running off to the countryside to do it whenever he has a chance. The paparazzi have no idea if they caught wind of this. Would they believe he'd become the top performer of the month? Exposed completely, it was no different from publicly defecating. The audience roared with laughter. Even the guests joined in, leaving Yen Shirtang feeling puzzled. She had won the game, yet everyone seemed so joyous. Xiaoxi, do you think everyone's reaction is a bit? Yen Shirtang hesitated, covering the microphone and whispering to Shin Xiaoxi, only to inadvertently discover that she too was laughing joyfully. How peculiar everyone seems. Only she appears to be normal. But what could they be concealing from her? Yen Shirtang found herself utterly perplexed. Would it be too much to ask someone to share the details with her? Ultimately, she resorted to inquiring with Guodong, who responded with ignorance, claiming to possess all the gossip, more comprehensive than anyone else's. Chapter 8. The hot pot gathering. Upon reflection, Yen Shirtang acknowledged that Guodong's insights were indeed superior to others. As for the peculiar reactions of the crowd, they were of no concern to her. She had done nothing wrong and had nothing to fear. After recording for 10 hours, she felt quite fatigued. The audience, however, gazed at Yen Shirtang with sparkling eyes, occasionally cheering, seemingly unfazed by exhaustion. When Shin Xiaoxi heard Yen Shirtang's musings, she sighed softly, unaware that her heartfelt sentiments were being overheard. It was the audience's excitement over her revelations that fueled their enthusiasm. One could only say, this young woman holds great promise for the future.
Xiao Yen.
The excited voice of Lan Junhua reached her, with joy radiating from her expression. It was indeed General Song who had the foresight to tether her to the company. With Yen Shirtang's talent for uncovering gossip, she was sure to thrive in the industry. Lan Jia, what good news do you have? Yen Shirtang inquired, noticing Lan Junhua's exuberance, as if she were the only one feeling exhausted.
À grande occasion.
Lan Junhua regarded her like a treasured gem. You are destined for fame. Though not immediately, it is certainly on the horizon.
Me?
Yen Shirtang asked, bewildered. Yes, you. The rising star, the one spoken of as the ZY star. Lan Junhua's confidence stemmed not solely from her own belief, but also from the assurance Yen Shirtang inspired within her. After a moment of silence, Yen Shirtang replied, Lan Jia? Perhaps we should focus on when the next announcement will come. She felt her career was only just beginning, and linking her to the ZY star seemed somewhat exaggerated. Yen Shirtang's aspirations were modest. She merely wished for a good life. Xiao Yen, you must rise to the occasion. I am not jesting. You have no idea how extraordinary you truly are. Lan Junhua's overflowing words culminated in a simple declaration of her greatness, not due to a lack of vocabulary, but because she found it difficult to articulate. Moreover, it was no mere fantasy, it was the truth. She was not joking. Yen Shirtang laughed heartily, delighted. Lan Jia? This is the first time someone has called me extraordinary. Lan Junhua chose not to explain further, confident that in time, Yen Shirtang would come to recognize her own brilliance. After leaving the studio, Yen Shirtang asked Lan Junhua to take her for some Odin. She had chosen the location, prompting Lan Junhua to inquire, is this Odin particularly delicious? They were headed to a place near where she used to reside, and the detour indicated a genuine fondness for it. Yen Shirtang smiled silently. Ever since she had become a company shareholder, she had moved to a luxurious apartment with better scenery and privacy. It seemed no different from ordinary Odin. Lan Junhua was somewhat puzzled. Having taken such a long route for what she expected to be a delightful dish, she found the taste rather mundane. Yet there was a distinction. Yen Shirtang slurped a noodle. People differ. Upon exiting a convenience store, Yen Shirtang felt a twinge of melancholy, wondering if her encounter with the big shot had merely been a stroke of good fortune. Lan Junhua tugged at her, sensing her sudden despondency. It was certainly not related to gossip. If there were any, she wouldn't be feeling this way. With a soft sigh, Yen Shirtang lamented that the fortune of the big shot was elusive. When would her newfound skill for gossip finally unlock? By the way, Lan Jia, have we received the contract from Director Qin yet? Suddenly recalling her stable gig, she realized several days had passed without news and wondered if it had fallen through. Not yet. Lan Junhua was not particularly worried about this announcement. Xiao Yen, there will be many opportunities in the future. If we don't collaborate now, once you become famous, it will be harder for them to seek you out. Lan Jia, you are quite indifferent. Yen Shirtang's tone was laced with melancholy. Her manager appeared rather untroubled. Rest assured, we are not lacking in this single announcement. Yen Shirtang was taken aback. How could Lan Junhua speak so boldly? Lan Jia, I am still an obscure artist, not a rising star. Yen Shirtang had a clear understanding of her position, unlike her manager's overconfidence. What is so great about being a rising star? Isn't the ZY star more appealing? Lan Junhua, treating the idea of Yen Shirtang as the ZY star casually, left her utterly flabbergasted. Lan Jia, it is already dark. Daydreaming is not advisable. Yen Shirtang felt a bit perplexed, realizing her manager's confidence was almost intimidating. Seeing her skepticism, Lan Junhua had nothing more to say. Soon, she would understand just how remarkable she truly was. After dropping Yen Shirtang off at her residential complex, Lan Junhua patted her shoulder and said earnestly, Xiao Yen, thank you for choosing me. Having worked as a manager for several years without significant achievements, it was only after becoming Yen Shirtang's manager that Lan Junhua finally saw a glimmer of hope. Their fortunes were intertwined. If Yen Shirtang became famous, she would bask in the glory as well. The dream of becoming a top-tier manager was not far from realization. Yen Shirtang was bewildered. She truly could not comprehend Lan Junhua's enthusiasm. Were all the people around her so strange? Had her arrival sparked a butterfly effect? Rest well. We truly have no worries regarding announcements. Lan Junhua's optimistic mindset left Yen Shirtang numb, contrasting sharply with the anxiety of other artists' managers. As they passed a green area, a rustling sound emerged from within. Yen Shirtang instinctively took several steps back, fearing a snake might emerge. She had an aversion to soft-bodied creatures. The commotion quickly subsided, leaving her to wonder if she had imagined it. Peering cautiously, she saw nothing but darkness. Just a few steps later, the rustling grew louder, tightening her chest as she prepared to flee, only to be startled when something pounced on her feet. Woof, woof. Looking down, she was greeted by an adorable Shiba Inu, who was grinning at her and wagging its tail, circling her feet incessantly. You little rascal, you gave me quite a scare. Yen Shirtang exhaled in relief. What she had feared turned out to be a silly Shiba Inu. She squatted down, tentatively reaching out, and upon noticing its friendly demeanor, her courage grew. How cute!
Whose little treasure are you?
The dog wore a collar with the name Hot Pot inscribed upon it. Your name is Hot Pot? She mused. The owner must really love Hot Pot to name their pet after it. Chapter 9. Living in the same community. Before she could act, Hot Pot's owner approached.
Hot Pot.
The man's deep voice was melodious, causing Yen Shirtang to shudder. Oh my, I just heard the big shot's voice. Is it really him? He looks so cool. How could he be here? Yen Shirtang stood dazed, baffled at how Lu Xingxi could be in this neighborhood. Did he live here as well? This couldn't he be. Such a lavish figure ought to reside in a grand villa, not an ordinary apartment. Caught in her thoughts, she stood frozen as he walked toward her. Here we meet again. Lu Xingxi halted a meter away, glancing down at her with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Yen Shirtang blinked, her mouth moving faster than her mind. Big shot, I am not a stalker. Lu Xingxi's presence in this neighborhood was entirely unexpected. She hoped he would not misconstrue her as some kind of obsessive stalker. Hearing her words, Lu Xingxi chuckled softly. I know you are not. He had followed the sound to find her. It seemed fate had woven their paths together. Such a nice guy. He didn't even suspect me. No wonder he's a big shot. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yen Shirtang asked, the apartments here aren't exactly top tier. Why would someone like you choose to live here? Noticing the confusion in her beautiful eyes, Lu Xingxi considered his response for a moment before answering. The environment is pleasant, and it offers a degree of privacy, making it quite comfortable. This is merely one of his residences, yet it is the most comfortable place he resides in. Doesn't squatting get tiring? Lu Xingxi inquired, as her alternating postures made her prone to discomfort. This remark caused Yen Shirtang to mentally cheer for him. She stood up, suddenly feeling dizzy and nearly toppled over, but was saved from falling by a pair of strong hands.
Thank you.
Yen Shirtang's cheeks flushed slightly, not from embarrassment. At just over 20, she felt as though she bore the body of someone 60. How humiliating. It might be a case of orthostatic hypotension. Many young and elderly individuals experience it. Standing up too quickly after squatting for an extended period can lead to a sudden drop in blood pressure, resulting in insufficient blood supply to the brain. But it usually normalizes after a few seconds. This condition is not particularly concerning for the young, yet one must still be mindful of diet, rest, and engage in regular exercise. Lu Xingxi's voice was akin to aged wine, deep and rich, somewhat intoxicating. Is this the dog you raised? Yen Shirtang steered the conversation towards the Shiba Inu, wishing to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Lu Xingxi's gaze lingered on her for a few moments before he glanced down at the perpetually active puppy. Yes, Huogua is my dog that I adopted 2 years ago. I named him Huogua because I happened to be eating Hot Pot at the time. It was not because he loved Hot Pot that he chose such a name for his pet. Yen Shirtang was pleasantly surprised by the detail of his explanation, feeling a small surge of joy. Did this mean he regarded her as a friend? If so, unlocking her new skill of eavesdropping on juicy stories was surely within reach. Delicious, she thought, envisioning Hot Pot with tender chicken feet, crispy tripe, shrimp paste, tender beef, crunchy bamboo shoots, and icy jelly, all of which made her mouth water. Yen Shirtang gazed longingly at the lively Shiba Inu, who seemed to be captivated by the prospect of real Hot Pot. Lu Xingxi's expression shifted slightly. The little creature was utterly oblivious to danger, circling around Yen Shirtang. Huogua seems to like you, Lu Xingxi said with a faint smile, his inner thoughts rich and vivid. Yen Shirtang bent down and patted the dog's head, a gentle smile gracing her fair face. I like Huogua too. Once Lu Xingxi secured the leash, the dog settled down, though Huogua was quite mischievous. Whenever the leash was loosened, he would dash off, and she had spent a long time searching for him before. The Shiba Inu had a nickname, Runaway, as it would vanish the moment it was let loose. One had to carry treats when walking it. Yen Shirtong's knowledge of Shiba Inus came from videos she had watched, and she had recently learned about a neighbor who had won, which had piqued her interest greatly. Lu Xingxi seemed to enjoy sharing amusing anecdotes about his pet, and Yen Shirtong listened with rapt attention. "Huguo is the king of stubbornness," she exclaimed, playfully pinching her palm to stay alert. She was truly putting in the effort to align herself with the fortune of the esteemed one. Lu Xingxi offered to escort her home, the same neighborhood, and Yen Shirtong felt that his gentlemanly nature was ingrained in his very being. "I've arrived. Which building do you reside in?" After asking, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it appropriate to inquire? Have I offended him? Why am I so careless with my words? "I live in building 6. The entire building belonged to him, so she was not mistaken. Unfamiliar with her new surroundings, she was surprised when he added, "I shall invite you over sometime." Lu Xingxi's demeanor was calm, unaware of the significance of his words. "Help! The esteemed one has invited me to his home. Does he realize how dangerous this could be? What if I lose control and become a beast? My vigilance is alarmingly low." How fragile he seemed in her presence. Yen Shirtong was unaware that her innermost thoughts were laid bare. Otherwise, she would not have dared to contemplate such things. Knowing the favored child of fortune lived in the same area, Yen Shirtong walked with newfound confidence, believing she could attract even more luck. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked the gossip system how long she needed to interact with the favored child to unlock her new gossip skill. "That is not explicitly stated," the system replied. A question mark popped up in her mind. Not explicitly stated? How can you be more capitalist than the previous capitalists? Wasn't this akin to working in the shadows? With no clarity, how long would it take to unlock her new gossip skill? Putting other matters aside, interacting more with the favored child will never be a disadvantage. Chapter 10. The observer, you make a valid point, yet I still feel deceived, Yen Shirtong said with a stern expression. "You, old 6, dare to provoke me? That would be akin to kicking cotton." The system remained silent, recognizing her as an adorably naive host. Upon returning to her apartment, Yen Shirtong remembered she had yet to add Lu Xingxi's contact information and regretted it. After all, they had met twice. Such a connection warranted exchanging contact details, right? But it mattered not. The esteemed one had invited her over, which could very well be a polite gesture. Nevertheless, one must maintain a glimmer of hope. It might become a reality. After 2 days of hibernating at home, Lan Junhua finally reached out to her. She mentioned that Director Qin had news, not for the previous variety show, but for a new project, inviting her to be a permanent guest. Being a permanent guest was not much different, so Yen Shirtong, who was on the verge of stagnation, tidied herself up and headed to the company. Lan Junhua had considered finding her, but she arrived on her own. How proactive. "It's a dating show."
What?
"A dating show?" Yen Shirtong's voice rose in disbelief. "You want me to be a guest on a dating show?" "Yes, the distance from love to marriage specifically invites couples to live together for 7 days, during which they will engage in premarital discussions and guidance to better experience premarital dating. After the week-long experience, they will make their final decision. But I have never dated. Why would they invite me?" Yen Shirtong was bewildered. Was she supposed to conjure a boyfriend out of thin air? "Little ancestor, please let me finish." Lan Junhua sighed, exasperated by Yen Shirtong's eagerness to interrupt. "Director Qin wants to invite you as an observer." "Oh, an observer," she exclaimed, relief washing over her. To be an observer meant she could indulge in the drama from the sidelines, didn't it? Yes, I agree to go." "I knew you would. You'll sign the contract in a couple of days and filming begins next week." "Lan Jia, you are truly the best," Yen Shirtong exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of witnessing all sorts of drama. "I can't wait." Lan Junhua shared her enthusiasm. Eating gossip is a fundamental human trait. However, Director Qin was indeed cunning. Creating such a show could lead to unexpected outcomes. If all went well, the couples would remain blissful, but if not, the newly enchanted might turn into adversaries. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and once the observer contract was signed, Yen Shirtong inquired how many observers there would be and who else would participate. However, she could only ascertain that there would be 3 observers, with the identities of the others kept confidential. Lan Junhua managed to extract a bit of information from internal contacts, revealing that one guest had an impressive status, someone entirely unexpected. That's quite vague. Who could it be? The other guest was a rising star, which was easier to guess. There were only a few prominent young actresses to consider. No need to overthink it. We'll find out soon once filming starts. Lan Junhua was not particularly curious about the guests. She simply wished to accompany Yen Shirtang for the gossip. Yen Shirtang scratched her head. I suppose I should prepare a strategy. Otherwise, it could get awkward. That's true. I was being a bit foolish. Wait, I'll try to extract more information. Their sources were tight-lipped, akin to an iron barrel, no matter how she tried. She could not draw out a single detail. Lan Junhua was quite frustrated, having cast aside her dignity, yet still coming up empty-handed. Is it really that exaggerated? Yen Shirtang pondered deeply, a sudden spark of insight flashing through her mind. Could it possibly be the esteemed one? With a significant status and no prior participation in variety shows, was that not the very definition of someone unexpected? Upon reflecting on this, Yen Shirtang felt a surge of excitement. She was about to tap into the fortune of the destined child of fate. Can you guess who it is? Lan Junhua, noticing the joy radiating from her, inquired. Suddenly recalling her extraordinary abilities, she suggested, I can take you there, and then you will know. Perhaps, maybe? I am uncertain. This is merely a bold conjecture. Who knows if it holds any truth? Where are you taking me? Yen Shirtang asked, perplexed, unable to grasp her meaning. What I mean is, given your sharp intellect, dining with insiders might yield some insights. No, let us leave it at that. We shall know next week. With answers already nestled in her heart, Yen Shirtang was unwilling to waste time. She would treat it as a delightful surprise. Lan Junhua did not press her further, but asked whom she was speculating about. Yen Shirtang chose silence, her lips sealed as tightly as those of the insiders. All right. It's fine if she wants to play the ignorant one. Wait, are we doing a surprise attack this early in the morning? Wasn't it supposed to be at 9? It's only 6 now. Good morning, Teacher Yen. With a beaming smile, they gazed at the naturally beautiful Yen Shirtang, instructing the cameraman to find angles to capture her visage. Her small face, flawless in its delicate features, resembled porcelain, and her upturned eyes exuded an alluring charm, captivating anyone who beheld her. This observer's face is absolutely stunning. Give her a close-up. The cameraman cast a disdainful glance, remarking, Can't you see my equipment is practically in her face? Teacher Yen, please greet the audience. Yen Shirtang was taken aback. This was not a recording but a live broadcast. She quickly composed herself, her expression brightening. Hello, dear fans and viewers. Good morning. I am Yen Shirtang, one of the observers of the distance from love to marriage. I apologize for my disarray. Could you kindly wait for 20 minutes? She had not been informed of this beforehand, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Teacher Yen, would you mind if we filmed the living room? Yen Shirtang shook her head. Could she even say she minded? Fortunately, having just moved in, it wasn't too chaotic. They could film as they pleased. Meanwhile, the live stream had crashed. The production team was in a state of emergency. They were aware of his popularity, but the collapse of the live stream was truly unexpected. Feel free. I have a dog at home. After saying this, the man ascended the stairs without hesitation. Although the dog appeared clumsy, it had a fierce demeanor. The house was devoid of warmth, resembling a freshly moved-in place. As the cameraman reopened the live stream, he muttered to himself, having expected surprises from a surprise attack. Instead, it was just a new house without much to capture.
Woof.
The dog suddenly barked at them, startling them.
Hot pot.
Chapter 11. The emotional bond remains unbroken. The man's deep voice echoed from the staircase as Hot Pot wagged its tail joyfully, attempting to circle around in excitement, but was hindered by its leash. Woof, woof, woof.
Ah.
Husband, my longing for you is driving me mad. I can't sleep a wink without you. Your presence lingers everywhere. Please abandon your reserve and hurry to marry me. The internet is truly dreadful. My husband is inside and I'm out here crying, admiring. Oh, my husband, you were stealing the blanket from me last night, and today you're on a dating show? Our relationship must be faltering. You guys are killing me. Could you please step back and show some pity for this mountain girl who just got online? Sympathetic. I apologize. Hot Pot is lively and not shy. I hope it hasn't caused you any trouble. The man refrained from releasing Hot Pot, concerned that it might create chaos. "It's all right, Hot Pot is quite adorable," one of them remarked, sincerity shining through their smile. After all, this was the dog raised by Lu Xingxi. Even the mightiest would find it charming. Lu Xingxi's brows slightly lifted as he fed Hot Pot a few pieces of jerky before grabbing his suitcase, preparing to depart. Upon hearing the director's command, he promptly suggested bringing the dog along. If Lu Xingxi's dog were to accompany him, its popularity would be undeniable. It would surely be well taken care of. Perhaps even spoiled. Upon hearing his proposal, Lu Xingxi hesitated momentarily, aware that Hot Pot had taken a liking to her. Bringing it along would be prudent. "Is there any guest allergic to pet hair?" The comments flooded in, praising his gentlemanly demeanor, everyone fawning over him. Lu Xingxi nodded slightly, resting his head against the back of his chair in contemplation. Participating in this variety show was fueled by his curiosity about Yan Sherdang, as he wished to hear her intriguing thoughts. During the long journey ahead, it would be rather dull without some engaging conversation. However, with Yan Sherdang present, Lu Xingxi felt assured it would be entertaining. As for whether any couples would emerge, that remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Yan Sherdang, oblivious to his thoughts, sneezed unexpectedly and shyly smiled at the camera.
Huh.
"Is this something I can discuss?" Yan Sherdang touched her nose, reminding herself that she was here as an observer, not a guest on a dating show. Why was she being asked such questions? Upon hearing this, a glimmer sparked in her eyes as she continued to probe. "Is it inconvenient to share?" Yan Sherdang's face flushed slightly. "My emotional bond has yet to be unveiled." Implicitly, she suggested that she was still a novice in matters of love. A true greenhorn indeed, quite challenging. "I can serve as a military advisor, observing others' romantic escapades. My eyes are akin to a ruler. After observation, I can discern if two individuals are suited for one another. With the gossip system in place, it would essentially assist in verifying whether there are any undisclosed secrets, thus allowing for informed advice." Her expression was nuanced, yet she refrained from further commentary. She was personally invited by Director Qin, and he surely saw something remarkable in her. Soon, he would understand why Director Qin had specifically chosen her as an observer. "My new wife is not only innocent but also quite amusing. This new girl is so fortunate. She gets to collaborate with the god of Lu right away. Does anyone know her background?" I searched. She's not a fresh debutante but rather an artist who has been in the industry for years, suddenly gaining popularity. Those in the know understand. "Do the folks upstairs have insider information?" "I have the traffic. Let me elaborate." Yan Sherdang contemplated seriously for a moment before responding. "Respect, trust, and tolerance. In other words, when two love-struck individuals embark on a relationship, their happiness multiplies. They will prioritize communication and seek solutions when faced with conflicts. Rather than resorting to silent treatment or unilateral decisions, their romantic emotional quotient will also soar. This is merely my personal viewpoint. If you disagree, so be it. I shan't argue with you." Yan Sherdang spoke softly, exhibiting a zen-like demeanor. She seemed somewhat resigned to her latter statement. Was she fearful of online backlash? The car gradually arrived at its destination, concluding the interrogation. Yan Sherdang exhaled deeply, casting a few more glances at herself. This situation, where one supports a mistress while the original partner uses their funds to maintain a toy boy, is quite the game they are playing. Just as she stepped out of the car, she twisted her ankle, nearly toppling over. The surrounding onlookers cast curious glances in her direction. Supporting a mistress while the wife finances a toy boy. What an intriguing dynamic. Is love awaiting him here? With pride diminished, he pondered aloud how his significant other had recently appeared more vibrant and fashionable. They seem equally matched. Neither should mock the other. Yan Sherdang clicked her tongue softly. Both partners were playing their own games, and it seemed fair enough. Why should only the man be allowed to support a mistress, while the woman could not have her own toy boy? As the first to enter the observation room, Yan Sherdang found that the other two guests had yet to arrive. During her brief excursion, she encountered a couple who appeared to be one of the subjects she would be observing. The female was a renowned internet celebrity, her fame surpassing even Yan Sherdang's. It was a bitter realization, as it highlighted her own obscurity. Chapter 12. Can the melon you offer be enjoyed by others? The woman, with keen eyes, scrutinized her as if assessing a commodity. After a few seconds, she casually rose to greet. Hello, Teacher Yen. My name is Zhao Linger. Yen Shirtang was aware of her reputation. She boasted a following of 25 million on a popular short video platform with a commendable ability to promote products. Her boyfriend, also an internet celebrity, was slightly less renowned. As for his looks, they were rather average, perhaps mildly handsome. Perhaps having tasted finer things, she found others to be somewhat mediocre by comparison. Teacher Yen, I am Lin Haoren. He extended his hand in an attempt to shake hands with Yen Shirtang, but out of politeness, she merely brushed her fingertips against his. Even that slight contact left her feeling particularly uncomfortable. It didn't take long for her to discern the reason. Oh no, my hands feel dirty. How unfortunate. Yen Shirtang suppressed the urge to wash her hands, pondering the difficulty of earning money. Lin Haoren stared at her in astonishment, which quickly morphed into anger. What was her implication? She appeared to be nothing more than a promiscuous woman, yet she seemed to disdain him. Zhao Linger was equally shocked. That sound had indeed emanated from Yen Shirtang. But how could she produce such a noise? What gave her the right to look down upon her boyfriend? The glances exchanged between the two women were laced with indignation, leaving Yen Shirtang bewildered.
Teacher Yen.
Zhao Linger obstructed her path, casting a glance towards the camera before inquiring. Do you know my boyfriend? Her question was blunt, rendering it rather uncomfortable to hear. Miss Zhao, today is my first meeting with your boyfriend. She deliberately emphasized the term boyfriend, wishing to distance herself from any association. Zhao Linger pondered asking why Yen Shirtang harbored disdain for her boyfriend, but was interrupted by a strange sound piercing her ears. Escalates. Not only has Lin Haoren been involved with his assistant, but he has also entangled himself with Zhao Linger's assistant. The most disgusting part is that Lin Haoren, this rotten cucumber, even brought them to Zhao Linger's newly purchased home for a throuple escapade, wearing her seductive nightwear. Is this moral decay or the demise of humanity? A cascade of shocking revelations emerged, allowing everyone to savor a juicy gossip, inciting even greater fury from those directly involved. Zhao Linger shrieked and retaliated with a slap to Lin Haoren's face. The unexpected turn of events startled Yen Shirtang, yet she felt an intense curiosity. What was happening? Why had things escalated so suddenly? Linger, this is all a misunderstanding. Lin Haoren's expression darkened as he shot a furious glare at Yen Shirtang. A misunderstanding? Last month, I wondered why I was missing 2 pieces of nightwear, only to discover you had given them to those 2 harlots. You truly are something, Lin Haoren. Being betrayed by those close to her was enough to ignite Zhao Linger's rage, prompting her to deliver a matching slap to Lin Haoren. She struck with considerable force, leaving Lin Haoren's head ringing, incited by fury as he shouted, Zhao Linger, have you lost your mind? My head is a verdant pasture if I'm not insane.
Who is?
Do you have any evidence? Don't suddenly go mad and claim I cheated when everyone knows how I treat you. Lin Haoren scrambled to salvage his reputation, even portraying Zhao Linger as an unreasonable madwoman. Yen Shirtang internally ridiculed Lin Haoren's actions, finding him utterly repugnant. With such promiscuity, one must wonder if he has contracted any STDs. Keeping a safe distance is advisable. Her reminder prompted the staff in the small room to discreetly shift away, wary of any potential contamination. Lin Haoren shot a malevolent glare at Yen Shirtang, blaming her for exposing his secrets. He was bewildered at how she had come to know such peculiar information. Yen Shirtang felt a chill under his ominous gaze, bracing herself in case he attempted to lash out at her. Director Qin, noticing the chaos, promptly sent someone to intervene. Zhao Linger swiftly broke away from Lin Haoren, determined to head to the hospital for an examination. Lin Haoren knew he could not act against Yen Shirtang in public. The scene had already grown too ugly to escalate further. I did not cheat. Yen Shirtang exhaled a sigh of relief, though Lin Haoren's intense gaze left her uneasy. He seemed to harbor resentment towards her.
Why?
Could it be that Lin Haoren might turn against me? This is concerning. When Lu Xingxi arrived, he immediately noticed Yen Shirtang's pensive demeanor, compounded by the sight of 2 hurried individuals. Clearly, a conflict had just occurred.
Ah.
I arrived a tad late and missed the commotion. Same here, but from the fragments of Zhao Linger's words, it appears Lin Haoren has indeed cheated, and not with just one person. It's particularly vile that he used Zhao Ling's clothes for the mistress. Lin Haoran has transformed into a repugnant version of Hong Shixian. Wait, did Zhao Linger just find out? How could such a bizarre incident be true? I told you, the new girlfriend has some tricks up her sleeve. You all didn't listen, and now you're missing the juicy gossip. Yan Shirtang remained troubled by the earlier events, grappling with confusion. Pondering deeply, she questioned the gossip source. Can the melon you provide be enjoyed by others? Indeed, the gossip is exclusively for the host, came the reply. Chapter 13. The more they discourage my interest, the more I pursue it. Why is that? Only I can partake, yet it seems others can too. Yan Shirtang truly could not fathom it. No matter how hard she tried, she could not comprehend how her innermost thoughts could be revealed, allowing others to enjoy the gossip as well. Lu Xingxi observed her lost in thought, her expression grave, and her gaze flickering. The leakage of her thoughts was both a blessing and a curse. In the future, she would need to be accompanied by bodyguards, making it feel as if they were meeting for the first time, despite living in the same neighborhood. Don't be anxious, just call me Teacher Lu. Referring to him as senior felt somewhat distant, especially since he preferred her. Yan Shirtang's eyes lit up as she softly said, "Hello, Teacher Lu." Heh? I never anticipated it would truly be him. I wonder how he ended up participating in this variety show. Her deduction, based on the staff's discretion and a woman's intuition, led her to correctly guess that the prominent guest was Lu Xingxi. He raised an eyebrow, impressed by her perceptiveness. The variety show he had participated in previously had left him with a profoundly negative experience, and since then, he had refused any further invitations, fully dedicating himself to his acting career. As for why he joined this dating show, it was merely curiosity that propelled him. He had not informed his manager of his presence, even suggesting that they travel abroad. By now, he had likely received numerous inquiries from potential collaborators. Zhao Linger and Lin Haoran's gossip remains unclear, yet it seems you have some as well. Don't get involved. Engaging in gossip will only bring trouble. My husband is here solely for work, not to pursue a relationship. How amusing. Yan Shirtang's fans should not attempt to ride his coattails. Lu Xingxi's rumors are not something a minor celebrity can latch onto. This is a dating show. Can I indulge a little? The more they discourage my interest, the more I wish to pursue it. From this day forth, I shall be a fan of both. Tonight, I shall start manifesting my support. A casual observer. I feel these two faces together are simply magnificent. I shall lightly indulge, and toxic fans, please refrain from attacking me. Targeting me would be akin to kicking a cloud of cotton. As the two settled, the third guest arrived, the rising star Shen Xiaoxi. Upon seeing Yan Shirtang, her eyes sparkled, as if she were a delectable morsel. This made Yan Shirtang instinctively retract her neck, sensing an impending approach. Tang Tang, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly. Shen Xiaoxi strode forward, launching herself directly towards her. She was eager for the juicy gossip. Upon entering, she had overheard the staff whispering, faintly catching wind of a viral couple embroiled in a fierce altercation. Alas, it was unfortunate that she arrived too late to witness the full spectacle. She never anticipated that Yan Shirtang would be so audacious, scattering the couple before the show had even fully commenced. How impressive! The first episode of this dating reality show was already so explosive. One could hardly fathom how exhilarating the subsequent episodes would prove to be. Simultaneously, Shen Xiaoxi was curious to see how many couples would emerge from this show. Surely it would not devolve into a breakup series. She chuckled to herself at the thought. Yan Shirtang was taken aback by Shen Xiaoxi's exuberance, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by her enthusiasm. Their previous encounter had been during another variety show, where they had merely exchanged glances. Such fervor was unexpected. It was disconcerting, leaving her longing for a rescue. Shen Xiaoxi's enthusiasm is rather intimidating. Could it be that she has ulterior motives? Is it possible she has taken a liking to me? Yan Shirtang pondered, reluctantly acknowledging her own appeal, which could indeed draw admiration from women. Yet this felt like an improbable coincidence. Indeed, you are correct. I do have an interest in you, but it pertains to the gossip you are privy to, Shen Xiaoxi replied unabashedly. I apologize if my excitement startled you. I couldn't help it upon seeing such a beautiful person. Shen Xiaoxi's candor only heightened Yan Shirtang's trepidation. After a brief silence, she shook her head. No, not startled at all. Her slender form curled into the corner of the sofa, and her slightly flustered demeanor contradicted her words. I too appreciate beauty, yet I only dare to express my admiration online. In reality, I am far too timid. Yen Shirtang flashed her a smile. Through the internet, she could engage in playful banter, but in person, she felt utterly mute. Shen Xiaoxi's laughter rang out, carefree and unrestrained, as she reached out to touch Yen Shirtang, reminiscent of a mischievous nobleman from ancient times teasing a virtuous lady. Ahem. Lu Xingxi, observing Yen Shirtang's vulnerable and pitiable state, gently pressed his finger to his lips, signaling Shen Xiaoxi to cease her flirtations. It was only then that Shen Xiaoxi became aware of his presence, a handsome figure she had overlooked in her eagerness for gossip. Hello, Lu Xingxi greeted, surprised to find that his charm had seemingly faltered in comparison to the excitement surrounding Yen Shirtang, especially since he too was intrigued by her. Shen Xiaoxi seized Yen Shirtang's hand with fervor, exclaiming, "You are participating in this show too, Mr. Lu." Indeed, Lu Xingxi replied, "As you can see." Could you perhaps loosen your grip a little? Yen Shirtang had not intended to voice her discomfort, but the strength of Shen Xiaoxi's grip was beginning to hurt. My apologies. Shen Xiaoxi released her hold, noticing the imprints of her fingers on Yen Shirtang's fair skin, her face flushed with remorse. Having been a bit overzealous in her excitement, she hadn't meant any harm. It's quite all right, Yen Shirtang reassured her with a smile. Finally, Director Qin made his entrance, after resolving matters with Xiao Linger. Dear guests and observers, welcome to the distance from dating to marriage. From this moment, you shall spend an entire week living in this cozy abode, and I hope you will glean valuable insights, enabling you to better define the transition from lovers to partners. The large screen in the observation room flickered to life, showcasing a couple of guests. As they introduced themselves, the observers began to form a clearer picture of them. One was a somewhat renowned voice actor, while his girlfriend owned a pet shop. The male was handsome and the female charmingly sweet. They appeared well matched. Shen Xiaoxi glanced at Yen Shirtang, wondering if this couple's affection was as genuine as it seemed. Chapter 14. Caution in online romance. Yen Shirtang fixated on the large screen, her mind buzzing with thoughts of gossip. The gossip oracle informed her that she had successfully collaborated with the fated child, resulting in a random gift drop. This was fortuitous for Yen Shirtang, and she was curious about what delightful treasure it might hold. The oracle continued, the dropped gift is a search function. Simply input the name of the individual and you shall uncover their secrets. What a splendid gift. Yen Shirtang was immensely pleased. Previously, she needed to engage directly with others, but now she could conduct her own searches, significantly easing her quest for first-hand gossip. The only drawback was the limitation of 5 searches per day. However, this was merely a temporary feature that could be upgraded through increased interaction with the fated child. This realization caused Yen Shirtang to gaze at Lu Xingxi with gleaming eyes, as if he were a golden treasure radiating brilliance. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Xingxi's eyes, uncertain of the meaning behind her sudden, sparkling gaze, which made him feel like a lamb awaiting slaughter. He reassured himself that he had done nothing wrong and had no reason to fear Yen Shirtang's scrutiny. Yet under her intense gaze, his porcelain-like complexion flushed with warmth. How annoying this insignificant internet celebrity is. Please refrain from casting such lecherous glances at Lu Xingxi. It feels like an affront to him. I will not allow it. Yen Shirtang, cease your gaze. You are unworthy of such anger. What a shameless minor celebrity. The true face is revealed. She merely seeks to stir rumors with Lu Xingxi to ride on his coattails. Not a chance. I shall blacklist her for life. Unbeknownst to Yen Shirtang, her mere glance had ignited a flurry of comments online. She only wished to bask in Lu Xingxi's good fortune for gossip. However, in the realm of the internet, even a single action or a statement could be interpreted in myriad ways, leading to frequent misunderstandings. Her recent behavior had particularly incited the ire of Lu Xingxi's devoted fans, especially the fervent admirers who would not tolerate any perceived slight against him. The next couple to appear had been together for 7 years, and they were eager to explore the veracity of the saying regarding the 7-year itch. The transition from campus romance to the realities of society sounded romantic indeed. After listening to their introductions, Shen Xiaoxi reflected on their long relationship. Realizing they were intimately familiar with each other's habits, she turned to Yen Shirtang, uncertain if this couple would ultimately succeed. Yan Shirtang sensed her gaze and smiled gently in response. Caution must be exercised in online romance. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoxi perked up, having initially thought there was no gossip to be found, only to realize it awaited them. Thus, patience was key. Those with secrets could not escape. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly gentle and charming pet shop owner was actually a man? Shen Xiaoxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Li Yuan on the screen.
What?
Li Yuan is a man. What are those two ample forms before him? They are even larger than my own. How can he be a man? Shen Xiaoxi inhaled sharply, her eyes reflecting sheer incredulity. In comparison, she felt like a character from a historical drama. Yan Shirtang stroked her chin, observing as Li Yuan playfully flirted with Qin Minghan, her adorable demeanor leaving Yan Shirtang feeling somewhat inferior. This was not a matter of prejudice, merely a reflection that without comparison, there could be no hurt. Lu Xingxi stole a glance at Yan Shirtang, still astonished by her candid thoughts. Li Yuan's complexion paled as he cautiously glanced at his boyfriend, noticing the dark expression on his face, which compelled him to grip his hand tightly. Minghan, I promise it's not what you think, Li Yuan pleaded, oblivious to the strange voice that had echoed before. Qin Minghan, repulsed by the touch, could not suppress his nausea and turned away to retch. No wonder he had never experienced menstruation. It was because he had originally been a man. Even with gender reassignment surgery, one could not grow what was never there. Li Yuan's heart shattered. Had their years together been rendered meaningless solely due to his past? Did their former affection pale in comparison to this revelation? The other couple was equally stunned, their expressions reflecting sheer horror as they regarded Li Yuan. Oh my goodness, what a sensational revelation. You make me feel nauseous. Do not touch me. After saying this, he retched again. He had never once doubted that his girlfriend was a man, nor had he anticipated such a surprise. Wasn't it just a moment ago that you were so affectionate? Why are you now avoiding me? I don't understand. Can someone knowledgeable provide an explanation? Please. Give me the complete story. I beg you. I am 100 years old, and if I don't hear these tales, I will die with my eyes open. This is outrageous. This is far too bizarre. It's as if they've been cursed. Behind the scenes, Director Qin watched the scene unfold, feeling quite emotional. He had long anticipated such dramatic events, and he was prepared to handle them. As he glanced at the rising viewer count in the live stream, he felt pleased. Ultimately, Qin Minghan fainted, and the director instructed the staff to carry him away to be attended to by a professional medical team. As for Li Yuan, she was concerned that Qin Minghan had not left. Otherwise, she would have crumbled under the gazes of the crowd and departed long ago. It was evident that she truly loved Qin Minghan. Otherwise, she would not have made such a decision against her family's wishes. Yet now, what did not belong to her remained ever elusive. Qin Minghan clearly rejected same-sex relationships, even though she had undergone surgery to become a woman. She still originated as a man. Meanwhile, the assistant director worried about the lack of participants. After all, who would want to join knowing the potential for disaster? However, Director Qin waved his hand dismissively, confident that there would be eager participants, even those willing to fight their way in. Let me tell you, if you wish to spend your life with someone, this is the place to be. Yan Shirtang was like a verifier. Anyone concerned about their partner's reliability could come to her for a test to discern whether they should continue their relationship. Chapter 15. 3 couples. 2 of whom encountered trouble upon hearing this. Director Qin clapped and praised. Brilliant. You've enlightened me. The assistant director replied, Are you out of your mind? Do you not understand the current situation? It appeared that they could indeed alter their format. If successful, their show would undoubtedly achieve legendary status. Director Qin had already begun to envision their program rising to the pinnacle of variety shows, an existence unmatched by any other. The assistant director had no words left, focusing all his energy on the monitor. This drama was truly riveting. Years ago, she had also experienced an online romance. Fortunately, she had not encountered such circumstances, or it would have left her with lifelong psychological scars. There had been no such show in the entertainment industry. It would be a pioneer. Shen Xiaoxi continued to gaze intently at Yan Shirtang, unsure whether this couple could withstand the pressure. If they could not, they would wrap up early for the day. Yan Shirtang sensed Shin Xiaoxi's repeated glances at her, feeling particularly strange. Something was definitely amiss. Did Shin Xiaoxi genuinely have no interest in her? What exactly does Shin Xiaoxi want? It's quite unnerving. Yan Shirtang shivered slightly, inching closer to the edge of the sofa, attempting to diminish her presence. It felt no joke. It seemed as though Shin Xiaoxi wanted to devour her. But they had only met twice. Surely it wasn't that intense, making it hard not to suspect ulterior motives. Shin Xiaoxi was truly in a predicament. Her sexual orientation was perfectly normal. As for why she kept staring at Yan Shirtang with such fervor, it was simply because there was gossip to indulge in, and for someone who loved juicy stories. This was irresistibly tempting. Eventually, she simply said, "You are truly adorable." Unable to explain further, she resorted to flattery. However, the more she praised, the more it sent chills down Yan Shirtang's spine, as she seemed oblivious to the potential impact on Yan Shirtang's psyche. Lu Xingxi felt a tinge of sympathy for Yan Shirtang. Being kept in the dark was indeed unfortunate. He poured her a glass of water, suggesting she drink some warm water to calm her nerves. Shin Xiaoxi, quick to notice Lu Xingxi's small gesture, felt a spark of excitement. Why was he treating her differently? Pouring water for Yan Shirtang but not for her? Were they hiding something from her? The emergence of a shipper was undeniable. Yan Shirtang, oblivious to this detail, remained in her state of anxiety. Lu Xingxi locked eyes with Shin Xiaoxi, his long lashes fluttering slightly as he poured another glass of water and placed it before her. Shin Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow, smiling as she said, "Thank you, Senior Lu." If she hadn't been watching, he likely wouldn't have bothered to pour her water. She could see through that. Shin Xiaoxi turned her gaze back to Yan Shirtang, noticing how much more beautiful she seemed. Her appearance was exceptionally alluring, strikingly beautiful to the point of being almost aggressive, capturing one's attention immediately and leaving a lasting impression. Truly a muse of human aesthetics. In the circle, only the male lead, Lu Xingxi, could rival her beauty. Together, their faces created a visual feast that was nothing short of magnificent. The goddess Enhua truly excelled in crafting such exquisite beings, rendering others quite ordinary by comparison. It's apparent that Lu Xingxi initially had no intention of pouring water for Shin Xiaoxi. He wouldn't have done so had she not seen him. Do you mean? Please don't ship. Shin Xiaoxi, I implore you, do not ship recklessly. Everyone is watching. What are you even talking about? You're just overinterpreting. Lu Xingxi is simply a gentleman at heart. Is no one concerned about the couple guests? There's only one pair left. Can we continue filming? A couple is still a couple. Director Chin's orders have been given, and the show must go on. Yan Shirtang searched for their names, lamenting how the gossip had arrived so timely, making it nearly impossible to resist. Oh my! Gu Heng could go to Les Han and become a giant Buddha. Yan Shirtang took a sip of the water on the table, her mind racing with critiques of Gu Heng. Not only did his entirely unrelated stepsister design a scheme to seduce him, but after the truth came to light, he continued to support her financially. Has he lost his mind? Shin Xiaoxi felt that this gossip was not as explosive as the previous one, yet she was still eager to listen. He Xiao is truly unfortunate. She is often harassed by Gu Heng's stepsister, who acts as if she is the legitimate partner. To endure this is commendable. I applaud her. Yan Shirtang genuinely admired her. How could she not see the issues? What purpose does such a boyfriend serve? If this is how it is before marriage, what chaos will ensue afterward? He Xiao's face bore a bitter expression. She knew that Gu Heng's stepsister was trouble. But she had been with Gu Heng for 7 years. 7 years. How many women have the luxury of 7 years? She did not wish to break up with him, which was why she had agreed to participate in this variety show, hoping to understand the distance from dating to marriage. I wonder if Gu Heng knows that his stepsister often flaunts her power in front of He Xiao. If he knew and still chose to be kind, then he truly is not worth anything. Hearing the complaints, Gu Heng clenched his fists, unaware that Xiao had never confided in him. Guilt flickered in his eyes as he regarded her, feeling like he was at fault. His father was a scoundrel, gambling and drinking excessively, whether winning or losing. He would drink and resort to domestic violence against his mother and him. Fortune smiled upon them when his father fell to his death from the stairs while intoxicated when Gu Heng was 8, leaving behind a mountain of gambling debts. Since then, His mother had worked tirelessly to repay the debts while raising him until he was 16. When she met a man from a similar single-parent background who had a daughter 5 years younger than Gu Heng, and they formed a new family. The uncle treated Gu Heng's mother well, and after years of hardship, she naturally fell for a good man, and their family initially lived harmoniously until Gu Heng entered university. When things began to change, his stepsister harbored feelings for him, but he had a girlfriend in university who was none other than He Xiaoxiao. Afterward, with his mother's intervention, the matter was ultimately swept under the rug. Chapter 16. Marriage is not just a matter of two people. 001 Gu Heng had given in, allowing his stepsister to find a means to contact him, frequently asking him for money. Yan Shirtang was utterly speechless after consuming this gossip. What a peculiar stepsister. Amidst Gu Heng's tenderness, each moment struck a chord with Yan Shirtang. However, He Xiaoxiao, aware of the situation, refrained from mentioning a breakup as an outsider. It was not her place to intervene. One juicy revelation followed another, as if they were amidst a field of melons. Lu Xingxi experienced firsthand Yan Shirtang's uncanny ability to devour gossip, finding it quite amusing. This couple did not reveal sharp conflicts like the previous pairs. Their entire day together was relatively harmonious, yet a subtle tension lingered around them, giving the audience the impression that unresolved issues remained. Oh my, this isn't scripted. Zhao Linga has posted. Family, hurry and check it out. It's a massive scoop.
Wow.
Zhao Linger's slap was rather mild. Had it been me, Lin Howren wouldn't have been smiling at all. Now, what about Li Yuan and Chen Minghan? Whatever caused Chen Minghan to faint on the spot must be explosive. Netizens thrived on drama, especially when it concealed tantalizing secrets. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of gossip? Yet, as night fell, it signified the conclusion of the day's events. The live stream remained active, showcasing the observers and couple guests dining together. A group encircled a table, enjoying a lively hot pot feast. Yan Shirtang's craving for hot pot was realized, with her desired dishes included. After their initial encounter, He Xiaoxiao and Gu Heng discovered the source of a particular voice. They were unfamiliar with Yan Shirtang, having just met her today, and were puzzled about how she knew certain things. It felt somewhat surreal yet unsettling. No one's secret seemed safe from her. He Xiaoxiao hesitated to speak, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. Meanwhile, Yan Shirtang was immersed in her culinary delight. Oblivious to the gaze directed her way, Shen Xiaoxi tugged at her sleeve, urging her not to solely focus on eating and suggesting she share some gossip to entertain the group. Yan Shirtang turned to her, bewildered. Noticing her flushed cheeks and swollen lips, resembling a pampered pet, Shen Xiaoxi shook off her distraction, regretting her lack of a bolder demeanor that might have drawn her in. Eat slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself. After some hesitation, she managed to utter this puzzling advice. Perhaps it was best to let her eat her fill before contemplating further. For now, all she desired was to indulge. Lu Xingxi observed the scene, a subtle smile forming at the corner of his mouth, even unbeknownst to himself. Throughout the hot pot meal, Yan Shirtang was the most jubilant. Shen Xiaoxi found her enthusiasm contagious, leading her to overindulge and later express regret. She needed to manage her figure, and consuming such high-calorie food late at night would surely add pounds. Who confessed first? Shen Xiaoxi inquired. Gu Heng's face flushed slightly. I confessed to Xiaoxiao. Yan Shirtang, clutching a pillow, curiously asked, would you mind sharing how you confessed? Despite Gu Heng's complicated family matters, she was eager to hear about his confession. This is the charm of campus romance. It certainly sounded sweet. I see. That explains why he didn't break up despite his family's complicated issues. He Xiaoxiao's smile faltered, her lips biting down slightly as she quietly asked, Teacher Yan, if you had been dating someone for several years and discovered their family situation was complicated when discussing marriage, would you still choose to marry them? Her question pained Gu Heng, as it hit close to home regarding his own family circumstances, making it a question of helplessness.
No.
Yan Shirtang pondered. Marriage is not merely a union of two individuals, but of two families. If family matters are unresolved before marriage, conflicts will arise once a new family is formed. Her words left He Xiaoxiao pale, seemingly unable to accept such a conclusion. Yan Shirtang's eyelashes fluttered before she continued. If handled decisively before marriage, it might still be feasible. It all depends on the specific circumstances. Indeed, specific circumstances require specific analyses, Shen Xiaoxi agreed. But if it were her, she would simply break it off. Goodbye, next. Even if married, divorce is an option. It depends on how carefree you can be. He Xiao appeared dazed, still unable to make a decision. Family matters are difficult to navigate. One must be resolute at times to avoid future regrets. Lu Xingxi cast a sidelong glance at Gu Heng, perhaps unable to empathize, unable to comprehend Gu Heng's approach. It might be better not to delay the girl, as it harms both parties. If Gu Heng continues to be soft-hearted, he may end up without a wife. Yan Sherdang, reveling in the unfolding drama, inadvertently provoked Gu Heng. This exchange left netizens bewildered. Every statement was understood, yet piecing it together proved challenging. It feels like there's more to your words. Is there something a distinguished viewer, shouldn't know? How rude. There seems to be a veiled reference here, perhaps expressing personal troubles. Why not elaborate so the vast and capable netizens can assist? My suggestion: run. Whether it's the guy or girl facing complicated family issues, just run. From experience, if it's messy before marriage, it will be torturous after. If you wish to live a few more years, just part ways. Chapter 17. Money for videos. After the heart-to-heart, he Xiao departed, burdened by her thoughts. Yan Sherdang pondered whether she had spoken incorrectly, causing discontent. Sighing softly, she let her concerns slip away. She was merely expressing her opinions. Whether he Xiao chose to listen was up to her. Shen Xiaoxi placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled. Tang Tang, why didn't you wait for me? Yan Sherdang jolted, unable to evade her presence. Who would dare wait? Aren't we all leaving? She replied with a polite smile, almost losing her composure. Given Shen Xiaoxi's peculiar behaviors, Yan Sherdang had reason to suspect her intentions. Despite her obvious interest in Lu Xingxi, she might be a bit more versatile than she appeared. Help me, help me. Shen Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress her laughter. Are you really that afraid of me? I'm not a witch.
I won't eat you.
How about practicing some yoga together? After eating so much, moving a bit might help me sleep. Yan Sherdang shook her head, the lingering scent of hot pot clinging to her, and decided it was time for a wash. I have exercise allergies. It could be life-threatening, she stated calmly, her expression one of righteous indignation. The mention of allergies indeed left Shen Xiaoxi momentarily speechless, as she gradually grasped the implication of Yan's words.
I almost fell for that.
Well, I've learned something new today. If I get upset, I'll hold Yan Sherdang accountable for teaching me this. Oblivious to her friend's musings, Yan Sherdang picked up a change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. When she emerged, Shen Xiaoxi was still engrossed in her activities. Noticing Yan's flushed cheeks and lack of fatigue, Shen Xiaoxi gave her a thumbs up. A person of perseverance. It's no wonder she has defined abs. Shen Xiaoxi, enviously watching Yan's simple skincare routine, was reminded of her own workout, which still required several more sets before she could conclude. Afterward, she'd need to freshen up, and the subsequent tasks would take at least 2 hours, if not longer. She suspected that Yan Sherdang would be asleep by the time she lay down. With a soft sigh, she resigned herself to continue her arduous workout. Why is Zhao Linge so fierce? The video is all over the internet. Yan Sherdang remarked as she scrolled through the subsequent updates online, where the comment section was already clamoring for the video. She was curious to see it too. Shen Xiaoxi, who was still struggling with her exercises, suddenly perked up, abandoning yoga in favor of her phone to indulge in the gossip. You need to pay for a bottle of happiness soda just to watch it? Why not just fly to the moon? Yan Sherdang was incensed. If that were the case, selling the gossip she had consumed would fetch far more than just the price of a soda. She could buy a house with that amount. I can afford it. Shen Xiaoxi chimed in. It's only $3 and I have it. Paying full price for the video is no issue.
What?
Yan Sherdang, caught off guard by her words, looked at her in confusion. Shen Xiaoxi smiled awkwardly. I'm just watching the gossip. There's a video. Yan Sherdang sat up, asking you have it? I'm asking others for it. Hoping they'll share it with me, Shen Xiaoxi replied generously, considering herself a good person. However, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Discussing such matters felt inappropriate. Thankfully, there were no cameras in the room. The embarrassment of having their private conversation exposed was averted. The topics they discussed were hardly serious. It felt strange and somewhat shameful. as though a secret had been laid bare. Yan Shirtang had no doubts about their coincidental interest in the same gossip, relishing the shared experience. Zhao Linger had swiftly gathered and packaged evidence of Lin Howren's infidelity, hammering it down so conclusively that he had no chance to defend himself. On another note, Chun Minghan seemed quite aggrieved. Li Yuan had concealed her identity from him for so long and had ultimately ended their relationship while maintaining her dignity, without exposing her status as a transgender person. Yan Shirtang still couldn't comprehend how the gossip had erupted so quickly. It was extraordinarily dramatic. The conflict could have erupted at any time, yet it chose this moment. Seeking confirmation, she pondered whether, if she indulged in the gossip, everyone else would too. A host. The gossip system is unique and bound to you, came the response. Yan Shirtang racked her brain for a logical explanation, wondering if her imagination could stretch further for an answer. Host, enjoy the gossip, seemed to be the sentiment. It was indeed sufficient. As long as it didn't hinder her enjoyment, she was content. Chapter 18. The unwanted advances of a man below with the dawn of a new day. The production team moved swiftly, unexpectedly inviting a new couple to join the show. The female participant was a friend of Zhao Linger. What could this mean? Yan Laosher. Shun Jiaojiao called out, catching Yan Shirtang's attention, who looked at her in confusion. Shun Jiaojiao approached, her voice clear. Linger mentioned that her attitude towards you yesterday was impolite, and she asked me to apologize on her behalf. Her tone was sincere, and her earnestness took Yan Shirtang by surprise. It's no trouble at all, Yan Shirtang replied. Having hardly given it a second thought, had no one mentioned it, she would have simply let it pass. Shun Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled as if she had more to say. Yan Shirtang found herself puzzled. What more could she possibly want to discuss? This was their first meeting, and from Shun Jiaojiao's introduction, she learned that she was a wealthy heiress, while her boyfriend, Song Feiyu, was from a humble background. This is my boyfriend, Song Feiyu, Shun Jiaojia said, pulling him closer for an introduction. He wore a gentle smile, greeting hello Yan Laosher. Yan Shirtang noticed the admiration in his eyes and nodded slightly. He extended his hand for a handshake, a polite gesture, and nothing seemed amiss. It would have been rude to refuse, and it appeared quite normal. Yan Shirtang lightly touched his hand, but she couldn't completely avoid the contact. Song Feiyu flashed her a friendly smile, his handsome face warm as spring. The production crew directed them to the villa to collect their task cards, and Shin Jiaojiao and Song Feiyu departed without further discussion. Shin Xiaoxi approached, asking, "Did Zhao Linger have a conflict with you yesterday?" "No, we didn't have a conflict," Yan Shirtang replied. To her, Zhao Linger had merely exhibited a slightly unpleasant tone, but it hardly amounted to a conflict. "It's time for work," she added as she entered the observation room, where Lu Xingzi was already seated. Today, he had not taken the central position. After considering her options, Yan Shirtang chose to sit at the edge, as her stature made it awkward to occupy the main seat. Anticipating her move, Shin Xiaoxi preemptively claimed a spot on the side, leaving Yan Shirtang to take the central seat. "Hey, Yan Laosher, it's about to start," Lu Xingzi gently reminded her. With a slight apprehension, she ultimately sat down, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Do you all want me to die?" she internally shouted, as the seat felt like a thorn. Lu Xingzi's thin lips held a subtle smile, perhaps intending for her to acclimate to the position, as she would be occupying it moving forward. Shin Xiaoxi also found amusement in the situation. Humans had an instinctive reaction to gossip. Just a shared glance with Lu Xingzi conveyed understanding between them. Moreover, Yan Shirtang was indeed meant to occupy the seat. It was rightfully hers. Yan Shirtang decided not to dwell on it. She was already seated and couldn't very well switch places. She hoped the fans would not misunderstand her. She was merely a reluctant participant. It's a shame that Song Feiyu hasn't entered the entertainment industry. With his superb acting skills, many in the industry would feel inadequate. She mused, bringing the gossip to the forefront. "I thought the handshake felt ominous. I really want to wash my hands now," she thought, a flicker of distaste crossing her eyes. The handshake, which could have been a mere formality, had left her feeling oddly uncomfortable, though no one else seemed to notice. Shun Xiaoxi gasped, realizing that Song Feiyu had dared to take advantage of Yan Shirtang. What an infuriating man. Shun Jiaojiao is truly unfortunate. Song Feiyu is clearly after the Shun family's wealth. He takes their money while entertaining other men and women. It's scandalous. Shin Xiaoxi continued, not holding back. He is interested in both men and women, using the Shin family's resources to buy a house for himself and his other partners. They've been together for 4 years, while Shin Jiaojiao has only been with him for 2. This suggests premeditation. He is likely aiming to secure a position within the Shin family. Yan Shitong's internal monologue spiraled into increasingly outrageous territory. Shin Xiaoxi gasped again, realizing this gossip rivaled even Zhao Linger's. Goodness, they are friends, yet their experiences are so strikingly similar. Shen Jiaojiao's situation is even more explosive, especially with Song Feiyu's dual interests and intentions to seize the Shin family's wealth. Shen Jiaojiao's countenance darkened. Initially, she had intended for Song Feiyu to marry into the Shin family, but fortunately, that plan had not come to fruition. Otherwise, she could only imagine the calamity that would have befallen the Shen household. To her astonishment, Ling Er's words proved true. Merely associating with Yan Shitong would unveil the secrets buried deep within one's heart. Initially skeptical, she had been persuaded by her friend to give it a try, and now, she found herself a believer. The ability to hear Yan Shitong's innermost thoughts was indeed uncanny, and her words were to be taken with utmost seriousness. Shen Jiaojiao was convinced that a person's true feelings could not be feigned, especially when the individual was unaware of the scrutiny. The authenticity was undeniable. A flicker of panic crossed Song Feiyu's eyes. How could Yan Shitong possibly know about his clandestine actions? He reassured himself there was no evidence. He was innocent. Jiao, the promise I made to you will never be broken, he declared subtly. Knowing that Shin Jiao adored him fiercely and that a little charm could pacify her. Despite her seething anger, Shin Jiao displayed no signs of it. A testament to her composure as a young lady from a prestigious family, adept at managing her emotions. Let us proceed with the task, she said nonchalantly. Noticing her lack of visible anger, Song Feiyu felt a surge of relief and remarked that without evidence, no one would believe otherwise. However, he remained cautious, needing to observe her closely. Should Shin Jiao exhibit any unusual behavior, further plans would be necessary. The Shin family's wealth was his ultimate goal. As for Yan Shitong, he pondered how she had come to learn of his affairs. She was nothing short of a nuisance. Beneath Song Feiyu's polished exterior lay a trace of malevolence. Before dealing with Yan Shitong, he intended to savor the experience of her presence. Achoo! Yan Shitong lightly covered her mouth and nose, her brow twitching slightly, as if foretelling an impending misfortune. Lu Xingxi glanced at her, stifling a sigh. It was evident that Song Feiyu was adept at disguise, thus revealing his unsavory character. Chapter 19. Sensing the juicy gossip. Waiting for the explosion, this was indeed a flaw. Yet, this matter was beyond her control. Fate had already been set in motion. All she could do was fortify her defenses. Yan Shitong was blissfully unaware of the looming danger. Nor did she know that her superior was acquainted with the fortunate son, Lu Xingxi. Had she been aware, she might have found it peculiar. The overly self-absorbed Song Yu was surprisingly well concealed. Heaven knows how thrilled I was when Shin Jiaojiao's brow furrowed. I thought another explosive piece of gossip was about to emerge, but alas, I was mistaken. This dating show has finally normalized, and some fans should stop boasting. It has nothing to do with your idol. Don't fabricate a mystic persona. It's laughable. Truly a frog at the bottom of the well. Once you meet Yan Shitong, you'll understand what a true big shot is. Don't prattle on if you haven't met her. And I'm not a fan of Yan Shitong. I'm merely a gossip enthusiast. Is it really that mystical? Since the founding of the nation, no one has been allowed to cultivate spirits or engage in feudal superstitions. Be cautious or risk being reported. Does Yan Shitong herself know any of this? Of course not. She remained blissfully ignorant. The game of mutual understanding could enhance the bond between couples to varying degrees. And Shin Xiao, she was curious about the surprises the two couples might bring forth. With admiration for Shin Jiaojiao's restraint, she mused on how remarkable it was that she could remain composed while playing a couple-esque game with Song Feiyu. Could it be that Shin Jiaojiao is simply skeptical? With the same surname Shin Xiao, she felt a twinge of anxiety. She despised witnessing a stunning beauty being deceived by a scoundrel. It was simply unjust. However, She soon realized her concerns were unfounded. Shen Jiao was no fool in matters of love. Song Feiyu grimaced as he chewed on the black garlic, realizing Shen Jiao was asserting her dominance. It seemed he had underestimated her. Her words had indeed affected him. Otherwise, why would she select such a repulsive food for him when asked about his partner's favorite dish? The production team had insisted on consuming it on the spot, a form of torture in its own right. Seeing him nearly retch, Shen Jiao felt a cold amusement. Revulsion? She thought of the even more nauseating things he had put her through. Meanwhile, Gu Heng and He Xiao worked seamlessly together, completing their task with ease. Observing Song Feiyu choking and gagging, Gu Heng felt fortunate that, aside from his complicated family matters, he had never wronged his girlfriend. Otherwise, he would be the one facing retribution. With a composed expression, Shen Jiao glanced at the camera and remarked, "Feiyu has an affinity for peculiar foods. The more it makes him gag, the more he enjoys it." Upon hearing this, Song Feiyu retched once more. The revolting taste flooded his mouth, traveling down his throat and into his stomach, even penetrating his very core. He contemplated exposing this falsehood and quitting, but such a confession would serve him no advantage. I understand this question. Song Feiyu is an enthusiast of bizarre foods. The stranger, the better. Yet here he is, on the verge of vomiting. I truly don't comprehend it. Who would have thought? He seems so refined, yet his tastes are so niche. This is indeed difficult to assess. No. I smell gossip brewing. I'm on standby 24 hours a day to feast on this drama. Everyone watched as Song Feiyu struggled through the final bites of black garlic. And upon swallowing, he collapsed to the ground. Those in the know could hardly contain their amusement. Aside from the oblivious audience, no one felt sympathy for him. Many believed he deserved it. Youthful resilience allowed him to indulge until he slumbered. Lu Xingci smirked, a flicker of mockery in his eyes. For such a pitiful man, merely forcing him to consume black garlic was insufficient. Shen Xiaoxi struggled to suppress a smile that threatened to break free, finding it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Indeed, youth was on their side. Yan Shitang's face twitched in irritation. Who was she mocking? Struggling to contain her frustration, she looked at Song Feiyu with disdain. Fortunately, Shen Jiao's actions alleviated her irritation. Otherwise, she would have truly been angered. Once Song Feiyu fainted, Shen Jiao slapped his face, the sound echoing. Feiyu, don't scare me. After a moment, she delivered 2 more slaps. Within less than a minute, his face bore a mosaic of finger marks. Shen Jiao then pinched his philtrum with considerable force, leaving clear imprints. After this series of actions, Song Feiyu had no choice but to awaken. Feiyu,
I'm so sorry.
In my panic, I didn't control my strength. Can you forgive me? Shen Jiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her pale face etched with remorse, exuding sincerity as she sought his pardon. Song Feiyu's handsome features twisted momentarily in fury. He wanted to erupt, but he recalled they were on camera. How could he risk tarnishing his image? He grasped Shen Jiao's hand, his eyes brimming with affection, soothingly saying, Jiao, you care for me too much. There's no need to blame yourself. As Shen Jiao gazed into his tender eyes, she felt a wave of nausea, yet she maintained her composure, quickly shifting to a smile. As long as you don't hold it against me, that's all that matters. Ah, how she had deceived herself daily. Had she not come here today, she would have remained blissfully unaware of the truth. Suppressing the darkness in her gaze, she turned to the waiting medical staff and said, Doctor, I believe Feiyu is still not in good condition. Could you please examine him thoroughly? Her latter statement was emphasized, and the medical personnel exchanged glances. Understanding her unspoken intent, they promptly prepared a prescription for Song Feiyu. Awakening from his stupor, Song Feiyu realized he did not require medication. Furthermore, the number of pills prescribed was excessive. All were bitter white tablets, and he knew they would taste unpleasant even without consuming them. Yet he had no choice. Shen Jiao was already pouring him a glass of water, ready to feed him. Song Feiyu's eyelids flickered uncontrollably. Shen Jiao was overstepping. Feiyu, you must take your medicine. It's good for your health. Shen Jiao softly spoke, bringing the water to his lips, determined to make him swallow. With refusal leading to no result, Song Feiyu could only grit his teeth and consume it. The bitter taste evoked the flavor of black garlic, and he promptly retched it out, losing consciousness once more. It was not concern for Song Feiyu, the foolish man, that troubled her, but rather the fear that he would tarnish the show's reputation. As the director, he was the first to object, for he awaited the show's explosive success. Chapter 20. Infidelity only exists in zero or infinite instances previously filled with noise. The observation room now lay in utter silence. There was little to discuss. Song Feiyu had received his just desserts. However, following this incident, only one couple remained. Yen Shirtang clicked her tongue. The fate of this variety show was truly tumultuous and somewhat eerie. Couples came and went, and it remained uncertain whether filming could continue. If it could not, that would be truly disheartening, for this was the best opportunity she had currently accepted, and if filming were to stop, tears would surely flow. Help! We're down to just one couple of guests left. He Xiaoxiao and Gu Heng, you two must hold the fort. Do not let anything unexpected occur. I believed some individual netizens, and it turns out they were right. This situation is indeed intriguing, she mused. Though Song Feiyu and Xin Jiao had exited the spotlight, the tasks continued with He Xiaoxiao and Gu Heng. Even so, Yen Shirtang felt a lingering confusion. What curse had this variety show incurred? How could it be that one couple after another was encountering troubles? This was already the third pair. While indulging in gossip was enjoyable, the constant influx was overwhelming, leaving her feeling like a rabbit in a field of melons, unable to consume them all. The gossip machine assured her that as long as it was operational, she would never be deprived of juicy stories. It had even accustomed her to such a lifestyle. In the future, as she encountered more individuals, the gossip would naturally multiply. Moreover, she had come into contact with a child of destiny, which would unlock even more gossip opportunities, ensuring her days would only become more thrilling. On this day, He Xiaoxiao refrained from posing melancholic inquiries. She was instead consumed by the gossip she had heard, her gaze toward Yen Shirtang brimming with excitement. This sparked curiosity in Yen Shirtang, as He Xiaoxiao's look mirrored that of Xin Xiaoxi, both gleaming with enthusiasm. The only one who appeared normal was Lu Xingxi, who did not regard her with any peculiar glances. Yen Shirtang felt as though Lu Xingxi treated her with the tenderness one might show a neighbor's younger sister. An amiable warmth likely due to their residing in the same community. Even though they did not inhabit the same building, a connection existed. Teacher Yen, if you discovered that the person you were about to marry was engaging in infidelity, how would you handle it? Shun Jiao casually inquired, as if posing a mere rhetorical question, yet it caused a change in countenance. Song Feiyu's breathing slowed. What did Xin Jiao mean by that? Wasn't she supposed to trust him? Why ask such a leading question? Yen Shirtang, whose brow twitched in surprise, wondered why she was again the target of inquiry. Although her intentions were good, it would be prudent to involve other observers as well. She ought not to always be at the forefront, for it was rather daunting. Regardless, she could only muster the courage to respond. Separation. Why would one stay with someone who has committed infidelity before marriage? Infidelity exists only in zero instances, or countless ones. Of course, one may choose to forgive, or even exhibit magnanimity, provided one can accept it. However, if you believe that the other party will voluntarily and sincerely repent, I must tell you that this is an exceedingly unreliable expectation. To put it more eloquently, one might say that while it is easy to change one's kingdom, it is far more challenging to alter one's nature. More colloquially, a dog cannot cease its appetite for excrement. Once a man betrays, he is forever untrustworthy. Shen Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. Upon being caught in an act of infidelity, the individual would first promise never to repeat the offense, yet before long, the temptation to cheat would resurface, having tasted more flavors after regaining what was lost. The thrill of infidelity, coupled with a sense of luck, would lead to deeper entanglement. For your soft-hearted forgiveness would only serve to empower them. Once the occurrences accumulate, it becomes a matter of course. Timely cessation of losses is essential. Excess leads to detriment. Lu Xingxi cast a cold glance at Song Feiyu before continuing. In psychology, there exists a phenomenon known as the foot-in-the-door effect, which describes how an individual, having initially faced no barriers in attempting something, will continue to push boundaries even when faced with increasing difficulty. This can be likened to gradually ascending a threshold. If you choose to forgive him, it will lead him to believe that infidelity is not a serious matter, thus he will likely err again. As each transgression diminishes your boundaries, making his offenses increasingly brazen. This statement resonated not only with others, but also struck a chord with He Xiaoxiao. Gu Heng's issues did not stem from infidelity. Even when confronted with temptation, he had no desire to betray, which was a significant reason why He Xiaoxiao found it difficult to break up with him. If he were to cheat, her internal conflict would be alleviated. Noticing her dangerous thoughts, Gu Heng felt a wave of frustration and squeezed her hand in irritation, his gaze filled with grievance. Why was she hoping he would cheat? Was he such a foolish man? How exasperating! He Xiaoxiao pursed her lips slightly, still harboring some resentment over his matters, thus ignoring his distress. Shun Jiao nodded, recalling Tolstoy's words, "One mistake may be an anomaly, but 2 or 3 becomes a habit." Upon hearing Shun Jiao's frosty tone, Song Feiyu's heart raced to his throat. A flash of malice crossed his eyes. If she truly intended to act upon that, he would be defenseless. The Shun family was still not within his grasp, and he lacked the power to retaliate. Moreover, Yan Shirtang, that malicious woman, had an uncanny understanding of his secrets. Hearing her thoughts yet being unable to share them with others was truly eerie. Perhaps, however, there was a possibility for genuine reform. After all, one ought to grant opportunities for redemption, shouldn't they? Song Feiyu could only seek ways to maintain his image. He naturally did not concur with their absolute stance, and he remained confident that some would resonate with his perspective. Indeed, there were a few who would, yet they were merely a minority. Chapter 21. Crude videos lead to live stream suspension. Lu Xingxi's words were steeped in profound philosophy, emphasizing that once betrayal occurs, it is unforgivable. One should never gamble their future on human nature. Doing so would only lead to total defeat. Timely cessation of losses is the wisest course of action. Once again, a familiar sensation. This question is undoubtedly complex. I can only speculate that Song has strayed, and Shun is aware but has not exposed him. However, given the events of the day, she has begun her retribution. Infidelity is a prevalent issue worldwide. Song Feiyu is correct. Every individual deserves a chance for redemption. Without granting opportunities, how can one expect to achieve the desired outcome? Relationships and marriages are fraught with complexity and challenges. All I can say is that remaining single incurs no complications. As someone who has experienced this, I must tell you, infidelity is never to be forgiven. If I find myself betrayed again, I would take drastic measures. This is no jest. There are plenty of fish in the sea. It is not the end of the world or the extinction of humanity. If something is spoiled, simply discard it. One must love oneself before loving another. Why suffer for the sake of a scoundrel? Infidelity itself is not an act deserving of forgiveness. The correct approach to mitigate losses is to understand that once betrayal occurs, one should never trust again. Song Feiyu's viewpoint quickly became the target of scrutiny, with an increasing number questioning his fidelity, which only served to fuel such notions. Ultimately, he could only amend his stance, asserting that if given a chance and he were to repeat his mistakes, it was indeed time to consider an end. Shun Jiao turned to him, whispering, "Feiyu, you wouldn't betray me, would you?" Her voice was like a siren's call, echoing in his ears, causing a chill to run down his spine. His eyelids twitched violently, and an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, an instinctive feeling that something ominous was about to unfold. His intuition was not mistaken. Events unfurling in his disfavor were indeed occurring. The large screen suddenly illuminated, revealing an unsightly scene that invaded the eyes of all present. The sound of dripping water gradually intensified, accompanied by some suggestive murmurs. "Darling, don't just kiss him, kiss me too." In the scene, a woman and 2 men were engaged in a passionate display. The woman licked her hand, her gaze hazy as she looked at the 2 men locked in a kiss. One of the men bore a familiar face. It was none other than Song Feiyu, who was seated nearby. "Honey, I haven't had enough kisses. Turn it off. Quickly. Turn it off." Song Feiyu's face flushed crimson as he shouted in panic and anger. How could these videos have leaked? It was Shun Jiao's revenge. The passionate display on the large screen continued unabated, growing even more intense, with scant clothing remaining. Shun Jiao couldn't help but retch, feeling utterly disgusted. The thought of her past intimacy with Song Feiyu made her skin crawl, and she felt nauseous yet unable to purge her stomach. How dare he treat her this way? The people present, as well as the online viewers, were left agape, shocked by the scandalous display. However, the live stream was abruptly cut off due to the vulgar content. Leaving viewers frustrated, just when the excitement was peaking, the screen went black.
Wow.
This is wild, a mix of men and women, truly eye-opening. Goodness, I almost lost my lunch. Shun Jiao has suffered so much, being with a man who can't even be described properly for 2 years. She should really get checked out. This is beyond absurd. Even novels wouldn't dare to write it this way. It shattered my worldview. The show had exploded into the public eye after this incident. But setting aside the online chaos, the immediate concern was the scene unfolding live. Song Feiyu's dignity lay in ruins, and he felt utterly humiliated. Jiao, the video is fake. It's not real. That's not me. He could only flail in futile desperation, but at this point, his protests were hollow. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Get lost. Shun Jiao trembled with revulsion. Do you only have this one video? I have dozens more. Should I show them all? She retorted, her cold gaze piercing through him. The evidence was irrefutable, yet he still dared to argue, truly believing others were devoid of intellect. Song Feiyu was left speechless, unable to find a defense. When he heard Yan Shirtong's voice, a surge of hatred coursing through him. Release them. Show them all. Lin Howren's was seen completely. I bet Song Feiyu's is even more disgusting. Yan Shirtong. It was all that wretched woman's fault. It was her secrets that had been exposed. Song Feiyu glared at Yan Shirtong, his face twisted with rage, and charged toward her, raising his fist to strike. In that instant of impending danger, Yan Shirtong froze. Her eyes widened as the fist descended toward her face. Just in the nick of time, a long hand intervened, blocking the blow. The onlookers gasped, their hearts racing as they witnessed Lu Xingxi twist Song Feiyu's arm back with force, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Lu Xingxi intensified his grip, dislocating Song Feiyu's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, he kicked Song Feiyu to the ground, causing him to let out another anguished wail. Lu Xingxi was renowned for his martial prowess, easily handling a man like Song Feiyu. Do you dare to strike again? Shun Jiao, regaining her composure, stepped forward and delivered several resounding slaps to Song Feiyu, her strength evident in each hit. Song Feiyu, unable to defend himself, felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat. Shun Xiaoxi was furious as well. How dare this scoundrel raise a hand against Yan Shirtong? If it weren't for Lu Xingxi, she could have been severely harmed. Director Qin was sweating profusely, horrified at the thought of Yan Shirtong being injured. Who would be there to report on the incident? He quickly instructed someone to drag Song Feiyu away. Yan Shirtong's face was pale. She had no idea why Song Feiyu had gone mad and attempted to strike her. Don't be afraid, Lu Xingxi murmured softly, his deep voice laced with a hint of tenderness, providing a sense of safety and reassurance. With his words, Yan Shirtong's panic subsided, her pallid complexion gradually regaining color. Oh, Lu Xingxi is too good. I'm literally crying. She felt as though she had grasped a lifeline, warmed by his presence. That was terrifying. I almost got hurt. The audacity of that scoundrel. I suggest sending him to a mental hospital to check if his mind is intact, attacking me for no reason. What madness. Having narrowly escaped danger, Yan Shirtong silently cursed Song Feiyu, hoping Shun Jiao would not let him off easily, treat him as harshly as possible. Shun Jiao approached her, a look of genuine remorse on her face, sincerely apologizing. I'm sorry. I almost hurt you. Rest assured, I won't let him off. With tear-filled eyes, Yan Shirtong looked at Shun Jiao and trembled. I'm fine. Don't dirty your hands with this scoundrel. Let us hope that they cut off Song Feiyu's manhood. If he wants to hit me, I wish him a lifetime of misery. The crowd couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, surprised by Yan Shirtong's fierce words. The male onlookers instinctively crossed their legs, fearing they might be next. After a final apology, Shun Jiao turned to leave. The thought of how Song Feiyu had dared to be so vile stirred something within her. Perhaps wishing him a lifetime of suffering wasn't such a bad idea? Shen Xiaoxi embraced Yan Sherdang, her voice filled with concern. You scared me to death. That scoundrel almost hurt you. The moment Song Feiyu's fist had swung toward her, her heart had nearly leaped from her chest. Thank goodness Lu Xingxi had intervened, or the consequences would have been dire. How infuriating! That despicable man dared to lose control. But Lu Xingxi had been incredibly heroic, a true knight in shining armor. It was utterly romantic. His words, "Don't be afraid," were like music to her ears. She hadn't realized he possessed such a gentle side. She had always felt that Lu Xingxi would get along splendidly with her new friends. And it seemed there might be something sweet brewing between them. Yan Sherdang patted Shen Xiaoxi's arm, who too felt shaken, yet with Lu Xingxi's comforting presence, the fear seemed to dissipate. Meanwhile, the online audience was in a frenzy, eager to uncover the truth. What exactly had transpired? Could someone please release the full story? The anticipation was unbearable. However, the truth would eventually surface, especially late at night when revelations were most likely to emerge. He Xiao approached Yan Sherdang as she was about to leave, her concern palpable. She was well aware of why Song Feiyu had lashed out at Yan Sherdang. It was simply due to her unintentional exposure of his sordid secrets, which had ignited his resentment. Seeing Yan Sherdang's bewildered expression, it seemed she was oblivious to the situation, which made her appear somewhat pitiful. It felt as though destiny had placed a heavy burden upon her, testing her resolve and strength. From the concern in He Xiaoxiao's eyes, Yan Sherdang sensed a flicker of sympathy, her mind filled with questions. Why would someone suddenly feel sorry for her? It was merely a near miss with a punch. There was no need for pity, was there? Unable to comprehend, Yan Sherdang chose to dismiss it. Such convoluted thoughts were unnecessary. If answers eluded her, it was best to let them go. She had grown accustomed to the peculiarities of those around her and resolved not to dwell on it. If only someone could tell her, your true feelings have been revealed. Perhaps she wouldn't be in such a state of distress. Yet, she found herself in the role of a mere drum player. Upon returning to her room, Yan Sherdang received a message from Lu Xingxi. As she glanced at the chat window, a warm current began to flow gently through her heart. How considerate Lu Xingxi is. A man like him deserves high marks. Just as Shen Xiaoxi was about to exercise, she halted her movements, her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze on Yan Sherdang. Oh my, what did God Lu send to Yan Sherdang? Her intense gaze made Yan Sherdang turn her head, and their eyes met, prompting an inexplicable sense of guilt within her. Yan Sherdang began tentatively, struggling to find the right words. What's up? Do you want to practice yoga together? Shen Xiaoxi, feigning ignorance of her hesitation, invited her to join.
No.
You go ahead, Yan Sherdang replied. Lu Xingxi had suggested she take a warm bath and rest well, advising her not to dwell too much on the events of the day. He expressed these concerns out of a desire to prevent her from being psychologically affected by what had happened. Truly a considerate man. It seems I forgot to thank Lu Xingxi. I'm uncertain how to repay him. Shen Xiaoxi chimed in. How silly. Of course. The best way is to offer yourself. The yoga movements grew increasingly sluggish, and Shen Xiaoxi wished she could cling to Yan Sherdang and eavesdrop on the gossip. Oblivious to the unusual tension, Yan Sherdang furrowed her brows, suddenly recalling the incident in the alley when she saved Lu Xingxi. She realized she might have overlooked something quite significant. How could someone as skilled as Lu Xingxi be bullied to that extent? What a social disaster. He must have had some task at hand that day, and I might have inadvertently ruined it for him. The mere thought of this possibility made Yan Sherdang wish she could burrow into the ground. He never needed her rescue. Yet, she had acted heroically, escalating the situation, even relishing in the gratitude he had shown her. Ah, how foolish I am. I wish I could escape to another planet. Yan Sherdang felt exasperated. Belatedly grasping the gravity of the situation, she truly felt like a fool. Listening intently, Shen Xiaoxi was consumed with curiosity. What had happened that day? Would they dare to share more details? Why conceal such heartfelt words? Did they not trust their own hearts? Yet, despite her eagerness, no further details emerged, leaving her with an unsatisfying mystery.
Damn.
She exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration, which inadvertently drew Yan Sherdang's attention. Is something wrong? Yen Shirtang asked, visibly troubled, as her own affairs were already a mess. Shun Xiaoxi's lips moved, yearning to ask the burning question but faltering at the thought of how to phrase it. Could she directly inquire about what transpired between Yen Shirtang and Lu Xingxi that day? Certainly not. What right did she have to ask? Chapter 23. Should I confront Lu Xingxi? Her gaze turned melancholic, causing a shiver down Yen Shirtang's spine. As fellow female artists, why don't you take better care of your figure? Upon realizing the cause of her distress, Yen Shirtang sighed in relief, thinking it was merely this concern, rather than something more serious, that warranted such a forlorn expression. I have a good metabolism. I just need to let it out, she admitted shyly, explaining that exercising was out of the question unless finances permitted. Oh, Shen Xiaoxi pouted, envious of Yen Shirtang's ability to relieve herself daily, wishing she could do the same to alleviate her own discomfort. Observing Shun Xiaoxi's despondent demeanor, Yen Shirtang contemplated how torturous exercise could be, leaving a vibrant young girl looking so wilted. Xiaoxi, hang in there. The most beautiful woman is you, she encouraged, though she felt powerless to assist her friend. Exercise can be enjoyable, yet I loathe it, as I am not one who seeks pleasure. Shun Xiaoxi complained, I feel restless and want to hit someone. I'll hold back. You carry on, don't mind me. Shun Xiaoxi flashed a smile, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Let us chat freely with God Lu. I want to hear all your thoughts, she urged. Suddenly, Yen Shirtang felt a chill, as if someone was watching her, causing her heart to race. However, it was just the two of them in a room, with no cameras around. Who could it be? Surely, Shun Xiaoxi wasn't fixating on her. A sudden realization struck Yen Shirtang, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Shun Xiaoxi. Could it be Oi? It was certainly possible that Shun Xiaoxi was harboring feelings for her, given her peculiar behavior, which was quite unsettling. She quickly composed herself, recalling that Shun Xiaoxi was known to be attracted to men, though it didn't explicitly rule out her interest in women. Yen Shirtang felt a headache coming on. Her sexual orientation was clear, and she had no intention of entering the world of relationships. If Shun Xiaoxi were to pursue her, it would jeopardize their budding friendship, which she had only just begun to cherish. Yet, if Shun Xiaoxi insisted on pursuing her, it would complicate matters greatly. I hope Shun Xiaoxi doesn't act impulsively. We can only remain friends. If she crosses the line, we might end up as strangers. Just as Shun Xiaoxi bent down, she lost her balance and fell onto the yoga mat with a cry akin to a slaughtered pig. Yen Shirtang jumped in shock and rushed over to her side. What happened? She asked, concern evident in her voice. Shun Xiaoxi, on the verge of tears, replied, I pulled my back. She nodded, confirming that the moment of pain was indeed genuine, and she dared not move. Her back felt alarmingly fragile. Yen Shirtang hurried outside to summon help, only to unexpectedly encounter Lu Xingxi. Upon hearing her request for medical assistance, his deep voice inquired, Are you unwell? Yen Shirtang nodded, meeting his concerned gaze and clarifying, It's not me, it's Xiaoxi. Lu Xingxi's fingers twitched slightly as he followed her. Yen Shirtang sensed a hint of relief from him, which sparked an unusual feeling in her heart. How awkward. I don't know how to interact with Lu Xingxi now. Caught off guard. Facing him now left Yen Shirtang feeling quite flustered. Lu Xingxi focused intently, soon comprehending why she felt this way. That day, he had not encountered any danger. Rather, he was seeking authenticity for a role and had coincidentally been rescued by Yen Shirtang, who mistook his situation for a perilous one. After hearing her amusing thoughts, Yen clarified the misunderstanding, instead opting to nurture their connection, treating her as a savior. This identity eased her reservations, leading him to allow her to misinterpret the situation. He had no intention of revisiting that incident, but her recent encounter with Song Feiyu had given her cause for concern, leaving her feeling flustered. Should I just come clean? Apologize for the misunderstanding and address the debt I owe him later, as I currently lack the means to repay it? Oh dear, how should I navigate this? It's such a dilemma. Why must I endure this difficult choice? It's truly tormenting for someone who struggles with indecision. Who will rescue me?
Who can save me?
Yen Shirtang's internal cries were nearly vocalized, as no one could comprehend her current plight. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xingxi was acutely aware of her feelings, even finding her adorable. Gently rubbing his nose, Lu Xingxi spoke slowly. Teacher Yan, I did not intend to deceive you. That day, I was not in any danger. He couldn't bear to see her in distress, so he decided to address the matter. Otherwise, he worried that she might harbor unresolved feelings about it. With him broaching the subject, Yan Shirtang felt as though she had found an opening and eagerly responded. It's my fault. I didn't disturb you that day, did I? No, you didn't cause me any trouble, Lu Xingxi quickly denied, concerned about the pressure she might feel. Yan Shirtang straightened her back, blinking her beautiful eyes as she gazed at him. Her voice soft and gentle. Did I truly not cause you any trouble? No, not at all, Lu Xingxi replied, his long lashes fluttering slightly. I merely wanted to immerse myself in the moment, and I have found what I sought. Upon hearing this, Yan Shirtang's anxious heart finally eased. Thankfully, she hadn't caused him any inconvenience. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to make amends. My eyes are about to burst. Lu Xingxi is truly a wonderful person. Once I earn some money, I shall buy him numerous endorsements to support him. With her burden lifted, Yan Shirtang felt a sense of lightness wash over her, her exquisite face glowing with a comforting smile, reminiscent of a blooming red rose, radiant and enchanting. Even the usually indifferent Lu Xingxi could not help but be momentarily dazzled by her smile, quickly regaining his composure. Suddenly adorned with the label of a good person, he subtly curved his lips into a faint smile. She indeed was a fascinating individual, her inner world rich and intriguing. Chapter 24. The true depiction of a hero saving a beauty. The man's voice was as soft as velvet, exuding an irresistible charm that easily tugged at the heartstrings, ensnaring one in its allure. Yan Shirtang felt a tingling sensation spread through her ears, reaching her brain and igniting a warmth that soon painted her fair cheeks with two shy pink clouds. You too, good night, she stammered, her face flushed, her wide, innocent eyes staring blankly into his. Curse my uncooperative mouth. I am not even stuttering, yet at such a critical moment, I cannot even articulate my thoughts properly. Some individuals can be quite harsh on themselves, such as Yan Shirtang. Lu Xingxi's finger twitched slightly, revealing a faint smile before he turned to depart. Once he left, Yan Shirtang raised her hand to fan her face, struggling to dissipate the lingering warmth. She sighed in relief, grateful that her injuries were not severe. It must be because I saw the god of roads. She firmly believed this, her curiosity resurfacing, even more intense than before. Does it hurt a lot? Seeing her lost in thought with a furrowed brow, Yan Shirtang assumed it was due to the pain. Shen Xiaoxi suddenly grasped her hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored, please, for the sake of my dignity as someone who can barely take care of myself, share some gossip with me. I would leave without regrets. Faced with her sudden outburst, Yan Shirtang was taken aback. Did you hear? The dog from the Wang family next door had 8 puppies, each of a different breed. When taken to the pet store for a checkup, it was revealed that the dog had been mingling with 8 different dogs. How's that for gossip? Yan Shirtang gazed into Shen Xiaoxi's beautiful, clear eyes, as if inquiring whether she found this gossip satisfactory. Shen Xiaoxi's expression momentarily twisted. Was this the type of gossip she craved? Certainly not. She yearned to hear about her and Lu Xingxi's story, yet could not directly inquire. Who could guess? Shen Xiaoxi forced a smile, her eyes darting with thoughts, and suddenly asked, Tang, don't you think Lu Xingxi looked extraordinarily handsome today? At the mention of Lu Xingxi, the blush on Yan Shirtang's face threatened to return. Yes, quite handsome, she affirmed earnestly, recalling the moment Lu Xingxi caught Song Fei's fist. Golden light cascading upon him as if he were a celestial being descending from the heavens, breathtaking in his allure. Noticing the subtle admiration in her eyes, Shen Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow. It was not merely a shy flutter of the heart. He was incredibly dashing. That moment was a true depiction of a hero saving a beauty, and I immediately conjured thousands of words of a sweet romance in my mind, you know? Shen Xiaoxi skillfully led the conversation, a clever little schemer who understood how to draw Yan Shirtang into her traps. However, she celebrated too soon, as Yan Shirtang merely feigned interest. After the first bait was taken, she strayed entirely from Shen Xiaoxi's script. Wait, while I was in danger, what were you thinking? Yan Shirtang frowned. She was the one who had been injured, yet Shin Xiaoxi seemed preoccupied with trivial matters, which was truly disheartening. It hurts. It truly hurts. Shin Xiaoxi's lips moved slightly. I was worried about you. At that moment, her heart had raced for her friend, yet now that all was well, she wished to elicit more talk about Lu Xingxi, for her curiosity was insatiable. Yan Shirtang scrutinized her, as if assessing the truth of her words. I swear. I truly was extremely worried about you, Shin Xiaoxi conceded, having lost her battle. Fine, I'll trust you. Yan Shirtang let out a soft hum. Recalling that it was Shin Xiaoxi who had proposed they be good friends, and she had enjoyed their time together, thus choosing to trust her. Friendship, after all, requires a measure of trust to strengthen its foundation. Does your back still hurt? She gently touched Shin Xiaoxi's waist, her caring tone soft and pleasant to the ear. After a few massages and some ointment, it feels much better now. That's good to hear. Let's see how you feel tomorrow. If the pain persists, we should go to the hospital for an examination. Back injuries should never be taken lightly. The human back is a pillar of support. Protecting it is paramount. For if left unchecked, the consequences could be dire, leading to suffering in the future. Shin Xiaoxi nodded, though she was not overly concerned about her injury. Nonetheless, Yan Shirtang's evident worry warmed her heart. Yan Shirtang is lovely and kind. Being her friend not only enhances one's aesthetic appreciation but also brings delightful gossip. What bliss? Yan Shirtang inquired. You're not recording the variety show tomorrow, are you? Impossible. A mere back injury cannot hinder my work. She nearly let slip the phrase gossip, narrowly avoiding it. Yan Shirtang regarded her with a hint of admiration. While others may be relentless warriors, she was a relentless heroine. Even injured, she persisted in her work ethic, which compelled Yan Shirtang to commend her with a thumbs up. Her determination was remarkable, a testament to her success, while her own lack of success stemmed from not being equally relentless. Shin Xiaoxi's lips curled slightly, accepting this label with tears in her eyes. The allure of gossip is ingrained in human nature. Who can resist its charm? Yan Shirtang patted her shoulder. Take good care of your injury tonight. Absolutely. Tomorrow, I guarantee you'll see a lively Shin Xiaoxi. A trivial injury could not deter her spirit. She would certainly be in the front row for the gossip. Yet Shin Xiaoxi, belatedly realizing, had forgotten her initial objective. Truly, she was exasperated, entirely led by Yan Shirtang, failing to extract even a hint of the information she sought, which was quite frustrating. Shin Xiaoxi found herself chuckling at her own foolishness, resolving to seek another opportunity to pry into Yan Shirtang's affairs. Unbeknownst to Yan Shirtang, Shin Xiaoxi's curiosity about her was insatiable. She resumed her online explorations. Every night, in the stillness of the evening, she began to summarize the day's gossip. The little videos filmed by Song Feiyu had circulated widely, and Yan Shirtang clicked her tongue in disbelief, puzzled as to why people were so eager to capture such moments. Now, it felt as if the entire internet was aware. She would be pointed at and whispered about for a lifetime. But as Song Feiyu dared to commit such disgraceful acts, he must also bear the consequences. Chapter 25. They turned out to be old acquaintances watching Song Feiyu. The target of widespread ridicule, Yan Shirtang felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Let him ponder his actions. May his retribution be swift and fierce. Yan Shirtang chuckled mischievously, simply envisioning it brought her immense joy. Shin Jiaojiao was equally formidable, promptly taking Song Feiyu to court. Song Feiyu had approached Shin Jiaojiao with intentions tied to the Shin family, lurking for 2 years, his hands already reaching into the Shin group, misappropriating funds on several occasions. While the amounts were not substantial, the act itself could not be overlooked. Enthusiastic netizens followed the scene, capturing images of Song Feiyu entering the police station, which delighted Yan Shirtang. Just as she was indulging in the gossip, both Song Yu and Lan Junhua messaged her, aware of Song Feiyu's violent actions against her. Song Yu inquired, I heard that Lu Xingxi rescued a damsel in distress and looked quite dashing? Yan Shirtang, upon receiving such a message, felt her lips twitch slightly, initially believing that Song Yu was showing concern for her as a new shareholder. To her surprise, his interest lay solely in the matter of handsome appearances. However, it was evident that he sought an answer, even going so far as to answer his own question. Lu Xingxi indeed rivals me in charm, but I must say, my allure surpasses his. by a notch. How absurd. Yen Shirtang sent a meme after pondering for a while, wishing to end the conversation. Unfazed by her silence, Song Yu continued to bombard her with messages. Although she was reluctant to engage, she gleaned a significant piece of information from his barrage. Song Yu and Lu Xingxi were acquaintances. To her astonishment, Song Yu knew such a remarkable individual. She couldn't fathom how Lu Xingxi managed to tolerate someone as eccentric as him. The imagery of their interactions must be quite entertaining. Yet, one could not deny Song Yu's fortune. Being associated with a person of such extraordinary luck was undeniably advantageous. Judging by his tone, their relationship seemed rather amicable, transforming Yen Shirtang's disdain into envy. Such connections were enviable, something she lacked. The production team was commendable, successfully inviting new guests. Director Chin was overjoyed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Previously, they had to coax guests to come, but now they were eager to participate. The shift from invitation to eager participation carried significant weight. The assistant director nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yen Shirtang was indeed remarkable. Her brilliance even overshadowed the illustrious Lu Xingxi. Must you utter such disheartening remarks? Director Chin lamented, aware of the potential dangers surrounding Yen Shirtang. If she encountered someone more extreme, the consequences could be dire. However, with Lu Xingxi present, she should be safe, though he could not guarantee that. After all, Lu Xingxi was no bodyguard. While Lu Xingxi is a gentleman, he is not one to indulge in romantic pursuits, the assistant director remarked with a hint of melancholy. Since his debut, there had been no rumors surrounding him, and any hint of scandal was promptly clarified. He had yet to witness any female artist benefiting from association with him. I observe him engaging quite well with Yen Shirtang. They seem to share a connection, Director Chin noted, squinting slightly at them. Their chemistry was palpable, and their presence together was indeed a delightful sight. Should the opportunity arise, he would not mind shipping them as a couple. Director, refrain from matchmaking. If the official blog falls victim to such notions, it could lead to catastrophic repercussions. The assistant director cautioned, glancing warily around as if fearing eavesdroppers in the industry who was unaware of Lu Xingxi's aloof and ascetic demeanor. His fanbase was fiercely protective, and promoting any scandal could lead to disastrous outcomes. Director Chin pursed his lips, opting to steer the conversation away from that topic. It was better to contemplate how to ensure Yen Shirtang's safety. This approach seemed viable, and the assistant director concurred. After a brief discussion, they began to devise a plan. Meanwhile, the guests before the camera appeared vibrant and spirited, their eyes gleaming with the fiery light of gossip. With new guests joining, excitement was palpable. Shen Xiaoxi leaned against her waist, inching closer to Yen Shirtang in an attempt to bridge the gap. Yen Shirtang, however, misinterpreted her intentions, concerned for her well-being. Xiaoxi, are you sure you don't need to take a break? Noting her proximity, it was evident that her back was giving her trouble. I'm fine. I've improved significantly. There's no need for rest, she replied, straightening her posture, shedding any semblance of frailty. Yen Shirtang remained skeptical, sensing that her condition was less than ideal. Isn't there a saying? If one can sit, they should not stand. If they can lie down, they should not sit. Prolonged sitting can lead to lumbar disc issues, which is detrimental to the back. The logic was sound, yet Shen Xiaoxi gritted her teeth, determined to carry on with the recording. I assure you, it's not that severe. I've applied ointment and liniment, and I feel nearly recovered. I've experienced this before, and it wasn't problematic. Yen Shirtang felt it futile to persuade her further. Her tenacity was admirable. Observing her determined gaze, Shen Xiaoxi felt a pang of guilt, realizing she wasn't as devoted to work as she pretended to be. The allure of gossip was simply too enticing, and each day she eagerly awaited new developments. Unbeknownst to Yen Shirtang, she was approached again. A familiar scene reminiscent of the previous day. Hello, Ms. Yen, were the new couple guests. I'm Diyang Zhou, and this is my girlfriend, Meng Huina. Meng Huina smiled at Yen Shirtang, greeting hello, Miss Yen. Miss Yen? In a sea of teacher Yen, this title felt refreshingly novel. Hello, Yen Shirtang replied, uncertain of their intentions in approaching her. She merely sought to reciprocate their courtesy. Confusion clouded her thoughts. Why were they so eager to engage her? Was there an unspoken consequence for not conversing with her? Gradually, she began to understand. It was akin to certain variety shows that issued hidden tasks, literally meaning one must complete them discreetly. As for her, she might be closely tied to these tasks, perhaps even the target, which explained their immediate interest in her. I am so excited. I get to savor new gossip today.
I second that.
I watched that video from before. It was quite eye-opening, akin to something from an adult film. I suspect they've uploaded similar content to a certain website. I beg for a video, truly. I yearn to witness just how scandalous it is. Anything less than shocking is not worth my time. The viewership continued to swell, reaching a staggering 1 billion, with projections indicating further growth. Sponsors were contemplating inviting ambassadors, hoping for direct endorsements from the guests, which promised greater effectiveness than mere insertions. Though negotiations had yet to commence, and time was scarce. Miss Yen, what are your thoughts on superstitions? Meng Huina suddenly challenged Yen Shirtang, her eyes glinting with a hint of malice. Yen Shirtang felt bewildered. Did this question even relate to the show? Was the production team genuinely asking such inquiries? Doubts crept in, compounded by the notion that Meng Huina may harbor a condescending attitude towards her. What was the basis for such superiority? Superstitions are detrimental. As individuals of the new era, we must embrace science. It is crucial to distinguish between traditional culture and the detritus of feudal beliefs. They are not synonymous. She fixed her clear and penetrating gaze upon Meng Huina, seemingly capable of unearthing the darker recesses of one's soul. Meng Huina's fingertips trembled slightly under her scrutiny. Feeling somewhat unsettled, a faint frustration etched across her brow. Yen Shirtang's depth of insight was rather formidable. Unbeknownst to her, Yen Shirtang remained oblivious to the animosity directed towards her. This was their first encounter. Perhaps some individuals simply exude an incompatible aura, resulting in hostile first impressions. Yen Shirtang hoped this would be their first and final collaboration, wishing for harmonious coexistence during these fleeting days. However, human nature is intricate, and she was perhaps too simplistic in her thoughts. I believe Huina is headed to collect the tasks. Di Yongzhou intervened, pulling Meng Huina away while nodding at Yen Shirtang. Yen Shirtang watched them depart with a neutral expression before seeking a place to sit. Once again, she found herself in the center. Tangtang, you're amazing. Meng Huina seems rather unhinged. Her hostility towards you is perplexing. She truly seems intent on fostering competition. Yen Shirtang smiled lightly, promptly searching for information on Meng Huina, hoping to discover no scandal attached to her name. Otherwise, she would indulge in every morsel of gossip. I suspected as much. Her hostility upon first meeting me stems from her being Lin Howren's cousin. Why should I care about Lin Howren? What does that have to do with me? What's her angle in targeting me? How infuriating. Protecting such a scoundrel. Where are her morals? What of her principles? It turns out that Meng Huina is the daughter of Lin Howren's mother's sister. One wonders what that scoundrel Lin Howren said to her, as she immediately found herself embroiled in turmoil. Upon hearing her thoughts, Meng Huina was astonished. Her eyelids, adorned with shimmering eyeshadow, twitched violently, as if foretelling impending misfortune. Her cousin's words were indeed true. She could hear strange voices, and this was precisely why Meng Huina had posed that question to Yen Shirtang. Yongzhou, did you hear that? Meng Huina opened her mouth wide in vain, realizing she could not utter a sound. Why was this so? Could it truly be as her cousin claimed? Yen Zhou furrowed his brow slightly, knowing her unvoiced inquiry, and shook his head, focused on the task at hand. Although he too was taken aback, the ability to hear such things must be a result of fate intertwining, perhaps even a portent. Just as he had learned through his own intuition that the notorious Lin Howren was the cousin of his girlfriend, he felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that Meng Huina had joined this variety show because of Lin Howren. It was disheartening that Meng Huina still sided with such a morally deficient individual. Was she not merely aiding in his misdeeds? Meng Huina's complexion paled slightly. Could Yen Shirtang truly possess such formidable powers? Had her earlier provocation merely led her to her own demise? As she recalled the chaotic personal life of her cousin being exposed, she gasped, her heart racing, a clear sign of her fear. No, it couldn't be. Yen Shirtang was not omnipotent. Meng Huina was adept at self-reassurance, yet reality often dealt harshly, leaving her vulnerable.
Ha!
Birds of a feather flocked together, a voice echoed ominously. Meng Huina's face grew even paler as she attempted to silence the voice, but felt utterly powerless. Lin Haoran has 2 women. Meng Huina has 3 men, clearly outshining him. Oh, but if we add the unfortunate Di Yongzhou, that makes 4 men. TSK, 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 comparable to the former He Wei. Not quite. He Wei had 5 older gentlemen, while Meng Huina's 1 black man is truly terrifying. A green light enveloped Di Yongzhou, who found himself transported to the homeland of happy sheep, where the meadows exuded a rich aroma of vanilla. His fists clenched tightly, his delicate face darkened with fury. Meng Huina was far too skilled. No wonder her techniques were so refined. They had been honed on others. Di Yongzhou's anger surged within him. Shut up. Someone, please silence Yan Shirtang. Meng Huina, seated on the sofa, was unable to think clearly. It was over. She was destined to become a pariah like her cousin, a target for scorn. Who would dare associate with her now?
She didn't want that.
She had a boyfriend, and they were on the verge of marriage. With her family status, they would never allow her to marry into his family now. At this moment, Meng Huina was filled with regret. Chapter 27. Yan Shirtang is a devil. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not only was her personal life chaotic, but she was also committing illegal acts. Yan Shirtang's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not expected Meng Huina to be so bold as to engage in such behavior. The onlookers craned their necks, curious about how Meng Huina had transgressed the law. She bought a fake diploma, which is illegal in our country. If she forges or sells fake diplomas, that constitutes a criminal offense. She could end up behind bars.
Gasp.
To think that Meng Huina's academic prowess was a facade. How does one even describe such a revelation? Di Yongzhou spat blood and collapsed, shocking the others present. It was no surprise he reacted so dramatically. Not only had he been cuckolded by his girlfriend, but even his pride in her education had been shattered. The Di family valued education highly, and with Meng Huina's deception laid bare, his outrage was entirely justified. As Di Yongzhou was swiftly attended to by medical personnel, Meng Huina stumbled to her feet, only to fall to the ground in a daze. This was truly the end. Why had she provoked Yan Shirtang? That wretched cousin had encouraged her to participate in this dating show, all to humiliate her. You upstairs are truly brilliant. Now who can distinguish you from Einstein? Did you hear that? The distance between inviting the audience to date and getting married. Blind guess. Meng Huina's scandal has been exposed, and it must be quite scandalous. But I still love watching. This cannot continue. We must quickly arrange for our people to enter. It's torture not to be the first to get the scoop. Is there anyone eager for gossip, perhaps a young lady or gentleman willing to invest? What kind of revelation could provoke Di Yongzhou to the point of fainting? The Di family had a long-standing tradition of valuing education, both for their children and their partners. Moreover, Di Yongzhou and Meng Huina were already engaged in serious discussions about marriage. The discovery of her academic deceit would not be taken lightly. Di Yongzhou was also known for his deep affections, otherwise, he would not be this enraged. Yet, a person like him, betrayed and deceived, would not tolerate such transgressions. Meng Huina should brace herself for the repercussions. As the drama unfolded, even those who had witnessed it before were astonished. Yan Shirtang felt a twinge of sympathy for Di Yongzhou as he spat blood. However, she felt no compassion for Meng Huina. Her actions were not only illegal but morally reprehensible, leaving no room for pity, especially since Meng Huina sought to avenge her cousin. Yan Shirtang was not the forgiving type. In fact, she held grudges fiercely. Were it not for her status as a public figure, she might have openly mocked Meng Huina.
Ha!
She deserves it. Wanting to avenge Lin Haoran has only led to her own downfall. On the surface, Yan Shirtang remained composed, but her eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. Meng Huina realized she had made a grave error, a misstep leading to countless others. If only time could be reversed, she would never have heeded her cousin's insidious words or taken them to heart. Who could have imagined such bizarre occurrences existed in the world? To overhear others' thoughts yet be unable to voice her own. Devil, you are a devil, Meng Huina murmured, suddenly laughing maniacally. Yan Shirtang straightened her posture, perplexed as to why Meng Huina had suddenly mentioned her. What did it have to do with her? Was she a devil? What had she done to earn such a label? If only Meng Huina would clarify her cryptic statements. Her words were laden with ambiguity, revealing a venomous heart. What had she done wrong? Was it merely a mistake to provoke her? These questions swirled in Yan Shirtong's mind, leaving her bewildered. Meng Huina's words were too peculiar. She could not ascertain the reasons behind them. Her mental state seemed unhinged, her ramblings and laughter disconcerting. Shen Xiaoxi noticed Yan Shirtong's furrowed brow and promptly diagnosed the delirious Meng Huina. Yet, she too believed that Meng Huina's mental state was questionable. Otherwise, why would she be talking to herself and laughing maniacally? A suggestion was made to send her for a checkup. The production team would undoubtedly comply. Meng Huina's current condition appeared dire, and failing to seek medical attention was unthinkable. The spectacle concluded, allowing the live broadcast to continue. However, it negatively impacted another couple, who were distracted during their task, resulting in a significant drop in compatibility. Yan Shirtang felt a surge of curiosity towards them, as their anxiety was palpable, clearly indicative of some underlying issue. Upon searching, she discovered there was indeed a scandal. Is this a case of literary substitution, as if they were acting in a novel? This remark caused the two individuals to stiffen visibly. He Xiaoxiao and Gu Heng were also affected, their ears perked up to catch the gossip. Who among them was engaging in literary substitution? In the next moment, they heard Yan Shirtang unraveling the mystery. Tan Jixin had a first love that lasted for 5 years, which began in the second year of junior high. Young romances are always passionate and flamboyant, yet unfortunately, they cannot endure scrutiny. During their senior year of high school, both sets of parents discovered their relationship, fearing it would hinder their college entrance examinations, and insisted they part ways. Despite immense pressure, they remained together, promising their parents that their studies would not be affected, and they indeed achieved commendable results in their exams. Tan Jixin, unwilling to give up, intervened several times but to no avail, even receiving warnings. After drinking to forget, she encountered her current partner, Luo Feishing, who bore a striking resemblance to her first love, and thus began her escapade into the realm of substitute literature. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt sympathy for Luo Feishing, finding Tan Jixin's actions rather unbecoming. How could she put him in such a position? Chapter 28. Substitutes for each other. Who taught you to play this way? Tan Jixin's lips quivered as she sought to defend herself, yet Yan Shirtang's assertions rang true. How could she argue? When she showed remorse to Luo Feishing, she overheard Yan Shirtang's thoughts. You two are merely playing substitute literature. Who taught you to play like this? The onlookers, who initially felt pity for Luo Feishing, rolled their eyes in disbelief. It seemed they were equally matched. Sympathy was misplaced. Tan Jixin's expression darkened as she realized that the affection Luo Feishing displayed was not deeply rooted in her, but rather directed elsewhere. What, then, did her companionship over the years amount to? She gazed at Luo Feishing with eyes full of sorrow. Luo Feishing met her gaze without remorse, for he too was merely a substitute for her, a mere reflection. Tan Jixin, however, was displeased with this attitude and questioned him. Do you not have anything to explain? Explain? What was there to explain? Jixin, it's time to stop. Luo Feishing did not believe that confronting the issue publicly was wise, especially with cameras filming them live, not allowing for any edits. Yet, Tan Jixin had completely lost her composure, unable to heed his words, oblivious to the potential repercussions of causing a scene. Blinded by jealousy upon discovering Luo Feishing's affections for another, she yearned to vent her frustrations upon him. Yet, she forgot that she too harbored feelings for someone else. If they were both substitutes for one another, why create an embarrassing situation? Luo Feishing, how can you treat me this way? Tan Jixin exclaimed, shaking off his hand, filled with indignation. Why should she be reduced to another's replacement? How dare he? Luo Feishing felt a sudden jolt of tension. They had become the center of attention. What was Tan Jixin making a fuss about? What right did she have to do so? Confused, he and the onlookers could only wonder at her erratic behavior. All were equally flawed. Who was she to challenge him? Those in the know thought Tan Jixin was being unreasonable, while those unaware were left puzzled, eager to uncover the truth. Tan Jixin stopped making a scene. Luo Feishing glanced at the camera, pulling Tan Jixin, who was visibly angry. She had no regard for her own dignity. but he still valued his and did not wish to embarrass himself before a wide audience. He did not want to end up like previous guests, famous enough to feel unsafe stepping outside. How can you think I am causing a scene? Do you even care about me?
Tanzidin preset, her furi escalating.
She was not causing a scene. She was simply unwilling to accept the situation. Have you considered what you've done to me? Luo Feixing felt his temples throbbing. Her reasoning was utterly baffling. How could you deceive my feelings? If you still love her, why treat me so well? Her bitterness stemmed from the fact that Luo Feixing had been exceedingly kind to her, but his kindness was not truly meant for her. This realization ignited her jealousy, prompting her to confront him with a raised voice. A love triangle? Luo Feixing has someone in his heart, yet continues to date Tan Jixin, trying to have it both ways? Who would have thought he appeared so gentle, yet was so untrustworthy? It seems all good men are extinct, based on previous experiences. Their private lives are a mess, and we fear the sisters might catch something. So, one must not judge based on appearances. Good men still exist. We just haven't encountered them. Oh, this is driving me crazy. I was so anxious that I slapped my brother twice, demanding to know what was happening. When he said he didn't know, I kicked him twice. Frustrated netizens could only piece together clues to form their own conclusions. Tan Jixin, you have gone too far. You are not much better. Luo Feixing was astonished by Tan Jixin's boldness. He acknowledged his wrongdoing, but was she not equally at fault? If they had both wronged each other, why was she so confrontational? Did she think that being female entitled her to a higher moral ground, even when committing the same transgressions? In matters where he could exhibit chivalry, he would, but this was not one of them. Luo Feixing glared at her. If Tan Jixin insisted on making things awkward, let them both face the humiliation together. You accuse me of having someone else in my heart. What about you? Isn't to your first love still in your heart? Luo Feixing asked coldly, pointing out her hypocrisy. How could she blame him when she too had deceived him? Tan Jixin's mind went blank. It was as if she had only just realized she had treated Luo Feixing as a replacement. She tried to speak, but as calmness returned, she was horrified by her impulsive actions. What had she done? How could she allow things to escalate to this point? How would it end? Luo Feixing looked at her with cold eyes, observing her panic. Now she was aware of her own embarrassment. Tan Jixin, bewildered, locked eyes with him for a moment before ultimately leaving. She could no longer bear to stand before the camera, wishing she could disappear. Luo Feixing had no reason to remain either, and left with a stony expression. He Xiao exchanged a glance with Gu Heng, both feeling helpless. They were left with nothing but the aftermath. Sigh, not a single couple could manage to stay intact, yet it was rather entertaining, providing fresh gossip every day. He Xiao had already become enamored, and her resolve grew clearer. In the observation room, Shen Xiaoxi tilted her head, her expression serious. She longed to laugh, but the delicate situation was inappropriate, lest she be accused of taking pleasure in their misfortune. Yan Shirtang was startled. Another scandal had erupted. She tilted her head, feeling oddly unperturbed, perhaps having grown accustomed to the chaos. Apart from the two scandals today, nothing else of note occurred, and they finished work early. Director Qin called Yan Shirtang over to apologize for the previous day's events. Yan Shirtang scratched her head, realizing that she could not hold a grudge. Little Yan, you've truly worked hard. Director Qin spoke kindly, treating her as a familiar junior, creating a warm atmosphere. His demeanor made Yan Shirtang feel slightly uneasy. Did Song Yu pressure Qin Ingjun? Such cordiality towards a newcomer seemed unusual. Director Qin reassured her, is it not good for me to treat you well? Chapter 29. What joy has Teacher Yan encountered? Director Qin, I will work diligently. It's not hard. It's a tough life, Yan Shirtang sighed, feeling like a beleaguered worker. Qin Ingjun's lips twitched slightly. His heart was conflicted. Indeed, women do enjoy this sort of thing, especially this one. Rest assured, we will ensure your safety. Yan Shirtang was the key protected individual in this show. Hurting anyone else would not compare to harming her, as her presence was vital to the program's current success. Qin Ingjun assured her that they were expediting the selection of bodyguards to protect her. I trust you to handle this well. You'd better. If anything happens like last time, I will truly be grateful. Yan Shirtang smiled faintly, for she could not withstand even the slightest fright, and her heart could not endure such intense stress. Qin Ingjun was truly amused by her seemingly dual nature, finding it incredibly entertaining to eavesdrop on her inner thoughts. Yen Shirtang, relieved by the prospect of leaving after their awkward interaction, joyfully turned to depart. Finally, I'm free. The embarrassment was so intense I could have carved a castle out of the snow. With light steps, she left Qin Ingjun standing there in a state of existential doubt. The assistant director approached, nudging him with an elbow. Director Qin, why are you standing there in a daze? There's a mountain of work awaiting your attention. After a prolonged silence, Qin Ingjun managed to utter, am I really that difficult to get along with? He pondered why Yen Shirtang seemed so resistant to conversing with him, as if he were an exceedingly hard person to talk to, claiming that it would be awkward to be with him. Did she not realize that many were eager to connect with him? Truly, one who is unaware of their fortune. What do you think? The assistant director shot him a sidelong glance, expecting him to be contemplating some profound life question, only to find it was this trivial matter. I asked you, and yet you inquire of me. Qin Ingjun rolled his eyes, feeling quite self-satisfied. He was eager to hear others' opinions. To put it delicately, Qin Ingjun held considerable influence within the directing circle, and many sought collaboration with him. However, due to his notorious difficulty in interpersonal relations, who would dare approach him? I see. So that means you're easy to get along with. Qin Ingjun nodded, thinking that it was essential to build a good rapport with Yen Shirtang. If opportunities arose, he would certainly invite her, as it would likely lead to great success. I never said that, the assistant director interjected. Let us put that aside for now. We have numerous inquiries coming in. Take a look at who we should invite. The excitement in the assistant director's voice was palpable. It was no longer about them inviting others, but rather others seeking them out. The phone was ringing off the hook, requiring appointments to manage the influx. One couldn't help but wonder what drove these individuals to pursue such sensationalism. Was it truly a matter of prestige, or did they revel in the thrill of public embarrassment? The assistant director was bewildered, yet exhilarated by the unexpected turn of events. It was indeed a positive development, bringing in profit. The partnership with Jinjia's yogurt had wide appeal, making it a highly worthwhile endorsement for Yen Shirtang. However, this dairy brand typically sought stars with established fan bases, and the fact that they were considering her was quite surprising. Ms. Yen, your image aligns perfectly with our brand, and we hope you will consider collaborating with us. Yet, the company had already set its sights on Yen Shirtang, leaving him with no authority to sway their decision. Yen Shirtang glanced at Lan Junhua. She had reviewed the contract, which offered a generous remuneration, and only hoped she could sign the agreement to finalize the collaboration. Is it really that urgent? Can you blame me? Every additional broadcast means more earnings. Lan Junhua was keen on securing this endorsement for Yen Shirtang. Given her current standing, it would typically be challenging to obtain such a collaboration, but the fact that the other party had approached them indicated recognition of her potential. Yen Shirtang had no reason to decline this opportunity, especially given the generous terms offered. It was her first substantial earning, and she felt elated. For an ordinary person, such a sum might elude them for a lifetime. When Lu Xingxi noticed her elevated spirits, he gently inquired, Ms. Yen, have you encountered some delightful news? Since their initial meeting, she had been wearing a subtle smile, her features radiating joy that was hard to ignore. Yen Shirtang pressed her lips together, wondering if her happiness was that apparent. The glint of amusement in Lu Xingxi's eyes confirmed it. Yes, I just secured an endorsement. There was no need for concealment. The brand had requested her to begin broadcasting tomorrow, and they would see it themselves. Congratulations, Ms. Yen. Thank you. His genuine congratulations caused her brow to twitch slightly. I wonder how Lu Xingxi felt when he received his first significant endorsement? But knowing his personality, he likely had little reaction. He might not comprehend her feelings, having risen to fame immediately upon his debut, with advertisers clamoring for his endorsement. As his stature grew, his position within the industry solidified, and he had never worried about resources. In contrast, she felt she could never reach his level. Yen Shirtang was grateful she hadn't asked such a foolish question, as it would have been quite embarrassing. Observing her fair complexion shift between red and awkward, Lu Xingxi could easily guess her thoughts. Don't be nervous during your broadcast tomorrow. I was a bit apprehensive when I received my first endorsement too, but I realized I was overthinking it. It wasn't as daunting as I imagined. Yen Shirtang widened her eyes in surprise. Lu Xingxi had been nervous too. It felt as if she had stumbled upon a secret, creating a bond that was uniquely theirs. Thank you for sharing your insights, Teacher Lu. She wasn't particularly anxious. Tomorrow would come in due time, and there was no point in fretting. Lu Xingxi smiled gently, thinking her gratitude was unnecessary, and wondered why she was being so formal with him. After parting ways, he reflected on a recent phone call, realizing she likely had no need for his assistance. Chapter 30. Tang Tang, do you like Lu Xin? The agent mentioned that a brand was interested in discussing a collaboration with him and asked if he would consider it, to which he declined. However, the brand persisted, presenting increasingly lucrative offers. It seemed they were determined to secure Lu Xingxi, yet he remained indifferent. Instead, he made a call to the person responsible for negotiations, suggesting they consider Yen Shirtang. He hoped they would recognize her image and see her commercial value consistently rising. Collaborating with her would not be a loss. However, they were fixated on him and unwilling to consider anyone else. Since it was his recommendation, they did not outright refuse but politely stated they would think about it. Lu Xingxi had nothing more to say. He had paved the way for them, and whether they chose to take it was their decision. Yen Shirtang was unaware of this until the brand approached her, leveraging her connection with Lu Xingxi to persuade her to take on the endorsement. Yen Shirtang felt a bit awkward. What was her relationship with Lu Xingxi? Why did they speak so ambiguously? Did they not understand the need to avoid misunderstandings between male and female stars? Moreover, he was an unattainable figure and she, a minor celebrity, had no right to claim any association. It was through this situation that Yen Shirtang realized her growing indebtedness to Lu Xingxi. Hearing her voice deliberately rise, she shivered slightly, fearing for her composure. What's wrong? Yen Shirtang approached, asking what she needed assistance with. Oh, Tang Tang, could you help me apply some medicine? Shen Xiaoxi grinned, handing her the medicinal alcohol set aside. She guessed that Yen Shirtang had just met Lu Xin, initially thinking it was something serious. Yen Shirtang was relieved to find it was merely for medicine, though she wondered why Shen Xiaoxi was speaking to her in such an unusual tone. Couldn't she act normally? Shen Xiaoxi lifted her shirt to reveal her slender waist and casually asked, "What were you doing for so long? Leaving me alone in the room? Work?" Shen Xiaoxi pondered, genuinely wondering if she hadn't encountered Lu Xin. Noticing her silence, Yen Shirtang added, "It was an endorsement." "Oh, that's not necessary. Although it pays well. Being excessively busy contradicts my desire to take it easy." She wanted to earn money while also enjoying a leisurely life. Hearing Shen Xiaoxi mention Lu Xingxi brought a glimmer to her eyes. She was well aware of Lu Xingxi's journey, including the hardships he endured even when he became famous. Indeed, Teacher Lu faced many challenges in the early stages even now. There's no such thing as overnight success. It's all about perseverance. Lu Xingxi's achievements were not the result of a fleeting moment, but rather a testament to his steadfast dedication, inspiring admiration and respect in equal measure. Shen Xiaoxi nodded slightly, acknowledging that Yen Shirtang spoke the truth. The journey of the road god was undoubtedly heart-wrenching. Those who envied him should understand the arduous path he traversed to reach the pinnacle, rather than solely focusing on the fruits of his success. How peculiar it was that Shen Xiaoxi seemed to harbor a genuine concern for Lu Xingxi. Could it be that she held feelings for him? Yen Shirtang gradually discerned something, suddenly realizing that Shen Xiaoxi often steered the conversation towards Lu Xingxi. Was this not an indication of affection? Shen Xiaoxi remarked, "You make a valid point, but perhaps you should refrain from discussing it further. By the way, have I mentioned that I'm quite taken by the road god's looks? I am indeed his fan." She gently patted Yen Shirtang's hand, urging her not to misconstrue her admiration for Lu Xingxi. Her feelings were purely those of a fan, a devoted admirer of his striking appearance. She also found Yen Shirtang's beauty captivating, believing they would make a lovely pair, and anticipating the day they could share in that admiration together. Unbeknownst to her, Yen Shirtang was oblivious to the peculiar thoughts swirling in Shen Xiaoxi's mind. Upon hearing that she was a fan of Lu Xingxi, a realization dawned on her, so that was why Shen Xiaoxi frequently mentioned him. "Do you harbor feelings for the road god?" Shen Xiaoxi inquired, her gaze piercing and her tone almost beguiling. A strange sensation flickered within Yan Sherdang, fleeting yet elusive. She nodded, acknowledging that Teacher Lu was indeed remarkable and that she aspired to emulate him. It was difficult not to become a casual admirer of Lu Xingxi. She mused that anyone she casually asked could very well be a fan of Lu Xingxi. Shen Xiaoxi sighed softly, her hopes dashed once more. Yan Sherdang, perplexed, wondered if there was something amiss that warranted such a sigh. It was uncertain who might eventually become the road god's girlfriend. Possessing such a gentlemanly and capable partner would surely bring happiness. Shen Xiaoxi pursed her lips, realizing she needed to be more subtle in her approach. Otherwise, she might as well directly inquire about the nature of Shen Xiaoxi's relationship with the road god. Matters of the heart often hinge on mutual feelings. If such feelings existed, happiness would surely follow. However, Lu Xingxi was known for his aloof demeanor, and it was rare to witness him engaging closely with anyone of the opposite sex, leading to speculation that he might prefer a life of solitude. The romantic history of Lu Xingxi was a blank slate. There had been no reports or sightings of him in close companionship with any female counterpart. Shen Xiaoxi nearly exclaimed you, unaware that the observer often sees more clearly than those embroiled in the situation, failing to recognize her own amiable rapport with Lu Xingxi. Had Yan Sherdang understood her thoughts, she would undoubtedly disagree, as their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends. Did she not notice the subtle awkwardness in their conversations? Shen Xiaoxi remained blissfully unaware of the one-sided awkwardness. It was evident that Yan Sherdang regarded Lu Xingxi solely as an esteemed senior, devoid of any ulterior motives. It seemed there was still a long way to go. After applying the medicinal wine, Yan Sherdang rose to wash her hands, effectively terminating the topic. Shen Xiaoxi observed her delicate silhouette, thoughtfully stroking her chin, casting a gaze laden with unspoken meaning. Despite Yan Sherdang harboring no romantic intentions, she had noted that Lu Xingxi treated her with a slightly unique regard compared to others, a nuance that was difficult to detect without keen observation. Yet, she had been quietly attentive, thus capturing that subtlety. Chapter 31. A surprising revelation, who would have thought? She was a Levantine girl, and every move she made was under scrutiny. Her gaze was like a measuring stick. Yan Sherdang felt a prickling sensation as Shen Xiaoxi's peculiar gaze fell upon her once more. She steeled herself, determined not to show any sign of discomfort, feigning nonchalance. Upon her return from the restroom, Shen Xiaoxi showed no signs of restraint. There was no need for such apprehension. Having retired for the night, she leisurely indulged in online browsing. Wherever there is gossip, there I shall be. This variety show seemed tailor-made for her. Each day brought fresh tidbits. A delightful reprieve after a week of pent-up anticipation. The unparalleled beauty, Lu Xingxi. Meeting him daily was sheer bliss, and his principles were impeccably upright. I adore him immensely. Love is best observed in others' relationships. It seems not only he Xiaoxiao and Gu Heng are delightful to ship, but also Yan Sherdang and Lu Xingxi. Let us cheer for Xinghuan Yan Er. Plucking a star to gift to you. The previous commenter is quite misguided. If you wish to ship, do so elsewhere and refrain from riding on others' coattails. How revolting. Smile. Wow, Yan Sherdang. He. She is truly beautiful. I have stumbled upon a great secret. Following her to indulge in gossip is surely a win. Yan Sherdang was startled by this comment, wondering if her identity had been exposed. Could they possibly know about her knack for gathering gossip? Yet, upon reflection, that seemed implausible. If they were aware, surely they would report her, or send her to a research facility. Perhaps they simply felt that being near her guaranteed an abundance of gossip, nothing more. As she contemplated her taut nerves, she relaxed, reminding herself not to overthink. After all, her relationship with Lu Xingxi was merely that of ordinary friends. Possibly due to Song Yu's influence that he was looking out for her. This was a notion Yan Sherdang had yet to grasp. She truly did not perceive it that way. The comment section was rife with criticism directed at her, leaving Yan Sherdang feeling aggrieved. What merit was there in deriding someone who was not even present to defend themselves? Shouldn't grievances be directed appropriately? Shen Xiaoxi overheard and gathered the gist of the conversation. It was clear that Yan Sherdang had seen the popularity of Xinghuan Yan Er, hence her remarks. She wished to inform Yan Sherdang that this name was coined by fans who found their pairing delightful. She had even joined a group dedicated to this fandom, which, although small, was quite lively. However, she dared not bring this up with Yan Sherdang, nor did she wish to reveal herself to the main subject. As she observed the new guest approaching, Yan Sherdang understood. This was undoubtedly aimed at her. Turning her gaze toward Shin Xiaoxi, she found her seated, watching her with an expression of amusement. Her eyes shifted, locking with Lu Xingxi's profound gaze, causing her to falter momentarily. Memories of the previous day's online browsing flooding her mind, igniting a sense of unease. This discomfort prompted her to quickly avert her gaze. How awkward, Yan Sherdang thought to herself. This sudden inner voice left others puzzled, revealing an understanding that was both startling and enlightening. The onlookers, perplexed by her cryptic statement, were clueless about the source of her embarrassment. As for Shin Xiaoxi, she immediately connected the dots to the previous day's events, comprehending the cause of Yan Sherdang's discomfort. Lu Xingxi, too, gleaned from her expression the reason behind her awkwardness. The new guest, unfamiliar with Yan Sherdang, was taken aback by her ability to hear her internal thoughts. Was it any wonder they were astonished? Rumors had long circulated that participating in this variety show would unveil the secrets buried deep within one's heart, a means to gauge the sincerity of one's partner. No one could have anticipated that such phenomena existed. Yan Sherdang, hello. A particularly charming girl greeted her with a bright smile, her large, round eyes gleaming with curiosity and excitement. Although Yan Sherdang was unsure of the source of this enthusiasm, she had grown accustomed to it. Hello. Jiang Zhiyu, the daughter of the Jiang family, though not by blood, was cherished by them. She playfully winked at Yan Sherdang, her expression laden with significance. In contrast, the man beside her appeared somewhat stolid, his complexion pale, leaving one to wonder if he felt unwell. Yan Sherdang couldn't help but gaze at him a little longer. There was something amiss about the young man, as if his face bore the words, "You have a secret." Jiang Zhiyue, seemingly oblivious to her boyfriend's unusual demeanor, linked her arm through his and smiled as she introduced him. Teacher Yan, this is my boyfriend, Feng Qinghe. Hello. Yan Sherdang greeted him, though seemingly distracted, responding only after a few moments. Hello, Teacher Yan. Qinghe, what's wrong? You're sweating profusely. Are you feeling hot? Jiang Zhiyue asked with concern, finally noticing her boyfriend's odd behavior. Yan Sherdang's brow furrowed slightly as she silently searched for Feng Qinghe, and instantly, his personal information and secrets appeared before her. Oh my, a little surprise, Jiang Zhiyue's expression shifted, tightening her grip on his arm. She realized Feng Qinghe was in trouble, but she never expected it to be of this nature. Feng Qinghe opened his mouth, stunned. The worries he had were now laid bare. Yan Sherdang understood that he was inexperienced, and now everyone present was aware of it. Soon, the entire internet would know. Knowing this was one thing, but fearing the revelation of further secrets was another. He wished to turn and leave, but Jiang Zhiyue wouldn't allow it. Yan Sherdang scrutinized him, pondering. Could it be that he overindulged last night and caused an injury? His reaction seemed to lend credence to her thoughts, but she remained uncertain. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the crowd, not just one person but several. What was so amusing about the situation? Why did Jiang Zhiyue's face appear strained, as if she were holding back laughter? Yan Sherdang was perplexed. Nothing peculiar had occurred, yet everyone seemed to find it humorous. Chapter 32. Sister Gua.
How could we live without you?
Yeah, I feel a bit unwell. I may need to rest, Feng Qinghe expressed, wishing to leave before more of his secrets were exposed. Yan Sherdang observed him with a peculiar look. Had no one informed her that his inner thoughts were laid bare? The crowd was rather cruel, keeping such a significant secret to themselves while eagerly awaiting his embarrassment. How despicable! The thought of becoming a spectacle for all to see only heightened Feng Qinghe's urgency to escape this den of gossip, fearing that Yan Sherdang, this devil, would expose all his secrets. It seems I truly overindulged last night. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel this way, Yan Sherdang noted, observing his distressed expression. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to his lower half, noting his trembling legs, which only reinforced her suspicions. Poor Jiang Zhiyue, deceived in love. She remains unaware that her boyfriend is not only inexperienced but also a pawn of the true heiress, sent to lead her astray. driven by jealousy to ruin her life. Yen Shirtang felt a shiver of disgust. What sort of people were these? Though she sympathized with the hardships Jiang Zhiyue had faced, it was not her fault that such a predicament had arisen. Why should all the hatred be directed at her? Moreover, the true heiress came from a family of moderate means, not poverty. As the only child, her parents had lavished all their energy on her, granting her every desire. A situation that surpassed the majority of families. What grievances could she possibly harbor? Upon discovering her true origins, Jiang Zhiyue had no intention of staying with the Jiang family to compete for anything. It was cruel to design her downfall. The crowd was equally astonished, unaware of the tangled web of intrigue at play. Feng Qinghe's already pale face grew even paler. All his secrets had been exposed. Both he and Jiang Zhiyue appeared shaken. She had sensed something was amiss with him, but never imagined he was a pawn in a scheme against her. Jiang Zhiyue bit her lip, struggling to suppress her emotions. Was it her fault that their identities had been switched? Certainly not. She had been but an infant, incapable of orchestrating such a situation. It was the negligence of a careless nurse that had led to their mix-up. Why should she be punished for something beyond her control? A chill coursed through Jiang Zhiyue, rendering her immobile. Jiang Zhiyue's face turned pale, her entire being seeming to shatter. I felt an urge to comfort her. After witnessing the drama unfold, Yen Shirtang felt a pang of sympathy. She had not anticipated that the tale of the true and false heiresses would manifest in such a manner, resembling a novel where one party is malevolent. Upon hearing Yen Shirtang's words, Jiang Zhiyue could no longer hold back her tears. A stranger, meeting her for the first time, offered warmth akin to a beacon in the frigid winter, a true act of kindness. As the tears flowed, Yen Shirtang was taken aback. Miss Jiang, please don't cry. She was somewhat dazed. How could someone so adorable suddenly dissolve into tears? It tugged at her heartstrings. Feng Qinghe was left with only 2 words echoing in his mind. It's over. It truly was over. He had managed to exit the scene in time. And now everyone was aware of his actions. How would he face them? And what would Jiang Zhiyue do in response? He pondered ways to escape the spotlight. Perhaps feigning fainting would suffice. Just then, he collapsed right before the cameras. Such a spectacle was nothing new to the crowd, and the medical staff, trained for such occurrences, swiftly attended to him, efficiently escorting him away. Well, another one has fainted. Yen Shirtang averted her gaze from Feng Qinghe, instead offering gentle comfort to Jiang Zhiyue. Spotting the cameras, she led the young woman away. Crying in front of a crowd is rarely well received.
Hey.
Sister Gua has unveiled yet another secret. What could it be this time? The revelations from yesterday are still fresh, and here we are again. You truly are remarkable, Sister Gua. Sister Gua's tender care for the guests is heartwarming. I'm gradually becoming a fan of her. Don't leave, Sister Gua. How could I survive without you? Meanwhile, the new guests in the Heartbeat House felt restless. Yen Shirtang was indeed talented. Was it too late to step back? But it was clear it was not. Leaving now would indicate guilt. Their partners would not allow it, leaving them in disquietude. Jiang Zhiyue's plight elicited genuine sympathy, and many believed the true heiress to be wicked. How could one maintain composure in the face of such adversity? The young lady was truly unfortunate. Shen Xiaoxi remained silent, sitting up straight and focusing on the large screen. New guests Shen Zhiyue and Gong Dui appeared uneasy, suggesting they too harbored secrets. What could they be hiding? Anticipation grew. Yen Shirtang's gaze was piercing as she observed them, noting the change in their expressions, as if they bore unspoken burdens. Everyone awaited Yen Shirtang's thoughts, but after some moments of silence, disappointment lingered in the air. Was there only one revelation today? Chapter 33. Sister Gua, please take action. I'll bolster the sales. With no new revelations, the couple's task commenced. Today's challenge involved experiencing the pains of childbirth, allowing the male participants to empathize with the hardships of labor while enabling the females to prepare for the experience, fostering communication to address any issues that might arise. The 6 of them proceeded to a postpartum center, where they observed a chart detailing the 12 levels of labor pain. Merely looking at it was enough to induce discomfort. Level 4 represented pre-labor signs, likened to the pain of insect bites, the sting of anesthesia, minor cuts, and the sting of a slap. Levels 4 to 7 marked the transition from the first to the second stage of labor, from the onset of contractions to full dilation, represented by the pain of bumping one's foot against a bed frame, gastrointestinal distress, beatings, and menstrual cramps. The 7-10 level signifies the transition from the second stage to the third stage of labor, encompassing the journey from full cervical dilation to the birth of the child. This experience can be likened to the agony of sciatica, the severance of flesh, or appendicitis. However, the reality of childbirth transcends these sensations. While some may wish to partake in this experience, not everyone is inclined to endure the pain of labor, often masking their true feelings before the camera. It is suggested that men should indeed experience the throes of labor, yet their encounter merely serves as a simulation, incapable of alleviating even a fraction of a woman's suffering. True empathy in this context is a rare feat. Without experiencing it firsthand, one cannot fathom the extent of the pain. Liu Xingxi has articulated many sentiments, and his observations resonate with authenticity. Wow, Liu Xingxi's perspective is truly commendable. Yan Shirtang supports Liu Xingxi's stance, affirming that genuine pain can only be comprehended through personal experience. Within the fleeting moments of simulated contractions, one may call for a cessation of the experience, yet the agony of actual childbirth is relentless. Shen Xiaoxi expresses her belief in the significance of this project. Without first-hand experience, one might underestimate the pain involved in childbirth. However, through this simulation, one can come to appreciate the profound strength of motherhood. The couples at the postpartum center are preparing, some bearing serious expressions, others appearing anxious, while a few remain indifferent. Initially, the sensations are mild and unremarkable. Shen Jiyu casually remarks, his tone dismissive. Women giving birth is a natural occurrence. A momentary pain won't cost them anything, and honestly, how painful can it be? I fail to see the necessity of such an experience. Furthermore, he criticizes the hospitals and postpartum centers for excessively dramatizing the hardships of childbirth, suggesting that such portrayals incite unnecessary panic and anxiety, which is quite irresponsible. His nonchalance is uncomfortable for those present, although they conceal their discomfort. Online observers are less forgiving. What a lowly man! Fu Xuexiue, you should run from him. Being with someone like him will surely lead to ruin. This scoundrel clearly has no respect for women. If he truly believed what he said, he would never utter such heartless words. Who will hold him accountable? Sister Gua, we need you now more than ever. Stop drinking yogurt and take action against this scoundrel. I'll order 20 boxes of yogurt to boost your sales, how about that? The 5th Gossip Squad strongly urges Sister Gua to step in. We seek to ensure Shen Jiyu receives his just desserts. Yan Shirtang is equally displeased with Shen Jiyu's remarks, questioning the humanity of someone who can speak so callously. The atmosphere shifts. Shen Jiyu has encountered a formidable challenge, and with Sister Gua in the mix, his escape seems unlikely. Attendees strain to understand what has ignited Yan Shirtang's righteous indignation. Currently, Shen Jiyu is enduring simulated labor pains, having reached level 4, his countenance darkening. It is unclear whether his pallor stems from the pain or the weight of Yan Shirtang's words, or perhaps both. Shen Jiyu is truly inhumane. His mother perished giving birth to him, yet he trivializes the experience of childbirth as if it were akin to a mere meal. Had we known he harbored such sentiments, we would have preferred his mother to remain with us. Yan Shirtang's expression turns icy. The life his mother sacrificed for him elicits no reverence in him, inciting her ire further. A cluster of spectators share her discontent, collectively deeming Shen Jiyu unworthy of existence. As Shen Jiyu becomes aware of the scorn directed at him, he feels a pang of embarrassment and resentment. Why should they regard him with such disdain? He never compelled his mother to risk her life for his sake. What right do they have to cast blame upon him? His defiance is evident in his gaze, prompting Yan Shirtang to dismiss him entirely. His worldview is truly appalling, shattering the very essence of humanity. The resources allocated to him are a gross misallocation. It is indeed fortuitous yet awkward to encounter an ex in a dating reality show, each accompanied by their current partner. As Yan Shirtang's thoughts manifest, a peculiar tension envelopes the venue. Fu Xuexiue and Lin Wenxi exchange glances, their brows furrowing in unison. Fu Xuexue's heart sinks, realizing that this experience has unveiled Shen Jiyu's fractured perspective, leading her to conclude that he is not a man deserving of lifelong commitment. Yen Shirtong's brow twitches. The two had previously conceived 2 children, one fully formed and the other merely 3 months along, yet both were lost amidst their tumultuous escapades. It is utterly outrageous. Removing the parties involved, the others regard them as if witnessing madness. How could they be so reckless with 2 innocent lives? However, contemplating the alternative, such parents would inflict considerable suffering upon their offspring. Perhaps it is preferable to avoid such a fate altogether. Gong Dui's complexion pales. How does Yen Shirtang retain such clarity regarding events from years past, while she has nearly buried them in the recesses of her memory? At that time, she was youthful and carefree, reveling in her exploits, convinced of her innocence. Chapter 34. More notorious than a nightclub host as humans, we are inherently inclined toward pleasure. Is there truly a fault in desiring extreme intimacy? Reflecting on this, Gong Dui's color begins to restore slightly. She finds no fault in her past actions. It must be said that engaging with Shun Jiu was exhilarating. He introduced her to experiences that Lin Wenxi could never provide. Initially, Lin Wenxi's gentle nature captivated her. But over time, it became as bland as tepid water. In contrast to tender encounters, Gong Dui yearns for the exhilarating thrill of passion. Subtly, she glances at Shun Jiu, her gaze betraying a flicker of longing. Perhaps a fleeting dalliance with him could be rekindled. She believes he would not refuse her.
Escalates.
Her intuition warning her of Shun Jiu's restless nature. Uncertain of Lin Wenxi's thoughts, she is resolute in her decision to sever ties with Shun Jiu. Though not at this moment. Shun Jiu has also dallied with wealthy women. He reaps numerous benefits with each encounter, more so than a mere nightclub host. Perhaps his side hustle involves such indiscretions. Yen Shirtang grows increasingly exasperated. Shun Jiu's level of depravity is astounding.
Deeply.
Recognizing that Shun Jiu's moral compass is even more compromised than she had envisioned. As the simulated contractions escalate to level 7, Shun Jiu, overwhelmed by the pain, cries out, "Stop, stop, I can't take it anymore." The staff halts the machine, their eyes glinting with derision at his feeble endurance. This scoundrel can barely handle level 7. What a pathetic waste. It may be shocking to some, but the truth remains. No wonder some participants sought out Yen Shirtang upon arrival. They wished for her to assess whether their partners were deserving of scrutiny. Truly a clever ploy. Level 8 is manageable. Crank it up to level 10. Lin Wenxi casts a sidelong glance at the whimpering Shun Jiu, a hint of mockery flitting across his features. He realizes the issue does not lie with him, but rather with Gong Dui's penchant for flamboyant partners. Reluctantly, Lin Wenxi, averse to the spotlight, must alter himself for the sake of their future happiness, only to find himself the subject of mockery. Such behavior is unworthy of Gong Dui. Quickly, Gong Dui senses Lin Wenxi's derision toward Shun Jiu, furrowing her brows slightly as she pulls his hand playfully, saying, "Wenxi, level 10 is incredibly painful. I don't want you to suffer. Let us reconsider." As long as he maintains a distance from Shun Jiu, the latter's distress will remain manageable. However, her actions were rather disheartening. She actually chose to accommodate an ex-boyfriend at the expense of her current partner. Is there something amiss with her judgment? Lin Wenxi clenched his fists slightly. Although her words seemed to express sympathy for him, they were, in fact, an attempt to placate Shun Jiu. Why should he extend any courtesy to someone like Shun Jiu, a scoundrel unworthy of respect? The warmth in Lin Wenxi's heart gradually extinguished, doused by an icy wave of disappointment. It was truly unbearable to witness his girlfriend siding with her former lover instead of supporting him, akin to swallowing a fly, an unpalatable experience. Gong Dui, on the other hand, believed that all men require a modicum of dignity and that lending a hand occasionally is only natural. She did not perceive any fault in her reasoning. Meanwhile, observing Gu Heng and He Xiaoxiao, who were already experiencing level 9 pain, Gu Heng's forehead glistened with a thin sheen of cold sweat. Yet he still refrained from calling for a stop. "Are you alright, Ah Heng?" In contrast to Gong Dui's suggestion that Lin Wenxi give up entirely, He Xiaoxiao's inquiry appeared heartfelt and genuine. Indeed, one appreciates the contrast only when it is present. Gu Heng's complexion turned slightly pale as he forced a smile and nodded. "Xiaoxiao, don't worry. I can handle it." He felt he owed Xiao Xiao so much that enduring the pains of childbirth was hardly a significant burden. Witnessing such sincere emotions from him, a flicker of pain crossed He Xiao Xiao's eyes. If only they could both muster a bit more courage, perhaps a happy ending awaited them. The warmth radiating from their interaction did not escape the notice of those nearby, and the expressions on their faces were far from pleasant. Among the three couples, this pair seemed genuinely affectionate, while the others appeared somewhat awkward. Anyone would struggle to tolerate their partner meeting an ex, especially when they were aware of how freely they had once played together. In the observation room, Yan Shirtang was recording a new yogurt advertisement. Jin Family Yogurt, showcasing a new sweet and sour sensation that you deserve. As soon as she finished her lines, she took a generous sip, followed by another, finding it quite enjoyable. Lu Xingxi reached for the Jin Family Yogurt on the table, unscrewed the cap, and took a taste. Though he said nothing, his silence spoke volumes. Initially, due to Guojia's influence, netizens were eager to place orders, and with Lu Xingxi's endorsement, sales began to surge once more. The foresight of the advertisers to choose Yan Sherdang as their spokesperson was undoubtedly a wise decision, as they shattered previous sales records on just the first day, an unexpected triumph. What began as a mere experiment had turned into a success. Meanwhile, the brand associated with Lu Xingxi remained in a state of observation, uncertain of when they would witness any positive indicators. Each day of delay equated to lost revenue, yet the burden fell solely on the brand, not on them. Seeing that everyone else had yogurt while she did not, Shen Xiaoxi felt somewhat aggrieved.
All right, fine.
Don't leave me out, it's hurtful. I suggest you to reveal a bit of your secret. I've been curious for 2 days now. Yan Sherdang, noticing her forlorn gaze, felt a twinge of helplessness. Since Shen Xiaoxi endorsed another beverage, she could not partake in drinks from competing brands. To do so would be unprofessional. Observing the gluttonous look in Shen Xiaoxi's eyes, Yan Shirtang kindly poured her a glass of warm water as a gesture of consolation. It remained to be seen whether it would be Gu Heng or Lin Wenxi who would endure until the end. Gu Heng, Lu Xingxi stated. Lin Wenxi clearly no longer wished to continue experiencing for Gongdi. The victor would undoubtedly be Gu Heng. Chapter 35. If you cannot, then let it be. Yan Shirtang nodded slightly in agreement. Although Gu Heng was indecisive, he genuinely loved He Xiao Xiao. Reflecting on his complicated family matters, Yan Shirtang couldn't help but frown slightly. If he could muster just a smidgen of courage, surely a happy future awaited him and He Xiao Xiao. After all, as long as that meddlesome stepsister remained unresolved, tranquility would be a distant dream. Shen Xiaoxi, listening to their banter, couldn't suppress a smile. Oh my, it seems Lu Xingxi is indeed different towards Tang Tang. With a huff, she mused, I didn't know. It seems the discerning eyes of us bystanders are indeed reliable. As they had anticipated, Gu Heng was the one who persevered until the end. Lin Wenxi, after all, had not experienced the full brunt of the pain and was uncertain whether he was yielding to Gong Dui or for other reasons. Gong Dui's romantic entanglements are rather vivid. Gong Dui truly loves to indulge. Gong Dui frequents certain establishments several times a month. She simply cannot hold back. Yan Sherdang suspected that Gong Dui might have a penchant for indulgence. Otherwise, why would she frequent such places? Lin Wenxi's expression darkened. When Gong Dui claimed she was attending a gathering with friends, he had no reason to doubt her. She indeed had many friends, and he could not confine her social life. Yet his kindness had inadvertently become an opportunity for her infidelity. Was he not wearing a crown of green upon his head? Gong Dui has also delved into certain exclusive circles, engaging in activities that differ notably from others. Yan Shirtang couldn't help but scrutinize Gong Dui further. Who would have thought that such a poised woman would engage in such extravagant behavior? Gong Dui trembled, growing increasingly alarmed as Yan Shirtang seemed to know everything about her past, as well as her present. What manner of person was she? It was utterly terrifying and bizarre. Don't even mention superheroes, she wouldn't believe it. Gong Dui steadied her nerves, pulling out a couple of tissues and reaching towards Lin Wenxi, who was glistening with a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. Surely, he wouldn't believe such a strange occurrence. Yet, Lin Wenxi rebuffed Gong Dui's gesture. Having already reached the limit of his restraint, he could not endure further distasteful actions. Gong Dui felt humiliated. Lin Wincy truly believed in such outlandish claims. Lin Wincy knew how to evoke Gong Dui as sympathy, speaking with a tone that was both gentle and tinged with melancholy, her eyes shimmering with a pleading light. She was subtly reminding him not to treat her thus. Could the bizarre sentiments of an outsider truly outweigh their 3 years of shared affection? Her gaze held no trace of guilt, resolute, as if these events were merely a cunning plot devised by Yen Sherdang, aimed at severing their bond. Her intentions were malicious. Lin Wenci regarded her with a half-smile, feeling as though the years spent were wasted, and just as they were on the brink of discussing marriage, he discovered his partner was far from virtuous. His experiences with Fu Xuexue bore striking similarities, though his circumstances were even more pronounced. The way Gong Dui felt under his scrutiny sent shivers down her spine. She could scarcely find her voice. At that moment, Gong Dui felt a surge of resentment towards Yen Sherdang, blaming her for sowing discord between her and her boyfriend. How insidious. The flicker of disdain for Yen Sherdang grew stronger within her. They had no enmity, so why would she maliciously expose her secrets and ruin her happiness?
Yet,
had she not engaged in such behavior, would events have unfolded differently? If one wishes to keep something hidden, one must avoid committing the act in the first place. This is a truth even a 3-year-old could comprehend, yet she persistently shifted blame onto others, never reflecting upon her own actions. Lin Wenci regarded her with a cold demeanor, recognizing that his previous indulgence had led him to be easily swayed. All right, everyone has now experienced the pains of childbirth. Can you grasp the hardships endured by mothers? The director of the postpartum center inquired, casting a discreet glance at the two among them. What a pair! One revels in being a seducer, while the other frequents establishments for companionship. It is little wonder they could once be a couple. In light of this, one cannot help but feel sympathy for the other two. Had it not been for that peculiar sentiment, they would have remained blissfully unaware of their partner's true nature. Thankfully, that voice allowed others to halt their losses and recognize the true face of their partners sooner rather than later. In truth, the pain of childbirth experienced on a simulator pales in comparison to the actual agony endured during pregnancy, which is equally arduous. It is hoped that everyone gains a deeper understanding of this, enabling them to assist in the future. The intention is not to overtly promote the suffering of women during pregnancy and childbirth, but rather to foster a collective awareness that it is not as simple as merely eating a meal. Subsequently, the director aimed to have the guests experience the process of pregnancy, binding large sandbags to their bellies, rendering movement cumbersome. Observers could not help but comment, "It's becoming difficult to stand upright. This is quite taxing." A flicker of terror crossed Shen Xiaoxi's eyes. The trials of pregnancy were indeed arduous for women. Yen Sherdang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the magnificence of motherhood. Her memories of her own mother were scant. She recalled only the kindness bestowed upon her. But her mother had passed away when she was still too young to form lasting memories. This body belonged to an orphan, devoid of the experience of maternal love. Nevertheless, she harbored a sense of gratitude towards her mother, for without her existence, she would not be here. The thought of carrying a child for 10 months and then giving birth to a lovely baby was indeed worthwhile. Shen Xiaoxi did not shy away from the idea of having children. Newborns were undeniably delightful, innocent, and charming in their simplicity. While the conversation flowed easily, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense. Only He Xiaoxiao and Gu Heng were genuinely engaged in the experience, while the others wore expressions of discomfort. Fu Xuexue had chosen a notably hefty pregnancy belly for Xin Ziyu to try on, and it was evident how displeased he was. It was unbearably heavy, and Fu Xuexue was clearly being playful, yet she insisted on prolonging the moment. Could she not exhibit a little grace? You once said we would share both joys and hardships. Since you want to be able to participate when I give birth in the future, isn't it fair to practice a bit now? You want to be upset, will you?
Fu Xuexue's gentle smile rendered Shen Ziyu speechless.
Frustration was palpable in Shen Ziyu's expression. The pregnancy belly was excessively large, and he questioned whether such a size was a realistic future possibility. How can we predict what lies ahead? Is it too heavy? If you find it unbearable, then perhaps we should reconsider. Fu Xuexue bluntly stated he could not handle it, her expression innocent enough to deflect suspicion of intent. Shen Ziyu's face flushed with indignation. How could she suggest he was incapable? Chapter 36. how to navigate an encounter between exes and current partners. Surely, there was no need to select such a cumbersome pregnancy belly. A more moderate option would suffice. Gong Di smiled as she discreetly attempted to alleviate Shen Ziyu's discomfort. Fu Xuexue's words were excessively harsh, offering no dignity to the man. What kind of girlfriend was she? Gong Di saw nothing wrong in her interjection. She simply wished to prevent the man from enduring such ridicule. Yet, given their history, what right did she have to comment? Her words only served to thicken the tension in the room, while the onlookers perked up, intrigued. Fu Xuexue glanced at Gong Di, her lips momentarily stiffening before brightening with a knowing smile. I apologize for overthinking. Let us heed Miss Di's advice. Lin Wenxi's countenance darkened ominously. Was Gong Di attempting to rekindle old flames with Shen Ziyu? Her puzzling behavior was unfathomable to those around her, yet she remained oblivious. Upon hearing Fu Xuexue acknowledge her suggestion, Gong Di's eyes sparkled with a hint of triumph. Fu Xuexue's demeanor appeared easily manipulable, lacking the cunning to create any real intrigue. It was no wonder Shen Ziyu enjoyed playful banter with others. Wenxi, let us select this one. She concealed her emotions and smiled as she chose a moderate pregnancy belly for Lin Wenxi. He regarded her with a penetrating gaze, ignoring her choice and selecting one for himself. Gong Di's smile faltered, her displeasure evident as she glared at him. What did he mean by this? Must he create such an uncomfortable spectacle before the cameras? Her embarrassment would reflect poorly on him as well. Fu Xuexue observed the scene, a faint smirk of derision playing upon her lips. Lin Wenxi was commendable in his actions. If possible, she hoped they could unite to retaliate against this unseemly couple. He Xiaoxiao and Gu Heng remained untouched by the strange ambience, enjoying their pregnancy belly trials while indulging in the unfolding drama. Gong Di's remarks are truly perplexing. Who is her boyfriend, Lin Wenxi or Shen Ziyu? Wow, you've uncovered a blind spot. I sensed something was off between them from the start, but it never occurred to me until now. Damn. It seems like the men have their advocates. Gong Di's logic appears questionable. There must be some connection between her and the other man. Calling for insights. We've already boosted the sales of the yogurt you've endorsed. When will you work your magic to expose the other man? Could it be that the magic has already been cast? Have you not noticed the barbs in Fu Xuexue's words? Lin Wenxi's demeanor towards Gong Di is distinctly different. Indeed. Fu Xuexue's implication that Shen Ziyu will not be involved in her future childbirth suggests a potential rift. Lin Wenxi's indifference towards Gong Di is also quite apparent. It must be said, the online community was astute. All three couples had completed their tasks, albeit imperfectly. Who would dare claim Fu Xuexue was easily bullied? Shen Ziyu and Gong Di's expressions shifted slightly. Fu Xuexue's probing questions were pointed, inevitably provoking deeper thoughts. There exists a saying that a qualified ex should be, as if they had died, completely buried. This sentiment, expressed by Lu Xingxi, was surprisingly sage. Indeed. An appropriate ex should vanish as if they were no longer living, rather than engaging amicably with an ex in front of their current partner. A hint of irony crossed Yan Shitong's features. Gong Di's behavior was unbecoming, revealing her disregard for Lin Wenxi. Shen Ziyu's actions also drew her disdain. As for me, I cannot fathom maintaining a cordial relationship with an ex in the presence of a current partner. Restraining myself from slapping them is already a testament to my restraint. Gong Di exemplified the type who would gaze at what others had while neglecting her own circumstances, oblivious to any impropriety in her actions. I believe circumstances should dictate behavior. Some exes can part on amicable terms and converse as friends. If a current partner feels jealousy in such interactions, it simply indicates their lack of maturity. Gong Di asserted her view, prompting a murmur of discontent among those nearby, the atmosphere growing tense. What an absurd statement. Does she truly not perceive any issue? Gong Di remained oblivious, having parted ways with Shen Ziyu on peaceful terms. Years ago, she had wished to study abroad, while Shen Ziyu's circumstances did not permit such a venture. Their mutual unwillingness to engage in a long-distance relationship led to their separation, yet neither harbored resentment. Even feeling exhilarated by their newfound freedom, both had a penchant for enjoyment, relishing in diverse experiences that left subsequent partners wanting. Over time, those memories were suppressed deep within. Their reunion today only served to stir those long-buried sentiments. In matters of love, a broad-minded approach was commendable, perhaps indicative of never having suffered infidelity, thus leading to such lofty ideals. Lin Wenxi scoffed, his words laced with sarcasm. Given Gong Di's character, she had always been the one to impose infidelity, never the recipient. Indeed, if she had been unfaithful, she would hardly hold such views on generosity and love. Fu Xuexue subtly curled her lips, her sarcasm unmistakable. Gong Di's meticulously crafted visage nearly faltered. Was Lin Wenxi collaborating with Fu Xuexue against her? Shen Ziyu, amidst their pointed remarks, wore a somber expression. Unfazed by their provocations as he addressed Gong Di, a breakup does not necessitate a complete severance of ties. Couples were aligning themselves in defense of their respective partners. Was there truly nothing strange about this dynamic? The online audience sensed an unusual tension, yet could only speculate on the unresolved grievances between them. However, some were able to connect the dots from their interactions and statements, swiftly piecing together a narrative of high similarity. Wow, this is glaringly obvious. Yan Shirtang found their antics amusing. The situation had ripened beyond recognition. Lu Xingxi raised a hand, furrowing his brow, rather than hinting. It would be more effective to state the truth directly, sparing the audience from their anticipation. Netizens, Lu Shun, you're quite the charmer. Chapter 37. Live broadcast of a restricted performance. Shen Xiaoxi was utterly exasperated with Shen Jiyue, feeling that even sharing the same gender with him brought bad luck. And then there was Gong Di, whose worldview was truly explosive. It was evident she wanted to reconcile with her ex, otherwise, she wouldn't be so inclined to speak on his behalf. Qin Ingjun thought he might have to faint again, requiring medical staff, but to his surprise, nothing of the sort occurred. After filming concluded, it was time for personal free time. Yan Shirtang was, as usual, surfing the internet, while Shen Xiaoxi, hindered by a back injury, also found herself online. Everyone was buzzing about the two couples, eagerly awaiting the juicy details. As Yan Shirtang scrolled through the comments, she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the astuteness of these netizens. Some comments were strikingly close to the truth, just shy of unveiling it entirely. This is why the vigilance of the local community is essential. With them around, one need not fear missing out on the gossip. Suddenly, Yan Shirtang's eyes widened in disbelief. Shen Jiyue and Gong Di are really caught up in the moment, and they actually did it in the storage room. Yan Shirtang shot up, her face a mix of shock and excitement. Shen Xiaoxi felt a surge of adrenaline, wanting to scream in exhilaration. What are you waiting for? Let us go catch them in the act. Tang Tang, where are you going? Wait for me. Shen Xiaoxi hurriedly followed. How could she miss such an opportunity? Yan Shirtang paid no mind, hastily making her way to the storage room. The news was fresh, just delivered by the gossip channel. However, before they could reach the storage room, they heard an exuberant scream. Yan Shirtang felt a headache coming on. Gong Di's peculiarities were truly toxic. Fu Xuexue stopped filming. Shen Jiyue bellowed as he attempted to disengage from Gong Di, who had him ensnared. Jiyue, don't you find this thrilling? Upon hearing this, Yan Shirtang nearly stumbled. It was well known that Gong Di was trouble, and this was indeed a prime example. Under Gong Di's deliberate provocations, Shen Jiyue's breathing became heavier, even slightly labored. But the sudden appearance of Fu Xuexue startled him. Gong Di continued unabashed, her gaze toward Fu Xuexue laced with defiance. Her expression revealed no sense of shame, only the thrill of being caught in a scandal. Fu Xuexue, unfazed by the provocation, watched the scene unfold with keen interest. A mere toothpick can excite you? It seems those before you didn't quite satisfy your cravings. And what about those melons? They seem a bit deflated. Perhaps a redo is in order. Also, this shade is rather dark. Only someone with no dietary restrictions could manage to munch on them. I know you enjoy playing, and while others may hesitate to say it, I suggest some upkeep. Otherwise, how can you compete? Your cries seem a bit feigned too. Try to sound more convincing next time. Or it'll leave any man feeling deflated. Fu Xuexue's sharp tongue left them speechless. Yan Shirtang, Shen Xiaoxi, and Lu Xingxi arrived just in time to hear this exchange, exchanging glances of disbelief. Lu Xingxi grabbed Yan Shirtang's arm, while Shen Xiaoxi boldly entered the fray. Upon witnessing the brazen display, she gasped in excitement. Is it really that exhilarating? Incredible. Seeing more intruders, Gong Dui lost her composure. She merely relished challenging the original partner and had no intentions of being modest. Pushing Shun Jiyue away, she sought her clothes.
Get out.
It was unclear whether she was addressing Shin Jiyue or Shin Xiaoxi, or perhaps both. Shin Xiaoxi, however, fixated on them, her gaze flashing with disdain at their exposed forms. Teacher Shin, perhaps they aspire to pursue acting. Let us be forgiving.
Fuxwixwe chuckled lightly.
Her phone still aimed at them. Shun Xiaoxi leaned in for a closer look. Only a few million are watching? Is everyone so lackluster in their appetite for gossip? Fu Shueshue, are you live streaming? Shun Jiyue roared, while Gong Dui let out a high-pitched laugh. Yes, don't you love being watched? I'm just fulfilling your desires. No need to thank me. Shun Jiyue's rage was palpable as he realized Fu Shueshue had dared to broadcast their indiscretion. Fu Shueshue, you orchestrated all of this. He shoved Gong Dui aside, desperate to cover himself, but Fu Shueshue kept him pinned down. Stop the broadcast, Fu Shueshue, let me up. With a face ashen as thunder, Shin Jiyue was beyond embarrassment. He had lost all dignity. Lin Wenxi arrived with a group, and Yan Shirtang was particularly taken aback. Unfazed by the unfolding chaos, she yearned to enter the scene but was held back by Lu Xingxi. Teacher Lu, can't you let me take a peek? I want to see. She had watched her fair share of videos but had never experienced the thrill of being present at such a scandal. Just one glance. I promise I won't linger. Lu Xingxi frowned slightly, disapproving of the spectacle. He had no desire to witness such indecency. Fortunately, they arrived just in time to prevent her from seeing the sordid scene, too shocking for the eyes. I've never seen a live version. I want to see. Yan Shirtang pleaded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xingxi relented, his hand releasing its grip. He wasn't quite sure why he allowed it. He simply felt reluctant to let her witness the sordidness within. But seeing her eager expression, he lacked the grounds to stop her. With newfound freedom, Yan Shirtang rushed inside, confronting the absurdity of the performers still in the nude. Shen Xiaoxi caught up with her. Tang, you missed the most scandalous moment. Yan Shirtang pouted, lamenting the delay caused by Lu Xingxi. The live stream has been shut down. Fu Shueshue sighed regretfully, but everyone saw it already, so what does it matter?
Hey.
If you streamed it on an external network, it wouldn't have been shut down, Shen Xiaoxi suggested, though now it seemed cumbersome. I could help if you want. That's enough. Shun Jiyue glared at them, fury boiling within. Chapter 38. Like Ouyang losing his radical, I want to see the public's reaction. Shen Xiaoxi, ever the bystander relishing the chaos, pulled out her phone to check Weibo. Oh, dear, the internet crashed, she exclaimed, her surprise tinged with suspicion of her own involvement. It's only natural. Who wouldn't want to watch such a captivating performance? Fu Shueshue scoffed, fully aware that this was all her doing. Since they were so deeply in love, she felt it was only fair to help them gain visibility, allowing the entire internet to witness their affection. Of course, Lin Wenxi had a hand in this as well. She had subtly hinted at his presence and even tampered with the storage room door, initially wondering if they would choose another location. To her amusement, once the spark ignited, they could hardly contain themselves, leading to this outrageous scene. Thanks to their indiscretions, an entertaining spectacle unfolded. She was certain that the internet was now ablaze with their restricted performance, and she had graciously aided them in gaining fame. They ought to be grateful. Gong Dui, I never expected you would treat me this way. Lin Wenxi arrived late, his expression dark as he was followed by a group of staff. Everyone gawked at the exposed couple, unable to look away. It was utterly disgraceful that they remained unclothed even after being caught in the act. Shun Jiyue and Gong Dui resembled clowns on stage, subjected to public scrutiny. It wasn't that they desired to remain undressed. Their clothes were trapped beneath Fu Shueshue's foot. Qining Jun, arriving on the scene, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wasn't trying to play peacemaker. This was within his jurisdiction, and allowing them to continue in their state was unacceptable. He quickly ordered clothes for them. You too. Honestly, Qining Jun was at a loss for words, unable to fathom the audacity of their actions, utterly disregarding their dignity. You shameless people. Dressed in her clothes, Gong Di seemed to come alive, pointing at Fu Xuexue and berating her. Suddenly, she directed her ire at Yan Sherdang as well, exclaiming, "And you?" Lu Xingxi pulled Yan Sherdang back slightly, fearing that someone might go mad and harm her. Shen Xiaoxi stood firmly behind Yan Sherdang, boldly declaring, "Sister, who could possibly be more shameless than you? Just look at yourself. You are stunning yet fragrant, elegant yet dignified. Akin to Ouyang losing his radicals." This remark elicited laughter from those who understood, as it was perfectly timed. Yan Sherdang couldn't help but give Shen Xiaoxi a thumbs up. Her words were devastatingly powerful. Fu Xuexue laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Indeed, like Ouyang losing his radicals. I bet Miss Gong is never lonely." She added, "Do you still have Shinjiu's contact information? Although his little toothpick is of little use, it could serve to entertain you. After all, you both have played many tricks together, and I am sure he knows how to please you." The expressions on Gong Di and Shinjiu's faces darkened, particularly Shinjiu's. How could he not be furious? Fu Xuexue, as his girlfriend, calling him a little toothpick was undoubtedly lethal.
How dare she?
Such a slander against him. Shinjiu glared at Fu Xuexue, filled with rage, wishing he could tear her apart. The one thing a man cannot tolerate, Fu Xuexue had trampled right onto his landmine. "Fu Xuexue, you have truly lost your mind," Shinjiu spoke coldly. "If you aren't insane, what is this?" "I am perfectly fine. You should check yourself."
Fu Xuexue ritorte dicili.
Isn't it obvious who has lost their mind? Gong Di stepped forward, attempting to slap Fu Xuexue, but her hand was intercepted. Turning her head, she saw Lin Wenxi. "Still wanting to hit someone?" "Gong Di, you are truly vulgar and despicable," Lin Wenxi said, his gaze icy. He had once treated her like a treasure, yet now she seemed as worthless as grass. He thought to himself how he could have ever liked such a woman. "Lin Wenxi, do you dare insult me?" Gong Di could hardly bear it. He had never spoken harshly to her before, and now he dared to scold her. "I am not insulting you. I am merely describing," Lin Wenxi snapped, forcefully shaking off her hand, causing her to stumble back a few steps. Had Shinjiu not been there to catch her, she would have fallen. Gong Di's face twisted in fury, her voice sharp as she declared, "Lin Wenxi, I am still your girlfriend." They had not broken up. How could he treat her this way? Lin Wenxi, with a cold expression, sneered, "Oh, my girlfriend who has put countless green hats on me? Who would want such a girlfriend? You can have her." The crowd looked at Gong Di with a mix of disbelief and disdain, unable to fathom her audacity. To engage with other men while still claiming to be his girlfriend was truly unprecedented. Gong Di's face turned pale. The arrogance she once displayed now vanished. "Congratulations to you both. The old flame has reignited," Fu Xuexue said with a smile, showing no hint of sadness. "Crying over a scoundrel is not worth it. You both want to make a scene, right? Don't worry, I will assist you. Consider it a gift for your reunion." Lin Wenxi, disregarding his pride, only wished to see this pair of adulterers thoroughly disgraced, never to rise again. "No, Lin Wenxi, you cannot treat me this way." Gong Di panicked, although she enjoyed threesomes. That did not mean she liked being watched. "I was wrong. Let us break up amicably." She pleaded with Lin Wenxi to consider their past and part ways peacefully, rather than exposing her private life online. Although she had come to this variety show seeking fame, she had envisioned becoming a popular sweet couple, not infamous. The crowd gasped, unable to believe Gong Di had the audacity to desire an amicable breakup after everything that had transpired. She was indeed a piece of work. Lin Wenxi refused to engage further, turning to leave. Fu Xuexue felt the same. She would never forgive Shinjiu, nor would she entertain the idea of an amicable split. Such thoughts were preposterous. Qi Ningjun would not interfere with their affairs, but he was ready to contact new guests. All of this was thanks to Yan Sherdang. Without her, such convenient circumstances would not have arisen. Noticing the malice in Gong Di and Shinjiu's eyes, Qi Ningjun intentionally walked behind them to keep them apart, ensuring they wouldn't trouble Yan Sherdang. Yan Sherdang was a protected entity here. Anyone who dared to harm her would have to contend with him. They were more desperate than he had anticipated. Shen Xiaoxi leaned closer to Yan Sherdang and whispered, "This is the first time witnessing such infidelity. It's shockingly intense." Indeed, following Yan Sherdang meant there were juicy tidbits to savor. Chapter 39. Lacking Morals. They cannot be expected to act morally. Yan Sherdang dared not speak. It was she who had initially brought Shen Xiaoxi to the storage room to gossip. Now that they had finished, what would she say if questioned about how she knew there were juicy revelations in the storage room? Shen Xiaoxi was still engrossed in the intrigue, chattering excitedly while holding Yan Sherdang's hand. What just happened was unbelievable. When I dashed in, they hadn't even separated. My goodness, it completely shattered my worldview, shocking my entire family. The visuals were utterly eye-watering, a true assault on the senses. Many must have seen it online. The live stream hadn't been cut off yet. The production team had undoubtedly boosted their fame. It was simply extraordinary. Shen Xiaoxi could talk non-stop, requiring no prompts from Yan Sherdang. Lu Xingxi, trailing behind, observed Yan Sherdang's silence and could guess the reason. He too had followed them out upon hearing the commotion. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the events. Although he was not particularly interested, hearing Yan Sherdang's excitement piqued his curiosity to see for himself. Uncertain of his motives, he had instinctively grasped Yan Sherdang's hand, perhaps fearing she might face retaliation. After all, some individuals, when humiliated, could lash out in anger. Yan Sherdang was still anxious, striving to formulate a response. Thankfully, Shen Xiaoxi did not inquire further, her focus solely on the scandal involving Xin Jiyu and Gong Di. Finally, they could surf the internet normally. Shen Xiaoxi beamed with excitement, eager to join the online community in discussing the scandal. The recent events had generated a flurry of trending topics, half of which were dedicated to the scoundrel and the seductress. The level of notoriety was comparable to that of a celebrity. Indeed, as they wished, they had truly soared to fame. Just look at the half-screen of trending topics. How many in the industry could boast of such a situation? They reaped what they sowed. Who could blame them for engaging in such morally reprehensible acts? Yan Sherdang had committed a transgression. Xin Jiyu and Gong Di were two of a kind, their morals utterly shattered. It could be said they possessed no principles, and thus could not be expected to act with integrity. How disgusting! How could these two be so shameless? What would their ancestors say?
Damn.
The guy is as weak as a rib bone, even less appealing than a pretty boy, yet he still pursues her? I must admit Fu Shueshua was right. A whore deserves a dog, and they will last forever. The live reenactment of a spring palace is incredible. If one didn't know better, they'd think two actors were performing, yet it's just a pair of adulterers in chaos. How unkempt. Why doesn't Gong Di maintain her fake assets? Seeing her lewd expression makes one pity Lin Wenxi, who must have endured countless green hats. What a disgrace to society. Gong Di and Xin Jiyu should be locked up and never allowed to harm others. Whose daughter and whose son are they? Their ancestors must be rolling in their graves. Indeed, one could only feel sympathy for Fu Shueshua and Lin Wenxi, who found themselves entangled with such partners. Shen Xiaoxi's eyes expressed disdain. She held a deep aversion for Xin Jiyu and Gong Di, yet felt compassion for the other two. The previous scandals were already in the past. Witnessing live infidelity inevitably heightened the sense of involvement. The disloyal and contemptible individuals make a perfect match. May honest souls never encounter such people. Yet, it is often the honest ones who find themselves ensnared. The functionality of the gossip platform has been upgraded, allowing for real-time updates. It seems that in recent days, there has been a considerable influx of fortune from Lu Xingxi. For reasons unknown, she lifted her hand to touch the place recently caressed by a man, and an inexplicable, faint emotion welled up within her. Lu Xingxi has been exceedingly attentive to her. Such a man is indeed hard to resist. Yet, thankfully, Yan Sherdang's heart remains steadfast and untempted. Pure as water, my heart is tranquil, like a gentle breeze, undisturbed by waves. In solitude among the bamboo, I sit and play my lute, achieving Zen while the dragon of temptation fades away. My heart is untroubled, for heaven rewards diligence. My righteousness is unwavering, causing even spirits to tremble. My emotions overflow as the world returns to my heart. Shen Xiaoxi thought, that was close. I almost succeeded in my cultivation breakthrough.
No.
She was reciting the heart-purifying mantra. What does this signify? It indicates her heart is in turmoil. Oh no, what have I missed this time? Yet, no matter how hard she tried to recall, nothing came to mind. Is it possible to be amidst a field of gossip, fully aware yet unable to partake? Shen Xiaoxi regretted it. The gossip surrounding Shin Jiyu and Gong Di was eye-watering, far less appealing than that concerning Lu Xingxi and Yan Sherdang. Yan Sherdang remained blissfully unaware of Shin Xiaoxi's flights of fancy, not even realizing that she had developed a crush on herself and Lu Xingxi. Such infatuation was futile. After all, Lu Xingxi was merely showing care out of friendship, nothing more. Shin Xiaoxi, undeterred, knelt before Yan Sherdang, her eyes flickering with conflict as she inquired, "Tangdang, why didn't you come in just now?" Lu Xingxi had blocked her, seemingly unwilling for her to witness the sordid side within. My goodness, this man is infuriatingly considerate. Yet, if the roles were reversed, she would certainly be scolded for hindering her from enjoying the gossip, as if good looks could spare one from the consequences. Impossible. Yan Sherdang's ears flushed with warmth as she murmured, "There were so many people. I almost got squeezed out." Who would believe such a claim? Shin Xiaoxi did not. There were only a few of us at the start. Was it really that crowded? Her expression, one of disbelief, left Yan Sherdang feeling somewhat guilty. Yan Sherdang had not lied. Indeed, the crowd had swelled significantly, rendering the storage room quite insufficient. Yet, some managed to squeeze in and witnessed the scandalous scene without paying a single cent. What's wrong? Yan Sherdang inquired innocently, genuinely perplexed about what Shin Xiaoxi sought to know. The sincerity in her expression rendered Shin Xiaoxi speechless, the words caught in her throat. Yan Sherdang's demeanor was so genuinely innocent, her gaze fixed intently upon Shin Xiaoxi, as if to say, "Will this suffice?" They both remained silent until Yan Sherdang's phone rang, providentially providing her with an escape. Shin Xiaoxi regretted not asking her question earlier, another opportunity lost. The call was from Lan Junhua, primarily discussing matters of endorsement. While it could have been communicated online, she simply could not contain her excitement and wished to share this joy. The sales figures soared above competitors, even exceeding expectations. Who could resist a little boasting? Yan Sherdang was elated. She had not anticipated such success. This was merely the beginning, and better days were yet to come. After finishing her conversation with Lan Junhua, another person sought out Yan Sherdang, Fu Xueshua. Yan Sherdang felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of the reason for her visit. "Teacher Yan, I'm sorry," Fu Xueshua began, leaving Yan Sherdang even more confused. Why was she apologizing? Before she could grasp the situation, Fu Xueshua continued, "Thank you, Teacher Yan." "Why are you thanking me?" Yan Sherdang pondered. What had Fu Xueshua done that warranted an apology and a thank you? It was evident Fu Xueshua noticed Yan Sherdang's confusion and slowly explained, "Earlier, Gong Di spoke disrespectfully to you, and I feel responsible for your distress." She wished to articulate how her sentiment had incited Gong Di's ire, but the words seemed trapped,
controlled by an unseen force.
Thus, Fu Xueshua resorted to a more palatable explanation, sincerely apologizing for the situation. In truth, she felt entangled in her own affairs. Yet, her insight had illuminated Shen's true nature. Otherwise, she might have remained oblivious until it was too late, potentially marrying Shin Jiyu and later discovering infidelity. A far more maddening and exhausting scenario. It was nothing unusual. Gong Di was a bit unhinged and would randomly lash out at anyone. Yan Sherdang waved her hand dismissively. Honestly, she found it hard to believe the explanation provided, yet could not conjure a better alternative. Gazing at Fu Xueshua, she awaited clarity on another point, but their eyes merely locked in silence without resolution. After a moment of reflection, Yan Sherdang chose to offer comfort. "Bid farewell to the disloyal. Your good fortune is on its way, arriving soon. The scoundrel is unworthy of the gentle and lovely lady. She deserves far better." Yan Sherdang intended to inquire why Fu Xueshua was grateful, but upon reflection, thought it might seem abrupt and refrained from asking. "I appreciate your kind words," Fu Xueshua replied with a faint smile. Undeniably, she believed Yan Sherdang's words held weight, perhaps due to their shared sentiments. "I won't disturb your rest any longer, Teacher Yan." Upon returning to her room, a message from Lan Junhua popped up, indicating yet another endorsement opportunity, urging her to sign the agreement promptly. Yan Sherdang's eyebrows lifted. Indeed, the fortune of the favored one has ushered in a wave of good luck. Upon learning of Yan Sherdang's new endorsement, Shin Xiaoxi felt no envy or jealousy. These accolades were well-deserved. Had it been someone else, she might have felt a twinge of jealousy. No, the contract hasn't been signed yet, Yen Shirtang replied with a slight shake of her head. That's fine. Congratulations. Yen Shirtang expressed her gratitude before reclining on her bed. Good night. Good night. They exchanged pleasantries, and after a few minutes, Shen Xiaoxi asked, "Would you like to watch a short video?" Yen Shirtang's pupils constricted. Did Shen Xiaoxi realize what she was suggesting? It was a video featuring Gong Dui, with each protagonist distinct. Another player fond of recording videos. It was no surprise they circulated. Shall I send it over? Yen Shirtang felt her ears redden. Although they were both women, discussing such matters still felt somewhat awkward. All right, I'll wait. Shen Xiaoxi forwarded the chat record and soon shared the video. This time, she encountered a benevolent soul who added her as a friend and promptly shared the gossip. Delightful. This kind soul also invited her to a group where gossip was frequently shared, thus providing her with yet another avenue to indulge in the latest news. A beautiful life is perhaps one where gossip flows freely every day. Yen Shirtang donned her headphones and clicked in. The initial scenes showcased Gong Dui's sultry dance, her attire provocatively revealing. As the video progressed, it also featured the protagonist's tasks. Gong Dui played the game for real, surpassing even the bloggers on Twitter. No, should she venture to Twitter, she might become a sensation. After a cursory viewing, Yen Shirtang concluded the video. Indeed, each featured protagonist was unique, at least 10, a staggering number. When would Shen Jiyu's video surface? She was curious to see who would outshine whom in their performances. Shen Xiaoxi scoffed. Gong Dui has reduced herself to the status of a red light district woman. Shen Jiyu cannot be much better. Yen Shirtang hesitated, pondering whether such a comparison was warranted. They may be on par, she mused. Shen Jiyu has dallied with numerous wealthy women. Some possess peculiar preferences. There was even one wealthy woman who had him undergo body piercing. He tried it out. But after 10, he ended that encounter when the next wealthy woman expressed distaste for such practices. Shen Xiaoxi exclaimed, "How is this gossip even possible? I must see that. This is the first time I've heard of such a unique preference. My curiosity is piqued." Shen Xiaoxi silently searched for information on male body piercing, pondering whether Shen Jiyu had been deemed inadequate by that wealthy woman. What has just been witnessed is indeed a mere toothpick, and I cannot fathom why these individuals are so keen on associating with him. It is quite revolting. Yen Shirtang, too, found herself curious about the male beating phenomenon. After a thorough explanation from Guodong, she was equally astounded. Is it truly possible to engage in such activities? The revelations regarding Shen Jiyu's exploits have indeed expanded her understanding of human sexuality. I wonder if Shen Jiyu's summary includes this. When the moment arrives, everyone shall be equally shocked. Shen Xiaoxi declared it must. I will immediately spill the beans. To relish the entirety of the gossip online, Shen Xiaoxi burned the midnight oil, demonstrating remarkable dedication. The following day, her alarm clock rang incessantly, yet she remained oblivious until Yen Shirtang pulled her from her slumber, prompting some movement. Yen Shirtang noticed that Shen Xiaoxi appeared akin to a thief from the previous night, a tad embarrassed. Had she secretly stayed up late again? Xiaoxi, your dark circles are quite pronounced. Reluctant to admit it, Shen Xiaoxi's under-eye bags were indeed severe today, and her complexion, lacking rest, appeared pallid and haggard, as though drained of vitality by some mischievous spirit. I only slept at 3 last night. I'm exhausted. Shen Xiaoxi stifled a deep yawn, relieved that her late-night vigil had not been in vain, as she had consumed all the gossip, even catching a glimpse of the beating video, a truly indescribable experience. Yen Shirtang hesitated, her thoughts caught in a whirlwind. Shen Xiaoxi generously offered, withholding nothing from her. Do you know what male beating is? Yen Shirtang opened her mouth. I know a little. It truly exists. Shen Jiyue went ahead and did it, but after removal, the performance was significantly diminished. I was unaware of this. Guodong actually omitted such details. Shen Xiaoxi patted her shoulder. I'll send it to you. You'll understand once you see it. Chapter 41. Gu Heng's eccentric stepsister Yen Shirtang promptly viewed the content, finishing just before work commenced. The information she lacked was meticulously compiled by netizens, explained frame by frame, Quite impressive. One must commend these netizens. If they applied their talents elsewhere, who knows how successful they could be. Has your perception been challenged? Shen Xiaoxi inquired. It's akin to a toad courting a frog, ugly yet flamboyant. The netizens truly delivered. Yan Shirtang raised her thumb in approval. She relied on external sources to access the gossip, while they had derived it through their own analysis. You, too, Shen Xiaoxi replied in a hushed tone, asserting that the truly impressive individual was still Yan Shirtang. Her voice was barely audible, and Yan Shirtang did not catch it, asking, Shen Xiaoxi shook her head. I meant if it were you, you would also be impressive. For a fleeting moment, Yan Shirtang felt a pang of guilt, as though her inner secrets were laid bare. Haha, Xiaoxi, you truly flatter me, Yan Shirtang replied with a dry laugh, assuring herself her words bore no hidden meanings. Shen Xiaoxi gently patted her shoulder. No. I genuinely applaud you. Who can rival your prowess in gossip? If anyone can, I shall wash my hair while standing on my head. She was not jesting. She would indeed live stream such antics. No one else's thoughts could be as profoundly heard. Yan Shirtang was singular in this regard. Thus, Shen Xiaoxi gazed intently at Yan Shirtang, seemingly regarding her as something extraordinary. Yan Shirtang remained unfazed internally, even finding it amusing. She had grown accustomed to Shen Xiaoxi occasionally regarding her with such peculiar eyes. The previous night's events had stirred quite a commotion, yet that did not prevent everyone from feeling invigorated. Yan Shirtang settled down, awaiting others to engage her in conversation. This familiar scenario was one she had come to accept. I apologize for last night. I merely thought the scene would offend your sensibilities, hence I shielded you from it. He had, after all, stepped on a landmine last night, which prompted his apology to Yan Shirtang. His microphone was still off, and his words were meant for private ears only, leaving only lip-reading as a means of understanding. Yan Shirtang felt a surge of surprise. She had not anticipated Lu Xingxi would specifically address this matter with her. It's quite all right, Yan Shirtang smiled. You performed admirably this time. Next time, I won't permit it. Lu Xingxi chuckled, knowing well she would not appreciate it. Yet, at that moment, he had acted on impulse, believing she would find the scene unsettling. Thus he had grasped her hand without a second thought. Lu Xingxi, unable to resist, pinched his fingertips, suddenly furrowing his brow. What had he just done? Acting like a lunatic. He flashed her a gentle smile, indicating that this matter was now behind them. Just then, Shen Xiaoxi approached. Oh my, it feels as though I have missed a fortune. Having been delayed by her makeup, she had unfortunately overlooked such a captivating moment. Regret washed over Shen Xiaoxi. She had truly squandered a golden opportunity. As she drew closer, the crowd had already dispersed. Shen Xiaoxi linked her arm with Yan Shirtang, her face cast downwards. From now on, she vowed to remain steadfastly by Yan Shirtang's side, never to stray. Observing her downcast demeanor, Yan Shirtang, though puzzled, refrained from inquiring further. Let us return to work. No need to ask too many questions. Shen Xiaoxi, suppressing her eager curiosity, could only follow her lead. Someone proficient in lip-reading, please reveal what Lu Xingxi and Yan Shirtang discussed. I could not catch a single word. When did their relationship become so close? I received no prior hints. Crying, this Yan Shirtang is quite bothersome, always riding on Lu Xingxi's coattails. Might she not cease? This is surely a normal professional exchange. I cannot fathom why you are so agitated. Are you unwell? Lu Xingxi is a gentleman, considerate of others. Wishing to give newcomers more opportunities, there is no ulterior motive. Do not overthink it. Minor incidents are often magnified by netizens, leading to endless interpretations. 1,000 minds harbor 1,000 Hamlets, and with such varied thoughts, discrepancies are inevitable. Yan Shirtang had not intended to ride on Lu Xingxi's popularity. If she were to benefit, it would merely be from misfortune. But this was a secret known only to her, as others remained oblivious and unable to comprehend. Good morning, Yan Laosher, Lu Laosher, Shen Laosher, he Xiaoxiao greeted with palpable cheer, even through the screen, addressing the guests in the observation room, leading everyone to believe she was on the cusp of good news. Shen Xiaoxi glanced at Yan Shirtang, pondering why he Xiaoxiao appeared so joyful. Yan Shirtang blinked, realizing her inquiry was futile, as she was equally in the dark. But there was gossip. No. Rather, a matter that even Yan Shirtang was unaware of. He Xiao had inadvertently discovered that Gu Heng was preparing to propose, and though she was still contemplating, it did not hinder her happiness. Anyone with discernment could tell that He Xiao was in high spirits today, but shortly thereafter, all could see her expression darkening. There were 3 pairs of couple guests today, one of which was evidently familiar with He Xiao and Gu Heng. Initially assumed to be allies, they turned out to be adversaries. Gu Heng, dear brother. A saccharine voice dripped with artifice, sending chills down the spine. Could this be the one? Shen Xiaoxi's expression twisted, though she had never heard of Li Yanji. She was distinctly aware of Gu Heng's eccentric stepsister. She appeared youthful, yet her spirit was wild. Indeed. However, that was not correct. Everyone was unaware of Gu Heng's affairs. She suddenly turned to Shen Xiaoxi, asking which one. Shen Xiaoxi stammered, her gaze flickering. That one. Shen Xiaoxi struggled for words, realizing her question was quite ambiguous. Miss Shen may have mistaken someone. Lu Xingxi interjected, bringing clarity to Shen Xiaoxi's thoughts. Yes. She looks familiar, but upon closer inspection, I realize I was mistaken. Yan Sherdang. Do I appear to believe you? It was not that she doubted Lu Xingxi and Shen Xiaoxi, but rather that Shen Xiaoxi's reaction seemed to betray her intent. Miss Li resembles a childhood friend of mine quite closely. Shen Xiaoxi, a childhood friend? My sincerest apologies. I did not mean to suggest that Li Yanji is like you. How unfortunate. Yan Sherdang pondered. Was it possible Shen Xiaoxi was privy to Gu Heng's gossip? How did she come to know? Yan Sherdang was utterly perplexed. Had she always been aware, or was it merely her overthinking? Noticing Yan Sherdang's distracted demeanor, Shen Xiaoxi's gaze flickered. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on it for now. Could you continue to reveal more about Li Yanji's scandals? She wished to indulge in the unfolding drama firsthand. It was bound to be captivating. Chapter 42. A collective nausea. It seemed there were familiar faces among the guests this episode. Yan Sherdang gave a slight nod. Li Yanji's actions were exceedingly conspicuous. Li Yanji's devotion to Gu Heng had morphed into an obsession. It was an unhealthy fixation. If she could not possess Gu Heng, she would seek to destroy him. Thus, her presence before the camera was marked by an audacious fearlessness. Yan Sherdang sighed, sensing that Li Yanji was grappling with some psychological issues. Previously, she had learned of Li Yanji's predicament from Gu Heng's perspective. She now pondered what revelations might emerge from viewing it through Li Yanji's eyes. Upon entering Li Yanji's name into the search, she was met not with delightful surprises, but rather a plethora of unsettling shocks. Goodness! Li Yanji is undoubtedly a severe deviant. Upon hearing that Li Yanji is quite the eccentric, those who were previously standing close to her discreetly stepped back a bit. An eccentric indeed, one could only wonder what she might do next. Even her plastic boyfriend, Tao Iru, silently shifted his position, for he was merely there to earn money and had no desire to attract the attention of an eccentric. Despite their romantic involvement, which had lasted less than a week, it did not deter Li Yanji from expressing her intention to participate in a popular variety show. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed, captivated by the show's current acclaim. Little did he know, this variety program was truly intriguing, and it featured a peculiar voice. This voice incessantly spoke of Li Yanji, arousing a sense of curiosity within him. What was this voice whispering in his ear? Why did it persist in discussing her? Li Yanji sensed that continuing with this line of inquiry would be detrimental to her. Have you all heard that peculiar sound? She attempted to ask, repeating the question multiple times yet failing to articulate it audibly for everyone to hear. If you hear something, do not believe it at all. One cannot discern who is playing tricks on her. How insidious. Regrettably, the sentiments she yearned to convey remained unarticulated, rendering the scene before the oblivious onlookers as an enigmatic display reminiscent of the erratic gestures of patients in a psychiatric ward. Miss Li, something seems amiss, observed Yan Sherdang, sipping her yogurt while analyzing Li Yanji's predicament. It appeared as though she wished to communicate something, yet was utterly unable to do so. She showed no inclination to relate the matter to herself, remaining blissfully unaware of its connection to her own circumstances. Indeed, it is rather peculiar and difficult to articulate, acknowledged Shin Xiaoxi, who was still pondering Yan Shitong's half-finished remarks, urging her to continue. What exactly is peculiar about Li Yanji? Lu Xingxi casually remarked that she had a keen interest in Gu Heng. Yan Shidang raised her gaze towards Lu Xingxi, genuinely surprised that he had noticed. Not merely intrigued. She was almost desperate to become Gu Heng's person. Her affection for him was utterly overwhelming. Can you believe she has a whole cabinet filled with Gu Heng's personal belongings? For instance, discarded paper wads, toothbrushes, and even worn undergarments were surreptitiously taken, often without the slightest intention of being cleaned. My goodness! She would even follow Gu Heng into the restroom to indulge in a few sips of toilet water, raising suspicions that had Gu Heng neglected to flush, she would have consumed it wholeheartedly. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, and Yan Shidang, who initially felt slightly nauseous, found herself succumbing to the wave of retching that ensued. Everyone reacted, save for the individual in question, Li Yanji. What is happening? Why are we all experiencing this collective wave of nausea? I can guarantee that this latest scandal is somehow connected to Sister Jia and Li Yanji. She must have done something truly repugnant to provoke such a reaction from everyone. Lo and behold, observing Li Yanji's demeanor, it is evident that she harbors an interest in Gu Heng. Could it be that the trio has been discovered in a collective bout of morning sickness? It cannot possibly be for this reason. Recently, the gossip has not lacked individuals attempting to undermine others, yet no one has collectively experienced nausea. It is undoubtedly the case that Li Yanji has engaged in some explosive behavior to provoke such a reaction. I am quite impatient. This is truly exasperating. Surely, it cannot be that Li Yanji has behaved in such a ridiculous manner. One must admit, dear netizens, you have unveiled the truth.
Li Yanji Kulanchet Harpalm.
Her expression taut with tension, for she had anticipated that this peculiar voice would prove disadvantageous to her, and now it had come to pass. Brother Gu, I am not. Li Yanji hastened to explain to Gu Heng. She was acutely aware that her small idiosyncrasies might displease him, yet what could she do when he harbored not a single sentiment for her? If Gu Heng were to agree to be with her, what need would she have to gather all this? The more she collected, the more her satisfaction grew, ultimately leading to an infatuation. Gu Heng was so revolted that he felt nauseous, to the point of almost expelling his stomach acid. A chill swept through him, rising from the soles of his feet to his very heart, leaving him utterly devastated. He realized that his perpetual sense of emptiness stemmed from Li Yanji, who had committed such lascivious acts against him. No. The term sleazy fails to encapsulate the essence of Li Yanji. Human language falls short in describing her. As Gu Heng's girlfriend, He Xiaoxiao could no longer tolerate her boyfriend being subjected to Li Yanji's antics. Unable to restrain herself, she approached and delivered a resounding slap across Li Yanji's face. Caught off guard, with her attention solely fixed on Gu Heng, Li Yanji staggered from the blow. Once she regained her composure, a fierce scowl twisted her features as she glared at He Xiaoxiao and exclaimed, "You audacious wretch! How dare you strike me? If one must strike, then let it be done without the need to choose an auspicious day." He Xiaoxiao trembled with rage, feeling that even a slap would be too lenient. The actions of Li Yanji warranted police intervention. She even suspected that her home had been invaded. Her suspicions were not unfounded, for Li Yanji had indeed trespassed into their residence on more than one occasion. Li Yanji secretly infiltrated the home of He Xiaoxiao and Gu Heng, even indulging in fantasies while holding Gu Heng's personal belongings on their bed. The incessant turmoil caused Gu Heng to faint from anger. He found it unbearable to accept such a reality. The mere thought of his experiences was enough to push him to the brink of despair. The public was no longer eager to indulge in this scandal. Temporarily repulsed and unable to digest the situation, needing time to recover. It was explosive. Absolutely explosive. Such individuals truly exist in this world, and it is profoundly terrifying. Upon reconsideration, it was apparent that he was merely a transient guest, so let him depart. Gu Heng was taken to the hospital, and naturally, Li Yanji wished to accompany him, yet she was stopped. However, she still needed to ask Gu Heng for money, as how could she possibly afford the exorbitant penalty for breach of contract? Chapter 43. Boys must protect themselves even outside. Li Yanji lingered, her spirit seemingly tethered elsewhere, leaving behind merely an empty shell. She moved through her actions with a profound lack of vitality, resembling a marionette devoid of strings. Taoiru, reluctant to engage with Li Yanji, was nonetheless compelled to maintain the faade of a couple. Yet, the mere thought of her recent conduct churned his stomach with revulsion. Having endured such a troubling experience within the span of a week, he was thankful that it was only Gu Heng who had been carried away by the medical personnel. He feared he might have followed suit. The memory of having held hands with Li Yanji and the times she had linked her arm with his cast a shadow over his mood, rendering it less than pleasant. What a vexing situation. Money is hard to earn and even harder to enjoy. He wished to refrain from mentioning that word again. Meanwhile, another pair of guests dared not approach Li Yanji directly, nearly overwhelmed by the chaos she wrought. Qin Whiting clutched Mingxia, anxious to shield him from even the slightest trace of her erratic demeanor. Mingxia regarded her with a smile, finding her fears somewhat exaggerated. Her behavior was not terrifying, merely distasteful. Qin Whiting shot him a glare, her indifference unsettling. "What if a pervert had their sights set on you?" she admonished. Mingxiao gently squeezed her hand, his expression one of remorse. He felt unworthy of such fortune and thought it best to leave matters to that brother with the surname Gu. The young man must also take care to protect himself while out in the world. Qin Whiting continued to glare at him, providing online netizens with a hint of intrigue. So, does this mean that Gu Heng has been subjected to the advances of Li Yanji? Indeed, otherwise Qin Whiting would not have uttered such words. It is certain that Li Yanji has taken advantage of Gu Heng in a significant manner, otherwise, Gu Heng would not have been so nauseated. Is there not a possibility that mere lewdness would not suffice to provoke a collective bout of nausea? There must have been some truly repugnant act committed, for otherwise, such collective revulsion is inexplicable. What could have transpired to evoke such disgust? It seems one is left with no choice but to resort to the most distasteful options. Could it be that Li Yanji has partaken in the excrement of Gu Heng? I am appalled. The upstairs neighbor is utterly repugnant. Thankfully, I did not consider this a suitable mealtime drama. Otherwise, I would be left questioning the very essence of existence. I suspect that the truth within the building has emerged, perhaps explaining the collective nausea experienced by everyone. Goodness, if that is indeed the case, it would justify the shared discomfort. Alternatively, one could argue that they lack the energy to focus on such matters, still reeling from the harm inflicted by Li Yanji. It seems that Li Yanji remains oblivious to the peculiarities in others. Indeed, her current state renders her incapable of noticing them. They say the eyes of the masses are keen. When the truth is presented, even the faintest hint can lead to the brink of revelation. Qin Whiting's remark, "Boys must also take care of themselves," struck a chord, causing Xin Xiaoxi to stifle a laugh. It was astute, accurate, and piercingly truthful. My goodness, here is Li Yanji, infatuated with Gu Heng while simultaneously entangled with other men, and even resorting to abortion at such a young age. What a scandal! During her sophomore year, Li Yanji had a dalliance with a boy from the vocational school next door. The two, youthful and playful, explored forbidden pleasures without taking precautions, inevitably leading to pregnancy. It appears that Li Yanji considers herself a domineering figure. Gu Heng represents her obsession, an unattainable ideal, yet in private, she indulges freely, never repeating her partners. How alarming! Yan Shirtong's forehead was adorned with a dark line of frustration. If those individuals were aware of Li Yanji's eccentricities, would they still dare to kiss her? Suddenly, a sense of curiosity arose. Oh dear, Li Yanji is actually an HIV patient. Upon hearing these words, the most significant reaction came from Tao Iru. Li Yanji has HIV. Fortunately, I had only been together with her for a week, without any intimate contact. He stated that making money was the most crucial matter. Thankfully, his feelings for Li Yanji were not genuine. I am uncertain whether we can continue recording, and if the money will still be obtainable. If that is the case, then his efforts today would have been in vain. The issue does not lie with him. It is entirely Li Yanji's lack of self-respect that bears the blame. HIV is primarily transmitted through blood, from mother to child, and through sexual contact. However, society's stereotypes surrounding this incurable virus engender a deep-seated fear, prompting individuals to instinctively distance themselves. Qin Whiting tugged at Mingxiao, steering him aside as if to evade any potential contamination. It was not that she harbored prejudice against Li Yanji, but rather that the latter's presence was indeed difficult to articulate. Li Yanji was already on the brink of despair, and hearing the voice that incessantly aired her dark secrets only fueled her rage. Tao Iru, do you have any idea? She seethed, yet the words eluded her. Tao Iru gazed at her in confusion, seemingly unaware of her intended meaning. In truth, he grasped Li Yanji's implication, yet chose to remain silent. After all, if he could not articulate it, what was the point of saying more? Li Yanji, infuriated, let out a furious roar. The decibel level, so high it could render one deaf. Her sudden outburst not only startled those present, but also shocked her online fans.
Oh my.
Li Yanji is quite mad. That unexpected bark nearly gave me a heart attack. I truly appreciate it. Who understands the plight of those who wear headphones? That sound just now nearly sent me away. The other guests avoid her like the plague. She must have committed some dreadful act. It's truly infuriating. Can someone, out of kindness, enlighten me? Qin Ingjun replied, you may find it hard to believe, but these individuals were not invited by me. Rather, they have presented themselves, eager for my selection. As for Li Yanji, she also volunteered herself. Under the pretense of wanting to witness her brother's happiness, she spoke with such heartfelt sincerity. Had I not known from the outset that she was a peculiar stepsister who liked to cling to her stepbrother, I might have almost fallen for her deceit. She is unaware that she had already made an impression on those present days ago. Otherwise, she would not have so openly boasted about her close relationship with Gu Heng, claiming he holds her, as a sister, in great esteem. Reflecting on this, it seems quite a significant loss.
Damn.
One should not acquiesce to Li Yanji for such a trivial provocation. Instead, one must place hope in the other guests. It is my fervent wish that the remaining pair of guests remain unscathed, as there are merely 2 days left in this journey, and I desire for them to endure. Chapter 44. How Guojia made the cheerful guest weep.
Hold on.
They must persevere. Qin Ingjuan's silent outcry indeed evokes a sense of losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. Tao Iru is rather disinclined to engage with Li Yanji. Yet the predicament of still bearing the identity of her boyfriend compels him otherwise. Damn, why is it so difficult to earn money? Li Yanji's eyes flickered as she glanced at the contract, which stated that unexpected circumstances would not be considered a breach of contract. What if she simply fainted? Perhaps she could still be taken to the hospital where Gu Heng is located. Thus, Li Yanji dramatically collapsed onto the ground. Her descent executed with such fluidity that even seasoned actors could hardly rival her performance. There was undoubtedly an element of theatrics involved, leaving one to ponder her true intentions. With someone falling before the camera, could Qin Ingjun remain indifferent? Only medical personnel were allowed to awaken her. However, she was able to endure the situation. Despite the attempts to revive her through various methods, including aromatic stimulation and pressing on her philtrum, she remained unresponsive. Ultimately, she had to be carried away on a stretcher. Is this a performance? Do they think we are foolish spectators? Indeed, I concur with the sentiments expressed above. Li Yanji is truly treating us as foolish spectators, leaving me both infuriated and amused. I am eager to discern what sort of wretched individual she truly is. The more I watch, the more my ire grows. Tao Iru's plight is utterly pitiful, as his girlfriend brazenly flirts with other men, leaving him with a glaringly green hat upon his head. Sister Gua, please emerge and deliver justice upon this shameless woman, who, despite her youth, harbors such ulterior motives that it repulses me to my core. As Li Yanji departed, Tao Iru found it impossible to remain any longer, reluctantly following the staff away. It was deliberate. It was intentional.
Li Yanji,
whose personal life is chaotic and heart is malicious, is determined to prevent him from profiting. This infuriated Tao Iru, who felt compelled to intervene when Li Yanji was involved. Ultimately, only Qin Whiting and Ming Xie remained, exchanging glances in bewilderment. Is it really possible to continue in this manner? What shall we do next? It appears somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, the romantic endeavor was successfully accomplished. The couple exuded sweetness, enveloped in a delightful atmosphere of pink bubbles throughout their journey. There was no indication of Yan Shirtong's inner thoughts, suggesting that they might not share any entanglements. Qin Whiting gazed at her with intense curiosity and excitement. It is indeed astonishing that such wonders exist in this world. Truly, art is born from life, and those science fiction novels may well be rooted in reality. Mingxiao tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to refrain from staring so unabashedly at Yan Shitang, as it was beginning to make the latter uncomfortable. Yan Shitang, indeed, sat somewhat stiffly, and Qin Whiting's fervent gaze left her feeling a bit flustered. Teacher Yan, I am your admirer. My enthusiasm may come across as overwhelming, and I hope you can forgive me, Qin Whiting said earnestly, declaring that from this day forth, she would be a devoted fan of Yan Shitang. Is that so? Yan Shitang felt a tinge of disbelief, while Qin Whiting was predominantly consumed by curiosity about her. Yet, when individuals express such sentiments in front of a camera, one must accept their authenticity. Grateful for your affection, Yan Shitang conducted a brief search on her, and a fleeting glimmer of compassion flickered in her eyes. It is indeed hard to fathom that the vivacious and cheerful Qin Whiting once battled with depression. A pair of warm, sturdy hands enveloped hers, transmitting a continuous flow of warmth that seemed to dispel the lingering chill. It was infuriating to realize that her childhood friend, someone who had grown up alongside her, would maliciously slander her for a man, even orchestrating her downfall that led to bullying and subsequent depression. Being betrayed by one's closest friend is indeed an immensely painful experience. Qin Whiting's best friend harbored affections for a boy who, in turn, favored Qin Whiting. It is truly absurd to sever ties over a mere man. In the eyes of her friend, despite Qin Whiting's academic performance being inferior and her looks lacking in comparison, the boy's preference for Qin Whiting ignited feelings of resentment and bitterness. This friend frequently disparaged Qin Whiting and tarnished her reputation on the campus forum, even going so far as to share derogatory posts with her. At such a tender age, and lacking the resilience to cope with such hostility, Qin Whiting soon found herself succumbing to depression. Despite this, her close friend did not spare Qin Whiting, audaciously slandering her by accusing her of enticing others' boyfriends, a fabrication entirely concocted by the friend, utterly devoid of truth. Yet others believed these fabrications, and those who masqueraded as champions of justice subjected Qin Whiting to relentless harassment, exacerbating the already severe bullying she faced at school. This undoubtedly intensified her suffering, causing her mild depression to escalate into a severe condition.
Qin Whiting attempted suicide.
Fortunately, she survived. Otherwise, the vibrant and cheerful Qin Whiting we see today would not exist. It took her 3 long years to emerge from the shadows. Beware of fire, theft, and treacherous friends. Thankfully, Qin Whiting has navigated through countless tribulations. Yan Shitang breathed a sigh of relief, confident that such a joyful girl still had fortune awaiting her. With red-rimmed eyes, Qin Whiting reflected on the past and realized everything was orchestrated by her friend. However, given the time that had elapsed, pursuing justice was no simple task, and she was reluctant to revisit old wounds, with the perpetrator still at large. Although that friend has not faced immediate consequences, she is now reaping the bitter fruits of her actions, which is a small comfort. Yan Shitang felt no sympathy for this friend. She had inflicted harm on others without a shred of remorse, and facing retribution was only natural. Yet, her disdain was reserved for abusive men, who truly deserved condemnation. Hearing the good news brought Qin Whiting to tears. Though the past was like smoke, memories remained vivid.
Now,
learning of the other's punishment felt like a long-standing injustice had finally been rectified, inevitably causing her to weep with overwhelming emotion. This startled Yan Shitang, who recalled the last person to cry before her. Is Qin Whiting crying because she saw her idol?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
She was just happy. She only cried after watching Guojia for a while. Guojia must have cast some magic to make her cry. Chapter 45. The reality of unrequited love and romance studies with red eyes. Qin Whiting shyly looked at everyone, embarrassed by her emotional outburst. I apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me while recalling some old memories. She explained with sincere regret, emphasizing that her emotional lapse was unintentional. It's all right. How are you holding up? Someone empathized, recalling their own experiences with online bullying when they first debuted, which, while still present, was no longer as severe as before. Qin Whiting nodded, her gaze warm as she looked at Yan Shitang. Were it not for her, Qin Whiting would have remained oblivious to the unfolding saga of her treacherous friend. Yen Shirtang subtly moved her fingertips, reflecting on the past. What a coincidence. Qin Whiting gazed at her and softly said, I once had a very close friend, but she betrayed me. It was better to recognize the true nature of such friends early on. After all, such individuals were not true friends. Yen Shirtang, aware of her predicament, offered words of comfort. Is it friendship when a person harms their best friend for a man? In my eyes, it is not. Such individuals will inevitably betray you. Even without that man, she would find another reason to harm you, so recognizing her true nature early on is indeed beneficial. Yes, such a person does not deserve to be your friend. Shen Xiaoxi empathized deeply, fully aligning with Qin Whiting against the traitorous friend. What a good friend. Clearly, she is a wretched enemy. Ever since she spread rumors about me for a man, we'll never be friends again in this lifetime. Perhaps aware of her friend's punishment, Qin Whiting spoke of it without the suffocating pain that once accompanied it. Instead, she expressed a sense of liberation. After all these years, it was the first time she had mentioned this to anyone. Even her boyfriend, Ming Xiao, had never brought it up, learning about it only from her parents. Ming Xiao was happy for her. It was good that she could let go. How vicious. Was it worth it for a man? Shen Xiaoxi remarked incredulously. Is that man even as handsome as Peng Yuan? Is he wealthier than Li Kaxing? Seemingly guessing her thoughts, Yen Shirtang quietly shared some gossip about the enemy friend. The man she liked is a rapist. He is currently serving time. Such a revelation was even more revolting. They had assumed he was someone of substance, only to discover he was a lowlife. Qin Whiting had no memory of that man. She only knew that her former friend had severed ties with her for a man. Now, learning that he was a rapist left her feeling disillusioned and speechless. Such examples abound in reality. I would label them as foolish. I understand the pain of being stabbed in the back by a friend. It hurts deeply. We promised to be there for each other until old age. Yet she pushed me into the abyss for a man. Fortunately, I have a resilient heart. Hey, I was about to comfort you, but seeing you like this, I think I need your comfort and mindset instead. If you encounter friends who are love-struck, run away quickly, especially those you're close with. They LL bother you and, after a brief breakup, reconcile only to turn against you. Having such friends is truly a stroke of bad luck. Toxic friends, avoid them at all costs, otherwise, you won't even know how you met your demise. Love-stricken individuals, Lu Xingxi remarked softly. If he had such people around him, he would be clueless about where they would end up. Yen Shirtang smiled slightly. His assessment was astute, sharp, and entirely accurate. After all these years, she had nearly forgotten until this moment. Qin Whiting smiled at Yen Shirtang, grateful for the insight into her friend's unfortunate fate, which now felt liberating. Yen Shirtang's eyes flickered, sensing a twinge of guilt, as if she had inadvertently triggered Qin Whiting's recollection of the past. But she had said nothing, merely made eye contact. Could it be that Qin Whiting could read her thoughts? Reflecting on this, Yen Shirtang felt flustered. Due to this incident, I chose to study psychology during college, and am now a psychologist. Upon hearing this, Yen Shirtang felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if the tension had dissipated. Qin Whiting smiled at Yen Shirtang, expressing her desire to shield others from pain, well aware of the agony of feeling trapped in despair. Wow, may I have your contact information? Having a psychologist as a friend would be incredibly beneficial. Of course, Qin Whiting eagerly agreed, especially wanting to connect with Yen Shirtang. Yen Shirtang was full of surprises, and Qin Whiting cherished friendships with such intriguing individuals. Ming Xiao gently squeezed her hand, eyeing the others as if to intimidate them. What was he trying to achieve? Qin Whiting winked at him, assuring him that she merely wished to make a friend and had no ulterior motives. Their playful gestures did not escape the notice of others. Seeing her so unaffected by past events confirmed that she had indeed found peace. After all, she was a psychologist. Though physicians often struggle to heal themselves, they possess some insight. Ming Xiao is a good man. This young man is still playing the unrequited love card. All eyes turned to Ming Xiao, who blushed under their scrutiny. He instinctively pulled back his hand, his sturdy frame tensing, appearing awkward and flustered. Teacher Yen, please show some mercy. Qin Whiting scrutinized his bronzed face, wondering whom he had been secretly in love with. It would be disingenuous to say she felt no jealousy. She was indeed curious about the object of his affection. Mingxiao opened his mouth, speaking softly, "I didn't." Still trying to deceive her. Qin Whiting glared at him. Given that Yan Sherdang had already called him out, it must be true. Mingxiao wanted to say more but was too embarrassed to continue. The person he had always liked was, in fact, her.
Oh.
The unrequited love has blossomed into reality. This young man has harbored feelings for Qin Whiting for 2 years before daring to confess. How impressive. Thus, the tale of unrequited love turning into reality unfolded, leaving the audience intrigued. Qin Whiting was taken aback, never anticipating that she was the object of Mingxiao's secret affection. You. Her words faltered, as she had been entirely unaware of Mingxiao's feelings for her. Mingxiao's face flushed crimson, feeling both shy and secretly pleased. She had pondered whether Qin Whiting would eventually learn of his feelings, and though she had considered the possibility of her never discovering it, she was uncertain as to when this revelation would occur. Now that it had come to light, it felt utterly sudden, akin to being struck by a delightful surprise. Both of them became bashful, enveloped in an overwhelming bubble of sweetness. Chapter 46. Lu Xingxi does not enjoy the commotion. The air was sweetened, as if sprinkled with shards of candy. Young lovers in the throes of romance are truly delightful to witness. Shen Xiaoxi gazed with sparkling eyes at the couple seated across from her, a dynamic she had never observed between He Xiaoxiao and Gu Heng. It was because of them that Shen Xiaoxi, in this moment, grasped the essence of the variety show. Yan Sherdang also found it enchanting, so sweet. The transition from unrequited love to mutual affection felt like a scene from an idol drama. Qin Ingjun believed it was a sure thing. This pair would undoubtedly endure to success. The backdrop of the camera revealed they were still in the hospital. It appeared that Gu Heng was gravely affected by Li Yanji, or else he would not have required hospitalization. Yan Sherdang shared a live stream with Shen Xiaoxi, and, just moments later, a message from Lu Xingxi popped up on her screen. Shen Xiaoxi immediately turned to her, eyes alight with curiosity. It was hers. And suddenly, she felt a twinge of awkwardness about watching it with Shen Xiaoxi. Yan Sherdang bit her lip slightly, checking what Lu Xingxi had sent her. It was trivial. She shouldn't have been on WeChat. It was rather embarrassing for Shen Xiaoxi to see it. Fortunately, Lu Xingxi's reason for contacting her was innocuous, lending her a bit of confidence. Shen Xiaoxi was dying of curiosity and, after a moment's hesitation, asked, "Is there something urgent that Lu Xing needs to discuss with Tang Yang at this late hour?" A glance revealed numerous messages, indicating they had conversed quite a bit previously. She was practically itching to snatch Yan Sherdang's phone and peruse their chat history. It was evident that she was not mistaken. Lu Xing often reached out to Yan Sherdang. "It's nothing serious. Teacher Lu merely shared He Xiaoxiao's live stream with me." There was a note that He Xiaoxiao was divulging gossip with her online followers, anticipating juicy details. He knew she adored gossip, which is why he shared it with her. She felt a touch moved. He truly was a wonderful person, including her in the gossip, even if she was already familiar with it. Shen Xiaoxi doubted nothing, having sneakily glanced at the screen, confirming it was indeed a live stream link.
Oh.
I didn't expect Lu Xing to love gossiping just like us. Shen Xiaoxi jested, but Lu Xingxi is not someone who enjoys the limelight. Yan Sherdang, however, did not entirely agree with this sentiment, asserting that human nature is inherently drawn to gossip. Even those who seem aloof might be no exception. Who in this world doesn't relish a bit of gossip? Shen Xiaoxi pursed her lips slightly, but seeing Yan Sherdang so firmly believe that Lu Xingxi was no exception to this tendency, she refrained from further argument. "All right," she conceded. "If you say Lu Xing loves gossip, then he does. After all, I'm familiar with him. I am hosting this live stream today to share something that shatters one's worldview." He Xiaoxiao's voice resonated through the speakers, and upon seeing her haggard face, a protective instinct arose within. Li Yanji was Gu Heng's stepsister, and she harbored inappropriate feelings for him, bordering on an obsession that was utterly appalling. As He Xiaoxiao spoke, her tone grew increasingly frigid when mentioning Li Yanji's actions. Listening to her reveal Li Yanji's misdeeds, Shen Xiaoxi felt a wave of indignation wash over her. It was suffocating. To be targeted by such a deranged individual was nothing short of a curse. The very thought made her feel nauseated. Oh my heavens! Is she even human? Someone should report her. No wonder He Xiaoxiao asked such questions on the first day. It all makes sense now. Sister, what are you still doing? Hurry up and break up with him. Do I need to use a forklift to get you to leave? Run away, for goodness sake. Gu Heng knows of Li Yanji's intentions yet takes no action. This proves his feelings for you are not as significant as his family ties. Staying with someone like this is a pure waste of time. I want to know how Gu Heng will deal with Li Yanji. If he chooses to downplay the situation, he should run as far as he can. Damn. If that's the case, Li Yanji has truly crossed the line. It's like being stabbed in the back. What an eye-opener. He Xiaoxiao was evidently aware of these comments as she pressed her lips together and quietly remarked, 7 years of relationship can end just like that. Her words ignited a fierce debate among the viewers. Cut your losses in time. You mentioned this before. Why dwell on years of relationship? How many 7-year periods do you get in life? What good does it do to linger here, prolonging your own misery? Sister, you're wonderful. You deserve someone better. There's no need to cling to a crooked tree. His actions and inactions are indistinguishable. It's better to part ways sooner. I really don't understand what you're thinking. You don't have to be with Gu Heng. Say goodbye and find someone who treats you better, alright? If Gu Heng were truly decisive, I wouldn't advise you to break up, but he isn't. Such a weak character is clearly under his family's thumb. If I were you, I would break up immediately. Just thinking about what Li Yanji has done makes me feel sick. The comments were polarized, with some urging her to break up while others encouraged her to stay together. However, the majority seemed to advocate for a separation. Among them were those engaging in moral coercion, suggesting that Gu Heng was already considering Xin Xiaoxi's feelings by moving out and that she should empathize with him to prevent family conflict from escalating. These moralizing comments irked Xin Xiaoxi, leaving her incredulous at such sentiments. Why should He Xiaoxiao suffer for Gu Heng? She wasn't the one who created this mess. Instead of confronting the troublesome Li Yanji, they were here imposing guilt on He Xiaoxiao. It was utterly absurd. Yan Shirtang shared Xin Xiaoxi's sentiments, completely baffled by how anyone could voice such opinions. If she were in He Xiaoxiao's shoes, she would have ended things long ago. Who could bear such a heavy love? Xin Xiaoxi sighed, feeling that Gu Heng was far too indecisive. If he were just a bit firmer, perhaps there would be fewer issues. Moreover, Li Yanji's behavior warranted legal action. If it were up to her, she would gather evidence and send her to jail to prevent her from continuing to harass others. Trespassing and misconduct could certainly land her in prison. However, this would require He Xiaoxiao and others to report her. Otherwise, Li Yanji would continue to evade consequences. Considering this, Xin Xiaoxi inquired, Tangding, do you think they will report it? Yan Shirtang pondered for a moment before responding, perhaps they will? If Gu Heng is so disgusted that he needs to be hospitalized, and he can still endure, I would respect him as a man. Chapter 47. Reporting perhaps? So there's also a chance they won't, Xin Xiaoxi replied, her brow furrowed. The mere thought of them not taking action felt as revolting as swallowing a headless fly. This situation had crossed a line, and to remain passive was simply absurd. However, this was not her affair. She could only express her discontent and leave the resolution to those directly involved. Li Yanji's behavior was reminiscent of an obsessive fan, creating an atmosphere of fear and suffocation. The conversation shifted towards obsessive fans, and indeed, Li Yanji's actions bore little distinction from theirs. When discussing obsessive fans, one must mention Lu Xin's own. Upon mentioning Lu Xingxi, Xin Xiaoxi glanced at Yan Shirtang, eager to gauge her reaction. Yan Shirtang's gaze shifted from the screen to meet hers. Xin Xiaoxi cleared her throat lightly and remarked, that obsessive fan is no better than Li Yanji. When Lu Xingxi first rose to fame, a considerable number of obsessive fans emerged, with one stalking fan masquerading as an ardent supporter to secure a position in his production team. Once she mingled with the others, her true intentions surfaced. She switched roles with a food delivery person and, taking advantage of the situation, drugged Lu Xingxi's meal with the intent to incapacitate him and engage in an inappropriate encounter. The drug undoubtedly took effect, rendering Lu Xingxi helpless as he collapsed onto the bed. This incident created quite a stir at the time, leading to the stalker being imprisoned, although she has since been released. Such individuals must face severe consequences and cannot be allowed to roam freely. Yan Shirtang, having spent considerable time browsing the internet, was well aware of this incident and knew that the person who saved Lu Xingxi was none other than the self-absorbed Song Yu. It must be said that Song Yu's ability to rescue the favored child of fortune speaks to his own good fortune. Alas, being a celebrity inevitably attracts obsessive fans, particularly for young idols who have just attained stardom. Shen Xiaoxi sighed softly. She too had faced the troubles of stalkers, though not to the frenzied extent experienced by those popular young idols. She turned to the exquisitely featured woman beside her and gently reminded, Tang Tang, now that you are in the limelight, you must be cautious of obsessive fans. Indeed, Yan Shirtang had not considered such matters. But as her popularity soared and she noticed peculiar glances from those around her, it became evident that hiring bodyguards was prudent. Ideally, she would enlist an assistant skilled in martial arts to ensure her safety. Coincidentally, Lan Junhua had recently discussed this very topic with her, making arrangements feasible. He Xiaoxiao's live stream was still ongoing, yet the two felt little desire to continue watching. Listening to her words, it seemed she had no real plan beyond her own frustration. Nevertheless, they remained in He Xiaoxiao's streaming room until suddenly, the sharp sound of high heels echoed ominously, followed by a woman's piercing voice. You shameless wretch, how dare you slander me online? The two, who had initially paid little attention to the screen, were instantly alert, witnessing Li Yanji glaring furiously at the face-covered He Xiaoxiao. Goodness! This lunatic has found her way to the hospital, Shen Xiaoxi exclaimed, expressing her disbelief. The viewers in the comment section were equally astonished. They had been engrossed in a conversation with He Xiaoxiao when this unexpected scene unfolded, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. A deranged mistress assaulting the legitimate partner. Truly outrageous. Did you think that by doing this, Gu Heng would somehow be swayed against me? Let me assure you, that is impossible. With my aunt present, you shall never set foot through my door. Li Yanzi's screech echoed throughout the hospital room, and she even launched herself at He Xiaoxiao. The force of her slap was tremendous, leaving Li Yanji's head buzzing from the impact. Get away. Gu Heng positioned himself protectively behind He Xiaoxiao, his icy glare fixed on Li Yanji, his long-standing principle of never striking a woman now shattered by this shameless deviant. Gu Heng, how could you hit me? Li Yanji screamed hysterically, utterly devoid of shame. Nurses, alerted by the commotion, rushed in with security, sternly admonishing. What is going on here? Don't you understand that this is a hospital and it requires peace? Gu Heng turned to the lead nurse, filled with contrition. I apologize. Could you please escort her out? Li Yanji's heart shattered further. She could hardly bear his treatment, not only for defending that wretched woman, but also for having her removed. He Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, her chest heaving with rage. Call the police. I want to report this. Though her lips parted, no sound emerged. Such punishment was precisely what Li Yanji deserved. He Xiaoxiao pushed past Gu Heng, her eyes reflecting a steadfastness and resolve he had never witnessed before. This person not only trespassed, but also resorted to violence. Please assist me in reporting this. The nurse, having seen her on a variety show, recognized her and, after a moment's thought, agreed to help her file a report. Li Yanji was apprehended by security, attempting to prevent the nurse from taking action. Gu Heng clenched his fists, ignoring her entirely. He understood that He Xiaoxiao had endured too much, and her decision to involve the police was entirely justified. Moreover, the way she looked at him earlier stirred a sense of urgency within him, as if something precious was slipping through his fingers. How disgusting. He Xiaoxiao still hasn't broken up with him? If she doesn't, she can expect to be tormented endlessly. I can't stand this at all. This man shows no responsibility. And it seems he never considered calling the police. He leaves it all to He Xiaoxiao. What a joke. Who would want to marry her? I'd laugh at anyone who did. Hurry and report this and break up. It's nauseating to watch. He Xiaoxiao is rising. A police report and a breakup in one go. May the next be even better. Indeed, He Xiaoxiao was contemplating a breakup. The slap she had endured today ignited a fierce anger within her. Having never been struck before, she found herself at the mercy of Li Yanji's whims. The police station was not far from the hospital, and soon enough, Li Yanji was taken away. It was only then that she began to panic, her pleas echoing. Gu Heng, save me. Gu Heng. Chapter 48. The breakup variety show lacks virtue. Gu Heng remained silent, knowing that further engagement would only provoke He Xiaoxiao. He already felt guilty towards her and dared not infuriate her further. As Li Yanji was taken away, her words were laced with offensive slurs. Insults that ignited fury in the hearts of onlookers. He Xiaoxiao followed to give her statement, determined to ensure that Li Yanji paid dearly for her actions. Gu Heng intended to accompany her, but was met with her refusal. I don't know how late this will run. You should stay and rest. Though her words were filled with concern, Gu Heng detected an underlying message. Xiaoxiao, I'm worried, he admitted. He sensed that if he did not accompany her, their relationship would reach an impasse. What are you worried about at the police station? He Xiaoxiao questioned, her gaze causing unease to settle in Gu Heng's heart. Such unfamiliarity in her expression indicated that she was genuinely upset. Li Yanji's actions are extreme and reckless. I should stay by your side. Gu Heng reached out to touch her slightly swollen face, the marks of Li Yanji's assault painfully evident. Don't smudge the fingerprints of a criminal. He Xiaoxiao stepped back, preventing him from making contact. Rejected once more, Gu Heng's eyes flickered with hurt, a chasm forming between them. All right, take care of yourself, He Xiaoxiao said, turning away. Each second she lingered, deepening the ache in his heart. Gu Heng watched her retreating figure, stunned, and after a moment's hesitation, he followed, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of her slender, defiant silhouette.
Xiaoxiao.
Gu Heng called out, hastening his steps to reach her, but a nurse reprimanded him. Sir, this is a hospital. Please refrain from raising your voice. With that interruption, He Xiaoxiao had already descended in the elevator. Gu Heng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had fallen just short. The elevator continued its descent, and he hesitated before ultimately deciding to take the stairs. Once He Xiaoxiao left, the live stream abruptly ended, yet viewers remained eager for updates, some even heading toward the police station. Even if they couldn't gain entry, they could loiter outside, eager to witness Li Yanji's arrival and share information in real time. One must commend this generation of internet users for their resourcefulness and swift action. Finally, something satisfying to watch. Shen Xiaoxi exhaled, relieved to see He Xiaoxiao's plight. It had been excruciating to witness. As for Gu Heng, despite delivering a slap to Li Yanji, his actions were ultimately disappointing. This Gu Heng shows no accountability. He's utterly useless. She had once held a faint hope for them, but now, she realized she had misjudged entirely. His girlfriend is on the brink of leaving him, Yan Shirtang remarked, noting that He Xiaoxiao's reaction clearly indicated her intention to bid farewell to Gu Heng after resolving this matter. Very well. If it's a breakup, then let it be. The next one will surely be better. Shen Xiaoxi wholeheartedly supports He Xiaoxiao's actions. Gu Heng has truly been a source of disappointment. It would be better for him to refrain from meddling in others' affairs, as he is more suited to solitude. I hope he ultimately becomes a better person and does not let Li Yanji escape justice. Li Yanji's conduct has grossly crossed the line. If she is not held accountable, it would be utterly disgraceful. Domestic matters are difficult to resolve. Yan Shirtang feels a deep sense of lament, for this issue is not one that has arisen overnight, but rather a long-standing dilemma that has accumulated over time. Nonetheless, He Xiaoxiao's resolve is firm, and Gu Heng is unlikely to alter the outcome.
Sigh.
What a situation this is. Thankfully, the couple who arrived today seems promising. There are no such obstacles between Qin Whiting and Ming Xiao, and Shen Xiaoxi hopes for their success. Indeed, Qin Whiting and Ming Xiao exude sweetness. From unrequited love to mutual pursuit, it's simply delightful. Yan Shirtang joyfully engages with them. They are here to save this variety show. In 2 days, they will surely flourish, breaking the show's reputation for dismantling couples. Qin Ingjun quips. With Guijia around, one couple will surely be torn apart, aiming to transition into a breakup variety show. However, establishing a breakup show is not impossible, albeit lacking in virtue. For example, teaming up with Lu Xin? Yet, her current status does not align with Lu Xin's, making her an easy target for fan criticism. Furthermore, this could lead to backlash. Within the industry, there is a couple who has faced severe backlash due to their disparity in status. The male is a current top-tier star, while the female, despite being a former child star, lacks significant fame. When their relationship was publicly announced, waves of opposition and insults ensued. Yet for some reason, Shen Xiaoxi has great faith in Lu Xingxi, believing he will protect those close to him from such turmoil. Yan Shirtang raises an eyebrow, pondering whether Shen Xiaoxi is indeed interested in romance. At this stage in her career, few would choose to pursue love, lest their previous efforts be undermined. I am not. I have no such intentions. Shen Xiaoxi hurriedly retorts, insisting that she has locked her heart away. Chapter 49. At any time, Yan Shirtang regards her with suspicion, questioning her intense reaction. Who would believe that you harbor no secrets? Shen Xiaoxi, feeling scrutinized, clarifies. Tang, I simply enjoy watching others in love. She relishes the romance of others rather than seeking her own. Besides, there are so many handsome men. She has yet to feast her eyes upon them all. So, why would she wish to pursue a relationship? Yan Shirtang responds with a knowing "oh," her playful demeanor causing Shen Xiaoxi to feel a twinge of annoyance. Amusingly, she is the one being scrutinized. Go to sleep, Xiaoxi. Do you believe me? Shen Xiaoxi presses, seeking affirmation of her disinterest in romance. Yan Shirtang replies, I believe you. A glance at her phone reveals a WeChat notification. She understands the nature of such interactions, as some individuals simply vanish mid-conversation. Shen Xiaoxi considers whether to engage in some uncharacteristic behavior, but ultimately refrains. It seems you do not fully trust me. That hurts. So, spill some juicy details for her to hear. No, I fully trust you, Yan Shirtang insists, her expression earnest. You see how much I trust you? Shen Xiaoxi scoffs, feeling her inner thoughts remain unacknowledged. Truly, I am not deceiving you. Yan Shirtang, perplexed by Shen Xiaoxi's lack of trust, feels a crisis of confidence brewing. Fine, let's sleep. Unable to extract any information, Shen Xiaoxi concedes defeat. Yan Shirtang's lips are tightly sealed. Were it not for her ability to hear inner thoughts, she would glean no information at all. Like a ravenous creature in a barren field, Shen Xiaoxi gazes longingly at Yan Shirtang, vowing that one day she will uncover the truth. This matter cannot be clarified in the short term, and all uncertainties remain unanswered. Were it not for the fear of excessive exposure, it seems Qi Ningjun would invite even more participants. Our filming location today is Xingyuan Happy Valley. Upon hearing Xingyuan Happy Valley, Yan Shirtang's envy flares. Are we observers supposed to tag along? Of course, everyone is going. Tomorrow marks the conclusion of this episode, and Qi Ningjun plans to wrap it up at the Happy Valley. It is all thanks to the support of sponsors. An overwhelming number of brands have joined in, making it challenging to rein in the extravagance. Yan Shirtang's eyes gleam with excitement, as she had feared they would remain in the humble observation room. After the evening recording, she can sneak in some fun, and the thought alone brings her joy. The production team has arranged a bus, ready to transport everyone. As they board, two couples are already seated inside, one being Qin Whiting and Ming Xiao. Good morning, teachers. Qin Whiting greets everyone cheerily, her exuberance evident. So many people. We should have plenty of gossip to indulge in. Ming Xiao squeezes her hand, recognizing her elevated spirits. The other couple is a popular pair in the influencer sphere. The male, Sha Shida, is a self-proclaimed rap leader, while the female, Ma Shuyu, is a transformation blogger, born in 1993, aspiring to be a rap leader. My passion lies in online gaming and racing. Hello everyone, I am Sha Shida. His self-introduction is accompanied by a playful bite of his lip and a flirtatious toss of his hair. Flipping hair, biting lips, each gesture is a captivating allure. Yan Shirtang struggles to maintain a straight face, wanting to laugh but knowing it would lead to embarrassment. Shen Xiaoxi holds onto Yan Shirtang, barely suppressing her laughter. Sha Shida initially feels indifferent, but upon hearing Yan Shirtang's comment, he starts to blush. More so, he is astonished. Who would have thought this was the secret of the variety show? Ma Shuyu, with her red lips quivering, is equally taken aback by Yan Shirtang's inner thoughts. Rumor has it this show is peculiar, and now it becomes clear why. Not particularly fond of such antics, Ma Shuyu feels an ominous sense of foreboding and chooses to keep her distance. This reaction signals a recognition of danger. Yet, Sha Shida remains oblivious, engaging Yan Shirtang in conversation. Help, this is truly overwhelming. Shen Xiaoxi comprehends, as she feels the same. Fortunately, the next couple of guests boards the bus, interrupting Sha Shida's chatter. Yen Shirtang lets out a sigh of relief, almost succumbing to laughter, imagining the chaotic aftermath. The third couple of guests are not influencers, but bona fide actors. Their fame is modest, and they hope to leverage their relationship to gain visibility through this variety show. Despite skepticism surrounding its peculiarities, they are drawn by the show's popularity, believing it will grant them access to greater resources. Being an obscure actor is painfully challenging. They yearn to escape anonymity. However, they remain unaware that participating in this variety show entails risks. It is quite easy to garner attention. As long as one possesses the right connections, fame is all but guaranteed. I have been in this industry for 7 years, which exceeds the duration of your careers. The speaker, Meng Fangfei, positioned herself close to Yen Shirtang and Shin Xiaoxi, attempting to draw nearer to them. Shin Xiaoxi responded, "I see. You must have numerous notable works." It was evident that they detected the air of superiority in her words, though they remained unaware of what she felt superior about. Having debuted years earlier, Meng Fangfei naturally harbored a sense of superiority when conversing with them. It is akin to being a senior student who, upon encountering younger peers, feels a sense of knowledge superiority. However, in the entertainment industry, the competition revolves around fame and notable works, not merely the length of one's career. In truth, Meng Fangfei harbored a desire for them to acknowledge her as a senior, believing that her longer tenure warranted such recognition. Shin Xiaoxi was not inclined to indulge her. If she wished to be treated kindly, she ought to speak appropriately. Yet what was her basis for superiority? Chapter 50. The snacks for Lu Xingxi were laced. Meng Fangfei's expression stiffened. Her notable work had been taken down. One of the lead actors had been involved in a scandal, and since they were the main character, there was no way to edit it out, necessitating its removal. This drama was Meng Fangfei's crowning achievement, yet it was dismantled due to the lead's downfall, which filled her with rage. The sight of Yen Shirtang, an unremarkable actress, suddenly rising to stardom only deepened her bitterness. What was even more infuriating was that Yen Shirtang lacked any notable works. Previously, she had few opportunities, but now, after appearing on this variety show, her resources had multiplied, and her fame surpassed Meng Fangfei's. Meng Fangfei, consumed by jealousy, sought to ride on Yen Shirtang's coattails. "Ah, I have only played minor roles, nothing significant." She felt utterly embarrassed, for not only were her roles minor, but they were also from web series. Shin Xiaoxi smiled at her. "So, what exactly are you feeling superior about?" Yen Shirtang nudged her lightly with her knee, effectively killing the conversation. Shin Xiaoxi joined in, retaliating for Meng Fangfei's earlier arrogance. With a gentle and sweet demeanor, she made a splendid first impression. "These are the little snacks I prepared. I hope everyone enjoys them," Su Yuro said with a warm smile, revealing a charmingly sweet smile with 8 visible teeth. Just as Yen Shirtang was about to marvel at her gentle, ladylike image, the alert sounded. Danger.
Danger.
The snack in the hands of the favored one contains Su Yuro's saliva. Please prevent the favored one from consuming this tainted treat. What the hell? This is insane. Su Yuro is a delusional fan of Lu Xingxi. She actually spat in the snacks she prepared for him. The crowd gasped in shock. Yen Shirtang, oblivious to the astonished expressions around her, was solely focused on preventing Lu Xingxi from consuming that vile snack. How disgusting. She had wanted to praise Su Yuro for her genteel demeanor, but it turned out she was a twisted individual. Lu Xingxi, holding the small box, calmly set it aside and looked at Yen Shirtang, aware of her intent to stop him from eating the repugnant snack. A flicker of emotion crossed his face. Yen Shirtang racked her brains to formulate a way to dissuade him from indulging, finally asking, "I think yours looks a bit more appetizing. May we trade?" It was impossible to directly accuse her of contamination without evidence, risking backlash from netizens. Thus, she reluctantly offered to exchange, disgusted by the thought. Oh, how infuriating. Su Yuro was truly vile. Yen Shirtang noted that her words were strained, revealing her discomfort. Shin Xiaoxi remarked that for Lu Xingxi's sake, Yen Shirtang was truly going above and beyond. After some deliberation, Lu Xingxi agreed to swap snacks and remarked, "I don't particularly enjoy sweets." He had initially intended to comment on the snack's sweetness, but it seemed futile now. Following this little episode, no one dared to touch the snacks Su Yuro had prepared. While Yen Shirtang had only mentioned the contamination of Lu Xingxi's snack, who could be certain? It was best to avoid eating them altogether. Netizens sense something amiss. Their suspicions peaked. Everyone's expressions are quite telling. What trickery is Gwaji up to now? Gwaji's strong reaction to Suyuro's snacks suggests a problem. The guest's reluctance to partake only confirms the suspicion that something is wrong, especially since Gwaji reacted solely to Lu Xingxi's snack. How intriguing! You, upstairs, are quite the analyst. Could it be that something was slipped into that snack? It's very possible. I recall a deranged fan once drugging Lu Xingxi. The thought is chilling. And Suyuro may have done something similar. Absolutely revolting. One can never truly know a person. I once held a favorable impression of the seemingly delicate Suyuro, but that has plummeted. How despicable. It's terrifying to think what might have happened if it had gone unnoticed. The strength of Yen Shirtong's resolve was well known. Those aware understood what needed to be done. Ma Shiyu swallowed hard, her heart racing. What else might she know? Or did she know everything? The notion that her thoughts could be exposed to everyone made her restless. Feng Shida regarded her with suspicion, sensing her discomfort. Sukeru is not merely a fan of Lu Xingxi. She seeks to cause harm, and he is her target. Yen Shirtang was taken aback. Her assumptions were misguided. Initially, she believed Suyuro's actions stemmed from an obsessive infatuation, akin to what Li Yanji would do, leading her to instinctively think of extreme fans. However, that was not the case. Lu Xingxi was an unwitting victim of circumstance. The thought sent chills down her spine. If Suyuro were to continue her malicious endeavors, she could easily become the next target. No, each person present could fall prey to her sinister intentions. Goodness. Suyuro is unhinged. Why must she create chaos in a new environment? Yen Shirtang was left in shock. Suyuro was, after all, a kindergarten teacher. One could only imagine how many innocent children had suffered due to her machinations. Everyone was acutely aware of this issue, their gazes towards Suyuro filled with disdain. How could she, a grown woman, perpetrate such acts against toddlers? Under the weight of their judgment, Suyuro turned pale, realizing her misdeeds were laid bare before all. She would become a pariah, perhaps even face legal repercussions. Desperate, she attempted to stop Yen Shirtang, but was restrained by Longli, making her efforts futile. During my first internship at a kindergarten, I once slipped a child a sleeping pill, causing them to sleep for hours. Later, at another class, I added chalk dust to a child's milk, resulting in severe gastrointestinal distress. Chapter 51. Fear not, we are law-abiding citizens. Children possess exceptionally delicate stomachs. Even normal food can upset them, let alone chalk dust. This highlights the malicious intent behind Suyuro's actions. After transferring, Suyuro's wicked habits persisted, continuing to reach her insidious hands toward the children. She targeted 5 children in succession. The first had her urine mixed in, the second was given expired chocolate, the third caused a child to fall and chip a tooth, the fourth was wrapped in a tightly sealed blanket that led to a severe cold, and the fifth frightened a child with a spider, resulting in nightmares for days. Each of these incidents is infuriating. It is clear that Suyuro's path leads only to damnation. Yen Shirtang grew increasingly alarmed as she observed Suyuro's antics, wishing she could confront her directly. Longli was unknowingly fed menstrual blood by Suyuro. Not only Longli, but Suyuro's previous partners had also suffered grievously. Upon hearing this, Longli glared furiously at Suyuro. How dare she? To feed him menstrual blood was utterly outrageous. It was a complete moral depravity. Suyuro had even broken her ex-boyfriend's asthma inhaler, resulting in his inability to receive timely assistance during an attack, leading to his demise. A murder. The production team had invited a murderer. The previous misconduct had already crossed a line, but this was a transgression of the utmost severity. Long Li's anger shifted to shock, and he immediately restrained Suyuro. I must report this. This woman has transgressed legal boundaries. A murderer must not be allowed to escape justice. However, given the time that had passed, it was uncertain whether any evidence existed to substantiate Suyuro's actions. Yen Shirtang pondered this dilemma until Guodong remarked. Suyuro cohabited with her ex, whose residence was equipped with hidden cameras. She was unaware, and now her parents reside there. Since the host has encountered a criminal case for the first time, Guodong will provide substantial assistance. Guodong's assistance meant restoring the surveillance footage. Typically, such recordings are not retained for long, but Guodong's presence ensured otherwise. Yan Shirtang exhaled in relief. The pursuit of justice could not be overlooked. Fortunately, evidence existed in the form of hidden cameras in her ex-boyfriend's home. Yan Shirtang's words shattered Su Yurwa's hopes. She had initially believed she was safe from prosecution due to a lack of evidence, but now the proof was irrefutable, and she could not evade the clutches of the law. Everyone present felt a wave of reassurance upon hearing this outcome. With evidence, the certainty of holding Su Yurwa accountable was restored. The vehicle headed towards the amusement park was redirected to the police station, a twist no one had anticipated. I am exceedingly curious about the nature of Su Yurwa's crime. It must be significant, given that it has crossed legal boundaries. It likely extends beyond merely adding ingredients to the deity's snacks. Agreed. Go forth, spy. You are the father of the entire internet. This is terrifying. Fortunately, Guodong is here to cast her spell. Otherwise, this criminal would evade justice. Yan Shirtang's initially frantic mind gradually settled. Truthfully, this was her first encounter with a criminal. Had it not been for Guodong's intervention, she might have remained oblivious to the potential harm posed by Su Yurwa. Longley's grip was not something Su Yurwa could easily escape, and with so many witnesses present, fleeing was not an option. She could only endure the torment of being taken to the police station. She glared at Yan Shirtang with a fierce intensity, believing that had it not been for this woman, her actions would have remained concealed. In her view, she felt no remorse whatsoever. He claimed that Su Yurwa had crossed legal boundaries and his testimony would be essential. Longley recounted everything he had heard from Yan Shirtang. Yet some aspects could not be substantiated, and due to the time elapsed, they would require careful investigation. The police inquired about how he came by this information, but Longley could not articulate it. His voice was rendered mute. The officer taking his statement observed his animated gestures, but could not elicit a single word from him, exchanging bewildered glances before they ceased recording and reported to their superiors. What an odd occurrence. Longley had suddenly become mute. When higher-ups dispatched personnel to examine Longley, they found no discernible issues. The only revelation was that Longley had a unique attachment to Yan Shirtang, prompting the police to consider questioning other guests. Aside from Lu Xingxi, all exhibited peculiar behavior towards Yan Shirtang. Thus, Lu Xingxi and Yan Shirtang became the focal points of the investigation. Seated in the interrogation room, it would be disingenuous to claim that Yan Shirtang was untroubled, but she maintained her composure and soon returned to normalcy. The police asked if she knew Su Yurwa prior to this incident. If an inquiry was warranted, she was unafraid. She simply did not know her. Upon concluding the questioning, they found no issues with Yan Shirtang and had no choice but to release her. It was at this moment that Lu Xingxi emerged, approaching her with a serious tone. Don't panic. We are law-abiding citizens. A warmth spread through Yan Shirtang's heart. The initial anxiety she had felt began to dissipate. Yes, indeed, we are law-abiding citizens. Given the circumstances surrounding Su Yurwa, it was evident that broadcasting today would be inappropriate. Tang Tang, are you all right? Shen Xiaoxi expressed slight concern. The police had inquired about Yan Shirtang, indicating they had yet to uncover her unique situation. Otherwise, they would not have posed so many questions. Her initial nervousness subtly indicated Yan Shirtang's distinctiveness. Yan Shirtang shook her head, stating it was merely a routine inquiry and that she was fine. How did Longley know that Su Yurwa had crossed legal boundaries? Upon hearing her question, Shen Xiaoxi swallowed hard, shaking her head in response. I am uncertain as well. Surely, she could not disclose that it was due to hearing her innermost thoughts. Moreover, that was not something she could articulate. Yan Shirtang fell into a contemplative silence. Was it truly the case? Upon reflection, something felt amiss, yet tracing it back left her at a loss. Shen Xiaoxi's eyes shimmered as she smiled. Regardless, it is good to see that the wicked are brought to justice. It should be noted that Yan Shirtang had played a significant role in this matter and deserved recognition. However, given the current situation, she could only receive a different form of acknowledgement. Chapter 52. Guodong boldly casts her spell. You handle the consequences. Something felt off, very off. Strangely, Longley bore no significant animosity towards Su Yurwa. After all, he had only been fed her menstrual blood, which he was unaware of. Shen Xiaoxi, noticing her continued introspection, pondered aloud. What about Lu Shen? He hadn't come out when we did. He must have left with you, right? It was curious that among everyone, they were the only two who had been interrogated for the longest duration. Did such matters require both of them to experience the same scrutiny? Yan Shirtang's attention was diverted slightly. Lu Xingxi had only stated it was a routine inquiry with no discrepancies. Shen Xiaoxi sighed. Truly an unprecedented experience. Yan Shirtang nodded. This was her first visit to a police station. Rarely do ordinary individuals have contact with law enforcement, let alone being summoned for questioning. It was an unthinkable scenario. Me too. My first time in an interrogation room. It feels quite novel, Shen Xiaoxi laughed, expressing her desire to post about this experience on social media. Huh? I feel somewhat invincible just thinking about it. Yan Shirtang replied, there is no need for that. Truly no need. Due to her change of topic, Yan Shirtang ceased to ponder why Long Li had chosen to expose Su Yurihua during the live broadcast. Had she continued to reflect deeply, she might have discerned a hint of the underlying issue. The incident of taking Su Yurihua to the police station stirred considerable commotion, causing Weibo to crash momentarily. From love to marriage, the distance to apprehending a criminal. All guests of the dating reality show found themselves in police custody, and Guodong showcased her magic once again. Dating show participant Su Yurihua crossed legal boundaries. A gentleman publicly reported his girlfriend as a criminal. When will my best friend become wealthy enough to buy me a house? I declare this reality show unbeatable. What other good-natured show has been interrupted by police during filming? It isn't a high-priced exam. I won't enroll. I said my Guodong is impressive. I will forever follow her. Guodong boldly casts spells, and you handle the consequences. Being chased by a dog for 8 streets while trying to show off at the village entrance. Am I the only one who finds this deeply unsettling? Su Yurihua is a kindergarten teacher. Does her crossing of legal boundaries involve children? Has any foster father uncovered information? What crime did Su Yurihua commit to be taken to the police station? After circling around, I've learned nothing substantial. I still have to wait for an official report, and I can't bear to wait. At this moment, a multitude of netizens flocked to Yan Shirtang's Weibo, inundating her with messages inquiring about the nature of Su Yurihua's crime that led to her arrest. Yan Shirtang realized that everyone referred to her as Guodong, leaving her utterly bewildered. How had she become Guodong? One after another called me Guodong. Have they uncovered my secret of indulging in gossip? Yan Shirtang felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that she would be captured for research? Guodong reassured her. Rest assured, host. Unless you disclose information to others, no one will be aware. Is that really true? Yan Shirtang remained skeptical. From the very beginning, she found it peculiar that everyone seemed to know whenever she finished a melon. It might be some side effect, but they will definitely not be aware of my existence. How can you be so sure? Yan Shirtang inquired again. They simply won't know. You can be 100% assured. With such a statement, Yan Shirtang felt partially convinced, yet still harbored doubts. Would they truly not know? If not, how could others be aware? These matters were inexplicable unless she sought someone to probe for answers. Upon hearing her thoughts, Shen Xiaoxi chuckled inwardly while appearing contemplative. She raised her gaze to Yan Shirtang. It's just that the melons are ripe. Once ripe, they cannot be concealed. We just happen to be in the right place at the right time. ISN, tea delightful to have melons every day. Don't you enjoy it? If you didn't tea, would you still use Guodong daily? Since fate prevents them from speaking out, let us keep the secret hidden in our hearts and simply go with the flow. Yan Shirtang pondered for a moment before tentatively asking. Then why do the netizens call me Sister Melon? That is simply because you have melons to eat. Who knows? This generation of netizens loves to give nicknames. Shen Xiaoxi had managed to convince herself. She truly was a clever little sprite. Yan Shirtang pursed her lips, finding the credibility of this answer rather weak. The netizens also called her Sister Joy because they found her amusing, and she had grown accustomed to it. This was actually due to the character she in her name, combined with her endearing personality, which resulted in the nickname Sister Joy. Well, she chose to believe it again, no longer dwelling on these thoughts. Yan Shirtang turned her attention to chatting with Lu Xingxi. As their conversation progressed, Lan Junhua approached to inquire about the events of the day and reminded her to wake up early the next morning to sign the contract. This endorsement was for Wulio Mei, a niche pickled snack. Similar to yogurt, it required an initial voiceover, and after the recording of the variety show, they would shoot the advertisement. After concluding her conversation with Lan Junhua, Yan Shirtang continued her dialogue with Lu Xingzi. Initially, she thought there would be little to discuss with him, but now she found it quite enjoyable. If there were fireworks, she would certainly have them with Lu Xingzi. Their daily exchanges, seemingly devoid of substantial content, revolved around mundane matters. Meanwhile, on the other side, discord arose due to her presence. Ma Shiyu felt a sense of dread. Yan Shirtang's strangeness filled her with terror. Having consumed all the gossip surrounding Su Yuru, it was evident how terrifying it was that Yan Shirtang knew so much. If she were targeted by Yan Shirtang, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. The only way to ensure her safety was to distance herself from Yan Shirtang. How could I possibly have done anything wrong? I simply fear that she will uncover all your secrets. Ma Shiyu could not admit her own guilt and stubbornly sought to distance herself from him. I worry about you. If you have something to hide from me, and she exposes it, you will be finished. Ma Shiyu scoffed, disbelieving that Fang Shida had no secrets, for those in the industry rarely remained unsullied. Fang Shida frowned. This was indeed a problem. It seemed they would have to pay a hefty sum, potentially millions, resulting in 2 years of unearned efforts. The cost of 2 years of wasted labor was indeed considerable. No one wished for such a fate. Noticing her hesitation, Fang Shida said, "What is there to fear? As long as we are innocent, what can Yan Shirtang possibly do to us?" Fang Shida was adamant about not withdrawing. Ma Shiyu gritted her teeth. "Fine. I'll take the loss myself. 2 years of unearned labor is better than being exposed by Yan Shirtang. The losses would be far greater." Hearing her say this, Fang Shida reacted vehemently. "Are you accusing me of infidelity?" He was aware that Ma Shiyu also desired fame. Now that an opportunity had arisen, she was pushing him away, which only indicated her own guilt. Ma Shiyu's eyes flickered as she weakly protested, "I did not. Don't project your vile thoughts onto me." As long as Yan Shirtang did not reveal whether she was unfaithful, he would believe it. Yan Shirtang had evidently become a tool for him to uncover Ma Shiyu's secrets. "There is nothing to hide. I simply do not wish to record." "Why are you asking so many questions?" Ma Shiyu's cold demeanor remained. She had not betrayed Fang Shida, but it was due to other matters, which she could never disclose to him. Fang Shida persisted. "If there is nothing, then go and record. If you refuse, it only proves your guilt." He was not entirely wrong. If one had nothing to hide, why would they withdraw? Continuing to argue only highlighted the issues. In conclusion, Fang Shida would not agree to withdraw. Their conversation ended on an unpleasant note, leaving Fang Shida with a lingering frustration. Such resistance only suggested she was concealing something. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to uncover the truth. The production team remained unaffected by Su Yuru's situation and continued the live broadcast the following day. Although a day had been squandered, this was the wrap-up day for the episode. Furthermore, while the guests' fees were not significantly impacted, the observational guests faced a different situation. They were on a rotational basis, and if their schedules clashed, it would result in substantial financial losses. In simpler terms, due to budget constraints, reshooting was not feasible. However, one must sacrifice to gain. Currently, only 3 couples remained in the production, and the absence of Fang Shida and Ma Shiyu attracted considerable attention from netizens. The production team explained that Ma Shiyu was unwell and could no longer participate in the recording. With her absence, Fang Shida could not attend alone. Considering it was a dating show, what could he accomplish alone? Netizens unanimously believed that Ma Shiyu harbored guilt, using this excuse out of fear. Yan Shirtang idly tapped her fingertips, searching for the name Ma Shiyu, her brows slightly furrowing. So it turns out the novels were indeed genuine. There really is a genre of familial literature. Yan Shirtang had only ever encountered pseudo-familial literature and was surprised to discover someone amidst her circle engaging in it. Everyone turned their gaze toward Yan Shirtang. What? Familial literature? Who is involved in familial literature? Wow, that's intense. Yet, Yan Shirtang remained silent, leaving everyone in suspense. Who is into familial literature? Sister Melon, please continue. Don't leave us hanging. Do you know what happened to the last person who teased us this way? They had their tongue cut out while sleeping. Since Yan Shirtang did not disclose who it was, they could only rely on speculation. However, they knew that 2 individuals among them could be ruled out. Qin Whiting and Ming Xiao had already had their gossip consumed, thus could not be involved. The only remaining suspects were Meng Fangfei and Shen Heping. Meng Fangfei's expression appeared peculiar, making her highly suspect. Meng Fangfei's heart raced with anxiety. Would Yan Shirtang kindly spare her? She had not offended Yan Shirtang, so why must she be thoroughly investigated? It wasn't me. Meng Fangfei denied, insisting that she had no involvement in familial literature and pleading not to be wronged. Chen Heping's expression darkened.
Had he said anything?
Her eagerness to deny only indicated she was indeed hiding something. Feeling the humiliation of a verdant shame atop his head, Chen Heping's fingers cracked ominously, wondering how Meng Fangfei could be so shameless. As she observed the increasingly somber aura surrounding him, Meng Fangfei's expression soured. She had repeatedly insisted it was not her. Yet, he remained unconvinced. Chapter 54. With the emergence of medical literature and the rise of brother-in-law narratives, the sense of moral transgression reached its peak. The sensation of being mistrusted was quite unpleasant, and Meng Fangfei despised this feeling the most. What were Meng Fangfei and Chen Heping even quarreling about? Yan Shirtang glanced at the other two observers, only to find their gazes fixed upon her. Yan Shirtang. Why is everyone staring at her? The trio exchanged glances for less than 2 seconds before instinctively averting their eyes. Yan Shirtang felt as if a flock of crows had flown over her head, leaving her utterly bewildered. What is Meng Fangfei denying? Chen Heping wore a grim expression, suggesting that the matter was significant. Let us wait for Meng Fangfei's scandal. The more she denies it, the more certain it becomes. I suspect it's a scandal of romantic entanglements, drawing parallels to He Wei's 5 benefactors. I wonder how many Meng Fangfei will have. Don't let your imagination stray into the realm of scandalous rumors. Do you understand how damaging such fabrications can be to a woman? With no resolution in sight from Lu Xingxi and Shen Xiaoxi, Yan Shirtang resolved to investigate on her own. My worldview is utterly shattered. With medical literature preceding and brother-in-law narratives following, the sense of moral decay is palpable. These people are truly outrageous. Just as the gossip about medical literature surfaced, another scandal involving brother-in-law narratives emerged. The world had indeed turned upside down. Yan Shirtang's delicate visage was a canvas of unexpressed emotions as she reached for the sweet plums on the table, consuming them to quell her astonishment while simultaneously fulfilling the promotional requirements for her collaborators. The audience clamored, "Sister Gua, pause the plums. Quickly reveal who is involved in the medical literature and who is tangled in the brother-in-law narrative." This group was on the brink of frustration, their anticipation mounting as they awaited her revelations. Beside her, Shen Xiaoxi was filled with resentment. They hadn't even identified who was involved in the medical literature before another brother-in-law scandal emerged. If only she would divulge everything, her curiosity was reaching a boiling point. If necessary, she would pay. She had a bit of spare change and was eager to learn about both scandals. Meng Fangfei clenched her fists, pleading with Yan Shirtang to remain silent. Revealing the truth would inevitably spell the end of her career and result in her being cast out from her home. Chen Heping was astounded. Meng Fangfei had brought such a disgrace upon him. This was far more humiliating than infidelity. Who would believe that Meng Fangfei had been engaging in a clandestine affair with her brother-in-law beneath her sister's nose for 3 long years? Even more shocking was that she had seduced her brother-in-law while donning her sister's nightgown, right beside her sister. What madness! Yan Shirtang's moral compass was being relentlessly dismantled. Suddenly, she recalled a popular television drama from years past, where the dialogue seemed eerily fitting for Meng Fangfei. "Why are you wearing Pinner's clothes? How provocative of you." With every word, Chen Heping's rage intensified, his gaze directed at Meng Fangfei becoming increasingly fierce. Good heavens! The sister is unable to conceive and adopts a child from the welfare home, the birth mother being none other than Meng Fangfei. Not only did she engage with her brother-in-law, but she also concealed a child from her sister, compelling her to raise it. This was beyond anyone's imagination. With a resounding slap, Chen Heping struck Meng Fangfei, appalled that she could commit such an act. Her face quickly swelled, a throbbing sensation echoing in her head. "Chen Heping!" Meng Fangfei shrieked in a hysterical rage, her voice piercing enough to cause discomfort. She lunged at him, her sharp nails clawing at his face while her mouth spewed insults. "What are you? You dare strike me? Do you think you're so grand? Short and small. Yet you think you're strong, asking me if I'm satisfied every time. To spare your pride. I pretended to be comfortable. Do you know how hard it was for me to endure? Chun Heping's face flushed crimson, then paled, and finally turned ashen. Akin to a master of the Sichuan opera's face-changing art. What nonsense are you spouting? It's you who is utterly depraved, moaning louder than a streetwalker. Completely unaware of how many have played with you, leaving you dark and loose. His masculine dignity was insulted, and Chun Heping could no longer maintain his facade of a gentle gentleman. His expression twisted into a snarl as he gripped Meng Fangfei's hair, forcing her to look up. Who do you think you are, seducing your own brother-in-law, and shamelessly flaunting your sister's clothes while flirting with him, even having your sister raise your child? Each accusation carried immense weight, leaving the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Meng Fangfei, in a fit of rage and tears, resembled a madwoman. She was determined to claw Chun Heping, that despicable man, to death. My heavens, is Meng Fangfei even human? Poor sister. Betrayed not only by a scoundrel in her bed but also by a family member, and to top it off, the child she nurtures isn't even hers. How pitiful. Goodness. This is no family. This is pure enmity. It's tearing apart. Don't just blame the woman. The man deserves condemnation too. Why hasn't this scoundrel met his demise? I wish him to be hit by a car, choked on water, or suffocated while eating. Better yet, let Chun Heping kill her. Such a person is a waste of resources. The barrage of comments was filled with vitriol directed at both Meng Fangfei and her treacherous brother-in-law. How could such individuals exist? It was utterly revolting. Fearing for their safety, Qin Ingjun promptly summoned the newly hired bodyguards to separate the two. Qin Ingjun had not anticipated that each scandal would be more explosive than the last. Even he, at his age, had never encountered anything like this. The two fought fiercely, and even the bodyguard received a scratch from Meng Fangfei's nails. Qin Ingjun shook his head, realizing not to underestimate women in fights, especially those with long nails. They were formidable warriors. He was suddenly grateful for the bodyguards. Had ordinary staff intervened, they would have faced numerous assaults. Explosive. This was beyond explosive. Right before the camera, the scandal erupted, and one could only hope for further revelations to unfold. It remained uncertain whether Meng Fangfei's sister was watching their live broadcast. Shen Xiaoxi thought of her unsuspecting sister with a tinge of sympathy. Surely she would see it online, Yan Shirtang commented. Even if she didn't watch it, she would come across it on the internet, wouldn't she? Plus, there were those around her who would ensure she wasn't left in the dark. Meng Fangfei's sister was indeed watching the live stream, as it was Meng Fangfei's request to elevate her online presence. It was ironic how she had treated her so well, only to receive betrayal in return. Ha! Raising Meng Fangfei's son? What a colossal joke. How could he yet justify his actions? If she didn't deal with this scoundrel named he today, she would no longer bear the surname Meng. Chapter 55. Sister Gua exposes the subject of inquiry. Fang Shida was also watching the live stream, recognizing Yan Shirtang's involvement, and immediately sought to bribe staff for her contact information. However, obtaining her contact details did not guarantee he could engage with Yan Shirtang or uncover the truths he sought. Back in the observation room, Shen Xiaoxi casually remarked once, "While reading novels, I stumbled into a peculiar niche, encountering brother-in-law narratives and medical literature, truly a destruction of one's worldview. Now that you know about brother-in-law narratives, are you ready for the medical literature?" Lu Xingzi glanced at her, noticing the fiery curiosity in her eyes. Understanding that Shen Xiaoxi desired to uncover another scandal, Yan Shirtang was taken aback. "What on earth have you been reading, Xiaoxi? One must admit, perhaps art is derived from life itself. For instance, just moments ago, the brother-in-law narrative had erupted. The medical literature is equally confounding." Finally, Yan Shirtang broached the subject Shen Xiaoxi was eager to hear, and she appeared quite animated. "Speak up quickly. I'm on my knees begging." Perhaps her fervor had influenced Yan Shirtang, who reflected on her own thoughts. The production team, Sister Gua, who can rival your prowess? In this episode, the revelations are staggering. Su Yuru has committed murder, Meng Fangfei indulges in brother-in-law literature, and Ma Shuyu explores the realm of orthopedic literature. Upon hearing this, I finally grasped the essence of the orthopedic narrative. It turns out that the ailing Ma Shuyu has delved into such literature, and thankfully, Yen Shirtang came to the rescue. Otherwise, I would have missed this sensational story. When Ma Shuyu was merely in her early teens, she, driven by curiosity, began to explore with her cousin who is 7 years her senior. How shocking! Just hearing about this cousin reveals his lack of decency. At the tender age of 12 or 13, Ma Shuyu was still forming her worldview, blissfully ignorant of right and wrong. Yet, her cousin, clearly aware of the inappropriateness of their relationship, nevertheless engaged with her, raising grave concerns about his moral compass. As the years passed, spanning 6 long years, Ma Shuyu should have recognized that such intimate conduct with her cousin was ethically wrong. However, she persisted in this entanglement, showcasing a troubling lack of moral clarity. Both cousins exhibit a fractured understanding of ethics, particularly the cousin, who not only preyed on a minor but also harmed other young women. Such a scoundrel deserves to be incarcerated for reform. Ma Shuyu believed that by avoiding the situation, she could escape the consequences, but she was mistaken. Truth cannot remain hidden indefinitely. Upon hearing about Ma Shuyu's actions, Fang Shida's expression darkened. Akin to a pot left unclean for too long, his demeanor foreboding. It seems this is what Ma Shuyu referred to when she claimed no one was wearing a green hat. Indeed, these events had already transpired during their time together, making it impossible to dismiss the past. Yet, Fang Shida could not swallow this affront. How dare Ma Shuyu engage in such immoral behavior for a span of 6 years? He vowed to reveal her misdeeds to the public, ensuring everyone sees her true nature. Only Qin Whiting and Mingxia remain, and it is fortunate they are still present. Do you wish to take a step further together? If so, please stand on the heart lamp. If not, no action is required. When the production team prompted a choice, Mingxia stepped up without hesitation, though anxiety flickered across his face. Mingxia felt nervous, uncertain of Qin Whiting's decision. Shen Xiaoxi held high hopes for Mingxia, yet her own nerves were ignited by his tension. In the end, she stood up. Mingxia focused intently on the heart lamp, and when it illuminated, he gasped in astonishment. Congratulations to the two for successfully joining hands. Qin Ingjun expressed satisfaction. Although only this pair remained, the success rate was 100%. Congratulations to Qin Whiting and Mingxia for their successful hand-holding. How delightful. These two are a breath of fresh air in this variety show. Congratulations on their success. I'm laughing so hard I nearly spilled my drink. I've consumed so much gossip recently, I almost forgot this is a dating show. Ha ha ha. I thought this was a breakup show. Turns out it's a dating show. Those who can end up together signify no scandal. Congratulations. Blind friend. You've hit the nail on the head. I'm also facing marriage issues. Can I join the dating show and have the gossip sister help me find out about my partner? That's an excellent idea. Gossip sister should evaluate potential partners. Not only can she profit, but she can also reveal whether one's partner is a good catch. Sounds wonderful. Qin Ingjun, delighted by the comments, realized that he had long recognized this issue and had wisely acted early to invite people. The assistant director was equally pleased. This variety show had truly become a sensation, attracting numerous guests eager to participate. Even without compensation, its uniqueness in the entertainment industry is unparalleled. This episode concluded, but another would not air for a week. For now, he decided to focus on the tasks at hand. Qin Ingjun waved dismissively, knowing there were plenty of people interested. While managing the immediate concerns was wise, his smug demeanor was indeed irritating. The assistant director remarked, "Director Qin, you're getting a bit carried away." Qin Ingjun shot him a glare. "What are you saying? I am not that kind of person. This show has only just begun. How could it be confined to such limitations? Such complacency is unacceptable. A broader vision is essential. In Chapter 56, do not emulate bad women. Rather, hold onto the leg of the star, Lu Xingxi, tightly." Qin Ingjun cast a sidelong glance at him, his eyes gleaming with ambition. His vision for the future was grand, and his aspirations were equally lofty. The assistant director remained silent, harboring his own thoughts. Whether fame is attainable rests upon Yen Shirtang. He must hold her tightly and not let her slip away. The fervor surrounding brother-in-law literature has yet to wane, and now orthopedic literature has emerged. This revelation is even more shocking. Who would engage in such a relationship with a cousin in this day and age? As Fong Shida's posts circulated, gossip-hungry netizens widened their eyes in disbelief. With evidence in hand, there is no denying the truth. The video quality may not be pristine, but the faces are discernible. Some videos could not be shared through official channels circulating privately, yet dozens exist. The Qing dynasty has long been overthrown, yet such events persist. Is there a desire for a cultural revival? My goodness! At 12 or 13, I was still playing with friends. These individuals are already exploring the complexities of life. What a shattered worldview. According to our laws, engaging in sexual relations with minors under 14, regardless of consent, is illegal. If the victim is a girl, it constitutes rape. If a boy, it amounts to child molestation. Thus, this cousin has broken the law and should be reported to the authorities. How tragic. The most innocent party is the criminal's wife. Deceived for so many years, perhaps their child is already old enough to purchase soy sauce. Divorce and report. Don't endorse such treatment for the child's sake. Such behavior is likely to recur. One instance leads to another, revealing a deeply flawed moral compass. This sentiment holds truth. With no ethics, can one expect reform? That notion is indeed far-fetched. The speed at which netizens uncover the truth is astounding. They swiftly identified this cousin as a middle school teacher. Due to his profession, they delved deeper and uncovered numerous scandals associated with him. A leopard cannot change its spots. He exploited his position to engage in inappropriate relationships with students, leading to an even greater outcry. This scandal is escalating. The more one learns, the more incensed they become. It is not a singular occurrence but multiple offenses, revealing a complete moral depravity. A concerned citizen reported him, and while Ma Shi's cousin was teaching evening classes, he was apprehended by the police. Such a fate was well-deserved. Ma Shi's online presence has been overwhelmed with backlash, leading to the destruction of her career and family. Fong Shida's heart is ruthless, seemingly intent on pushing her into despair. Ma Shiyu is filled with regret. She should never have participated in this show for fame. Had she not done so, she might have concealed the truth for a lifetime. However, she must accept that the truth cannot be hidden forever. It can only be postponed. Netizens have been incredibly supportive. Shin Xiaoxi applauded, believing such scoundrels should be imprisoned. Otherwise, justice would be compromised. This revelation, thanks to Tang Tang, has exposed a villain who might have continued to harm others. Naturally, credit is also due to the netizens. Their investigative prowess has unearthed the criminal's background. After a 10-minute tirade against Ma Biao, Shen Xiaoxi shifted the conversation to Su Yuro.
Tang Tang.
I've heard rumors that Su Yuro is not only involved in a murder case, but has also endangered numerous lives, particularly those of kindergarten children. Shin Xiaoxi was filled with righteous indignation. The more she investigated, the graver Su Yuro's crimes appeared, and her sentence would undoubtedly reflect that. Yan Shirtang tightened her fingers, still recalling how Su Yuro had spat into Lu Xingxi's dessert. Had it not been for Guodong's intervention, Lu Xingxi might have suffered greatly. Lu Xingxi had been a significant friend to her, having helped her on numerous occasions, and she hoped the investigation into Su Yuro would yield results. If she has committed those acts, I trust the police will uncover the pertinent evidence against her. However, I fear she might evade the cameras, or that due to the passage of time, the surveillance might be inaccessible. Some incidents date back a while, and gathering evidence can be quite arduous. Yet, I've heard that videos of Su Yuro's exes have been preserved for such a long time. Surely, other evidence should exist. May the heavens expedite her conviction. Shen Xiaoxi sincerely prayed for justice to be served swiftly. Amused by her sudden fervor, Yan Shirtang couldn't help but smile, silently wishing for Su Yuro's prompt conviction to bring the deceased some overdue truth and provide closure to other victims. Perhaps the heavens were also moved, for after 2 days of searching, evidence was indeed found. Yan Shirtang gasped, inquiring if Guodong had played a role in this discovery. Not at all. Guodong's authority isn't that vast yet. It's still awaiting the host's development, Guodong replied after a moment of silence. She encountered a formidable opponent, which hastened her retribution. A formidable opponent? A sudden realization struck Yan Shirtang. Lu Xingxi. Not only was he capable, but he was also the favored child of fate in this world. Historically, Those who opposed the favored ones met with dire consequences. Indeed, the host is quite astute, Guodong affirmed. Su Yuro sought her own doom by provoking the child of fate. This serves as a cautionary tale. Never emulate such a wicked woman. One should cling tightly to the child of fate, Guodong advised earnestly, fearing that Yan Shirtang might inadvertently harm Lu Xingxi, for it would be beyond Guodong's capacity to protect her then. Yan Shirtang retorted, "There's no need for such concern. Haven't I been clinging to the child of fate for quite some time now?" Su Yuro's situation once again led to a frenzy online, with numerous shocking revelations surfacing. She targets children. How can such a person exist? Describing her as a vile creature would not be an exaggeration. Former victims' families only discovered the issues through police contact and notifications, which was terrifying to contemplate. Had Su Yuro been slightly more ruthless, their children could have lost their lives. However, the children had endured a week or even half a month of torment, leaving a lasting impression on the victims' families. The entire internet condemned Su Yuro, and even her family could not escape the backlash. Although it was unjust to harass her family, the severity of the situation rendered it unavoidable. Within just a few days, Su Yuro's family had become pariahs, too afraid to venture outside. The moment they did, they faced scornful looks and even threats of rotten vegetables and stinking eggs. Chapter 57. Completing the host's task after the first episode of a variety show was recorded, a few days of leisure time ensued. Yet, Yan Shirtang did not find herself idle. She had several commitments to fulfill and advertisements to reshoot. On her first day back, she shot a yogurt advertisement, overseen by a shrewd and capable businesswoman. She treated Yan Shirtang with great courtesy, especially since the sales had exceeded 1 billion within 3 days. Naturally, such a spokesperson deserved utmost enthusiasm. On this vibrant meadow, we meticulously craft our yogurt, preserving the gifts of nature and traditional flavors, ensuring every sip becomes your most intimate connection with the natural world. The final shot featured Yan Shirtang savoring Jean family yogurt, showcasing a radiant smile as she pointed at the unfinished yogurt. The shoot was completed in one take, eliminating the need for reshoots. The director praised her several times, complimenting her innate charisma. Yan Shirtang felt elated by the praise, though a hint of anxiety lingered. She feared she might not perform well. Recently, she had also enlisted her company to help find an acting coach, recognizing that to thrive in the entertainment industry, acting skills were indispensable. Chung Ching, the leading lady of Wanpei Media, accompanied by 3 assistants, caught Yan Shirtang's envious gaze. It resembled an ancient noblewoman accompanied by her entourage. As they approached, Yan Shirtang noticed Chung Ching did not step aside until they were nearly face to face. TSK, what an air she has, Yan Shirtang thought. Not long after, she halted in her tracks. Goodness, this lady is quite daring. Yan Shirtang widened her eyes in disbelief, her lips twitching slightly. Yan Shirtang, Chung Ching called out, her tone dripping with condescension, leaving Yan Shirtang puzzled and startled. Chung Ching's tone was arrogant, grating on Yan Shirtang's nerves. Rudeness was never endearing, and it was clear Chung Ching was familiar with Yan Shirtang due to her rising fame from the show, which had sparked conversations about her remarkable persona. Upon seeing a woman more beautiful than herself, Chung Ching's envy bubbled over, leading her to insult Yan Shirtang. Yet, mere seconds later, she was taken aback by the incredulous words that escaped her lips. How could this be? Such a phenomenon exists? But it was true. This was indeed the essence of Yan Shirtang's allure. Chung Ching found herself at a loss for words, unable to inquire further about her previous comments. If she dared to speak recklessly, she would surely face the consequences. Get lost. Chung Ching, frustrated by her inability to articulate her thoughts, could only lash out at Yan Shirtang. Yan Shirtang's gaze turned cold, her expression unchanged as she turned to leave. What a wretched person, bringing toys to a shoot. How shameless. The crew gasped collectively. Ah, so she is indeed fulfilling her master's task. How audacious. Though she did not name names, it was evident to all who had witnessed Yan Shirtang's earlier interaction. Yan Shirtang had spilled Chung Ching's secrets. Knowing that Chung Ching was a well-supported figure at Wanpei, a notorious sugar baby, the implications of her actions hinted at sordid transactions. It was shocking to learn that she had stooped so low. even using toys during an advertisement shoot. The crowd's gaze shifted towards Ching, their eyes trailing downward. It was apparent that her legs trembled. Seasoned observers could tell Yen Shirtang's words were not mere fabrications. Under the intense scrutiny of the onlookers, even Ching's bravado faltered, unable to withstand their unabashed gazes. Oblivious to the situation, Yen Shirtang continued to revel in the unfolding drama. Our lady is a master of time management, flitting from her wealthy boyfriend to his friends. Sleeping with 3 in one night. Does she not fear the consequences? Some speculated that the wealthy heir viewed Ching as a mere plaything, while it appeared she regarded him as a fool. Yen Shirtang. Ching screeched, her voice trembling with fury, her anger prompting her to approach Yen Shirtang. Yet, she seemed to forget her own precarious state. Her exaggerated movements caused her legs to buckle, and she stumbled, nearly collapsing before Yen Shirtang. This sudden bow, what's the meaning of this? If it's for New Year's greetings, I'm afraid I have no money to spare. Yen Shirtang was momentarily taken aback. Not only was Ching impolite, but her mental state seemed questionable. Laughter erupted from those nearby, making Ching's face flush with embarrassment. Her assistants rushed to support her, but as soon as she regained her footing, she forcefully pushed them away, scolding, "Useless fools. You come to assist only after I've humiliated myself. You're earning a salary for nothing." The assistant, recently cast aside, had just graduated and now stood publicly chastised, her thin skin longing for escape. Yet she remained rooted in place, her face a mask of impending tears. Yen Shirtang felt a flicker of annoyance. It would be best to turn and leave. All this toil for mere scraps of silver, the plight of the working class. Yen Shirtang, did I grant you permission to leave? Ching reprimanded her again, unwilling to let her depart after such a humiliating blunder. As if she could just walk away unscathed. Ignore her, she's lost her mind, Lan Junhua interjected, recognizing Ching's malice. The Bala company may not rival Wanpei, but it would not tolerate such bullying, especially since Yen Shirtang was also a shareholder, deserving of protection. Yen Shirtang had no intention of engaging with Ching. She still had her own affairs to attend to. Indeed, Ching's master was not a wealthy playboy or a friend, but a 70-year-old tycoon. At such an age, he was no longer capable of much, and preferred to amuse himself with various toys while indulging in the women he supported, hence the existence of her master's tasks. Ching, who had her eyes set on the tycoon's fortune, was not deterred by his advanced age or the fact that his children were already grown. The allure of inheriting a fortune of over 100 million was too tempting to resist. As long as she could win his favor, she believed she would reap the rewards. If she could secure a marriage certificate, she would have rights to his estate upon his demise. Chapter 58. Miscarriage. Upon hearing Yen Shirtang's words, the crowd could not help but think that Ching's ambitions were exceedingly grand. The tycoon was already 70, and his children were likely well established, yet she still yearned to insert herself into the fray for a share of his wealth. The onlookers regarded her personal life with disdain, finding her actions despicable. Ching felt the weight of their scorn, her resentment towards Yen Shirtang intensifying. "You lot, stop her." Ching ordered a few assistants, determined to teach Yen Shirtang a lesson that would exact a painful price for her actions. The assistants exchanged glances, hesitating over whether to heed Ching's command. "Useless. Did you not hear my command? Stop that wretched girl." Yen Shirtang perceived Ching's madness. It had always been inexplicable, and now she sought to confront her publicly. Did she truly believe Yen Shirtang was a soft target to be manipulated at will? The assistants merely encircled Yen Shirtang, refraining from physically restraining her. This was not a bygone era where power could be wielded to oppress. They were mere workers, and if any trouble arose, they would be the first to bear the brunt of it. Ching approached, her high heels clicking angrily against the floor, possibly reaching her breaking point. Suddenly, she staggered, her legs weakening as she lurched forward. Yen Shirtang had initially worried about her ability to handle the situation, but now she was grateful for her little toy. The head of the Jean family quickly called for assistance, knowing that Ching was also a spokesperson for another product from their company. A public altercation would be detrimental. Yet, Ching's lips trembled, and a sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead. "It hurts, my stomach hurts," she exclaimed, clutching her abdomen. The cramping pain impossible to ignore, forcing her to disregard Yen Shert-ang entirely. "Miss Chung, are you alright?" the head of the Jean family inquired, frowning as he noted the pallor of Chung Chingching's face, which seemed too genuine to be feigned. Yet no one approached her. "Chung Chingching is pregnant. She shows signs of a miscarriage." Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd, even Chung Chingching herself momentarily lost in confusion. Pregnant? It had been 2 months since her last period, but due to her extensive use of contraceptive pills, her cycle had become irregular. And she had thought nothing of the absence. Additionally, she had taken precautions recently, never once considering the possibility of pregnancy. The intense pain in her lower abdomen now forced her to confront the unsettling reality, and those surrounding her quickly called for an ambulance.
Lanjun huo pulet jan si tan asai.
Her eyes filled with a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude. "If you don't court disaster, you face consequences. This is her retribution," she remarked. Yen Shert-ang observed the unfolding scene, wondering if it could somehow be misconstrued as her doing. "Sister Lan, what if I'm accused of foul play?" "I didn't do anything, so please make it clear that I am not to blame," she urged. Lan Junhua shook her head. "This is not your concern. She sought trouble with you, and now she has brought this upon herself. Everyone can attest to it." Yen Shert-ang had not laid a finger on Chung Chingching. It was her own folly, her high heels that had led to her downfall, and it was not their responsibility. Yen Shert-ang nodded slightly, relieved. The paternity of that child remains a mystery. There were several involved, any one of whom could be the father. Chung Chingching's mind buzzed at Yen Shert-ang's internal musings, the abdominal pain growing increasingly unbearable. When the ambulance arrived, a pool of blood marked the spot where Chung Chingching had lain. As paramedics lifted her onto a stretcher, they discovered a small toy lodged inside her. Such reckless play. Chung Chingching was whisked away by the ambulance, and within half an hour, the incident had become a sensation on the internet. Chung Chingching and Yen Shert-ang clashed during an advertisement shoot. Chung Chingching's master-ass task involving a small toy leads to a suspected miscarriage. Eye-catching headlines flooded the entertainment section, implying that Yen Shert-ang was responsible for Chung Chingching's loss. The involved parties expressed their frustration at the sensationalism, lamenting the misleading headlines. "Can we refrain from such clickbait? It feels like a gross misrepresentation," one user complained. Soon after, news of Chung Chingching's miscarriage was disseminated by marketing accounts, further fueling the frenzy. Witnesses shared their accounts, feeding the insatiable appetite for gossip. "Did Frost fall today?" One user quipped, "Gossip Queen is here to deliver the juiciest updates." Goodness, the master's task is truly eye-opening, seeking thrills in public? Another remarked. "And now the child is lost. This resourceful sister truly is a master of time management. How did her boyfriend not notice?" A third chimed in. "That green hat fits snugly. Perhaps they should invite the cartoon character to visit." "Please, someone donate me some money," another added. "Friends' wives should not be trifled with." And yet here we are, laughing at the absurdity. How scandalous. But the pressing question remains, who is the father of the child? This query prompted further discussion, as witnesses recounted Yen Shert-ang's words, igniting a fresh wave of speculation. Because of the reckless abandon displayed, the identity of the child's father was now irrelevant, as was the child's existence. Yen Shert-ang felt a momentary relief upon realizing the misleading nature of the trending topics, but there was no need for concern. Someone had recorded a video that could vindicate her. Following this incident, Lan Junhua recognized the urgent need to hire an assistant proficient in martial arts. Upon learning of this, Yen Shert-ang hurried over, acknowledging the necessity of having a capable assistant at her side. If another situation like today arose, she would be at a significant disadvantage. Upon returning to Bala Company, she was greeted warmly at the front desk, admiration gleaming in the receptionist's eyes. The gossip queen had indeed risen to prominence, her status elevated. Yen Shert-ang exchanged pleasantries as she walked through the company, encountering colleagues who treated her with newfound respect. The contrast to her initial reception was stark. Success was evidently essential for garnering attention and respect. Arriving at Song Yu's office, she lightly knocked on the door, waiting for his familiar, self-absorbed voice to grant her entry before stepping inside. His hair, sculpted and slicked back with wax, remained as ostentatious as ever. Chapter 59. Assistant Li Shuran Yen Shirtang approached the desk, and before he could utter a word, the swiveled chair turned to face him. His slicked-back hair maintained its glossy allure, evoking a suppressed chuckle. "You've arrived," Song Yu remarked, appraising her with a discerning gaze. Her complexion appeared much healthier, evidently. She had been thriving lately. "President Song, weren't you the one who asked me to select an assistant?" Yen Shirtang cut straight to the chase, disinterested in idle chatter. She thought to herself, how unfortunate that such a charming face is wasted on such greasy hair. It was frustrating to see someone who could be more handsome deliberately choose a hairstyle that detracted from his appeal. Song Yu regarded her with an incredulous expression, as if questioning her understanding of the situation. Feeling a twinge of unease under his scrutiny, Yen Shirtang wondered if she had misspoken. Hadn't he invited her to choose an assistant? Why was he now silent? "Have you not noticed how much more attractive I have become in just a few days?" Song Yu raised a hand to smooth his hair, casting her a flirtatious glance. Yen Shirtang thought, silence will be tonight's Cambridge. This narcissism has reached new heights. Who will rescue me from it? Feeling that his attempts to impress were in vain, Song Yu shot her an irritated look. Lack of discernment is why you are often overlooked. Lu Xingxi is far more visually appealing. Having grown accustomed to his stunning beauty, others pale in comparison. With a clap of his hands, Song Yu expressed his dissatisfaction. "What do you mean Lu Xingxi is more attractive? I am clearly superior. Do you possess any sense of aesthetics?" Startled, Yen Shirtang jumped, bewildered by his sudden outburst. It was difficult to fathom how he and the aloof, regal Lu Xingxi could be close friends. They were polar opposites. "Little Shirtang, your vision seems to be failing you," Song Yu said earnestly, pointing out her questionable judgment in deeming him less attractive than Lu Xingxi. He reminisced about his childhood, when he was the darling of the girls in kindergarten, while the cold Lu Xingxi was the least favored. Perspiration beaded on Yen Shirtang's forehead. Did she really have to flatter him before he would engage in serious conversation? "Oh yes, President Song, you are absolutely right. Whatever you say is correct." Satisfied, Song Yu smiled. "Now that's more like it. I am indeed more handsome than Lu Xingxi." "Insane," she muttered under her breath. He grinned at her, then picked up the phone, instructing bring them in. Relieved, Yen Shirtang recognized that while his narcissism was exhausting, it was also easily appeased if she catered to his whims. With this realization, she made a mental note for future encounters. Shortly thereafter, the secretary ushered several women into the office. There were tall ones, muscular ones, and some even smaller than Yen Shirtang herself. Upon seeing them, Song Yu tousled his hair again and raised his chin slightly, saying, "Here are a few carefully selected candidates. Choose whichever you prefer and sign them on." His words made it sound akin to selecting a consort. Yen Shirtang examined the first candidate, noticing a glint of cleverness in her eyes. She moved on to the next, then a few seconds later, pointed to the petite woman. "I'll take her." The woman's demeanor was steady, devoid of ambition or cunning. If her intuition served her right, they would work well together. Song Yu followed her gaze, observing a small-framed girl with a mature face. "Are you certain? She barely reaches my chest. Can she really protect you?" "Absolutely, I want her." Yen Shirtang nodded. Having glanced at the candidate's resume, which revealed a background in martial arts, suggesting she was quite formidable in practice. Hearing her affirmation, Song Yu conceded, signaling the secretary to escort the unsuccessful candidates out, leaving only 3 in the office. He approached Yen Shirtang, lowering his head to scrutinize her for a moment, then asked, "What's your name?"
Li Shuran.
Song Yu inquired further, "What are your skills?" Li Shuran remained composed, replying, "Whatever the boss requires." Taken aback by her unexpected response, Song Yu leaned closer, his voice dropping to a sultry tone. "Oh, then why don't you start by complimenting me?" Li Shuran frowned slightly at his request, but eventually said, "You're handsome." Song Yu nodded, pleased, and waited for more. "You are very handsome. You look quite handsome. Is that all?" Too brief, he mused, wanting something more substantial, something with greater depth. Watching their exchange, Yen Shirtang was taken aback, exclaiming, "President Song, do you have any further questions?" Enough was enough. Song Yu glanced at her dismissively. "Sit tight for a moment. I'm discussing important matters with your assistant." A cacophony of crows flew overhead, and Yen Shirtang thought, Is there no one who can reign in Songyu? President Song. I was saying this afternoon. Before she could finish, Songyu interrupted, I know you have no appointments this afternoon. Yan Shirtang was left speechless. He had even checked her schedule. What was one to say to that? Li Shuran's eyes flickered as she answered Songyu's queries, each response revolving around his handsomeness and delivered succinctly. After 10 minutes of this relentless back and forth, Yan Shirtang could feel herself drifting off, leaning against the sofa, nearly asleep. Suddenly, a shriek jolted her awake, and she turned to see Songyu clutching his hand, face flushed. What just happened? She asked, bewildered. What had she missed during her moment of drowsiness? Li Shuran began to speak, gesturing, but was cut off by Songyu, who raised his voice. Nothing happened. Li Shuran closed her mouth, her expression calm as she regarded him. Songyu inhaled deeply, still feeling the ache in his wrist. Yan Shirtang looked at him skeptically, her gaze shifting to his hand. How much of that can I believe? Unfazed, Songyu twisted his wrist, gritting his teeth. He had underestimated her strength. The assistant you chose is excellent. My judgment is quite sound. Yan Shirtang smirked, reassured that her perception had not faltered. All right, you may leave now. Songyu dismissed them, his expression slightly peculiar. Yan Shirtang was still unclear about what had transpired, and though curious, she preferred to exit, leading Li Shuran away. Once the door closed, Songyu's face fell, cradling his hand in evident distress. Couldn't he, Li Shuran, have been a tad gentler? Chapter 60. Songyu, this narcissistic maniac, will eventually get beaten up. Songyu completely forgot that he had encouraged her to use her full strength. In fact, he had implied that using both hands would be acceptable, only to find that she had effortlessly concluded the contest with a single hand. After exiting, Yan Shirtang turned to Li Shuran, asking, Shuran, what just happened with President Song? Li Shuran hesitated for a moment before recounting Songyu's embarrassing misstep in detail. President Song and I had an arm wrestling match, and I won. She had indeed chosen wisely. Li Shuran may appear petite, but her strength was undeniable. However, given Songyu's slender physique, it wasn't too surprising that Li Shuran triumphed. Lan Junhua, aware that Yan Shirtang had selected an assistant who seemed lacking in aggressiveness, pulled her aside and whispered, didn't he want an assistant who can fight? Why choose Li Shuran, who seems to possess little combat capability? Understanding Yan Shirtang's unique situation, it was necessary to find an assistant who could protect her, implying a need for a bodyguard. The salary offered was quite generous, and naturally, expectations were high. She had heard that the candidates were meticulously screened. Lan Jie. One must not judge a person by their appearance, Yan Shirtang replied. Very well, some may look diminutive, but their martial prowess can be extraordinary. Yan Shirtang expressed her warm welcome to Shuran as she joined their team, suggesting they celebrate with a delightful meal. With sparkling eyes, she gazed at Lan Junhua, filled with anticipation. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lan Junhua conceded, acknowledging the necessity of a celebratory feast. What do you plan to eat? She inquired.
Hot pot.
Yan Shirtang blurted out without a second thought, only to realize that this was not her decision to make. Turning to Li Shuran, she added, this welcome banquet belongs to Shuran. She should choose. Their eyes met, and Li Shuran softly replied, hot pot. Are you certain? Yan Shirtang felt slightly uncomfortable, wondering if Li Shuran was merely acquiescing to her earlier suggestion. Absolutely. It matters not what we eat. Why not let others decide without the need for contemplation? Yan Shirtang opened her mouth to speak, but noticed Li Shuran's earnest expression, which left her speechless. In that moment, Li Shuran's gaze flickered, and her pupils slightly contracted, as if she had heard Yan Shirtang's unvoiced thoughts. Why was she able to hear them? After a brief pause, Li Shuran turned to Lan Junhua, who showed no reaction. Just then, Lan Junhua's phone rang. It was a call from Songyu. He inquired about their hot pot plans, and without thinking, Lan Junhua instinctively looked at Yan Shirtang. Noticing her lack of attention, she replied that they were still deciding on a place. And the call ended shortly after Songyu indicated he would join. Considering he is our boss, I suppose I can tolerate it, Lan Junhua thought. Only then did Yan Shirtang realize Lan Junhua was preoccupied. Is something the matter? She asked. Songyu mentioned he would be joining us for hot pot, Lan Junhua replied. Yan Shirtang felt puzzled. How did Songyu know about their hot pot outing? Let's choose a place first, Lan Junhua suggested, redirecting Yan Chitang's focus. Song Yu arrived swiftly, playfully chiding Sister Sherdang. How could you not invite me to dinner? Are you afraid my striking looks would cause trouble? Yan Chitang was at a loss for words, wondering how well they truly knew each other. Their encounters could be counted on one hand, yet he acted as if they were longtime friends. We're organizing a welcome party for Shuran and planning to eat hot pot. Would you like to join, Mr. Song? Yan Chitang stammered, adding, but you must ask Shuran for her approval first. Upon meeting Shuran's calm gaze, Song Yu felt a slight pang of apprehension but pressed on, asking if she would allow him to join. After a moment's thought, Shuran did not refuse. After all, he was her boss, deserving of a modicum of respect. Sure, Song Yu declared with a hint of pride, exclaiming, see, no one can refuse this handsome face of mine. It is my ticket to success. Yan Chitang internally rolled her eyes at his blatant self-adoration. Enough. Please cease your narcissistic musings. If this continues, Song Yu's self-obsession will eventually lead to his downfall. He scoffed lightly, expressing excitement at the prospect of encountering someone who might challenge him. I know a private restaurant with exceptional cuisine. Since this is a welcome banquet, we must ensure it reflects positively on the company. Song Yu suggested a place called Yelugia, emphasizing that without a membership, one must book at least 3 months in advance to reserve a private room. Given Song Yu's demeanor, it was clear he was a member. Yan Chitang was not surprised. She had benefited from the good fortune of the Chosen One for a short time, and it was only reasonable that he had reaped considerable rewards over the years. Arriving at Yelugia, they were greeted by an ambience rich in traditional charm. The spacious courtyard featured elegant wooden tables and exquisite Chinese artwork. The privacy offered was unparalleled, explaining the constant crowds. Yan Chitang felt envious, wishing to become a member herself. Mr. Song, welcome. The staff greeted them warmly, guiding them to a private room where a large pot was soon presented. Dining at a private establishment felt distinctly different. What do you think? Isn't it marvelous? Song Yu inquired, tossing his hair back. It is not merely good. It is of the highest caliber. Yan Chitang replied, realizing that his charm indeed played a role in his membership. Enough with the self-praise, she thought, bemused by his antics. The others fell silent, leaving Song Yu to bask in his own awkwardness. Why is no one speaking? Don't you find it intriguing how I managed to become a member using just my looks? He pouted, feeling neglected. Lan Junhua finally queried Mr. Song. How did you manage to become a Yelugia member based solely on your appearance? It was prudent to appease their superior to avoid any future repercussions. Because the owner is not as handsome as I, and he envied my charm, thus granting me a membership card, Song Yu replied with earnest sincerity, leaving those unaware of the truth almost convinced. Yan Chitang rolled her eyes at the absurdity of it all. Oh my, this is indeed Rout Xingxi's enterprise. What a lucrative venture. She mused. The consistent flow of customers and the fully booked private rooms hinted at substantial profits. Can you imagine the wealth that flows into my pocket daily? I would be the happiest girl alive. Guodong interjected, observing, host, do you see this? The Chosen One excels in every aspect. Indeed, I see, Yan Chitang thought, tears of envy welling at the corners of her eyes. Who has stolen my life as a privileged heir? This is trivial. Wealth is but a superficial matter. You should contemplate how to better benefit from the Chosen One's fortune, Guodong advised. While wealth was indeed external, it remained firmly in others' grasp. Have you fallen into a pit of financial despair? Guodong remarked. The focus shifted back to Song Yu, who gazed intensely at Yan Chitang, as if she were aware of some hidden truth. Oh, how coincidental, she mused silently. Without prying into his whereabouts, she continued to prepare the meal. Each person had their own pot, allowing Yan Chitang to indulge in whatever she desired. The ingredients at Yelugia were freshly sourced, making for a distinct flavor far superior to that of ordinary hot pot establishments. Indeed, wealth afforded one access to extraordinary delicacies. Each dish was pricey, yet upon tasting, she felt the expense was justified. She yearned for a membership card, but with so many influential people vying for it, it seemed unlikely she would ever attain one. As someone lingered at the entrance, shrouded in mystery, they provocatively asked, "Can you guess who is behind me?" Peeking through a small gap, they remained hidden from view. In an unexpected turn, Song Yu expressed annoyance at the forceful pushing at the door. Why are you pushing so hard? If you cause me to fall and ruin my looks, can you take responsibility for that? Without waiting for anyone to guess, he stepped aside to allow entry. The newcomer was none other than Lu Xingxi. Yan Shirtang widened her eyes in surprise. What a remarkable coincidence to encounter him again. Lan Junhua was equally astonished, not expecting to run into Lu Xingxi here, feeling a sense of fate. I apologize for the sudden visit. May I take a seat? Lu Xingxi's gaze swept from Yan Shirtang to Li Shuran. On his way here, Song Yu had mentioned a welcome banquet for new employees, and today's focus was her. It would be more appropriate to inquire about her. Li Shuran did not follow celebrities closely, yet she recognized who he was, as it was difficult not to be aware of his works, which were universally popular. Given Song Yu's close relationship with him, and Yan Shirtang's as well, there was no reason to decline. Additionally, it was merely a meal. Refusing seemed unnecessary. Lu Xingxi took a seat, and the waiter refilled the pot. Teacher Yan. What a coincidence, Lu Xingxi said with a gentle smile, greeting Yan Shirtang warmly. Yan Shirtang was at a loss for words, responding vaguely, yes, indeed. What a coincidence. It was quite normal for the owner to inspect his establishment, yet she had not anticipated his presence today. Does Lu Xingxi think I am stalking him? I am not that obsessive. I could not have entered this place without being associated with the narcissistic Song Yu. Unbeknownst to her, her inner thoughts had been overheard, rendering her worries somewhat ludicrous. Old Lu, what brings you here today? Song Yu tossed his hair, a gesture meant to impress, easily noticed while conversing. Yan Shirtang was relieved not to be seated too close. What if some dandruff flew over? She did not have the habit of consuming such food. And what was this old Lu nonsense? It sounded rather amusing. Lu Xingxi's gaze landed on her, meeting her eyes, and her previously smiling face instantly turned expressionless. She meant no mockery. Do not misunderstand her. I'm hungry, Song Yu interjected, scoffing slightly, disbelieving. Yet, he had not anticipated Lu Xingxi's reason for being there, attributing it to his inspection instead. Thank you for saving our President Yan that day. Coincidentally, we are all here today. Order whatever you like, Song Yu said, handing the menu to Lu Xingxi with a generous flourish. As a member, he hardly needed to spend money. It was as if he were treating for free, and in fact, it was Lu Xingxi who would be losing out, as the payment would be credited to Lu Xingxi's account. Yan Shirtang recalled the previous incident and felt it was indeed necessary to express gratitude to Lu Xingxi. Since Song Yu had brought it up, it was not inappropriate. Although a meal could not compare to much, it was still a gesture of sincerity. She looked at Lu Xingxi with bright eyes, her meaning unmistakable. Lu Xingxi met her gaze for a moment before glancing at Song Yu, his expression somewhat inscrutable. Song Yu, oblivious, continued his chatter. Today is a good day. Shall we have a few drinks? I'm driving, Lu Xingxi replied. His manager Qin Xingyang had accompanied him, and he had become a prominent agent with just one assistant. Lu Xingxi slightly raised his brows, adhering to the principle of silence while eating. Song Yu, ever the talkative one, continued his antics. How dull. No wonder girls prefer me over you, Song Yu remarked disdainfully. The narcissist truly is a narcissist. It's as if his internet at home cannot keep up. And he spouts nonsense without a care. If given the choice, she would undoubtedly choose Lu Xingxi and completely disregard Song Yu's narcissistic antics. Song Yu shot her a glare, emboldened, and silently cursed her in his heart. Chapter 62. Spend 2 nights with brother, ensuring abundant resources at your disposal. Yan Shirtang found it bewildering. Why was he glaring at her for no reason? She was quietly enjoying her meal. Was there an issue with that? How strange. If you're not drinking, I'll drink with them, Song Yu huffed, indicating he would drink with his colleagues from the company. Mr. Song. We have to be on camera tomorrow. I cannot drink. Who drinks red wine while enjoying hot pot? Such a reckless combination could be fatal. Indeed, one should refrain from drinking before a shoot, and Song Yu nodded, turning his attention to the other two. Li Shuran stated, I'm at work. I 1 tea drink. We haven't tea officially started yet. A little 1 tea hurt. Besides, it's your welcome banquet. You should drink a bit, Song Yu insisted, unconcerned. Rules were rigid, but people were adaptable. He had no strict prohibitions against his employees. Li Shuran remained resolute, stating her principles. If she said no drinking during work, she meant it. Song Yu shot her an exasperated look, wondering how someone so young could be so inflexible. A little flexibility wouldn't result in punishment. Unable to persuade her, he shifted his focus to Lan Junhua. Lan Junhua hesitated for a moment before declining as well. She too was a working individual. If drinking was not necessary, she would abstain to avoid any disruption. All right, I see how it is. I'll remember this, Song Yu muttered, feeling dejected after failing to find anyone willing to share a drink with him. This group was too unreasonable. Rejecting the invitation of a handsome man was undeniably their loss. Yan Shirtang had not consumed alcohol, but she had drunk some beverages, and as the meal came to an end, she felt the need to use the restroom. Li Shuran accompanied her, and on their way, they encountered a few wealthy young men. Since when did Yeluju have such a stunning beauty? One of the young men with dyed red hair blocked Yan Shirtang's path, his complexion pale and eyes sunken. He clearly appeared to have indulged excessively. Li Shuran stepped in front of Yan Shirtang, her expression unyielding. Step aside. Only then did the red-haired youth notice Li Shuran, realizing that while she did not match the beauty behind her, she was still quite attractive and could suffice for amusement. Little beauty, why are you rushing?
Can't you see me?
The red-haired youth grinned lewdly, his demeanor increasingly offensive. Li Xiao, isn't this girl a popular actress? What was her name again? A sycophantic man behind the red-haired youth spoke up, eyeing Yan Shirtang with similar lewd intent. Upon hearing this, the red-haired youth's gaze became even more explicit, lingering on sensitive areas. Beauty, I'm the young master of Huayao. Spend a couple of nights with me, and I'll guarantee you abundant resources to choose from. Knowing Yan Shirtang was part of the entertainment industry only emboldened the red-haired youth further. He had played with numerous actresses and models, all of whom pretended to be pure maidens before the camera, yet their true lasciviousness could not be concealed, and they often engaged in various tricks. Yan Shirtang's expression grew icy, wishing she could gouge out his lewd eyes, which were exceedingly irritating. Seeing that they were unfazed, the red-haired youth grew displeased, his tone turning threatening. It's your fortune that I'm interested in you. If you don't recognize a good opportunity, you might find yourself hidden away. Yan Shirtang leaned closer to Li Shuran, whispering, Can we take them on? Li Shuran's voice remained steady. We can easily handle them. They appear to be mere drunken fools. All right, let us go. Yan Shirtang nodded. If they initiated the confrontation, they would be justified in self-defense. Li Shuran received the cue and shielded her as they attempted to leave. The red-haired youth, sensing the shift, reached out to grab her, but Li Shuran twisted his hand,
contorting it painfully. Ah!
The red-haired youth let out a blood-curdling scream, feeling as though his hand might snap. You filthy, BTCH. He spat through gritted teeth, enraged that a mere entertainer dared to harm him. If they managed to escape today, he would change his surname. The entourage behind the red-haired youth immediately surrounded them, hurling insults. Grab them and take them to the hotel. Let them serve me until I am satisfied. The red-haired youth commanded, covering his hand, his tone vicious. Several of them lunged forward to seize her, only to be met by Li Shuran, who swiftly dispatched them one by one. Their continuous screams drew attention, prompting Lu Xingxi and others to investigate. Upon seeing Yan Shirtang, who was shielded by Li Shuran and evidently unharmed, those who rushed over breathed a sigh of relief. The foul-mouthed woman can await her reckoning. She will soon find herself unable to escape the consequences of her actions. Faced with the crowd's gaze, the red-haired man could only leave, his pride in tatters. Teacher Yan, are you all right? Lu Xingxi assessed her, noting that aside from her slightly tense expression, she appeared otherwise unharmed. Yan Shirtang shook her head, assuring, I am fine. Although the red-haired man had departed, the remaining patrons were still present, and this was hardly an appropriate place for conversation. Song Yu, with his captivating visage and a modicum of wealth, never indulged in frivolities. In his eyes, no woman was worthy of his attention. Despite his popularity among them, he remained a singular entity. How dare he flirt with you? Does he think he is worthy? Song Yu's irritation mounted, his bravado forgotten in light of Li Duobao's repugnant behavior. I say, old Lu, the membership standards at Yaoyijin leave much to be desired. As the chosen one, his first dining experience with Yan Shirtang had been marred by such an encounter, causing his temper to flare. What if this incident left a psychological scar on Yan Sherdang, leading her to refuse future outings with him? Lu Xingxi's gaze darkened. It was indeed a failing of Yalijin. No, it is the people who are at fault. Yan Sherdang sensed the ambiguity in this statement, her face flushing with embarrassment as she quickly amended, No. It is Li Duobao who is the problem, not Yalijin. Human nature is inherently fickle, and it is not uncommon for unsavory characters to infiltrate respectable establishments. Lu Xingxi pressed his lips together, promising, I will provide an explanation for today's events. Yan Shirtong's eyes widened in surprise. Did he know she was the owner of Yalijin? Was this a revelation? Lu Xingxi's gaze was warm yet resolute, leaving Yan Shirtang momentarily speechless. If something were to occur here, who else would provide an explanation, if not you? Song Yu scoffed, aware that anyone who dared to offend Yan Sherdang would find themselves at odds with fate itself, as well as with him, the one who could hear the truth. After hearing Song Yu's words, Yan Sherdang opted for the latter interpretation as a means of revelation. Once matters were settled, her appetite remained unaffected, and she continued to enjoy her meal. The revelation that Li Duobao was the illegitimate son of a servant, whose mother had sent him to prison a decade prior for theft, was quite shocking. Such a son is indeed a blessing for that mother. However, a mother capable of such treachery surely deserved her fate. Song Yu dropped his spoon. The sensation of overhearing such gossip was indeed surreal. He never expected the notorious playboy Li Duobao to be so loathsome. Once the news spread, it would be intriguing to see how he would fare. Song Yu glanced at Lu Xingxi, grateful that the incriminating information had come to light so conveniently. Lu Xingxi smirked slightly, already taking steps to gather evidence. Those who covet what is not theirs must inevitably face the consequences. Unaware of her role in the unfolding drama, Yan Sherdang was blissfully lost in her hot pot feast, unable to cease her indulgence until she was thoroughly satiated. After finishing her meal, she did not leave Yalijin but instead wandered to the backyard to admire the scenery. The sycamore trees cast sprawling shadows on the ground, and the pavilions, rock formations, and climbing plants created an exquisite tapestry. The ancient and elegant atmosphere made Yan Sherdang feel as though she had stumbled into a historical courtyard. The immersion was so profound that she could vividly envision the scene. Truly, the Chosen One possessed an exceptional business acumen, having crafted such a splendid domain. Even if the food were subpar, one would still wish to partake. The venue also offered various serene activities such as chess and tea appreciation, making it an ideal choice for those who relish such pastimes. However, entry was not easily granted. One must rely on membership. Lu Xingxi did not accompany her, which brought her relief. She felt it prudent that fewer people knew of Lu Xingxi's residence. When Lu Xingxi's message arrived, it was already 10 at night. At this hour, Yan Sherdang was naturally awake. Lu Xingxi mentioned he had brought supper and inquired if she would like to join him. Naturally, she accepted without hesitation. He then asked for her specific room number to deliver the meal. Were it not night, he would have invited her to his home, but he refrained, not wanting to overstep. Yan Sherdang, aware of his status as the Chosen One and having grown more comfortable with him over the past few days, would not reject an invitation. Providing her address seemed inconsequential. Even if he asked Song Yu, he could easily find it out. There was little point in secrecy. Teacher Lu, would you care for a glass of water? Yan Sherdang vowed she held no ulterior motives. It was merely polite to invite someone who had brought her supper inside for a drink. Lu Xingxi shook his head, saying it was late and they could defer until another day. Had it been daytime, he would not have declined. What a gentleman, sacrificing his own desires. Yan Sherdang mused, feeling her heart flutter. She understood his reasoning and chose not to extend another invitation. I apologize for today's events, Lu Xingxi reiterated sincerely. Not at all. I ventured out without consulting the auspicious calendar and encountered a fool. Yan Sherdang waved her hand dismissively. It was not his fault, so why should he bear any blame? Noticing her indifference, Lu Xingxi smiled gently, retrieving a card from his pocket and offering it to her. A small token of apology. I hope teacher Yan will accept it. Yan Sherdang's eyes widened in shock. Was that a membership card to Yalijin? A super membership, at that. You call this a small token? If word got out among the wealthy, who knows what kind of competition might ensue? I cannot accept this, she said, heart aching at the thought of declining it. How painful. But it is worth it. I once turned down a card that was worth its weight in gold. How I can boast about that. Yen Shirtang consoled herself, thinking it was merely a card. A loss that could be replaced. Lu Xingxi chuckled softly, finding her inner thoughts quite amusing. Why can't you? Does teacher Yen not accept my apology? Yen Shirtang's eyes widened in protest. I did not mean that. Don't put such a label on me. The weight of his words made her anxious. Then it shall be accepted, he declared, his voice deep and melodic, with a hint of affection in its cadence. Though Yen Shirtang could not discern the subtlety, she ultimately accepted the card. Thank you, Teacher Lu. She felt a swell of gratitude. What a kind soul he was, presenting her with a membership card. From this moment on, she would be his most devoted companion. After bestowing the membership card, Lu Xingxi did not linger. The events surrounding Yalijin were bound to evolve rapidly. The Justice Messenger Line 1. Today's juicy gossip. Please sign for the delivery. Young Master Huayao is not of direct lineage. He personally sent his mother to prison. A paragon of filial piety. A recounting of the transgressions committed during his reign as the Prince of Huayao. Each act, each misdeed, deserving of punishment. Wow, what a performance. I've never seen anything like it. Truly eye-opening. A model son who can rival Li Duobao. Why does such scum still exist in this world, wasting national resources? I suggest immediate execution. Started playing at 12 or 13, truly believes he is a prince? How disgusting. Huayao is equally vile for shielding such a wretch. The child deserves every bit of it. I can't believe he dared to flirt with the gossip queen. He truly had the audacity. This downfall is well-deserved. My mother said that a long name would lead to foolishness. How pitiful it is for a person to ruin so many blossoming young women. Fortunately, retribution has finally arrived. It would suffice if he were not executed. I hope this scoundrel languishes behind bars. The matter is inherently severe. There is no need to purchase trending topics. As public interest remains high, the news of Li Duobao's imprisonment spread swiftly, and the public rejoiced at the capture of the villain. Chapter 64. You are meant to absorb fortune, not to pursue romantic interests. While surfing the internet, Yen Shirtang came across the news about Li Duobao and felt a warmth in her heart. This was the explanation that Lu Xingxi had referred to. The swift handling of the situation made her feel valued, a sensation that was quite delightful. Shen Xiaoxi also engaged in discussions regarding the incident. Her face flushed with indignation upon recalling how she was teased during dinner the previous day. She even inquired if she might visit Yulujv in her lifetime to savor its culinary offerings. Yen Shirtang gazed at her VIP membership card, realizing she could visit at any time. However, she feared it might startle Shen Xiaoxi, who was easily taken aback and notoriously inquisitive. Perhaps it was best to wait for another opportunity to fulfill this wish. Little did Shen Xiaoxi know that her temperament had cost her an immediate visit to Yulujv. Had she been aware, she would have regretted it profoundly. Nevertheless, there would be future opportunities, and dreams could still be realized. The situation surrounding Li Duobao was far from over, as it entangled numerous cases, and the police required time to proceed. The public expressed their patience. As long as Li Duobao faced sentencing, Huayao would no longer support Li Duobao, nor would he spend money on legal representation. With no blood ties and a history of malicious actions, why should he continue to offer assistance? Moreover, Li Duobao's scandal had significantly impacted Huayao. Certain matters were typically resolved by Huayao's intervention, thus the public deemed him an accomplice, refusing to accept his position. Despite the turmoil, Huayao maintained a degree of stability, continuing to operate with efficiency, which suggested that the impact on them was not as severe as initially perceived. The despicable servant committed such malicious deeds, usurping others' lives while leading them to ruin. Li Duobao's wickedness was evidently inherited, as one cannot alter their genetic disposition. Furthermore, Huayao's personnel inquired about the servant, who, upon realizing her exposure, requested that they treat Li Duobao well, claiming that only then would she divulge the whereabouts of their biological son. Even after Li Duobao was incarcerated, the servant continued to obsess over him, demonstrating a maternal devotion that was touching yet tragically founded upon the suffering of others. Yen Shirtang ceased to monitor the developments, embarking on several engagements. Before the second phase of the Distance from Love to Marriage began filming, she received an invitation from Liu Xingxi to visit. Previously, when Liu Xingxi mentioned inviting her to his home, he was earnest, not merely polite. Yan Shirtang felt a surge of excitement, quickly followed by a tinge of melancholy. Should she accept? Just the two of them? That seemed rather inappropriate. Noticing her hesitation, it was the eager system that urged her. Quickly accept. This is a splendid opportunity to be alone with the child of fortune. With no outsiders present, all the fortune radiating from the child of fortune would be hers to claim. Why would she not desire it? Yan Shirtang protested, you mentioned solitude. But what is our relationship? Alone with a man? I am but a shy girl, you understand? With others around, she felt at ease. But the thought of being alone with him made her uneasy. You are meant to absorb fortune, not to seek romance. How absurd. It had not suggested she pursue romance. Yet her imagination began to wander. Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? Yan Shirtang exclaimed, eager to distance herself from the implications. Could such words come from a mere gossiping system? Did it possess no sense of propriety? The system retorted it was you who initiated the conversation. It was not its doing. Her insinuations led to such remarks. Moreover, her overreaction indicated that she had more than a passing interest. The system, keenly perceptive, sensed that something was amiss with her feelings towards the child of fortune. Could a romance with the child of fortune be within reach? As his partner, the most intimate person in his world, would not fortune flow abundantly? Yan Shirtang would benefit, and so would the system. It was a mutually advantageous proposition. The more the system pondered, the more it found the idea appealing, genuinely believing it could recommend that the host pursue a relationship with the child of fortune. It was truly clever, surpassing 99 of other systems. Host, do you hold feelings for the child of fortune? The system's blunt inquiry made Yan Shirtang's face flush with embarrassment. Why do you ask such questions? You are merely a system, posing inquiries about human emotions. What do you intend to do with this knowledge? Enough. I do not even know how you arrived at this topic. Yan Shirtang's breath caught. She felt the system was losing its mind. How could it pose such a question? Who did not admire Liu Xingxi, with his striking looks and gentlemanly charm? Yan Shirtang would not admit to having feelings for Liu Xingxi. Rather, she regarded him with a form of admiration, wishing to cling to his success. Adoring the child of fortune means that a relationship with him could lead to greater fortune, allowing you to unlock more skills in the gossip realm. Upon hearing this, Yan Shirtang's expression darkened. So that was its ulterior motive. How disingenuous to treat Liu Xingxi as merely a tool for fortune. The system, now humorously dubbed Gualu, felt somewhat aggrieved. Was it wrong to want its host to experience new gossip skills? Moreover, who could resist the allure of dating the child of fortune? Many fantasized about him becoming their boyfriend. Now that an opportunity presented itself, why not seize it? How dare you, Gualu, suggest I toy with someone else's feelings? How could I dare to play with Liu Xingxi's emotions? Yan Shirtang scolded, incredulous. I did not suggest you toy with the feelings of the child of fortune. If you two are genuinely fond of each other, it would be a delightful union. Where is the manipulation in that? And if lightning were to strike, it would be you, not me, who would suffer the consequences. Yan Shirtang fell silent, realizing the implications of the system's words. Fine, you are invincible. With a dismissive chuckle, she acknowledged the system's audacity. It boldly stated that mutual affection was a prerequisite, yet she questioned whether she was deserving of such affection. What could Liu Xingxi possibly see in her? She was hardly remarkable. He had encountered countless individuals far more exceptional than herself. Host, why not give it a try? What harm could come from testing the waters? You might gain more than you lose. Chapter 65. What a virtuous man he is. One wonders who will marry him in the future. If successful, she could end up with a superstar boyfriend. If not, she would still absorb some fortune. No matter how one looked at it, it was a worthwhile endeavor. The system noted Liu Xingxi's lack of romantic experience. Such an innocent man would likely be easy to win over. The prospect was tantalizing. Yan Shirtang sighed, exasperated. Must you really play matchmaker? You are quite relentless in your pursuit of pairing me with Liu Xingxi, disregarding the reality of the situation. Suit yourself. I merely wish for you to fully experience the gossip system, the system replied, unperturbed. Naturally, a gossip system would strive to ensure its functions were utilized by its host. The more features unlocked, the better for both parties. Yen Shirtang remained silent, finding the entire situation absurd. No matter how much she enjoyed gossip, she could not engage in such antics. It was best to let things unfold naturally. Being a mere accessory to the influential was sufficient. The system ceased its chatter, as there was little more to be said on the matter. Their discussion had strayed far from its original topic. They should be discussing whether to go or not, rather than engaging in inconsequential matters such as dating. Who can assist her in making a decision? Agreeing to it seems a bit inappropriate for two people to be alone together. Declining, however, poses a challenge since he is aware she is at home today with nothing to occupy her time. With what excuse could she possibly refuse? Moreover, he has extended a sincere invitation, even inquiring about her culinary preferences, seemingly intending to prepare a meal for her. She leaned back on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, wearing a mask of anguish. The most detestable task is making choices, which is decidedly unkind to her. Yen Shirtang glanced at her phone and nearly hurled it at her face. He had considered this aspect, inviting others to his home to avoid the awkwardness of being alone together. How exceedingly thoughtful and considerate. Lu Xingxi truly is an extraordinary man. The person Lu Xingxi invited was none other than Song Yu, someone she knew, ensuring that she would not feel uncomfortable. Given that, she found herself with no reason to refuse. Yen Shirtang acquiesced and Lu Xingxi sent another message. Initially, she had wanted to inquire when Song Yu would arrive, but Lu Xingxi suggested she come over to see the hot pot first, so she decided to go, eager to meet that adorable Shiba Inu. Upon arriving at Lu Xingxi's residence, Yen Shirtang was struck by how much larger it was than her own home, a pang of envy washing over her. The only downside was the high floor, being on the top level, but she needn't worry about climbing stairs with the presence of an elevator. She also noticed that it seemed more like two rooms combined into one. No wonder he chose to live here. She would gladly do the same if she had such a place. As soon as the hot pot spotted Yen Shirtang, it eagerly rubbed against her leg, brimming with excitement. Lu Xingxi smiled gently, his enchanting peach-colored eyes fixed on her, captivating her completely. Yen Shirtang's heart raced, and she quickly redirected her gaze to the hot pot at her feet, murmuring, "How could that be? Teacher Lu is the hot pot's owner. It must prefer you more. Does the hot pot really sulk?" Lu Xingxi chuckled softly, knowing full well that it would not sulk with him, yet it could be a bit temperamental with others. "Teacher Yen, please take a seat. What would you like to drink?" He gestured invitingly, his casual home attire failing to conceal his inherent elegance. Yen Shirtang found herself ensnared by the hot pot's affectionate antics, wondering how it could be so enthusiastic after just one meeting. "Hot pot," Lu Xingxi called out, and the hot pot, which had been blocking Yen Shirtang's path, reluctantly shifted aside. "No wonder you're such a good dog owner. Your dog is remarkably obedient," she remarked. However, it seemed more like a veiled criticism than a compliment.
Yet,
seeing Yen Shirtang's innocent expression, it was evident she meant no harm. "I'll just have some plain water," Yen Shirtang replied, sitting stiffly on the sofa, reflecting on how soft the upholstery was, far more comfortable than her own at home. Such is the distinction of associating with someone of stature. Lu Xingxi poured her a glass of warm water. "Teacher Yen, please make yourself comfortable while I prepare some fruit." With that, he headed to the kitchen. Yen Shirtang opened her mouth to decline but reminded herself that as a guest, she should adhere to the customary etiquette. She lifted the cup from the coffee table, casting a furtive glance toward the kitchen. "What a diligent man. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry a virtuous gentleman like him." Her words nearly caused Lu Xingxi to cut his finger, for she was indeed a uniquely expressive girl, her thoughts diverging from the norm. As he cut the fruit methodically, he caught her stealing glances at him. "Oh no, I hope I wasn't," he caught. "If I were, it would be utterly mortifying, and my reputation would be irreparably damaged." Yen Shirtang felt a twinge of anxiety, hoping she had not been discovered. It would be best if she had not, or she would be thoroughly embarrassed. After allowing her a moment to collect herself, Lu Xingxi returned with a plate of fruit. "Teacher Yen, please enjoy some fruit." His dark pupils were as deep as a tranquil lake, his slightly raised brows exuding warmth and charm, coupled with his striking features that effortlessly garnered attention. Yan Shirtang, feeling guilty, avoided meeting his gaze, fortuitously evading the allure of his beauty. She remained silent, awkwardly consuming the fruit, while the hot pot at her feet continued to wiggle, breaking the tense silence. Lu Xingxi found her shyness amusing. The young lady was bold in her thoughts yet timid in reality, a stark contrast. He found himself curious about how she would react once she realized the truth. Yan Shirtang felt a chill run down her spine, sensing that something was being plotted behind her back. After a brief pause, she hesitated to continue eating, fearing she might devour the entire platter. When will Mr. Song arrive? She inquired, feeling a bit apprehensive. The narcissist should hurry. I can hardly bear being alone with you. He should arrive in about an hour, Lu Xingxi replied. His voice cool and soothing, reminiscent of a gentle stream, his tone calm and warm with an underlying smile. Yan Shirtang felt a delightful shiver in her ears, thinking to herself how enchanting his voice was. Is he truly at Huame? Yan Shirtang's expression turned curious. She knew Song Yu paid attention to his appearance. But was it necessary to wear makeup for just a dinner invitation? Lu Xingxi spoke earnestly, his tone devoid of jest. I can hardly believe it. The narcissist truly embodies his name. Such an absurd statement could only come from him. Yan Shirtang found herself in awe, reflecting on how Song Yu was indeed a refined gentleman. That position should be his. I'm hardly refined enough for such a title, merely a monthly visitor of my own. Lu Xingxi's ears turned slightly red, an unexpected warmth filling the air. He poured himself a glass of water, drinking it down to quell the heat rising within him. Yan Shirtang, oblivious to his discomfort, noticed he seemed unusually warm. What's the matter? She asked, unable to decipher the hot pot's intentions, leading her to seek clarification from Lu Xingxi. It wants to play with you. She initially thought it was something serious, only to discover it merely sought companionship, which eased her discomfort. Is it all right for me to play with it? Yan Shirtang's eyes sparkled with mischief. Before Song Yu's arrival, she wished to use the hot pot as a distraction. Of course, Lu Xingxi nodded, showing no objection to her request. Yan Shirtang smiled gently, patting the hot pot's head. All right, let us go play with some toys. As a dog, it too had its toys, plush stuffed animals, and a large wooden bone. Has the hot pot been trained? It's so accurate. I can't believe it hasn't been trained. It has been trained. You can toss the ball as far and high as you like, and it will fetch it. The hot pot had undergone professional training, and it was clever enough to perform such tricks. Taking his advice, Yan Shirtang followed suit, and the hot pot did not disappoint, catching the ball each time with precision.
Wow.
Our hot pot is impressive. So obedient and clever. This dog is simply delightful. Don't praise it too much. It might become conceited, Lu Xingxi cautioned. However, Yan Shirtang thought a compliment wouldn't hurt, only to soon realize that it indeed became overly proud. When praised, it transformed into a relentless ball of energy. Let it play on its own, Yan Shirtang suggested. It's quite adorable. I don't usually have time to play with it due to work. So, it's nice to spend some time now. With Song Yu yet to arrive, her plan to entertain the dog continued. Lu Xingxi regarded her silently, choosing not to speak further. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Yan Shirtang's face lit up.
Could it be Song Yu?
Lu Xingxi, noticing her excitement, stood to answer the door. Outside the door lay a heap of ingredients, yet no one was present. The pre-ordered supplies had arrived, not Song Yu. It was not a falsehood to say he was still painting. If one were to call him, the response would be consistent with this narrative. Yan Shirtang's smile faltered slightly, acknowledging that Song Yu, in his pursuit of charm, would never arrive early. Song Yu is truly meticulous. Next time, I must request him to come at least 3 hours in advance, or else punctuality will be unattainable. Teacher Lu, may I assist you? Yan Shirtang inquired, having washed her hands with soap and approached him. No need. Go and enjoy yourself, Lu Xingxi replied, bemused. Who visits and then enters the kitchen? How endearing she was. I cannot simply stand idly by. My conscience wouldn't allow it. She arrived empty-handed, merely to indulge in the meal. Thus, she felt compelled to contribute. Rest assured, while my culinary skills may not be exceptional, I can certainly lend a hand without causing any trouble. Previously, she had occasionally ventured into the kitchen. Her cooking was not lethal. I know, teacher, Yen won't be a hindrance. I just believe you shouldn't be doing these things while visiting me, Lu Xingxi gently replied. Be good and go play. He suddenly tempted her, leaving her mind in disarray, her lovely face flushed.
Ah,
The boss is playing unfairly. How can he use the term good to entice me? Even the most oblivious could discern Lu Xingxi's affection, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Fearing exposure, she slipped away. This was not a suitable place to linger. As he wished, she went off to play. Once again crouched before the hot pot, her demeanor was no longer calm, but rather tinged with agitation. Moreover, her cheeks burned with heat, her mind lingering on his earlier words. The man preparing the ingredients also wore an uncharacteristic expression. Had it not been for her internal monologue, he would not have realized anything amiss in his remarks. They were uttered instinctively. Observing the water flowing gently in the sink, Lu Xingxi furrowed his brow slightly, reflecting on her being his neighbor's younger sister. Thus, it was only right to extend her more patience and care. It was natural to feel somewhat flustered when encountering someone of the opposite sex for the first time. The hot pot, oblivious to her turmoil, simply understood that she had lingered before it for quite some time, yearning for her attention to continue their playful communion. Yen Shirtang lowered her gaze, picking up a large bone set aside for gnawing. With a substantial bone to chew, the hot pot ceased to disturb her. One prepared the meal, while the other played, a tranquil coexistence infused with warmth. Songyu arrived just as Lu Xingxi was preparing braised fish, arriving at the opportune moment, as the dishes were nearly ready for dining. Yen Sherdang had already transitioned to watching television, the hot pot resting on her lap. Upon hearing the doorbell, she gently nudged the hot pot to the floor and rose to open the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw no one and prudently refrained from opening it. What if it were a miscreant? While the likelihood was high that it was Songyu, they were public figures, and one could never be too cautious of obsessive fans. Concealed, Songyu waited patiently for the door to be opened, repeatedly pressing the doorbell. He had struck a pose to appear charming, yet from Yen Shirtang's perspective, it appeared rather comical. Chapter 67. An unfortunate bachelor with charismatic appeal. With a chuckle, Yen Shirtang found herself amused. Songyu's forward lean resembled a soldier in a Chelsea outfit. Not that she believed he would lack attention with such a visage, even in a costume.
outside.
Songyu wondered aloud. What on earth is Yen Sherdang talking about? Dressing me in Chelsea attire? Is she out of her mind? Open the door. I know you are inside, Songyu insisted impatiently, having waited several minutes without being invited in for even a cup of tea. If he was unwelcome, they could have said so earlier. How ironic that the one who initially had now blamed others. He was indeed a challenging guest. Suppressing her smile, Yen Shirtang opened the door. Mr. Song, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to think you would not show up. Her tone was teasing, aware he had timed his arrival to coincide with the meal's preparation. Songyu flicked his hair with a casual gesture, his tone playful. Important figures are always fashionably late. For someone as extraordinarily handsome as myself, this timing is just right. Were it not for the visibility of the kitchen from the entryway, Yen Shirtang would have feigned that the meal was already finished. She never anticipated that she would exhibit such childish behavior, yet the urge to tease was irresistible. Handing over the items he had brought, Songyu acted as if she were the mistress of the house. Yen Shirtang accepted them without a second thought, placing them on the coffee table. She was too preoccupied to dwell on such matters, realizing her lack of gifts made her appear rather foolish. Before the first encounter had concluded, her thoughts had already drifted toward the prospect of a second. Such is the nature of humanity. A hot pot. It has been far too long. Songyu bent down to lift the hot pot, only for the little creature to growl at him, clearly regarding him as a foe. This startled Songyu, who quickly stepped back, not out of fear of being bitten, but rather concerned for his well-insured visage. Hot pot, Yen Shirtang gently called, instantly silencing it. Observing the scene, Songyu found it rather miraculous. She could quiet it with a mere word, a skill he had yet to master despite their long acquaintance. Weren't you just introduced? He asked. Yen Shirtang pursed her lips. I have a way with animals. Songyu scoffed lightly. I have a way with the opposite sex. Yet, what good is it to charm the opposite sex if it leads only to perpetual bachelorhood? He shot her a disapproving glare as he passed by her toward Lu Xingxi. Yen Sherdang, feeling slightly miffed, touched her nose. unsure of his antics. She followed him, and by now, Lu Xingxi had finished frying the fish and was preparing the sauce for braising. The aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, filling her nostrils with the delightful scent of braised fish. Our illustrious international star is cooking today. What a treat. Song Yu remarked with satisfaction, maintaining a cautious distance of a meter, too wary to approach. If it weren't for Lu Xingxi being the one cooking, he would not have dared to step into the kitchen at all. The smoke could harm his skin, and the risk of splattering hot oil or broth on his enviable face was simply unacceptable. Just standing there, he could imagine the thoughts swirling in his head. Such a narcissist, despising kitchens, a man like that is undesirable, while the boss is perfect. Yen Shirtang clicked her tongue. Despite his wealth and ability to hire help, his aversion to the kitchen was a point against him. Song Yu, visibly annoyed, felt as though Yen Shirtang was mocking him in her thoughts. How outrageous.
How dare she?
He shot her a glare. Could his face truly withstand the rigors of the kitchen? Did she not realize how many women would line up to marry him? He could not possibly fall short of Lu Xingxi's perfection. All of this was nonsense. Not a single word rang true. He longed to debate with Yen Shirtang, questioning how she could harbor such thoughts. As Lu Xingxi poured hot oil into the pan, a loud sizzle startled Song Yu. Standing beside Lu Xingxi, Yen Shirtang could not help but marvel at the unfolding scene. So fragrant. It looks absolutely delicious. No wonder the boss is renowned for his culinary expertise. Lu Xingxi covered the pot, increasing the heat to boil. He glanced at Yen Shirtang, who was captivated by the cooking, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his enchanting eyes sparkled with amusement. Are you hungry? From the depths of her gaze, it was evident that she was salivating. She appeared quite famished. When their eyes met, Yen Shirtang's heart raced, and she nervously shook her head, denying it. The aroma is so enticing. It tempts me to devour everything in sight. Just a moment longer. I will prepare some vegetables, and then we can dine, Lu Xingxi murmured softly. Yen Shirtang nodded, acknowledging the efforts of Teacher Lu. Indeed, it was quite laborious for one to toil in the kitchen alone for an hour or two. It wasn't that she was unwilling to assist. Rather, the other party had declined her help, leaving her to idly watch television in the living room. With Song Yu's arrival, Yen Shirtang felt a tinge of disdain, for his narcissism rendered their conversations of little benefit to her. In comparison, she found solitude with Lu Xingxi surprisingly agreeable. He granted her the space and time she needed, unlike the self-absorbed individual who monopolized discussions. Thus, she found herself standing beside Lu Xingxi, observing his culinary prowess. His slender, porcelain-white hands skillfully tossed and sought ingredients, a clear indication of his extensive experience in the kitchen. This was a visual delight, and she found herself entranced. Lu Xingxi remained silent, engrossed in his task. What are you two up to? Song Yu interjected, his curiosity piqued by the unspoken tension between them. He sensed an inexplicable ambiguity in the air. However, he was oblivious to the romantic undertones, preoccupied instead with thoughts of his own attractiveness. His comments, however, induced a blush on Yen Shirtang's cheeks. As she stirred, he turned to her and remarked, "Don't do that. Let this idle person handle it." Chapter 68. Next time, I'll treat you to dinner. Song Yu, resembling a cat with its tail stepped on, retorted, "Idle? If it weren't for your invitation, I would be swamped with work." He proceeded to carry the bowls and chopsticks to the dining table, mumbling under his breath. Yen Shirtang couldn't merely stand by and watch, so she assisted in bringing the dishes over. Upon noticing this, Lu Xingxi finally spoke. "Wear gloves. Be careful of burns." Yen Shirtang contemplated protesting that it was unnecessary, but meeting his gaze made her obediently don the gloves before carrying the dishes. Little Sister Shirtang, as we all know, a person's face is of utmost importance, and hands are akin to a second face. You must take good care of them, Song Yu advised earnestly, emphasizing his fondness for faces and hands. Seeing Yen Shirtang's indifference was intolerable for him, especially since she was a key talent in the company. Her hands and face needed to be safeguarded against any imperfections. Yen Shirtang half-heartedly acknowledged his concern, thinking that serving a dish was hardly a hazardous endeavor, yet his words made it sound perilous. Song Yu scoffed. Ignoring wise advice leads to trouble. He then suggested a toast, having brought a bottle of fine wine. I brought some wine. Let us have a drink. Lu Xingxi simply responded with a nod. I can't drink. A sip and I'm out cold, forgetting even my own surname. Yan Shitang resolutely abstained from alcohol, fearing that if she indulged, she might find herself on another planet in a drunken stupor. Shitang, I doubt you can hold your liquor. You need to practice. Social gatherings will inevitably involve drinking. I believe that under my guidance, we can thrive, and as one of the company as shareholders, you will need to lead the toasts at the annual meeting, Song Yu asserted, his reasoning sound, yet Yan Shitang remained unyielding. Mr. Song, I'm aware of what you're saying. I'll practice when I have time. How can he hear you? Isn't that akin to conspiring out loud? Song Yu countered. We're not like you. Whether we work tomorrow is irrelevant, but we do have obligations. Lu Xingxi nudged his wine glass, implying that next time, he would prohibit bringing alcohol. That's slander. I am at the office every day except for my days off. Don't speak without knowledge. Song Yu vehemently protested, noting his impeccable attendance record. It's infuriating. You should know that spreading rumors is costless while refuting them is a laborious task. Is it unfair to use such tactics against me? Stop. What you're saying is utterly untrue. You must have misinterpreted something. Lu Xingxi interrupted, his expression darkening. Song Yu, you are secretly infatuated with me, remembering every detail so clearly. Lu Xingxi cast him a cold glance, fully aware of Song Yu's penchant for exaggeration. He could recall every instance from their childhood when Song Yu had soiled his trousers. Under Lu Xingxi's scrutinizing gaze, Song Yu immediately fell silent. That expression from Lu Xingxi promised nothing good. Recognizing the need to avoid provoking Lu Xingxi further, he opted to cease his antics to preserve his handsome image. Listening to their banter, Yan Shitang found it quite entertaining. So this was the nature of the relationship between Lu Xingxi and Song Yu, an undeniable display of dominance. Song Yu pouted, pouring himself a glass of wine. If they wouldn't he drink, so be it. He would indulge himself. Yan Shitang smiled softly, savoring her meal. Ah, this is delicious. This is the first time I've tasted a meal prepared by a master. It's absolutely stunning. I could eat and eat until I burst. She thought to herself. Song Yu stared at her in disbelief, momentarily forgetting he was an entertainer. Luckily, it was merely an internal thought. Yan Shitang was oblivious to his gaze and failed to notice the amusement in another's eyes. It was truly gratifying to have one's culinary efforts appreciated. By the end of the meal, she found herself quite full. It was no exaggeration. Lu Xingxi's culinary skills could rival those of a professional chef. Though he had no desire to pursue that path, leaving the culinary world deprived of a great talent. Thank you for your hospitality, Teacher Lu. Yan Shitang expressed with satisfaction after the meal. Her ears flushed with warmth as she hesitated to say, No, it's just that I ate too much. I'm a bit stuffed. Did you enjoy my cooking? Lu Xingxi inquired. Very much, she replied, averting her gaze, fearing the awkwardness that might arise from eye contact. Then next time, I shall invite you to dine again. The mere suggestion of him cooking for her held considerable weight, causing Yan Shitang's heart to skip a beat. Oh dear, what a disgrace. My heart is so easily swayed. Do you have any digestive aids at home? Yes, I do. Yan Shitang, keeping her thoughts to herself, dared not meet his gaze. All right, I shall take my leave now. Why is he still watching me leave? I'll appear awkward if he sees me walk out clumsily. In her mind, she muttered, aware of the intensity of his gaze upon her. She could feel his penetrating eyes fixed on her until she was out of sight, after which Lu Xingxi turned to ascend the stairs. Meanwhile, Song Yu, already intoxicated, lay sprawled across the table, having emptied a bottle of wine. A testament to his poor restraint. Next time, I'll invite her again. Lu Xingxi approached Song Yu, grabbing the nape of his neck. What are you doing? Song Yu mumbled, his eyes hazy, his cherubic face flushed like a ripe apple. Lu Xingxi remained silent, and Song Yu continued to jest, prompting Lu Xingxi to warn in a low voice, If you keep this up, I'll leave you on the street. No, don't. You can't do that. Song Yu protested, distressed at the thought of being abandoned on the street, fearing his looks would attract unwanted attention. Get up. Go sleep on the sofa. Lu Xingxi frowned in distaste, The stench of alcohol was overwhelming, and he was certain it would soil his sofa. Chapter 69. Teacher Lu's dog knows everything. There must be a connection behind the scenes. Despite feeling fatigued, Song-yu remained somewhat conscious, reluctant to move. Eventually, he crawled like a snail to the sofa and collapsed onto it, continuing his slumber. Lu Xingxi cast a glance at him. Seeing him so quiet, he began to tidy up the aftermath. Once he finished washing the dishes, he noticed the dog, Hot Pot, tugging at Song-yu's pant leg, seemingly attempting to pull him down. Clearly unsuccessful, the dog began barking as soon as it noticed Lu Xingxi's presence. Lu Xingxi could decipher its intentions. Song-yu had squished one of its toys. Indeed. Upon flipping Song-yu over, he uncovered the toy that Hot Pot frequently played with. After much effort, Lu Xingxi finally picked up his phone. Yen Shirtang had sent him a message, but he had missed it while washing the dishes. After replying, he inquired if her stomach felt any better. It is somewhat awkward. One might assume she hasn't eaten in ages, which explains her excessive indulgence at this meal. She discreetly shifted the conversation, inquiring about Song-yu. Lu Xingxi captured a distorted pose of Song-yu, resulting in a rather unflattering photograph. Had the conscious Song-yu seen it, he would undoubtedly have protested loudly, demanding its deletion. How could such a flawless individual possess any embarrassing history? Alas, he was blissfully asleep, entirely unaware of this incident. Yen Shirtang saved the image on WeChat, sensing it might come in handy in the future. The second episode of The Distance from Love to Marriage commenced recording, once again commencing with a surprise visit to the observers' homes. They arrived quite early, without a specified time, leaving Yen Shirtang still in a state of slumber. Following the previous episode's protocol, they were allowed to sit for a while until she quickly freshened up before they set out. The entertainment industry's disciplinary committee is about to make an appearance. I can hardly wait.
Wow.
My dear Guajia looks absolutely stunning without makeup. While everyone is preoccupied with gossip, I find myself utterly captivated by Guajia's exquisite beauty. I'm a sucker for looks. Guajia has me completely entranced. She is so beautiful. Oh. Nyang nyang and why the disparity? You shape me into a crooked melon while crafting Guajia into a celestial beauty. How unfair. Enwa's dazzling handiwork has left me bewitched. When Yen Shirtang finally emerged, even in casual attire, she exuded elegance, effortlessly drawing admiration. What could one anticipate? The hope of indulging in gossip, of course. However, when it comes to scandals, they are often rife with melodrama, with each revelation more shocking than the last, continually challenging one's moral compass. Teacher Yen. The netizens affectionately call you Guajia. What are your thoughts? If it brings joy to others, then it brings me joy as well. Yen Shirtang did not mind the moniker. She naturally belonged in the realm of gossip, so it was not inappropriate for others to refer to her as Guajia. The production team posed a few more questions before allowing Yen Shirtang to rest. The journey to the neighboring city took 3.5 hours, leaving Yen Shirtang quite uncomfortable. Shin Xiaoxi was the first to arrive, with Yen Shirtang following second. Lu Xingxi had yet to appear.
Tang Tang.
A day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. I've truly missed you, Shin Xiaoxi exclaimed, enveloping Yen Shirtang in a warm embrace. Do you know how difficult it has been without you these past few days? Yen Shirtang found it hard to withstand Shin Xiaoxi's enthusiasm. Her absence had clearly heightened her excitement. Why aren't you reacting? Have you forgotten me? Shin Xiaoxi pouted, claiming to have thought of her daily, even during work, obsessively mulling over her gossip. I'm not that forgetful. I remember you. Yen Shirtang smiled shyly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm still young. I'm not suffering from memory loss. I certainly wouldn't forget someone in such a short time. Shin Xiaoxi beamed, clearly delighted to hear those words after a week apart. I knew you wouldn't forget me. Yen Shirtang returned her smile and chose a seat at the edge. Shin Xiaoxi looked at her with a hint of discontent. Why sit there? The best seats are here. How could you not want to sit with everyone else? Yen Shirtang remained unfazed, resolutely occupying her chosen spot. Shin Xiaoxi had to settle for a seat one space away, waiting for Lu Xingxi to arrive. Just as they mentioned him, Lu Xingxi entered with a dog in tow. Is that a hot pot? Shin Xiaoxi exclaimed, taken aback by the familiarity she had with the dog. Intrigued by their connection. Teacher Lu, Is this your beloved pet? What's its name? Lu Xingxi approached with the dog, whose leash had loosened, allowing it to dash towards Yan Shirtang. It's my friend, named Hot Pot. Shen Xiaoxi's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced this indicated a deeper connection between them. The dog approached Yan Shirtang, its tail wagging energetically, clearly delighted to see a familiar face. Even fans unfamiliar with pets could decipher the meaning behind its behavior, leading to a collective sense of astonishment. Your husband's dog rushed to Yan Shirtang. You really are a devoted admirer. Have you two been meeting secretly?
Hot Pot.
My name is Hot Pot. It has nothing to do with being a devoted admirer. Please don't misinterpret. Only the die-hard fans would be shaken upon meeting the true sister-in-law. I'm not one of them. I'm not hindering their romance. Don't overthink it. Hot Pot's just excited to see a beautiful person. Why do you always read too much into things? Yan Shirtang gently patted Hot Pot's head, appreciating the dog's exuberance. Shen Xiaoxi gazed at her with sparkling eyes, wondering just how often they had met to have such familiarity.
Wow.
I thought there was no progress, but it seems things have advanced rapidly. Chapter 70. Will everyone be able to see the gossip I consume? Under Shen Xiaoxi's scrutinizing gaze, Yan Shirtang felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, as if she had wronged her in some way. Yan Shirtang truly couldn't fathom why Hot Pot was so fond of her. Their encounters had been few and far between. Perhaps it's because I possess an extraordinary beauty. Hot Pot must be a connoisseur of looks, thus drawn to me. The more she pondered, the more plausible this notion seemed. Otherwise, it made little sense. This reasoning sounded remarkably sound, rendering any debate futile. In this episode, we have introduced a new element. Observers, please take note. The screen illuminated with comments, a feature absent in the previous episode.
Guajia.
Guajia, look at me. Guajia, how did you meet Hot Pot?
Wow.
My husband and Hot Pot share a great bond. They're practically inseparable. Shijia is having the time of her life eating gossip. I wish I could be in her place. How did they know about the gossip? This left Yan Shirtang utterly perplexed.
Wait.
Could it be that everyone can witness the gossip I consume? Yan Shirtang gasped, realizing that they could only be privy to it due to her revelations. No, they cannot see. The gossip system responded emphatically. It's not about sight. It's about what they hear. It truly was a clever little system, capable of such an explanation. But why does it seem like everyone can access the gossip? Yan Shirtang inquired, genuinely puzzled, as this was the only explanation that held any weight. Some strange occurrences defy explanation, just as your encounter with me. Yan Shirtang, you are truly incredible. Indeed, this explanation was quite compelling. For instance, why had she arrived here, and how had she bound herself to the gossip system? These were questions without answers, thus making the gossip system's assertions irrefutable. The addition of this feature was undoubtedly due to the ardent pleas of netizens. Thus, it was sufficient to have it without being overly meticulous. Understood, Director. Shen Xiaoxi nodded, her mouth covered, indicating that they would choose a lucky participant later. It sounded like a fair approach. If there were any issues, they could simply part ways. Yet, with her affluent background, what man could she not attract? Qin Ingjun found the young lady's behavior perplexing, yet upon hearing the investment of $1 billion, he certainly arranged for her participation. The first couple to step into the spotlight was a plump young woman with an endearing appearance, accompanied by a handsome young man whose fair complexion could capture the hearts of many young ladies. Hello, everyone, I am Si Jianyue. Si Jianyue slightly bowed her head to the camera, glancing at the man beside her. He seemed somewhat distracted, and Si Jianyue narrowed her eyes slightly, gently pulling his hand. Hingyu, have you introduced yourself? What's wrong with you just now? She inquired. Su Hongyu was not typically the kind of person to lose composure. He was always meticulous and unflappable, regardless of the circumstances. Owing to his gratitude towards the Si family, a family known for its sense of loyalty and gratitude, when asked what he desired, he expressed a wish to explore a relationship with her. He stated that if, after 2 years, she did not develop feelings for him, he would not pursue her any further. Si Jianyue had no objections. She thought as long as he was pursuing her, she need not reciprocate her feelings. Once the 2 years elapsed, the debt of gratitude owed by the Si family would also come to an end. However, unexpectedly, he had captured her heart within 1.5 years, and she had become his girlfriend. This year, Grandpa Si intended to hold a wedding for them, yet Si Jianyu felt that something was amiss. Despite hiring a private investigator, no answers could be found. Although she should have been happy, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. "It's nothing. I've just been a bit tired from too many surgeries lately," Su Hongyu said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. His eyes filled with profound love for Si Jianyu. Such deep affection was difficult for anyone to resist, yet Si Jianyu felt that something was lacking. Her heart was also tormented. Su Hongyu was her boyfriend, and she did not wish to harbor doubts about him. Yet, at times, she felt an insurmountable chasm separating them, a situation she wished to avoid. "You've worked hard," Si Jianyu said softly. Su Hongyu's expression darkened slightly. Si Jianyu had intentionally brought him to record this variety show, and he needed to find a way to thwart this plan. However, before he could devise a strategy, the situation was already on the brink of exposure. "Su Hongyu is playing a grand game," Yan Shitang thought, feeling a shiver run down her spine. Su Hongyu appeared immaculate on the surface, yet his meticulous scheming was astonishingly alarming. Hearing his name mentioned by others, Su Hongyu's expression grew grim, and he stood up, saying, "Yu, I'm feeling a bit unwell." He could not allow Yan Shitang to ruin the elaborate plans he had been orchestrating for years. Even if his current behavior raised suspicions, it was preferable to having his plans exposed immediately. "Hingyu, what is bothering you?" Si Jianyu did not budge. It was evident that Su Hongyu was feeling guilty. She had not anticipated that the rumors were indeed true, that participating in this variety show could unveil untold secrets. Now, Su Hongyu was afraid she would discover the truth, which is why he feigned discomfort. Su Hongyu seeks vengeance for his first love. As he lifted his foot, Su Hongyu froze, shock washing over him.
Why?
How could someone possess such extraordinary abilities? And why must it be publicized? Chapter 71. A dramatic tale of love and misunderstanding. Su Hongyu's eyes were filled with hatred. Why reveal the trap he had laid for years? He had yet to avenge Yu. Su Hongyu's first love is named Xinyu, not the moon, but the joy of Yue. 6 years ago, Xinyu perished in a car accident. She had signed an organ donation agreement, and after her death, her organs were donated to those in need. Si Jianyu instinctively covered her chest. Organ donation. 6 years ago, she underwent heart surgery, and having listened to Yan Shitang's words, she deduced that the heart within her belonged to Xinyu. During the time when Si Jianyu was critically ill and hospitalized, she coincidentally encountered Xinyu, who, though not dead on the scene, had sustained grave injuries that could not be healed. In her final days, upon learning that Si Jianyu required a heart, she instructed the doctors to match her organ, resulting in a successful match, and before her death, she bequeathed her heart to Si Jianyu. Upon discovering this, Su Hongyu stubbornly believed that the Si family had orchestrated a scheme to ensure Si Jianyu's survival, manipulating the doctors to convince Xinyu she was near death, thus enabling the donation of her heart. Harboring resentment, he meticulously crafted his plans over the years, first studying medicine, then becoming a benefactor to the Si family, and finally proposing to date Si Jianyu, all in an effort to gain the trust of the Si family, ultimately leading to the demise of Xinyu.
Now,
Su Hongyu had already targeted the health of Grandpa Si, and it would not be long before he met his end. Yan Shitang felt a chill. Su Hongyu was truly terrifying. Si Jianyu pressed her hand tightly against her chest, realizing the gravity of his intentions. His ability to evade the private investigator's scrutiny showcased his cunning. All these years, his every action had been driven by a malicious intent to dismantle the Si family, and his tenderness towards her was merely a reflection of his connection to the true owner of her heart, Xinyu. Si Jianyu felt immense gratitude towards Xinyu for the gift of life she had bestowed upon her. Without her, she would have perished long ago. Thus, she held no jealousy towards Su Hongyu's lingering affection for Xinyu. Rather, she felt a pang of sadness, which she could somewhat accept. However, his willingness to harm her grandfather, who treated him like a grandson, was intolerable. She could not permit anyone to harm her family under any pretext. Yet, it is true that Xinyu was critically ill and not due to any manipulation by the Si family. Therefore, all these years, Su Hongyu's beliefs were founded on a misunderstanding. The doctor's statements from back then were entirely truthful, yet he insisted on his delusions. believing it was a conspiracy by the C family to acquire Shinyu's heart. His grand scheme, meticulously crafted over the years, was fundamentally flawed. Yen Shi-tang found the situation ludicrous. It turned out that everything Su Hongyu had done was erroneous. Her words were unacceptable to him, igniting a surge of agitation.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Su Hongyu could not believe it, his handsome face twisted in rage. He had spent years plotting revenge for Yu, only to be told it was all a misunderstanding. Su Hongyu, you better pray that my grandfather is unharmed, Si Jianyu said coldly. Her face pale as she rose to leave. Su Hongyu murmured impossible, convinced he was being deceived. Yu, it can't be true. He took a few steps forward but suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. The medical staff on standby rushed to his aid, quickly lifting him onto a stretcher to transport him to the hospital. Though reluctant to engage with this troubled individual, the compassion of a healer compelled them to ensure his safety. Breaking news. Quick, we need a live report. Quick, Guajia, give us the latest updates. We appreciate it. It seems like a dramatic tale of a wealthy family. Could it be a tragic romance? What did the C family do to provoke Su Hongyu's resentment, leading him to approach Si Jianyu for revenge? The first victim of this retaliation seems to be Grandpa Si, resulting in the earlier scene. Observers, does anyone have insight into this? Upon seeing the queries in the comments, Yen Shi-tang pondered for a moment before replying. It's exactly what you hear. This drama was reported by Si Jianyu, not herself. Netizens. So, what does it actually mean? Don't worry. The truth will be revealed soon. Shen Xiao, she also found it difficult to articulate. This situation involved criminal behavior, and Su Hongyu could end up imprisoned unless the C family chose not to pursue justice. Qi Ningjun was taken aback that this couple, who had barely appeared for 10 minutes, had already exited in a dramatic fashion. Oh my, a tale of love and revenge. In the end, it all stems from a misunderstanding. It feels like a novel come to life. Hard to believe. The young lady has suffered greatly, but her promised investments remain intact. Qi Ningjun will not rescind them due to her misfortunes. Investments are investments. They won't be deemed excessive. Next, the spotlight turned to a pair of internet singers, who had risen to fame through a national singing competition and had become the white moonlight in many people's hearts. Should they falter, countless hearts would shatter. It's over. It's over. C2 Jingjing and Yu Ting, you better be okay. Otherwise, my 7 years of affection will have been misplaced. Get off the stage. I'll act as if nothing happened. Otherwise, I'll truly go mad. No joke. Everyone is acting as if on high alert. They should extend a bit more trust towards them. After all, they've been fans for years. How can they doubt their character? It's not that I don't believe. But who among those who participate in this variety show escapes the fate of being exposed? Oh, there exists a pair that is exceptionally rare. And it seems unlikely that another will emerge. As these immensely popular online singers made their appearance, the barrage of comments surged rapidly, so fast that some, including Yen Shi-tang,
could not keep up with them.
Wow. As expected of the legendary figures from the past, they possess a profound fanbase, Yen Shi-tang mused while tending to the hot pot. She had recently come across these two, as they had released a new song. However, judging by the comments, fans were reluctant to see them on this variety show, fearing the exposure of unsavory scandals. The hot pot nuzzled her hand, craving her attention, and indeed, she was captivated, lowering her gaze and missing the awkwardness of the individuals on the screen. Next to appear was a couple of mukbang bloggers who also enjoyed a substantial following, with many viewers eager to watch them eat. Yet, their faces appeared pallid, suggesting they were not in the best spirits. It seemed that Yen Shi-tang's presence had an impact. Those with nothing to hide fear no confrontation, for only wrongdoers tremble. Chapter 72. The Sin of Abandoning Family by a national internet singer. On the first day of the second episode, there were 4 couples as guests. But due to an unforeseen circumstance, only 3 pairs remained. Yen Shi-tang observed the men and women on the screen, her delicate fingers reaching for the hot pot, and she noticed numerous scandals unfolding. Scanning the scene, she noticed one guest who seemed perpetually out of sorts. Narrowing her eyes, she wondered what transgressions had led to such a state. Gu Lemming, a national internet singer, the named individual appeared increasingly restless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With so many people present, was Yen Shirtang calling him out because she harbored a particular disdain for him? Yen Shirtang remarked, "I simply noticed your distracted demeanor. It appears rather insubstantial. If not you, then who else should I select? What the heck?" Gu Lemming is still playing the ancient game of abandoning his wife. Yen Shirtang's shock was uncontainable. Gu Lemming had left his wife for nearly a decade, making her believe he had perished in an accident. How despicable. Not only did he abandon and deceive his wife, but he also absconded with all their finances, leaving her to raise their 3-year-old child alone. Truly inhumane. Gu Lemming hailed from a remote and diminutive village, which has remained underdeveloped due to its rugged geographical location. Despite the passage of years, his wife remained oblivious to his fame as a national internet singer. How repugnant it is for such a man to sell himself as a tender-hearted gentleman. Does he truly deserve such a title? What kind of heartfelt good man? Merely a scoundrel. Yen Shirtang's expression reflected her disdain for the man who had forsaken his family. C2 Jingjing was in shock. What was Yen Shirtang implying? Her long-term boyfriend had been married and had even fathered a child? C2 Jingjing's face turned ashen. She had unwittingly played the role of the mistress. How could she, proud as she was, allow herself to fall into such an error? Her deepest loathing was reserved for mistresses, as her own father had been ruined by her mother's infidelity. Her father's illness had drained every penny meant for his survival, and after her mother cheated, she squandered vast sums on her lover, ultimately driving her father to his grave. Thus, C2 Jingjing harbored a profound hatred for mistresses, regardless of gender, believing them all deserved the harshest of punishments. Yet now, she had become the very person she despised most. How could she not feel rage? Gu Lemming. C2 Jingjing spat through clenched teeth, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap, pouring all her strength into it. One slap would not suffice. She followed with another. "Mr. Gu, hitting women is not a behavior befitting a man." Li Qingyu, a fitness coach with a muscular physique, was not someone Gu Lemming could easily shake off. "What business is it of yours? Let go." Gu Lemming retorted angrily, feeling no pain as the slap had not landed on him. He had just endured 2 slaps from C2 Jingjing, leaving his face flushed. Not wishing to dwell on this, especially during a live broadcast, he pondered where he could save face. "I am simply someone who enjoys helping others. I cannot abide scoundrels assaulting women." What of it? Li Qingyu's imposing presence, coupled with his fierce demeanor, intimidated even children, and now, with his face set in a scowl, he was even more formidable. Gu Lemming, who thrived on bullying the meek, now quaked in fear before Li Qingyu. "I won't hold this against you. Just let go." Li Qingyu tightened his grip, causing Gu Lemming to break out in a cold sweat, forcing himself not to cry out in pain. If he didn't relent, he would soon be unable to contain himself. Seizing this opportunity, C2 Jingjing landed several more slaps, even delivering a kick to his most sensitive area, as if intent on rendering him incapable of fatherhood. Unable to withstand such a crippling blow, Gu Lemming let out a pained cry.
C2 Jingjing.
He shouted weakly, bewildered by her audacity. "What are you shouting for? Don't you have a child?" "I wouldn't want to deprive you of that," C2 Jingjing retorted coldly. This despicable man had deceived her for so long, allowing her to remain in ignorance for years. Not castrating him was already a mercy. Scoundrel? A child? Oh my heavens, what a sensational scandal. My fears have materialized. Yet, to think it could have been even worse. Scoundrel. 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 Important matters deserve repetition, came the chorus of comments. That was satisfying. Scoundrels deserve such treatment. I think C2 Jingjing was far too lenient. If it were me, I would have sought out a prop to cut off the scoundrel's worthless appendage right then and there. Li Qingyu is so righteous, especially with that muscular build. He exudes a sense of safety. Hu Feier must feel incredibly fortunate. Yen Shirtang smirked, noting how Gu Lemming had fathered a child with another woman and concealed it from C2 Jingjing for many years. Although she wished to expose all of his despicable acts, such matters were better suited for the individuals involved. That wretched scoundrel. Had I been present, I would have slapped him twice myself. Shun Xiaoxi fumed, stating that Gu Lemming, who had allowed an innocent woman to be a mistress for years, deserved severe punishment for abandoning his family.
Woof.
The hot pot barked at the screen, seemingly unable to bear the scoundrel's ugly visage any longer.
Good job, hot pot.
Yen Shirtang patted its head, pleased. You'll be rewarded with a large bone later, Lu Xingxi remarked. Such a scoundrel as Gu Lemming should not waste resources on food. He is unworthy. Better to reserve it for those in need, like the hot pot, even if it primarily consumes dog food. Chapter 73. Love-struck Li Qingyu almost wore the green hat. C2 Jingjing requested to withdraw from the recording. Even the slightest interaction with Gu Lemming was unbearable for her. Regardless of the circumstances, she had ultimately become the very mistress she abhorred, a reality that felt like a thorn lodged in her heart, impossible to remove. She could not bear to visit her father, who had died with unresolved matters, if he were aware that his daughter had become a mistress. How could he ever find peace? Yen Shirtang furrowed her brow slightly, turning to speak with a nearby companion after turning off her microphone. It seems C2 Jingjing's emotions are somewhat off. Lu Xingxi also silenced his microphone, suggesting it might be related to her family background. I will alert the production team to monitor her situation. Yes, I hope she can find clarity. Yen Shirtang understood C2 Jingjing's distress, yet this was not her fault. She too was a victim. The pain of such a revelation before marriage was unbearable, and as time progressed, the agony would only intensify. Better a short pain than a long one. Even if her suffering was not brief, it was still preferable to a lifetime of ignorance. Lu Xingxi's expression tightened. Could Gu Lemming truly be so audacious? The bodyguards hired by the production team would soon be necessary. One was insufficient to manage Li Qingyu. At least two were required to restrain him. As for Gu Lemming, a single bodyguard could easily subdue him by grasping the nape of his neck, preventing any further mischief. Gu Lemming, this vile scoundrel, dares to create further chaos. Once the truth about him is revealed, I shall don a disguise to denounce him. Furthermore, he must compensate for the breach of contract. It is imperative that Gu Lemming suffers financially, for I cannot swallow this indignity. I must also advocate for the utmost compensation for Situ Jingjing, a girl who has endured much, unknowingly playing the role of a third party for so many years. What a despicable wretch, daring to resort to underhanded tactics. Were it not for the intervention, I would have broken a few of his ribs. Enough is enough, having already endured losses. What more does he want? Li Fair rebuked him, for he revels in the spotlight. Fair, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please do not be angry. Just moments ago, the imposing Li Qingyu appeared like a frightened rabbit, lowering his voice to coax Hu Fair, hoping to quell her anger. He was aware that Hu Fair disapproved of his habitual interference, yet it was a part of his nature, one that he could neither change nor abandon. Nevertheless, he had acted appropriately. Otherwise, all his muscle would have been of no use. This time, it was due to the despicable ambush by that little turtle. Otherwise, he would not have been successful. Fair, please hear me out. Do not be angry. Anger is detrimental to your health. Li Qingyu's tone was a mixture of coaxing and pleading, an unexpected display of emotion from such a muscular figure, creating a stark contrast that revealed his romantic naivete. Online commentators teased him, with some casting aspersions on Hu Fair, deeming her cold-blooded. Yet, human nature is complex and difficult to decipher. The choice to save or not is a personal one, and moral coercion is unwarranted. Some netizens expressed confusion over Li Qingyu's affection for Hu Fair, questioning how they could be together despite their differing worldviews. Ultimately, it was concluded that Li Qingyu's romantic obsession prevented the relationship from fracturing. Yen Shirtang quietly resumed his search, discovering that Hu Fair's worldview was rather flawed. Hu Fair regards Li Qingyu as a mere substitute, a substitute for a close friend, and Li Qingyu remains oblivious. The genre of substitute literature is abundant. Previously, I encountered a tale of dual substitutes, and now this single one, no less for a close friend. Astounding. The once confident Li Qingyu's expression froze. Was this scandal now unfolding before him? Hu Fair has always harbored feelings for Song Jili, desiring him from the start. However, since he does not reciprocate, she has shifted her focus to his close friend, Li Qingyu, hoping to draw nearer to Song Jili and seize opportunities for intimacy. Li Qingyu felt his bones creak as he realized he was truly fond of Hu Fair. Yet he had no inclination to wear a metaphorical green hat nor tolerate her covetousness towards his friend. She wished to explain and assert that Yen Shirtang's claims were false, that she had not engaged in such actions. Yet, with the precedent set by the previous couples, how could she clarify? After getting together with Lee Qingyu, Hu Feier sought out Song Jili while he was working, unaware of these encounters. Lee Qingyu's expression darkened, growing increasingly cold as he absorbed this revelation. Song Jili had cautioned Lee Qingyu, yet the infatuated Lee Qingyu dismissed the warnings, convinced that his friend misunderstood Hu Feier, repeatedly inviting him over, unknowingly creating opportunities for Hu Feier. Yan Shirtang felt a pang of embarrassment. Was this the famed simplicity of mind paired with physical prowess? Lee Qingyu was on the verge of inviting betrayal upon himself. Fortunately, he had not succeeded, or it would have been akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Hu Feier's actions were quite sinister. She even attempted to drug Song Jili, hoping to force his hand and threaten him into a long-term clandestine relationship. Lee Qingyu's breath became heavy, overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. The girl he cherished was, in fact, so base. He found it intolerable. He finally understood why Song Jili had distanced himself from their gatherings. It was for this reason. Song Jili, possessing a strong sense of morality, knew not to betray a friend's partner. Despite repeated temptations, he managed to maintain his integrity, while Lee Qingyu's foolishness drove a wedge between them. Lee Qingyu self-deprecatingly acknowledged his own foolishness, beyond redemption. Chapter 74. The Love-Obsessed Madman Enough. Hu Feier cried in anguish, covering her face. Is it wrong to love Song Jili so deeply? Why does he always reject me? What am I lacking? If only he would speak, I would change for him. But no matter her efforts, Song Jili's gaze remained absent of her presence. In her despair, she enticed Lee Qingyu, who, with his naive heart, opened up to her, eager to present his sincere affections. However, she desired not Lee Qingyu's heart, but that of Song Jili. Aware of Song Jili's attachment to Lee Qingyu, she resorted to threats, believing that if she could share a night with him, she could keep her secrets from Lee Qingyu. When he reneged on their agreement, it signified the failure of her plan. As further threats proved ineffective, she sought alternative methods. Thus, she whispered sweet nothings to Lee Qingyu, urging him to invite Song Jili over, hoping to take advantage of the moment to drug him, thus forcing a situation that would compel him to comply. Yet, fate seemed to favor Song Jili, as none of her attempts succeeded. To this day, she remains relentless in her pursuit of Song Jili, her obsession growing ever stronger, vowing not to relent until she succeeds. Until today, she had managed to approach Song Jili under the guise of being Lee Qingyu's girlfriend, but that could no longer continue. Had she known participating in this show would lead to such turmoil, she would have never agreed. Song Jili's cruelty stung. He had recommended this program, fully aware of its implications, intending to use it against her. Hu Feier's heart ached with bitterness. Was she truly so despicable in his eyes? Why must Song Jili treat her this way? Even now, she found it impossible to let go of her feelings for him, indifferent to Lee Qingyu's protests. Without him, she believed she could still approach Song Jili. Yet, these were merely her delusions. Once Lee Qingyu ended their relationship, she would be left to face the consequences of her actions. You are truly repulsive. Ali will never love a woman so vile and cheap as you. Lee Qingyu's face contorted with disdain. He genuinely cared for Hu Feier, yet he had known Song Jili since childhood. It was not worth jeopardizing their friendship over such a woman. His words struck at Hu Feier's vulnerabilities. Silence. He just hasn't recognized my worth yet. It is not as you claim. Hu Feier's voice grew shrill. It is not true. Song Jili will surely come to like me. He would never loathe me. Observing her desperate rebuttals, Lee Qingyu recognized the madness in her twisted expression, realizing she had lost her grip on reality. She was indeed a madwoman, and Lee Qingyu felt a pang of sorrow. This was the woman he had cared for so deeply. Enough. My heart aches for the noble Lee Qingyu. Such a gallant figure should not meet such a tragic end in love. I hope he encounters a kindred spirit who appreciates him. I suggest Lee Qingyu detach from his romantic fantasies and cease being so submissive. Hu Feier is a painful lesson. Yan Shirtang noted the online analysis and nodded slightly. Indeed. Their observations were astute, nearly spot on. The eyes of the public are keen. Nothing escapes their scrutiny. Shin Xiaoxi clicked her tongue. These netizens could piece together information with remarkable speed, akin to the brilliance of Leeuwenhoek. Thus, It is wise to maintain one's integrity and be a law-abiding citizen. Otherwise, one risks being exposed by the public. Never underestimate the power of the onlookers. They can be both the architects of one's success and downfall. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Hu Fei fled, and Li Qingyu, equally disheartened, could no longer remain, leaving only the couple behind. Noticing their somber expressions, Yan Shirtang decided to refrain from searching their names for the time being. Let us discuss this later in the evening. At present, having consumed so many melons in succession, I find myself struggling to digest them all. The anxious couple, laden with trepidation, treads cautiously, initially intending to gain a modicum of fame through this variety show. Yet now they find themselves humbled, fearful of being exposed for any misdeeds, and ultimately facing the same disgraceful exit as previous couples. Observing their wariness, Yan Shirtang's curiosity was piqued. What could have transpired to evoke such palpable fear? Qin Ingjun, too, felt a sense of suspense. He could discern the couple's evident dread, indicating they possessed some secret. He wished for Yan Shirtang to unveil their hidden truths, albeit at a more opportune moment, perhaps after today's recording or when other guests arrived the following day. However, he had no authority over Yan Shirtang's actions. Her revelations would occur at her discretion, and he lacked the power to prevent it. Director Qin. Could it be that none of the participants in this episode are of sound mind? The assistant director pondered, somewhat disheartened, as they had invited 4 couples. And with only one remaining, it appeared they were all embroiled in some scandal, likely to result in a complete downfall. Quiet, I have eyes, Qin Ingjun retorted, running a hand over his smooth scalp. What purpose did voicing his observations serve? These individuals are not conducting themselves properly. The assistant director sighed softly, casting a glance at his bald head, and resolved to safeguard his own diminishing hair, determined not to end up like him. Are you a fool? Still huffing? Qin Ingjun shot him a glance, warning that if he didn't cease his noise, he would resort to violence. He mused whether to establish a reserve team, individuals poised to step in should any couple be ousted from the show. Upon reflection, it seemed a feasible, albeit risky, strategy. Only once they were on camera would they hesitate to depart. If they had not yet been filmed, hearing Yan Shirtang's thoughts might incite them to flee, which would also be a loss. Yet, some participants, driven by curiosity, willingly joined the show, despite its unpredictable allure. Chapter 75. Engaging with their exes. The entertainment industry is truly chaotic after a day of heightened tension. The couples, upon encountering Yan Shirtang, could no longer maintain their composure. Their eyes darted towards her, filled with apprehension, silently hoping she would show mercy and refrain from exposing their secrets. They were genuinely terrified. Had they known such bizarre circumstances awaited them, they would have abstained from this variety show. Those who had been previously exposed maintained a tight-lipped demeanor, seemingly eager to drag others down with them. It was indeed insidious and contemptible. Once today's recording concluded, they would withdraw, relinquishing any claim to this fleeting fame. After holding their breath all day, they could finally exhale. The couple, initially fantasizing about escaping after the recording, exclaimed, "Sister, from now on, you are my only sister. Please have mercy and don't expose us. I beg you." "Yen, teacher Yen," Li Ziwu called out, his heart racing with urgency. He needed to find a way to prevent Yan Shirtang from revealing their secrets. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Yan Shirtang inquired, turning her gaze towards him. Li Ziwu felt as though he had been muted, unable to voice his thoughts or confront her directly. "Teacher Yen, the yogurt you endorse is exceptionally delicious," Shun Yue interjected, gritting her teeth, reasoning that if Yan Shirtang refrained from exposing them, they could offer her money, an arrangement that was negotiable. Alas, Yan Shirtang remained oblivious to the potential for her thoughts to be unveiled. Each attempt she made to uncover the truth led her astray, thwarted by the show's twists. Yan Shirtang found the situation perplexing. "Thank you. It is indeed the Jean family's recipe that is both healthy and nutritious." These two individuals were rather peculiar. If they genuinely enjoyed the product, they should support it to boost sales. "Thank you." "Oh, so you're not a real couple?" The anticipated concerns materialized, and their hearts sank. Li Ziwu and Shun Yue exchanged glances, acknowledging that they were indeed not a genuine couple. They had assumed the guise of a couple to attract more fans, particularly by marketing a romantic narrative. originally solo-eating streamers. They had united in this venture to capitalize on the trend. Now, with Yen Shirtang exposing them, they knew their fanbase would dwindle. The backlash from their fans could also be terrifying, potentially resulting in significant financial losses. They had even promoted products styled as couple items, which could spell disaster for them. Wait, this is quite a niche relationship. Let me clarify. Li Ziwu's ex-girlfriend is Shun You's current secret lover, while Shun You's ex-boyfriend is Li Ziwu's high school sweetheart. And the current secret lover and the high school boyfriend had previously been together? Yen Shirtang's silence was deafening. In just 2 sentences, she had unraveled a tangled web. Not only was she baffled, but so too were the other spectators. Shun Xiaoxi promptly reached for her notebook to untangle these connections, exclaiming, "The entertainment industry is truly chaotic." Yen Shirtang finally grasped the situation. Both individuals were entangled with their respective exes, prompting her to reflect on how small the world truly is. The expressions of the two involved were hardly any better. They felt as though something was lodged within them, causing palpable discomfort. They were still pretending to be a couple. Yen Shirtang pursed her lips, recalling her last moment of speechlessness. It was indeed overwhelming. Who could play such games? Li Ziwu glanced at Xin Yue, realizing they were both at risk of being deceived. Wait, it's already happening. Yen Shirtang's attention was captured by the suddenly refreshed information, igniting her excitement. Li Ziwu wished to laugh but found it impossible, for the man in question was his former ideal, someone who occasionally lingered in his thoughts. Xin You's expression fell. She had allowed Yu Lily to stay at her home, not to bring others to fool around. Every expression on their faces is indescribable. Let the drama unfold.
Hey.
Seeing the comments is of little use. I sincerely recommend inviting new guests. Yes, I can volunteer. I don't need payment, just food and shelter.
Me.
Everyone says I'm a natural commentator. I could critique anyone, and if I encounter any scoundrels, I could easily put them in their place. It was evident that they were merely feigning a relationship and should stage a faux breakup. After parting ways, they could market themselves as having remained close friends. Such a persona was rare in the influencer sphere and could attract considerable attention. Once Qin Ingjun announced the conclusion of today's recording, the two hurriedly made their exit. Yet another performance to behold. The memories of the previous scandals still lingered vividly. Though cringeworthy, it was undeniably thrilling. What performance! Yen Shirtang, cradling a sleeping hot pot, overheard Shin Xiaoxi's remark and inquired in confusion. Shin Xiaoxi lowered her voice, responding, "A risku, eye-watering live-action version." Yen Shirtang. Wait. Could you clarify what you just said? Tangdang, this is unsuitable for children. Shin Xiaoxi chuckled mischievously, recalling the time Lu Xin had obstructed Tangdang from witnessing an unsavory scene. Yen Shirtang, exasperated, replied, "All right, enough already." As if it were inappropriate for her. She had seen worse. Lu Xingxi cast a sidelong glance at Shin Xiaoxi before directing his attention to Yen Shirtang, softly saying, "You've had a hard day." The hot pot only recognized Yen Shirtang, remaining by her side, now even resting on her lap. As she stroked its soft fur before handing it to Lu Xingxi, it remained docile. However, if someone else held it, the hot pot would awaken, barking at them, only to settle down upon receiving a stern glance from him. Yen Shirtang observed this with a slight smile, recognizing Lu Xingxi's undeniable presence. The hot pot, in its timid demeanor, dared not be embraced by Lu Xingxi, struggling to leap down. Chapter 76. Shen Xiaoxi. Tang, you must seize the opportunity with Lu Shen. Lu Xingxi gently squeezed its leg, and it ceased its movements, letting out a few non-aggressive barks. Haha, the hot pot is so adorable, Yen Shirtang mused, finding the timid hot pot particularly endearing, yet too intimidated by Lu Xingxi's imposing presence to speak, as lively as a person. The hot pot sighed, lamenting the hardships of life. Unable to resist, Yen Shirtang reached out to pinch the hot pot's ear, a subtle smile gracing her face, soft and pleasant to the touch. Observing this, the hot pot leaned in, eager for her continued affection, its front legs pawing forward, yearning to be held. The owner, too rigid and unyielding, could never compare to the delicate softness of a beauty, and the enticing fragrance emanating from her only intensified its desire to snuggle closer. However, would Lu Xingxi allow it to cling to Yen Shirtang? That was utterly impossible. After all, it had already been attached to her for half a day. Wasn't that enough? Did it require a beating to behave? Meanwhile, Shen Xiaoxi, witnessing the hot pot's enthusiastic interaction with Yan Sherdang, reached out to pet it, only to receive an entirely different response.
Bark. Bark.
It too barked without malice. Yet the owner forbade it from approaching the beauty, leaving it discontented. Shen Xiaoxi, do you know those two barks deeply wounded a tender heart?
Why?
Even if she pales in comparison to Tang Tang's beauty, she should not be treated so distinctly. Fortunately, the camera was off. Otherwise, how would she face everyone if they witnessed this? How infuriating. Lucian's dog was as difficult as he was. Truly, a dog reflects its owner. While this may not be a flattering description, Shen Xiaoxi found it particularly apartment. Only Tang Tang could penetrate the hearts of both the person and the dog. Others were unworthy. Strangely, Shen Xiaoxi felt no anger, but rather an unusual delight. She had always believed in her instincts. There must be something more beneath the surface. Hehe. Let the sugar rain down even more fiercely. Yan Sherdang had initially considered offering some comforting words to Shen Xiaoxi. But upon seeing her suddenly shift to an excited and fierce expression, she swallowed her words. It seemed her worries were unfounded. The other party did not require consolation and was instead brimming with enthusiasm. Yan Sherdang, perplexed but accustomed to Shen Xiaoxi's unpredictable moods, recognized that her emotions fluctuated rapidly, from joy to anger, without needing to fear her sorrow. Let us go, time to clock out. After giving the hot pot, S had one last pat. Yan Sherdang began to depart. Woof woof woof. The hot pot barked, pleading, "Beauty, don't leave. If you go, take me with you. Don't leave me behind with the owner." Its reluctance was palpable, yet beyond that, it remained a mystery. Yan Sherdang herself was unsure why the hot pot favored her so much. But it would be inappropriate for her to take it from Lu Xingxi. See you tomorrow. Lu Xingxi lightly twirled his fingers, casting a glance at the dejected hot pot, which he found rather endearing. Shen Xiaoxi quickly matched Yan Sherdang's pace, linking her arm with hers, wearing a bright smile. Tang Tang, the hot pot is so familiar with you. Yan Sherdang felt a pang of anxiety. She had always had a way with small animals. From their very first encounter, the hot pot had taken to her without a word of pretense. Shen Xiaoxi nudged her with her elbow. Lucian's pet likes you. Seize the opportunity. Do you understand? This time, Shen Xiaoxi abandoned her subtle tactics, directly addressing the matter. Yan Sherdang's forehead momentarily froze. What did seize the opportunity mean? Once she regained her composure, her face flushed, feeling a rush of heat. Xiaoxi, what are you saying? How frightening. You can't expect me to pursue Lu Xingxi. The moon in the sky is not something I can tarnish at will. This was absurd. What nonsense. I'm being serious. Shen Xiaoxi rolled her eyes slightly. Did she seem to be joking? She was entirely sincere. If she didn't take the initiative, who knew when this little girl would make her next move? Was Lucian not handsome? Of course. He was handsome enough to pierce the heavens. Was Lucian not wealthy?
Impossible.
By the second year of his debut, his valuation exceeded 100 million. Now, who knew how much it had increased? Was Lucian not a gentleman? His chivalry was ingrained in his very being. His thoughtfulness and attentiveness were unparalleled. Was Lucian not considerate towards you? It seemed he was indeed quite meticulous and caring of her feelings. Stop, stop, stop. Let us not go there. Yan Sherdang interjected, stop talking. If this continues, people will really think there is something romantic between us. Oh, you're feeling guilty. Aren't you? I've seen right through you. Shen Xiaoxi remarked with a knowing expression. The more Yan Sherdang protested, the more it seemed there was something between them. Yan Sherdang clenched her fists. What could she possibly say now? How could one think that she had anything with Lu Xingxi? Yan Sherdang was baffled and utterly astonished. The distance she maintained with Lu Xingxi was perfectly appropriate, not too distant, yet not too close, akin to friendship. How could Shen Xiaoxi twist this into a notion of romance? It felt as if they were more than friends, but less than lovers. It was truly exaggerated. How long had she known Lu Xingxi? Not even 2 months. And here Shen Xiaoxi was spinning tales of romance. It was simply ludicrous. It's not me saying it. It's what I observe. My eyes are my measure, you understand? Shin Xiaoxi arched her fingers, pointing to her own eyes before gesturing towards Yan Shirtang with a smug expression. Please, I'm a shipper. I can't be wrong. Silence is the bridge to serenity tonight. Shipping anything will only lead to your own demise. Yan Shirtang's tone rose slightly, wishing to silence her. Shin Xiaoxi gazed at her exquisite face for a moment, shaking her head in exasperation. Not shipping will only harm me, while shipping will bring me joy. She isn't in a relationship. Is it not permissible for her to watch others in love? This was something one must start from their surroundings. Especially when it was a couple of divine beauty, she ought to ship them more fervently. This is madness. Shin Xiaoxi has truly lost her mind, was the conclusion Yan Shirtang arrived at. Shin Xiaoxi had gone mad. Shin Xiaoxi replied, it need not be so extreme. Even if I'm mad, it doesn't hinder my shipping endeavors. Just leave me be, and let him be. We are merely friends. Lu Xingxi is better suited to the moon above, something to admire from afar rather than to tarnish. She lacked the ability to pluck the moon from the sky, but could bask in its light to help her prosper. You have no idea, my boss is his good friend. Don't tell anyone. I fear the backlash. Shin Xiaoxi nodded, surprised by this unexpected connection. However, doesn't this make it easier for her to seize the opportunity? Is your boss good to you? Of course, what's wrong? Are you considering a job change? Chapter 77. Do not undervalue yourself. Have some confidence. Shin Xiaoxi lightly smacked her arm. You truly are a blockhead. What do you mean by wanting to change jobs? Your thinking is too far-fetched. It's hard to believe you're not doing this on purpose. Clearly, they were discussing Lu Xingxi. She couldn't possibly misinterpret her meaning. Seize the opportunity, do you understand? Shin Xiaoxi poked her soft flesh. This phrase truly suited her. No, I don't understand. I'm illiterate, Yan Shirtang replied, refusing to interpret her words. You really don't fear me getting beaten up by fans? Yan Shirtang remarked, daring to provoke her to pursue Lu Xingxi, as if she were seeking trouble. Hey, we can't let Lu Shen remain lonely for life. Shin Xiaoxi disagreed with her stance, questioning. Do you think you're unworthy of him? You're being too hard on yourself, have a little confidence. While she agreed that others might not deserve her. Yan Shirtang couldn't accept Shin Xiaoxi's words. She had noticed that Lu Xingxi treated her differently from other women. Don't think she hadn't noticed. Especially as they spent more time together, becoming increasingly aware of his subtle attentiveness. The one entangled in the situation is often blinded by it, while the observer sees clearly. She, like many others, cannot fathom that Lu Xingxi would easily abandon his principles, perhaps unable to accept such a notion. Yan Shirtang fell into silence, and after a moment, remarked, it is not merely a question of worthiness, but rather a matter that encompasses many aspects. Not wishing to prolong the topic, Yan Shirtang contemplated diverting the conversation. I can only say you are completely deserving. Why not give it a try? How will you know if you do not attempt it? Shin Xiaoxi encouraged, for she was a natural matchmaker. It is the second time I have heard such words, Yan Shirtang replied. The first time had been from Guadong, who also urged her to give Lu Xingxi a chance, claiming it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Hearing it once might be incidental, yet hearing it again suggested intent. Yan Shirtang was perplexed. Did she truly need to try with Lu Xingxi? Perhaps only after such an attempt could they all finally let go of the matter and cease discussing it. However, she was not inclined to act so. She preferred to let things unfold naturally. Do you wish to hear some gossip? Yan Shirtang suddenly inquired. Absolutely. Shin Xiaoxi exclaimed. Sister, your ability to change the subject is rather clumsy, but considering you are about to spill some tea, I shall let it slide for now. That couple from the food broadcast? They're actually a false couple. Shin Xiaoxi maintained a calm demeanor, even appearing somewhat subdued. Is that all? How disappointing. I've already heard that gossip, and it hardly feels substantial. Yan Shirtang felt puzzled. Had Shin Xiaoxi known this already? It seemed improbable, as it had not been publicly revealed. Yet her lack of reaction was curious. Perhaps the gossip was simply not sensational enough to elicit a response. Comparatively, the previous stories had been shocking. After indulging in such intriguing tales, a mundane revelation would indeed seem lackluster. I also know they hurriedly left to catch someone in the act, Yan Shirtang added, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease. Wait, would Shin Xiaoxi actually believe me? What if she pressed me for how I knew? She had almost let her guard down. Fortunately, her companion did not inquire further, allowing her to escape unscathed. However, upon reflection, she found it odd that Shen Xiaoxi did not exhibit any curiosity or shock. A normal person would surely react in such a manner, wouldn't they? Yan Shirtang was baffled, even feeling unafraid of revealing too much. Catching someone in the act sounds thrilling, but alas, I cannot witness it firsthand. This was not a singular occurrence, but rather a multitude of times. It's rather eye-watering. Perhaps it would be best to avert one's gaze, Yan Shirtang remarked. The sight of bare flesh intertwined was merely that. It was indeed shocking. Yet to hear it live would not be entirely unwelcome. Shen Xiaoxi mused. Why doesn't Xinyu learn from others and host a live stream for everyone to enjoy the spectacle for free? Oh, right. Even the external network might not be banned. You lecherous one, Yan Shirtang retorted. Surely, it is not just about listening but also witnessing. Shen Xiaoxi scoffed lightly. Not at all. It is merely an exploration of human procreation, a matter of great significance that cannot be ignored. Almost fell for your charade, Yan Shirtang exclaimed.
Meanwhile,
Yu Lily, caught in a heightened state of excitement, remained oblivious to the commotion until a package was thrown at him, jolting him into awareness. Upon seeing Shen Yue, terror washed over his face. The chaos had startled him, and in his panic, he instinctively grabbed a blanket for cover.
get out.
Yu Lily pushed him away, trembling at the sight of Shen Yue's predatory gaze. You shameless wretch! Shen Yue's face was a mask of fury. Had it not been for Yan Shirtang's warning, she would have remained in the dark. Initially, Yu Lily had felt apprehensive, as she depended on Shen Yue's support. However, upon regaining her composure, she felt no fear. You cannot provide me with ecstasy. Is it wrong for me to seek companionship with men? She retorted defiantly, believing her actions to be justified. Shen Yue was taken aback by her audacity. And you have the gall to argue? Shrugging nonchalantly, Yu Lily replied, I am merely stating facts. Were it not for Shen Yue's wealth, I would not associate with her. Did you truly think it was genuine affection? Moreover, Shen Yue has been in the influencer circle long enough to know how murky it is. Shen Yue was once again stunned by her words, incredulous at such unrepentant brazenness. Yu Lily picked up an electronic cigarette from the bedside and lit it before her, casually stating, I advise you not to harbor any ill intentions. I am aware you are deceiving consumers by pretending to be a couple. If I am displeased, do not expect to have it easy. The initiative seemed to have shifted to Yu Lily, while Shen Yue's expression darkened. She felt as though she had invited a wolf into her home. Li Ziwu observed with a grim countenance, aware of the connections between himself, Yu Lily, and Shen Yue. He realized that Yu Lily was a person of shallow vanity and insatiable greed. For the sake of money, she would go to great lengths to gain favor. But once the funds dried up, she would swiftly move on to the next. He himself had been cast aside in such a manner, replaced by a wealthier suitor.
Now,
Yu Lily's words implied that they would soon belong to her. Li Ziwu sneered. The exposure of their facade would undoubtedly impact their careers. What would happen if they broke up without any evidence? Chapter 78. Bribing Yan Shirtang with a favor as a silencing fee. Whatever he could conceive, Yu Lily could also anticipate. Did she truly think she was all brawn and no brains? Underestimating her was a grave mistake. Do not think a breakup will absolve you. The fact remains that you pretended to be a couple, and I hold ample evidence. A malicious smile tugged at the corners of Yu Lily's mouth. You wish to sever ties? Not a chance. Shen Yue, having been a food broadcast host for many years, had earned a considerable fortune. What was wrong with spending some on Yu Lily? Shen Yue trembled with rage at her words. Was she truly powerless against Yu Lily? Were they all to be at the mercy of this wretched woman? Very well. This is unacceptable. Shen Yue seethed, realizing that had it not been for Yu Lily's machinations, she would not be in such a predicament.
get out.
Leave my home. The thought of her bed being defiled by illicit lovers made Shen Yue feel nauseous. That bed must be discarded. Yu Lily observed her in a state of distress, unperturbed. Those who had yet to accept reality often reacted this way. Once they calmed down, she would settle the score later. After their conversation, Yu Lily ceased to be coy. She stepped out of bed before them, glancing at the untouched fabric that could not be worn again, and boldly walked over. You've all seen. There is no need to hide. Being watched stirred an exhilarating thrill within Lily. She felt no shame. Desire is inherent in everyone, and while some crave excitement, she too found today as experience exhilarating and somewhat enjoyable. Meanwhile, seeing Lily leave, hurriedly followed, wrapping himself in the blanket. Unlike Lily, he was not so open, yet he felt no wrongdoing in her actions. As he passed by Li Ziwu, he was unexpectedly struck with a punch.
Li Ziwu.
Despite being a food broadcast host, Li Ziwu took his fitness seriously. His muscular physique was not for show, and he struck without mercy. To hell with your so-called pure love. He had been blind to think Yu was such a thing. It was a gross insult to the term. Yu took 2 more hits, realizing he was outmatched, and could only threaten, "You wait, Li Ziwu." Li Ziwu's brow twitched, wanting to deliver a few more blows. But sensing the situation was amiss, he fled like a frightened rabbit. What would be the next course of action against that wretched woman? Shen Yue gritted her teeth. Realizing too late Lily's true nature, it was now too late. She would delay her, uncover the evidence she held, and then dispose of it, before ultimately dealing with that wretched woman. Li Ziwu felt the same frustration. He had yet to avenge the humiliation of being discarded by Lily, and now he had fallen into a trap. A deep-seated anger festered within him, leaving him unable to find a release. Could they truly succeed? Communicating with Yan Shitang, one might consider offering her some benefits as a form of hush money. Yan Shitang is merely a newcomer. A little extra money should suffice. Once she accepts it, she would cease to be a threat. As for the others, they are unlikely to leak this information. Even if they did, there is no evidence. However, this assumption is merely his belief and lacks certainty. Insiders have revealed that a couple participating in the recording of the distance from dating to marriage is not a genuine couple. Their true purpose lies in attracting followers and generating profit. Although no names were mentioned, the implication is quite clear. Among the other 3 pairs, one is already split, leaving only this pair, who are the sole sellers, making it easy to deduce their identities. I don't want to fail my classes. It's utterly disgusting to deceive consumers. Certain platforms frequently promote them, and I used to tell my friends how sweet and adorable they seemed. Now, they appear as mere clowns. Thankfully, I never spent any money on them. After all, I am just a broke individual.
Which little cookie are you?
It's hilarious. I always thought they seemed a bit fake, but I never expected them to be entirely so. I wonder how much money they've amassed. Provoking me is like kicking cotton. How dare you deceive me? Fine, congratulations, provoking me is akin to kicking cotton. This wretched school will explode sooner or later. I refuse to collaborate with these 2 liars or support any of their products or videos. It is inevitable that fans will be furious, especially since this matter concerns consumers, igniting public outrage. Shen Yue and Li Ziwu have yet to resolve matters concerning Li, and they are temporarily unaware of the revelation about their feigned relationship. It was only when a brand partner called in a fury to inquire about the situation that they realized they couldn't keep it hidden. This outcome was anticipated. The more people know, the less secure it becomes. Their previous assumptions were merely a search for psychological comfort, ultimately leading to no substantive change. Li continues to daydream, envisioning the number of limited edition handbags she will possess and how many new cosmetics she will purchase, oblivious to the impending reality that will soon shatter her illusions. Brand partners have terminated their collaborations, and Shen Yue and Li Ziwu find themselves blacklisted from most products. Upon realizing her losses, Shen Yue rushed downstairs to confront Li in a fit of rage. Shen Yue, are you out of your mind?
Lily exclaimed.
Having been enjoying herself with Yu when Shen Yue's sudden outburst interrupted her fun. I see you want everyone to know about your actions. Don't think I'm merely threatening you. I mean what I say. Li spat, assuming Shen Yue was joking. Go ahead, say whatever you want. If you don't, you're nothing but a dog. Shen Yue sneered, questioning how anyone could still think they could control her after everything had been exposed. Who else knows about this? Given their cautious behavior, it seems unlikely anyone else would. Now is not the time for such thoughts. She turned to Yu. Give me your phone. She needed to see what was being said online. If Shen Yue was deceiving her, she would find a way to deal with her. However, upon browsing the internet, she discovered that her most significant secret had already been exposed, causing her to collapse onto the sofa. All her limited edition handbags were gone. Seeing her distressed, Shin Yue rushed forward and slapped her twice. So you want to threaten me? Let us see how that goes. Chapter 79. One must keep long nails for advantage in fights. Li was no pushover. Unprepared earlier, she was now ready to retaliate against Shin Yue's audacity. She threw her phone aside and clawed at Shin Yue, pulling her hair. In an instant, the two women were entangled, their long nails scratching and hair being mercilessly yanked.
Ah!
Li, you wretched girl, let go. You idiot. Why don't you let go? Why are you just standing there? Help me catch her. Li's manicured nails inflicted pain, but Shin Yue's grip on her hair was equally agonizing. Hesitated to intervene. These two were fighting fiercely, and he feared becoming collateral damage. Do you think you can survive without a man? Needing help to fight is pathetic. Shin Yue shouted furiously, realizing that if Yu joined in, she would be at a disadvantage. You, a freak who likes both men and women, are utterly disgusting.
Lili Raturta.
Unwilling to be outdone. Shin Yue's prior pursuits had initially surprised her, as she had not anticipated discovering Shin Yue's bisexuality. At first, Li had not engaged with women. But upon noticing Shin Yue's wealth and fame as an internet celebrity, she approached with a playful attitude. Additionally, the fact that Shin Yue had a boyfriend, her own ex, was a thrilling factor. Thus, she agreed to this arrangement, only to later discover Shin Yue was feigning a relationship with Li Ziwu. Seeing this as leverage, she considered rekindling her romance with Yu, who, though lacking wealth, had a pleasing appearance. Li thought it feasible to support both him and Shin Yue, thus initiating a convoluted relationship. Shin Yue's expression twisted into a sneer. Disgusting? I've had my share of you. How much more lofty do you think you are? You're merely a streetwalker who can be bought with money. You fool. I'll tear your mouth apart. Li screamed, frantically clawing, intent on bringing Shin Yue down. Shin Yue was no coward. She poured all her strength into the struggle against Li. Yu stood by, astonished at the ferocity of their fight. Meanwhile, Li Ziwu remained preoccupied with addressing the termination of partnerships and compensation claims, far too busy to intervene in this chaos. This dramatic scene was being live-streamed to Yan Shirtang, who had just unlocked a new feature for real-time updates. It seems I should keep my nails long. One never knows when a fight might arise, granting me an advantage. Doesn't he it? Wow, this is brutal. Shin Yue is slightly at a disadvantage compared to Li, likely due to Li's experience in fighting with original partners. Before being supported by Shin Yue, Li's morals had long been trampled upon, actively seeking affluent partners, including married men or those with girlfriends. Being attacked by original partners was a common occurrence. She was not the type to just take a beating. That's how she honed her fighting skills. Li's reputation had been tarnished. Yan Shirtang couldn't fathom why Shin Yue was interested in Li, daring to support her, and entangling herself with such a twisted fate, especially given that Li was the ex-girlfriend of her fake boyfriend. Shin Xiaoxi wished to lean on Yan Shirtang, eager to hear more gossip, wondering why she wasn't blessed with such abilities herself. If only she had known to stick with Shin Yue. She never anticipated things would escalate so violently. They're at it again, and it's getting intense. Shin Yue's face had been scratched by Li's nails, prompting her to retaliate by removing Li's manicure entirely. A woman's face is paramount, as are her hands. This could lead to yet another fierce confrontation. Yan Shirtang clicked her tongue, realizing this battle was unwinnable. Shin Xiaoxi. It's still unresolved, yet they continue to fight. Are they reckless? Each kicked and screamed, echoing their fierce struggle. Yu, seeing the chaos escalate, knew he had to intervene or risk a trip to the hospital. He finally moved to stop them. Upon joining, he quickly found himself caught in the fray, even receiving scratches from Li's long nails, forcing him to check his face. How absurd! Did they not understand that one should never strike the face? Especially not the face he took pride in. If only Li could take the brunt of Shin Yue's blows instead, he thought, opting to refrain from intervening any further.
Yan Shirtang, useless man.
Ultimately, the skirmish led to the police station, with Yu filing a report. What a fine mess. Yu, this kept man, can't do anything right. Yet he asked the first to call the police. He wished for everyone to suffer equally, opting to involve law enforcement. The situation soon spread online, with Shun Xiaoxi eagerly waiting to consume the unfolding drama. With a charming figure of a melon king nearby, one can savor the delightful fruit at any moment, always a step ahead of the online community, which brings immense joy. Not only is this the case, but additional juicy developments continue to emerge, propelling the distance from love to marriage to the pinnacle of trending charts, bursting forth with unparalleled fervor. Indeed, it seems to explode with fresh excitement daily, consistently reaching new heights. The production team has reaped significant rewards, as have the advertisers. Now, it is not merely the guests who clamor for attendance, but sponsors and advertisers also vie for a spot, though limited slots prevent accommodating them all. Consequently, the focus turns to the observers, and surprisingly, it is not the immensely popular Lu Xingxi who takes precedence, but the emerging star Yan Sherding. The fervor surrounding Sister Melon has always been paramount, drawing numerous advertisers eager to capitalize on her burgeoning commercial value. Yet, skepticism abounds, with some dismissing her rise as mere coincidence and doubting Yan Sherding's capabilities. When human greed surfaces, what fear remains? It is astonishing that the Xi family does not hold Su Hingyue accountable for his actions, a notion that leaves one utterly flabbergasted. Shun Xiaoxi reflects on this, noting that the Xi family regards Su Hingyue's deeds as a matter of settling old debts. This is all in accordance with the wishes of Grandpa Xi, who has no intention of pursuing the matter and should not be contradicted. Su Hingyue has come to regret his decisions, only now realizing that he has deeply fallen for Xi Jianyue. He mistakenly believes he has secured the role of a domineering CEO and laments his choices. Shun Xiaoxi rolls her eyes, questioning Su Hingyue's sanity. His late-blooming affection holds little value. Who would covet such insipid feelings? Chapter 80. The hellbound are the scoundrels, not the victims. Indeed, Su Hingyue's affections lack worth. Xi Jianyue is not one to be swayed by romantic whims. She is rational. Though she once harbored feelings for Su Hingyue, she recognizes that his every action has been steeped in deceit, extinguishing any remnants of affection. Regardless of Su Hingyue's future, she will never harbor feelings for him again. His willingness to orchestrate a grand scheme of revenge for a first love only serves to highlight his flawed worldview. Who can predict what he might do next? Moreover, having been deceived once, the possibility of further betrayal looms large, a burden few can withstand. In conclusion, Xi Jianyue will never again be affected by Su Hingyue, nor will she engage with him. Among the victims, another unfortunate individual is forced into a third-party role. Situ Jingjing expresses her outrage at Gu Lemon's abhorrent behavior, collapsing under the weight of her emotions after compiling everything. Yet, the fault does not lie with her. She finds herself trapped within her own psyche, struggling to escape. The trauma inflicted by her family is indelible, while Gu Lemon's actions have cruelly reopened her deepest wounds, transforming scars into festering sores, impossible to heal. She is in despair, suffering immensely, unable to accept the reality. Gu Lemon is truly the lowest of the low, a complete scoundrel. He has ruined lives, yet addressing his moral decay proves daunting. It is only now that Yan Sherding discovers he did not register his marriage in the small village. It was merely a celebratory banquet. At that time, the villagers believed that such a banquet constituted a marriage, rendering formalities irrelevant, allowing Gu Lemon to exploit the situation. Nevertheless, the child is undeniably his. Suing him for abandonment carries some chance of success. However, the inability to impose severe penalties on him is infuriating. The entire online community rallies to boycott Gu Lemon, reporting all his works, resulting in their removal. In this endeavor, netizens have shown remarkable unity. While Gu Lemon's oeuvre has vanished, unfortunately, Situ Jingjing's work has also been ensnared, some of which were collaborative efforts. Yet, there is no recourse but to boycott all of his projects, ensuring he earns not a single penny again. Gu Lemon's career lies in ruins, a fitting retribution for his actions. He seeks to reconcile with Situ Jingjing, attempting to drain her emotionally, like a leech. Upon seeing him, her emotions surge. She regards him with the intensity of one seeking vengeance for a slain father. As he approaches, she lunges at him, driven by a primal urge to tear him apart. Situ Jingjing, are you mad? Gu Lemon sidesteps, yet he is still startled by her contorted visage. He had not anticipated such a reaction. It is genuinely terrifying. Situ Jingjing appears to be unhinged, though it is not a grave issue. Her behavior resembles that of a lunatic, having previously struck him several times. To Gu Lemon, Situ Jingjing seems deranged. I am mad, and it is you who drove me to this. She screams, you scoundrel. You made me a mistress. I will kill you. Situ Jingjing's hysterical outburst reveals her anguish, attributing her transformation to Gu Lemon's actions. The accompanying psychologist is taken aback by Situ Jingjing's mental state, recognizing that such a trigger can be a potent weapon for exacerbating her condition. Get him away quickly. He must never appear before Miss Situ again. The psychologist finds the situation daunting, as Situ Jingjing's issues are already complex, now further complicated by her deteriorating condition. This man was not invited. He slipped in unnoticed. The production team assigns a bodyguard to Situ Jingjing, who swiftly escorts Gu Lemon away. Afterward, they inform Qin Ingjun of the current situation. Upon hearing this, Qin Ingjun is astonished. Has Situ Jingjing's condition deteriorated to this extent? Situ Jingjing harbors murderous intentions. This is no trivial matter. The impulse is very real. One must commend Lu Xingxi and others for their foresight. While he believes Gu Lemon remains blissfully unaware of the danger, it cannot be allowed that his blood stains another's hands. If fate has any justice, let Gu Lemon meet his end in an accident. Qin Ingjun refrains from discussing the subsequent developments with others, yet for those with a system for gossip, Yan Shitang will surely glean the truth. The scoundrel deserves hell, not the victims. In light of recent events, Qin Ingjun is left apprehensive. He instructs the assistant director to make arrangements, to which the assistant director queries, are we even hiring psychologists now? Yes, please engage a professional, someone capable, not an amateur. Lives are at stake, and carelessness is not an option. Noticing Qin Ingjun's seriousness, the assistant director takes the matter to heart. Indeed, matters of life and death cannot be treated lightly. As a new day dawns, uncertainty looms regarding what challenges lie ahead. Qin Ingjun directs them to go camping, hoping for a pleasant outing. This hardly sounds like a blessing. Few participants in this variety show seem likely to leave with smiles. Even before filming commences, the assembled guests begin to murmur among themselves. Is there truth to the rumors that couples on this show inevitably end in conflict? What century are we in, still clinging to such superstitions? Another woman, adorned in exquisite makeup, scoffs at the notion. It is merely coincidence. Exercise caution and eliminate any evidence, and there shall be no repercussions. They can only blame their own carelessness and failure to negotiate profit distribution. Had they arranged their interests properly, would such chaos have ensued? For Chen Xiaoming, as long as the benefits are equitable, all is well. Her words instill a sense of confidence in the tall woman, recognizing that in this era, feudalism holds no sway. Chen Xiaoming, envious of Yan Shitang's newfound fame, reflects on how just 2 weeks prior she was an unremarkable figure, now transformed into a sensation. The buzz surrounding her is palpable, hinting at substantial financial gain. Had she realized that such a persona could yield such popularity, she would have crafted one herself. Why did she not think of it sooner? Though there remains a lingering void, she hopes to ride the wave of Yan Shitang's popularity for a taste of success. Tomorrow, an examination awaits, leading to a brief hiatus. Chapter 81. The selfish idealist who expects a fixed monthly allowance from her boyfriend. Indeed, it resonates. Upon hearing Chen Xiaoming's remarks, any residual unease vanishes entirely. Surely, such bizarre occurrences cannot be genuine. They must be fabrications, mere figments of imagination. Having begun to doubt the absurdities propagated online, it was only upon being confronted by the camera that one could truly grasp the existence of peculiarities in this world. Welcome to the distance from love to marriage. Today, we embark on a camping adventure. If given the choice to select 7 items for camping, what would you choose? As the director's words settled, the guests commenced their selections. I would bring these few items. Chen Xiaoming chose a camera, a photography gadget, a sunscreen package, a picnic blanket, beverages, sandwiches, and a power bank, primarily focusing on photography. She made her decisions unilaterally, without consulting her male counterpart. We will bring these as well. This pair predominantly chose food. A rather typical camping scenario. We will bring these. A bit of food, some sunscreen, and various camping supplies, ensuring a balanced approach. In truth, the essentials for camping are numerous. Limiting oneself to merely 7 items seems insufficient, remarked Qin Xiaoxi. Her gaze lingered on Qin Xiaoming, who exuded an aura brimming with stories. During the selection process, she seemingly disregarded her boyfriend's opinion, making her choices independently. Yet, her boyfriend said nothing, suggesting a mutual understanding. Let's bring a Doraemon's pocket. Everything you need is in there. Alright, can I bring a urinal bag? If she were to produce a urinal bag, one might wonder how one would respond. You would be unbeatable. Such was Yan Shirtang's assessment. The moment she unveiled the urinal bag, victory was hers. Too much praise. It's merely ordinary. Qin Xiaoxi chuckled behind her hand, envisioning the spectacle of carrying a urinal bag outdoors, feeling quite fashionable. Yan Shirtang was acutely aware of her lumbar disc herniation, which stood out. Woof. Hot pot. Speak up. Why the silence? Why act like a mute? Lu Xingxi cast a disinterested glance at it, and it dared not utter a sound. Alas, it deserved the solitude, being so reserved. Yan Shirtang affectionately patted its head, both fearful and loving. The hot pot nestled against her leg, seeking comfort, yet the caretaker refused. Remaining stern, Qin Xiaoxi watched with great interest, likening them to a family of 3. After receiving a reprimand from its father, the hot pot sought solace from its mother. How adorable. I wonder if online viewers resonate with her sentiments. It's simply delightful. Had she been the one to market her persona, one can only imagine the fortune amassed. Alas, she arrived too late, incurring significant losses. Suddenly, she dared not entertain such thoughts. Qin Xiaoming is undoubtedly a self-serving individual. The collective gaze of the group fell upon Qin Xiaoming, disbelief flickering in their eyes. The unexpected revelation struck like a thunderbolt. Qin Xiaoming? Words failed to articulate the astonishment as the reality dawned. Regret for previous dismissiveness washed over them. Yan Shirtang was not merely adopting a persona. How frightful, strange occurrences truly exist in this world. Qin Xiaoming's countenance drained of color. How could such a reality exist? And why was it Yan Shirtang? The family's relocation funds were entirely claimed by Qin Xiaoming. Her younger siblings received not a penny, now struggling to make ends meet, while she neglected their plight. Qin Xiaoming regarded herself as the eldest. All funds from the relocation should rightfully belong to her, and indeed, she appropriated them all. Those funds were exclusively spent on her desires, arranging everything for her benefit, even undergoing cosmetic surgery to enhance her appearance, until the money was entirely expended. As for her siblings, why should she concern herself with them? A family that failed to benefit her was of no consequence. Her previous boyfriends fared poorly, obligated to provide her a fixed monthly allowance, akin to supporting elderly parents. Yan Shirtang was astounded. Merely a romantic relationship had morphed into a parental dynamic. A rather troubling development. Not only was she shocked, but so were others. Was this a girlfriend and not a mother? Qin Xiaoming's expression darkened. She felt no wrongdoing in her pursuit of a good life, especially materially. Financial satisfaction was a necessity. These notions eluded Yan Shirtang, who merely regarded her as spouting nonsense. Her last boyfriend's family was shattered because of this. Yan Shirtang felt her temples throbbing, her worldview about to be shattered. Qin Xiaoming's former boyfriend hailed from a comfortably well-off family, with material desires easily met until he crossed paths with her, at which point everything changed. She pursued him, drawn by his willingness to spend on her. However, he was a romantic fool. Once ensnared, he remained devoted to her. As he indulged Qin Xiaoming's insatiable greed, her appetite grew ever larger. He resorted to preemptive spending, even taking out loans, with online debts compounding rapidly, turning what was a minor sum into an insurmountable burden. Impossible for an ordinary person to repay. Upon discovering this, Qin Xiaoming promptly discarded him and sought a new partner. The love-struck boyfriend succumbed to depression, while his parents exhausted their savings to alleviate his debts, borrowing from friends and family, ultimately selling their home to settle what they could, with his mother collapsing from exhaustion. And that was merely the beginning. He was later diagnosed with a severe illness. Already burdened by debt, he refused to impose further financial strain on his family, ultimately choosing to end his own life. A series of calamities ensued, and his father, unable to bear the weight, also succumbed. Merely overwhelmed by the responsibilities of his wife's funeral and caring for his depressed son, he sought out Chen Xiaoming, hoping she might assist him in helping his son recover from his depression, but her unkind words drove him away, forcing him to take his son far from her presence. Chapter 82. Marketing romantic personas to attract followers and monetize. Chen Xiaoming was the instigator, her greed leading to the ruin of a family. The boyfriend, too, bore responsibility. Aware of Chen Xiaoming's true nature, yet failing to extricate himself from the situation, becoming increasingly ensnared. After digesting this tale, Yan Shirtang felt a profound sense of reflection. Romantic foolishness is ill-advised. Chen Xiaoming remained unaffected by these events, her life continuing to flourish, which was infuriating. Her provocations had shattered a once harmonious family, yet she exhibited no remorse whatsoever. How could one reach such a state? The disdainful gazes directed at Chen Xiaoming revealed the group's contempt, and yet she remained unperturbed. Feeling the weight of their judgment, Chen Xiaoming detected an increasing distance from the others, her complexion shifting between hues of green and white. She had done nothing wrong. Is it not permissible to desire a better life? Why does everyone react with such aversion? Moreover, she never coerced her boyfriend into providing money. It was all voluntary on his part. Why should she be deemed problematic? With indignation simmering beneath her composed exterior, she wondered if they truly believed themselves to be superior. Chen Xiaoming grasped her boyfriend's hand, choosing a picnic spot further away from the group. If they wished to isolate her, she would demonstrate the true meaning of solitude. Feng Jiping maintained a serious demeanor, acutely aware that Chen Xiaoming carried the weight of a life. Though not directly responsible, she was an indirect perpetrator. Feng Jiping considered himself far from virtuous, yet in comparison to Chen Xiaoming, he felt morally superior. Once filming concluded, he would swiftly sever ties with her. He could not risk becoming the next casualty. His family possessed some wealth, yet it was tightly controlled by his parents, making access difficult. He was not enamored with the notion of being a romantic fool. He simply found Chen Xiaoming's appearance appealing, though now he recognized it as a manufactured beauty. Feng Jiping, please press the shutter button for me, Chen Xiaoming commanded, insisting on capturing her beauty through the front-facing camera. Feng Jiping was reluctant, but did not outright refuse. However, as she continued to issue commands, his patience waned, for he was hungry. How infuriating! This woman has brought such a meager amount of food, hardly sufficient to fill the gaps between her teeth. Meanwhile, glancing at the other groups, they are elegantly displaying their delectable spreads, utterly enticing. Subsequently, Feng Jiping has completely ignored Chen Xiaoming, as if his sole purpose for camping is to indulge in self-photography, unconcerned with anyone else. Whoever wishes to play the role of a mere tool can do so. He certainly has no intention of participating. Chen Xiaoming instinctively frowned. What could Feng Jiping possibly mean by this? It was merely a request for him to assist in taking photographs, yet he responded with disdain. She silenced the microphone and questioned, Feng Jiping, what happened to our agreed-upon plan? Are you considering a last-minute change of heart? The initial plan was to cultivate a persona of romantic affection to attract followers, thereby facilitating monetization through product promotion. Do you believe you are suited for this endeavor? Feng Jiping scoffed, regarding her as a woman consumed by vanity and driven solely by profit. How could one so wretched aspire to have others cater to her whims? The original plan can no longer proceed. If the matter concerning Chen Xiaoming were to be exposed online, would the judges of the internet show her any mercy? Even those who are even remotely associated with her may suffer serious repercussions. It would be wiser to proactively expose her, thereby presenting oneself to the public as a victim, which would undoubtedly garner more attention and admiration. Indeed, this is the course of action that should be taken. Feng Jiping had resolutely decided that this was the most optimal course of action. Chen Xiaoming's complexion turned pale. Was Feng Jiping intending to end their relationship? On what grounds? It is she who should propose the breakup. It is not his place to do so. Very well, you had best not regret it. Chen Xiaoming wore a solemn expression, continuing to take photographs as if the recent turmoil had never occurred. Feng Jiping smirked coldly. He had no regrets whatsoever. Associating with her would only lead to greater remorse. Feng Jiping was not concerned about any actions she might take, for he bore no burden of responsibility for another's life. He was merely a scoundrel, changing women as effortlessly as one changes attire, and these matters were consensual, thus trivial in nature. Could this be described as a public falling out? The topic of emotional abuse persists. Observing everyone's reactions, it appears that no one enjoys interacting with Chen Xiaoming. I share the same sentiment. Her domineering and arrogant demeanor is utterly exasperating. A call to Sister Gua, having boosted sales, could you possibly divulge a hint? Have you all not heard the news? Insiders have already begun to discuss it in the trending topics. Goodness, the speed of our nation is truly remarkable. Every second of delay is a transgression. Hasten to indulge in the trending discussions and behold the pinned hot topics. Then everyone hurriedly established a newly created discussion thread, and the most popular post was about Chen Xiaoming's scandal. Yan Shirtang, intrigued by their chatter, felt a slight temptation to take a look. Yet she was a person of professional integrity and refrained from using her phone during work hours. Unbeknownst to Chen Xiaoming, her actions had already been exposed, as she remained deeply engrossed in her world of photography. Meanwhile, the other two pairs were sharing food with one another, leaving Feng Jiping enviously longing for a taste. Would it be possible for them to share some with him as well? Feng Jiping felt a sense of irritation. Chen Xiaoming had made all the choices without consulting him at all. He gazed at them with longing in his eyes. Shen Xiaoxi remarked, "It seems that Feng Jiping is truly hungry." Yan Shirtang slightly pursed her lips, feeling an urge to laugh, yet refraining from doing so. Suddenly, she found herself feeling a bit sorry for Feng Jiping. What a repulsive woman. The thought that such individuals can continue to exist unscathed fills me with rage, prompting me to curse the heavens profusely. It is truly a disgrace for women. We are not the kind of individuals who merely ask men for financial support. Hence, the notion of being infatuated with love is utterly impractical. Who would dare to be so foolish, risking financial ruin and familial devastation? Chen Xiaoming markets herself as a wealthy and beautiful woman. Does she ever feel remorse for every penny she spends? Given her circumstances, it seems improbable that she would thrive. How is it that fate still permits her to enjoy such a fortunate existence? Indeed, it seems that virtuous lives are often cut short while the wicked endure. I must have been blinded by folly. I have followed her for quite some time, only to discover she feasts on the blood of the innocent. I have resolved to adopt a vegetarian diet for 10 days as penance. Chen Xiaoming, a brand evaluation influencer, harbored this ambition to attract followers. However, her dreams were destined for disappointment, as she faced vehement backlash from netizens, and the brands she collaborated with sought to terminate their agreements and demanded compensation. Unbeknownst to her, her comments section and private messages were inundated with vitriol, while she continued to take exquisite photos, eagerly awaiting to post and gain followers. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. Chapter 83. A unique enthusiast of pica.
Ah?
Is it truly a person with pica that I have encountered? Yan Sherdang was taken aback as she casually searched for a guest, only to discover an enthusiast of pica. At first, she presumed the individual was merely an ordinary aficionado of this peculiar appetite, but the deeper she delved, the more astonished she became. This is not pica, this is perversion. Yan Shirtang exclaimed in shock, unable to contain her disgust. Lu Zi, this deviant. As she uttered those words, the sound of retching arose in a cacophony, relentless and unending. Lu Zi initially exhibited merely an ordinary case of pica, yet his family's refusal to seek treatment allowed his condition to deteriorate progressively, culminating in his current repugnant habit of lurking in restrooms. It is truly revolting, beyond measure. The advertisements online for certain peculiar products are not merely experiments, but rather orders placed by Lu Zi himself. Qi Sisi fainted on the spot. She was aware of Lu Zi's eccentricities, but never did she anticipate that they would reach such a nauseating extreme, challenging her fundamental perceptions of decency. How utterly disgusting. Just the thought of him using that mouth on Qi Sisi caused her to faint. Those around her gasped in surprise, but upon reflection, they deemed her fainting to be quite understandable. After all, Qi Sisi is Lu Zi's girlfriend. It is hard to believe that they have not engaged in intimate acts. Considering the disgusting things he has done, how could she not swoon? Empathizing with her perspective, the mere mention of the name Lu Zi evokes a sense of revulsion. Let alone the thought of engaging in intimate matters with him. It would not be an exaggeration to say he deserved to die on the spot. During this time, he had been harassing individuals of the same sex. Yen Shirtang was at a loss for words to describe Lu Zi, feeling an overwhelming urge to rush down and retch. Upon hearing her mention the harassment of same-sex individuals, the men who had previously been in close proximity to Lu Zi immediately recoiled, fearing they might attract his attention. Lu Zi's expression darkened considerably. Even when Qi Cici fainted in front of him and was taken away by medical personnel, he displayed little reaction. Now, with Yen Shirtang's words, his countenance grew even more sinister. How could she possibly know about such matters? What was her method? Lu Zi was bewildered, profoundly shaken. Yet, was not his own situation similar? Unable to comprehend, Lu Zi felt a surge of fury as he realized how Yen Shirtang had ruined him. Qi Cici suddenly felt unwell. Do you not intend to attend to her? Qin Haoyuan, standing at a distance, spoke up to remind him, primarily wishing to avoid remaining in the same space any longer. It would be best for him to depart. Such a repugnant man, utterly perverse. What if he were to suddenly go mad and force her to comply with his twisted desires? Perhaps such a person truly exists. I am not jesting. One must admit that Qin Haoyuan's imagination is rather expansive, yet his concerns are entirely reasonable, given Lu Zi's actions. Lu Zi cast a frigid glance at Qin Haoyuan, and his expression abruptly shifted, revealing a fleeting glimmer of infatuation. This moment was precisely observed by Qin Haoyuan, leaving him utterly alarmed. Are you unwell? Qin Hao's forehead throbbed with prominent veins. Did Lu Zi truly wish to go mad on the spot? This is simply terrifying, thought Qin Haoyuan. Qin Ningjun, witnessing the sheer panic and fury etched on Qin Haoyuan's face, was equally apprehensive that Lu Zi might actually take some drastic action. The mere thought of such a scenario was too dreadful to contemplate. Thus, hastily replacing him was indeed the prudent choice. Just as he was about to instruct Lu Zi to step away from the spotlight, the latter unexpectedly descended into madness. He truly performed a repugnant act towards Qin Haoyuan, leaving the latter utterly aghast and flustered. Lu Zi, Qin Haoyuan shouted in fury, truly driven to madness. The director's team, sensing the situation had escalated, promptly ordered the bodyguards to intervene. The bodyguards, however, found themselves in a predicament. Lu Zi could consume anything, and they were at risk of losing their own integrity. The air was filled with an intoxicating aroma as Lu Zi gazed at Qin Haoyuan with an expression of utter fascination, clearly entranced. The sounds of retching echoed around them, and Qin Haoyuan felt a surge of anger boiling within him. He longed to confront Lu Zi with a few well-placed punches, but feared becoming ensnared in his chaos, leaving him to stew in indignation. Good heavens, everything I consumed 2 days ago has come back to haunt me, he lamented. What a shocking turn of events. What audacious stunt has Lu Zi pulled this time? One must question the psychological toll on Qin Haoyuan, another voice chimed in. Oh dear Lu Zi, you are indeed outrageous. I cannot wait to witness your next scandalous act. You previously managed to nauseate all the guests. I suspect this time will be no different, someone else remarked. It's no wonder Qi fainted. I would have succumbed to the same fate, another added. Dear friends, hurry. A source has leaked another scandal about Lu Zi, and I'm utterly revolted. I can't eat for 3 days. Yet, despite the disgust, they flocked to consume the latest gossip, and afterward, silence enveloped them. Words failed to describe the level of revulsion they felt. It transcended mere disgust, leaving them bereft of vocabulary to encapsulate Lu Zi's antics. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream began to dwindle. Qin Ningjun was still preoccupied with the Lu Zi situation when the assistant director began to chatter in his ear, the weight of it all becoming overwhelming. On one side was the deviant, on the other, a traitor. He decided to address the deviant first, after some contemplation. He resolved to send Lu Zi for a psychiatric evaluation, as he sensed something was amiss. If no issues were found, he would then transfer him to the police station. As Yen Shirtang had informed him, Lu Zi had a penchant for lurking in restrooms. Surely, he needed to be detained to prevent further victims. As a law-abiding citizen, he could not allow Lu Zi to continue his rampage against the innocent. It was his duty to ensure justice was served. Once he dealt with Lu Zi, he would then turn his attention to the traitor. Qin Ingjun spoke gravely, explaining that this was why they should refrain from broadcasting sensational revelations during the show, as it could adversely affect viewership. However, should any mishaps occur, they would not be held accountable. To his dismay, the very incident he sought to prevent had transpired, indicating a need for a thorough investigation. Who had leaked the information? They had all signed agreements and were expected to uphold their integrity. Qin Ingjun could not allow the situation to spiral out of control. The assistant director complied, initiating a stringent search for the traitor. Ultimately, it was discovered that a new employee had breached protocol. She had filled in for someone else and had not signed the agreement. Clever, yet reckless. This was a one-time offense. With the traitor's affair resolved, the guests remained oblivious. Yan Sherdang, observing the barrage of comments, noted the swift rush of people to gossip, impressed by their speed. She had only just finished partaking in the drama, and now they were already spilling secrets online.
It was quite extraordinary.
Yan Sherdang found herself at a loss, unable to fathom the situation, as it yielded no clarity. Even attempts to probe Shen Xiaoxi had proven fruitless. As Chapter 84 unfolded, the socialite's earnings were funneled into purchasing homes and cars for her current husband's family. Yet, when asked to recount the tale, she found herself tongue-tied. She could not reconcile the situation, believing it to be mere coincidence. Nevertheless, it posed no immediate threat, so perhaps ignorance would suffice. Qin Haoyuan was in a state of shock, still reeling from the earlier upheaval. Chen Xiaoming, somewhat slow to react due to distance, had not clearly heard Lu Zi's remarks. Feng Jiping approached, curiosity piqued. "Brother, what just transpired?" One person fainted, and another seems to have lost their mind. Qi fainting spell was understandable, given Lu Zi's peculiarities. Even Feng Jiping found it utterly repulsive, let alone someone intimately acquainted with him. Naturally, Qin Haoyuan would not divulge the embarrassing details of the earlier incident. He merely mumbled, "Lu Zi has a hidden illness, and it has flared up." In Qin Haoyuan's mind, Lu Zi was simply unhinged, thus his breakdown was to be expected.
"Oh?
You can't be serious," Feng Jiping mused, doubting the story. Could it be that Lu Zi has taken a liking to you? However, he refrained from pressing further, his gaze shifting to their shared meal. "Brother Qin, could you spare a bite? This is dire." The situation was dire indeed. He had never felt such desperation for food. All the blame rested on Chen Xiaoming for focusing only on selecting inconsequential items, leaving him to beg for sustenance. There was still plenty available from their camp, particularly from Qi and Lu Zi's site, which had seen little consumption. Feng Jiping hesitated, the thought of Lu Zi's revolting behavior diminishing his appetite. "I'm not hungry. I would rather lose a couple of pounds than consume anything Lu Zi has touched." The mere idea conjured images too grotesque to bear. Qin Haoyuan also felt nauseated. Now, the act of vomiting seemed to have a contagious effect, leaving him psychologically scarred. "Haoyuan, are you alright?" Gu Yunxian offered him 2 tissues, her expression tinged with disdain. "How pitiful! With such a lack of resilience, how will you ever be my husband?" Unaware of the label of inadequacy Gu Yunxian had already affixed to him, Qin Haoyuan only perceived her kindness. While Qin Haoyuan grappled with his discomfort, Yan Sherdang's voice broke through once more, causing him to look sharply at Gu Yunxian. Had she done something to warrant such concern? He clenched his fists, clinging to a shred of hope that Yan Sherdang's remarks were not dire. However, that glimmer of optimism was perhaps overly optimistic. Gu Yunxuan's mother is a renowned socialite, using her earnings to provide for her second husband's children, a true philanthropist. The second husband is aware of this and even assists her in her endeavors. Gu Yunxian has followed in her mother's footsteps, becoming a well-known socialite herself. The brief revelations left Qin Haoyuan's face contorted in anger. His girlfriend was a notorious socialite? Gu Yunxuan's face flickered with panic before she quickly composed herself, insisting, "That's not true. I'm no longer that person." Yet, Qin Haoyuan could not trust her words. When he had inquired about her first intimate encounter, she had claimed it was an accident. Now, she was being labeled a socialite? His frustration boiled over, the anger festering within him, as Yan Sherdang's words rang painfully true. He might very well be pushed to the brink of a breakdown. What were they thinking? Being a socialite only to support others, how naive. Yan Sherdang pondered, utterly bewildered. Gu Yinchuan's mother had remarried and had 3 sons, living in poverty. One could say they were destitute. The love that led to such a union was evident. After being introduced to the world of socializing, Gu Yinchuan's mother initially concealed her activities from her current husband, but as her business flourished, it became impossible to hide. Upon discovery, her husband was not angry. Instead, he supported her endeavors, even assisting in her business dealings. There was undoubtedly a hint of proclivity for this lifestyle, and Yan Shirtang could hardly suppress her astonishment. Over time, their circumstances improved dramatically, leading to the purchase of a grand mansion and luxury vehicles. The couple could hardly refuse such lucrative offers. Gu Yunxian had witnessed her mother in action, and rather than feeling disgusted, she felt a secret thrill, though she had yet to recognize it. After that encounter, the two began to work together, and their success multiplied, providing lavish homes and cars for her husband's children. It could be said that the family thrived on the fruits of their labor. However, as Gu Yunxian grew older, she gradually withdrew from that life, intending to reform. Qin Haoyuan was her first boyfriend after leaving that world, yet he remained blissfully unaware. Gu Yunxian is no longer a socialite, so Qin Haoyuan's innocence remains intact. Qin Haoyuan pondered whether he should feel grateful that Gu Yunxian had chosen to leave that life behind. The tumultuous emotions roiled within him, as he felt as though he had been toyed with. Feng Jiping looked at him with sympathy. What a good brother. Both of his girlfriends are truly eccentric. He was utterly exasperated. Starting tomorrow, he would abstain from indulgence. Gu Yunxian felt she had moved on from that line of work and believed it unnecessary to dwell on her past. She saw no fault in her choices.
Now,
she simply wished to lead a good life and would never return to that profession. Even though her mother still engaged in it and urged her to continue for a few more years, she firmly declined. Qin Haoyuan was not her ideal partner, yet he was decent enough. Had she not encountered someone better, she might have considered building a future with him.
Disgusting.
Qin Haoyuan wore a look of disdain. Could she really erase the fact that she once was a socialite? And to think they were mother and daughter together. How could such a mother lead her daughter into such a lifestyle? Gu Yunxian grew displeased. Qin Haoyuan, say that again. Indeed, her mother's words rang true. One could not trust what men said in bed. It seemed prudent to reconsider her relationship with Qin Haoyuan. He stared at her, emphasizing each word. You are truly disgusting. Gu Yinchuan's expression darkened as she raised her hand to slap him, but he caught her wrist, thwarting her attempt. It was she who had concealed such a significant truth. Yet she dared to strike him. Qin Haoyuan's anger surged, his temples throbbing. Had it not been for his upbringing, which instructed him never to strike a woman, Gu Yunxian would not have come away unscathed. Chapter 85. A violent clash in the live stream. What is so disgusting? Speak clearly. Is that really so hard to articulate? If it is, drink some water and stop hiding things, treating us like outsiders. The sensation of being tantalized by gossip just out of reach was unbearable, like countless ants gnawing at one's insides. Qin Haoyuan, release me. Gu Yunxian felt she had misjudged him. She once thought him worthy of trust. Yet he proved her mistaken. Qin Haoyuan forcefully let go of her hand, grabbing a wet tissue to wipe himself, feeling utterly repulsed. The mere thought of Gu Yunxian entertaining numerous clients reignited his anger. Qin Haoyuan. Gu Yunxian screamed, bewildered by his disdain. Did he find her filthy? Why hadn't he thought of that when he was atop her? Her face flushed with fury. She could no longer tolerate his actions. Qin Haoyuan winced at the sharpness of her voice. His eardrums pained, as were the others, particularly those wearing headphones, whose senses were nearly overwhelmed. Miss Gu, your lung capacity is impressive, Shin Xiaoxi commented dryly, though her heart raced. It's quite alarming. In a display of high emotional intelligence, she noted Gu Yunxian's impressive lung capacity. Conversely, someone with low emotional intelligence might consider her merely hysterical. Yan Shirtang pressed her lips together, stifling a smile. Still startled by the earlier outburst. Where are the medical staff from the director's team? It seems Qin Haoyuan is about to spit blood. Qin Haoyuan had already been on the verge of it. Upon hearing Yan Shirtang's words, he could no longer contain himself, a mouthful of metallic blood surging forth. Gu Yunxian was taken aback by his condition. How could he be so weak? With such a feeble constitution, he dared to look down on her? Qin Haoyuan noticed her disdainful gaze, and his anger flared again, causing him to spew another mouthful of blood. How dare she look down upon him? Qin Ingjun quickly directed the medical personnel to carry Qin Haoyuan away. Sharing the same surname, he felt a twinge of sympathy for him. One could say he wore a green hat and was now spitting blood out of anger. A truly unfortunate fate. Feng Jipeng stood by, dumbfounded. His friend truly was spitting blood, which was somewhat terrifying. Yet, reflecting on it, it seemed entirely reasonable. Who would have guessed his girlfriend was a notorious socialite? Even going so far as to buy homes and cars for her stepbrother and stepfather, she was indeed a charitable soul. He too suffered. His girlfriend bore the weight of a life lost. Although he could not bring her to justice, she was indirectly responsible for the tragedy, making her an accomplice in a sense. Chen Xiaoming found herself unable to focus on her photography amidst the chaos. Initially, it was her own scandal that was revealed, followed by another couple, and now it was Gu Yunxian. Nobody was spared. One had to admit, Yan Shirtang was quite capable. Chen Xiaoming looked down on Gu Yunxian with disdain. She was genuinely in a relationship with someone, while the latter was merely a socialite. There was a significant difference. Gu Yunxian was already agitated by Qin Haoyuan's actions, feeling he was useless and had no right to judge her. Now, seeing Chen Xiaoming regard her with such scorn only fueled her anger further. How dare Chen Xiaoming, who had caused another S family to fall apart, look down on her? If she had direct evidence, she could report Chen Xiaoming and have her imprisoned. Both were looking down upon each other, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. Everyone watched the scene, wondering if the two would suddenly come to blows. In the next instant, the anxiety dissipated as the feared confrontation unfolded. Gu Yunxian struck first, her chest filled with pent-up rage, further provoked by Chen Xiaoming. Could she maintain her composure? The answer was no. She could not endure. Overcome by impulse, she lost control and launched herself at Chen Xiaoming. The latter was caught off guard by a slap and quickly found her hair seized. On what grounds do you look down on me? Do you even have the right? Gu Yunxian asked coldly. Who was Chen Xiaoming to hold such contempt for her? With a swift motion, Chen Xiaoming not only clawed at Gu Yunxian's face, but also yanked on her hair, as if to tear her scalp from her head. So what if I look down on you? You, a socialite, expect respect? How much do you charge for a night? How many clients do you take each evening? How shameless can you be? Chen Xiaoming screeched, her voice filled with venom. It all began with her exposing Gu Yunxian's secrets. Gu Yunxian's face, already marred by Chen Xiaoming's assaults, turned even more ghastly upon hearing her secrets laid bare.
How dare you speak of me?
You, a murderer! Gu Yunxian's voice was equally piercing, shocking the audience anew. My goodness! I never expected these two scandals to be so intertwined. They truly deserve each other. Who knows? They might even end up as cellmates. How disgusting. How can these two continue to exist in this world? Why hasn't heaven taken them both? The barrage of comments flooded the screen, overwhelming viewers. Yet, key phrases were not lost on Yan Shirtang, who acted swiftly. Upon hearing Gu Yunxian and Chen Xiaoming's revelations, she promptly reported them to the authorities. While reporting might not bring consequences for Chen Xiaoming, it certainly could for Gu Yunxian. Engaging in prostitution, if discovered, would lead to repercussions. Chapter 86. The Disobedient Hot Pot. It won to be invited again, regardless of whether Gu Yunxian had truly reformed. Her past actions warranted punishment, provided evidence was irrefutable. Moreover, even if Gu Yunxian had turned over a new leaf, her mother had not. Should that come to light, her mother would be the first to face incarceration. Gu Yunxian, you vile creature. What nonsense are you spouting? Clarify this at once. I am not a murderer. Chen Xiaoming exclaimed in fury. Gu Yunxian had branded her a murderer in front of everyone. The implications of being labeled a murderer were severe. This was a criminal matter. How could Gu Yunxian be so ruthless, attempting to ruin her? The best way to annihilate a woman's reputation is through slander. Gu Yunxian's accusations were blatant fabrications. She had not taken a life. As for her ex-boyfriend's mother, it was due to financial woes that she had taken her own life. A matter wholly unrelated to Gu Yunxian. And she had previously discussed financial matters with her partner. At that time, the male counterpart did not refuse. They naturally came together. Eventually, when funds ran low, he was reluctant to let go. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for her overwhelming charm, which captivated him to the point of not wanting to part ways. However, her resolve to break up had already been firmly established, an indisputable fact that nothing could alter. She paid little attention to subsequent developments, only vaguely aware of some details. It was the father of her former partner who sought her out, earnestly imploring her to refrain from making the situation so unseemly. Since she had already ended the relationship, further harassment would be inappropriate. Out of respect, she chose not to involve the authorities, but should he persist in his indiscretions, she would not be so lenient. It was absurd that, having shown restraint, she was now being accused of being a murderer. In Chen Xiaoming's heart, she believed she was in the right, convinced that she had acted commendably. Who could claim she was not a killer? Had it not been for her vanity, demanding a substantial monthly allowance from her partner, would her ex have taken out a loan for her? If not for her, would his mother have faced such despair? Gu Yunxian became increasingly indignant, arguing that if it were not for Chen Xiaoming, the other's mother would not have feared adding to the family burden and ultimately resorted to suicide, thus branding Chen Xiaoming as a murderer. What does that have to do with me? Chen Xiaoming denied. You vile wretch, clearly like mother, like daughter. Have the rates for serving clients gone up for you and your mother? You shameless harlot, how dare you defame me? You're nothing but a woman of easy virtue, willing to lay with anyone for money, lacking any sense of shame. Were I in your position, I would have long since thrown myself against the wall, rather than shamelessly share men with my mother. Ah! How dare you speak so recklessly? Today I shall tear your mouth apart. Gu Yunxian could not contain herself. If she did not silence Chen Xiaoming today, she would bear the same surname. Feng Jipeng observed the scene with keen interest. These women fought fiercely. Though they appeared less brutal, the pain inflicted was undoubtedly severe. With such long nails, the scratches would be excruciating, aimed specifically at marring each other's beauty. The hair pulling was equally forceful. If it were a wig, it would surely come off. Damn, these two are getting angrier by the minute. I really want to step in and give them a couple of punches. We should call the police to arrest them. Scum like this deserves to rot in prison for life. This world has truly become a spectacle beyond imagination. It's utterly disgusting. Who will bring them to justice? Let them fight, strike with all their might. The best outcome would be for them both to perish, saving resources. The production team received a call from the police, and Qin Ningjun had no time to address the ongoing brawl. Ultimately, it was the assistant director who ordered the bodyguards to intervene before someone ended up in the hospital. The live broadcast had to be interrupted. It was yet another day of complete failure. Furthermore, they would soon have to liaise with the police, which was a headache. This farce came to an end. Yan Sherdang had not anticipated that they would brawl on the spot. This seemed to make up for the earlier scuffle between Xin Yue and Yu Lili, which she had missed but heard about. She was drawn into the chaos, indeed fierce. Now that the live stream was cut, the audience could not witness the astonishment and fury radiating from Xin Xiaoxi. It was utterly insane, truly insane. My heavens, doesn't it feel terrifying, Tang Dang? Xin Xiaoxi inquired, genuinely believing they had lost their minds, viciously tearing into one another without mercy. What was even more comical was Feng Jipeng, who stood by, fully embracing the role of a spectator. Yan Shirting nodded slightly. Indeed, their fighting spirit was formidable, a sight she had never witnessed before. Previously, she had only seen middle-aged women argue, who dared not escalate beyond harsh words for fear of being taken advantage of. But these two young women were different, brimming with bravado, launching into physical confrontation without hesitation, only to unleash a torrent of insults once engaged. Yan Shirtang had not anticipated how well they understood each other as grievances. Woof, woof. The hot pot called, breaking her train of thought. The hot pot could no longer bear the sight. It was utterly revolting, showing no sign of remorse. Throwing up. Shun Xiaoxi frowned, noting the increasing number of absurd individuals she encountered. Yan Shirtang gently patted the hot pot's little head. It was a dog of justice, naturally unable to tolerate such behavior. The police arrived. Ultimately, wrongdoers would face justice. Lu Xingxi's voice was low and resonant, exuding an unexplainable authority that made Yan Shirtang momentarily pause to admire his handsome face. finding herself believing in his words. Ultimately, wrongdoers would face justice, wouldn't they? What Lu said is true. Wrongdoers will face their reckoning. Shen Xiaoxi wholeheartedly agreed, convinced that their rightful punishment awaited them and none would escape. Tang, let us go see how they are apprehended. Shen Xiaoxi grasped Yan Sherdang's arm. As the sound of sirens approached, undoubtedly signaling the arrest of Chen Xiaomeng and Gu Yunxian. They had to witness this. Missing out would be a significant loss. Yan Sherdang did not refuse. Although it was work hours, the interruption of the live stream and the issues faced by the guests made continuation impossible. So they would end their day early. With nothing else to do, they decided to witness the apprehension. Lu Xingxi followed closely behind, prompting Yan Sherdang to wonder why he felt compelled to join. What other reason could there be? It's because you are here, Shen Xiaoxi replied, as the hot pot happily trailed behind Yan Sherdang, leaving its owner behind. This hot pot is becoming increasingly disobedient. I must find a way to keep it in line, lest it cling to Yan Sherdang all day. Next time, I want to bring it along. Chapter 87. You cannot deceive me. What harm could this do to you? The hot pot howled. Its owner was unashamedly jealous, daring to challenge it. Humph. The bond it had with Yan Sherdang was for whom? How could it even contemplate being cast aside? This family would surely fall apart without it. Lu Xingxi, understanding its thoughts, promptly sent it away. The police took Chen Xiaomeng and Gu Yunxian into custody, and seeing them disheveled and pale, the crowd felt a sense of vindication. Serves them right. Such individuals deserve to languish in prison. The police acted swiftly. Gu Yunxuan's mother was soon apprehended, and they even uncovered a brothel. It turned out that a man who wore a green hat, seeking to earn more, had joined an organization dedicated to providing such services through referrals. With Gu's mother captured, the man was also interrogated and, unable to withstand the pressure, revealed the sources of his dealings. This news spread, causing widespread celebration. The abhorrence towards prostitution and solicitation had always been strong, and the potential for darker dealings, such as drug trafficking or human trafficking, made the situation even more detestable. Gu Yunxian had never imagined that her brief television appearance would entangle her in such a web of issues. She might face only a short detention and a fine. But her stepfather would not be so fortunate. As for her mother, she was unaware of the many complexities involved. Regret washed over her. Had she not participated in that variety show, would such consequences have arisen? In a state of desperation, Gu Yunxian sought out Qin Haoyuan, knowing he was unreliable yet feeling he was her only option. Given their romantic history, she hoped he would not be so heartless as to sever ties completely. However, when she arrived, she was met with refusal. Qin Haoyuan was in his hospital room, having instructed the front desk to turn away anyone named Gu Yunxian without exception. While the front desk would not forcibly remove her, they would provide no information regarding the patient. Gu Yunxian, having been denied entry, could not contain her frustration and decided to call him, ready to unleash her wrath. Did he genuinely care for her? Was he truly so cold-hearted? She merely engaged in that line of work, a mutual agreement without theft or robbery. Why can't there be a little more tolerance? Gu Yushuan was infuriated, unable to comprehend why Qin Haoyuan clung to her past. Even if Qin Haoyuan's family had a bit of money, they were not from a prestigious scholarly lineage. So, what was the significance of his concern? Yet, in her current state, Gu Yushuan found herself in desperate need of Qin Haoyuan. Lacking any support, she reminisced about his kindness and desired to continue their life together. It is human nature to remember those who have treated us well when we find ourselves in dire circumstances. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. Qin Haoyuan refused to see Gu Yushuan, denying her the chance for regret. Not only that, he published a lengthy post denouncing her misdeeds. Although he was a step behind the police, his actions undoubtedly exacerbated the situation, casting Gu Yushuan as a pariah in the eyes of the public. Meanwhile, Qin Haoyuan attracted a wave of supporters who rallied to his defense, placing him at the center of controversy. As for Chen Xiaomeng, her culpability was murky. Her actions were merely a catalyst for a suicide. It was akin to online bullying, where the victim succumbs to pressure from relentless harassment. Ultimately, the resolution was merely a call to refrain from cyberbullying, with the unseen perpetrators escaping any punishment. However, upon further investigation, Chen Xiaoming found herself implicated in other matters that could lead to imprisonment, including extortion for a substantial sum from her boyfriend. Chen Xiaoming was destined for reform through labor, and her actions would yield consequences. She never anticipated her situation would escalate to this point. Her initial intention had been to ride the coattails of a popular show to gain attention, yet she unwittingly paved her way to prison. Regret consumed Chen Xiaoming. If only she had not so fervently believed the rumors about Yan Shirtang being a charlatan and had instead trusted the truth. Perhaps things would not have devolved in this manner. Alas, there are no remedies for regret, nor powers to turn back time. She could only return to her sewing machine. Congratulations, host, on successfully performing a good deed today. The voice of the system suddenly resonated, leaving Yan Shirtang momentarily bewildered. A good deed? Due to the host inadvertently assisting the police in dismantling a brothel, this is indeed a fortuitous event for the host. Accumulating a certain number of good deeds will unlock new skills related to gossiping.
Me?
Yan Shirtang inquired, bewildered as to how she had aided the police in such a way. The system fell silent, taken aback by her quick wit. It was merely an unintentional act of assistance. How was it unintentional? Yan Shirtang pressed, determined to uncover the truth. The answer seemed to be within her grasp. She continued her inquiry. The system trembled, taken aback by her assertiveness. It was a collective effort, which rendered it unintentional. And you also benefited from the fortune of a fateful individual. Such reasoning lacked substance and was utterly unconvincing. Yan Shirtang remained skeptical, dismissing the explanation as absurd.
Oh.
You can keep concocting tales. Perhaps one day you'll earn a role as a screenwriter, and we shall see what ludicrous plots you can come up with. Yan Shirtang chuckled, recognizing the system's tendency to fabricate. The system, feeling cornered, lamented its inability to deceive her. I am simply an innocent gossip system. What advantage would I gain from lying? The system pleaded earnestly, urging her to believe it lest points be deducted. You cannot fool me. Surely it must be detrimental to you. Yan Shirtang asserted, leaving the system astounded. The host can deduce this too. How troublesome. Should she uncover the truth regarding the gossip, it would incur point deductions for the system, hindering its ability to achieve a top rank and delaying its next evaluation until a new host could participate. The current hostess' demise would mark the end of its tenure. You cannot refute my claims. That is not true. I am merely an uninformed gossip system.
Oh.
You claim ignorance, yet you hold secrets of countless individuals. The system had the audacity to feign ignorance despite possessing knowledge that surpassed others. Is there not an old saying? There are heavens beyond heavens, and there are people beyond people. Wake up, you are not human. The system felt chastised, rendered speechless. Chapter 88. Words are as encrypted messages. Nearly impossible to articulate. Host, your words have offended me. The system lamented pitifully. It is not my desire to be anything but human. I have no choice. I apologize for offending you. I forgive you, host. You should seek to harness the fortune of the fateful individual and strive to unlock new gossiping skills. Understood. You repeat that mantra daily. Yan Shirtang grew increasingly suspicious of the system's intentions, sensing that it was not merely about riding on a stroke of luck. However, without evidence, she was aware that the system had deceived her. Those who indulged in gossip had a tangible connection to her. She remained curious about how this information had leaked. Perhaps it was a shared consciousness? The gossip she consumed connecting to their minds? Yan Shirtang felt this was a plausible explanation and chose not to entertain other possibilities for the time being. Tang, you've been furrowing your brow for 10 minutes. Are you facing a dilemma? Shen Xiaoxi gently tapped her shoulder, having observed her for quite some time without her noticing. I'm contemplating a rather peculiar question. What question? Yan Shirtang replied. Ugh. It's as indecipherable as an encrypted message.
Huh?
Was Yan Shirtang speaking to her? She couldn't hear her. I asked which came first, the chicken or the egg. Yan Shirtang asked in frustration, originally intending to inquire how they had gleaned gossip from her. However, that question felt impossible to articulate. All words were encrypted. She felt exhausted, unable to express herself at all. Whether it was the system's behavior or the inherent nature of the situation, she could not tell. The system protested, "This is a grave injustice. I lack such capabilities. It is the nature of this world that prevents such occurrences, not my doing." Unfortunately, Yen Shirtang did not question it further, instead growing skeptical. You've been frowning for 10 minutes over this question? Shen Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow, doubting the reliability of her claim. Who would even ask such a question? You're asking it right now, aren't you? With no clues to guide her. Shen Xiaoxi was unable to decipher what Yen Shirtang wished to ask, feeling helpless. What a profound philosophical question. I feel like an illiterate. You should consult someone knowledgeable. Perhaps Lu Shenshi. Forget it. It felt odd to suggest discussing such matters with Lu Xingxi, and the whole situation seemed rather absurd.
I am tired.
Let's just end it. Shen Xiaoxi opened her mouth. The egg came before the chicken. She searched for answers online, citing Darwin's on the origin of species, explaining that all organisms evolved through genetic mutations, natural selection, and reproductive isolation. Subsequently, through these processes, the initial organisms diversified into several branches, eventually leading to the emergence of distinct species capable of hybridization, thus forming new species. Therefore, the existence of organisms precedes the emergence of eggs. The Chinese Academy of Sciences has relevant research data and papers, but it's too lengthy for me to comprehend. I'll send you the link. You can read it yourself. Shen Xiaoxi felt overwhelmed, as if she were deciphering a foreign language, completely bewildered. Serious Shen Xiaoxi was at her wit's end. Before bed, one must thoroughly study, ensuring a peaceful slumber. Yen Shirtang mused that perusing such material before sleep would guarantee a more restful night. Shen Xiaoxi gave her a thumbs up, affirming her brilliance. Thus, Lu Xingxi cast several glances in her direction, sensing something peculiar about her but unable to pinpoint the source of his unease.
Woof.
The hot pot dog barked twice, tethered to Lu Xingxi's side, feeling utterly dejected. Lying on the floor was uncomfortable. It preferred resting on Yen Shirtang's lap, soft and delightful. Lu Xingxi glanced down at it, irritated by its incessant barking, showing no regard for others, only seeking to bother them. What kind of dog behaved like this? The hot pot dog felt incredibly wronged. It wished to lie on the beautiful lady's lap, yet was denied that comfort. Why was that? Why was he so domineering? Even when warned against such behavior, it defiantly persisted. The hot pot dog had a rebellious spirit. It wanted to play with Yen Shirtang. What of it? If Lu Xingxi had the ability, he would have expelled it from the observation room. Otherwise, it would remain glued to Yen Shirtang's side. However, today, Yen Shirtang was preoccupied with other matters and paid little attention to the hot pot dog. The dog lamented its misplaced affections. Surely, its owner must have spoken ill of it behind its back. Otherwise, why would the beauty ignore it? Sensing danger, the hot pot dog refrained from barking again. It contemplated confronting its owner but only dared to think so. Taking action seemed impossible. Today, they were to fulfill their wish list. Guests were invited to jot down their aspirations on a small board, after which they would collectively strive to realize them. Qi Ningjun had initially desired to go camping, given the previous day's camping mishap that had spiraled into chaos, culminating in the involvement of a bodyguard. However, he reconsidered and resolved to create a wish list instead, planning to return to camping later. He was quite the clever little rascal. The pairs of guests exchanged glances and complied with the director's instructions. They wondered when Yen Shirtang would make her move. Some individuals simply wouldn't grasp the urgency until a crisis unfolded. Yen Shirtang pondered how the information had been leaked, beginning to indulge in gossip. Lin Huayan harbors a hidden penchant for older, mature women. He fancies himself as Chow Chow. The person called out stiffened, eyes wide with shock and confusion. Lin Huayan, overwhelmed, began to falter. His girlfriend, Su Feifei, grasped his hand, seemingly oblivious to the announcement. Those around them exchanged peculiar glances.
Did Su Feifei genuinely harbor no doubt?
Was she somehow capable of tolerating such revelations? Lin Huayan is truly hungry. He seems to devour everything in sight. While ignoring his beautiful girlfriend, he shamelessly pursues Aunt Wang from next door. Yen Shirtang was astonished. Was Lin Huayan a mama's boy? As she indulged in the gossip, she neglected to pay attention to the unfolding drama. Can it be true? Even Li Ani from downstairs has been involved. As well as his superior, her child is about to take the high school entrance exam. Lin Huayan has seduced her into an affair. Not only those individuals, but also several women from his past, such as the school principal and a domineering manager from his early career, shared a common trait. They were all significantly older, either divorced or married but separated. Not merely a chow-chow figure, Lin Huaiyan also exhibited a fixation on maternal figures. This revelation was indeed explosive. After finishing her snack, Yen Shirtang fell silent, noticing that everyone around her had also quieted. Their silence suggested they had absorbed the news. The pressing question remained, how did they all come to learn of this? Was it truly collective gossip? Or had she merely consumed the news and immediately appeared before them? Or perhaps the gossip had entered a shared mode. Yen Shirtang was bewildered. She was unaware of how they had gleaned this information. Yet it was clear they had all partaken in the same revelation. Lin Huaiyan. Su Feifei was furious. Lin Huaiyan had insulted her. She had believed he respected her by refraining from intimacy before marriage, which had moved her to be even kinder to him. Yet, it was not respect but rather an affront. Su Feifei, possessing her own charm and an alluring figure, had numerous admirers. Yet she had chosen to be Lin Huaiyan's girlfriend. What a farce it had turned out to be. Lin Huaiyan was drenched in sweat, his secrets laid bare for all to see. He wished he could dig a hole and hide. Why was it so wrong for him to be attracted to older women? Why did everyone cast judgment upon him? His family and friends alike failed to understand how wonderful they were. These women retained their allure, were virtuous, and knew how to care for others. He was pampered to the extent that all he needed to contribute was his body. Was that not satisfactory? As for Su Feifei, Lin Huaiyan held no affection for her. Had it not been for his family's pressure, he would not have considered a relationship at all. Indeed, Su Feifei served as a mere fade to appease his family. As long as her identity remained intact, his family would not scrutinize him, granting him the freedom to pursue whomever he wished, provided he concealed it from Su Feifei. Moreover, she was easy to placate. A few sweet words sufficed. I shall strike you down, you wretched cucumber. Su Feifei lifted a small blackboard and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Lin Huaiyan, unable to suppress her fury. How could a despicable cucumber dare to bully her and place a green hat upon her? This was intolerable. Lin Huaiyan cried out in pain, Su Feifei, please calm down. With a weapon in her hands, he could only scurry about in avoidance. He, too, had a mischievous streak, deliberately seeking refuge among other couples to provoke Su Feifei into accidentally striking someone else, thus inviting reprimand. Little did he realize this only served to incite further ire toward him. Lin Huaiyan, are you even a man? Liang Senfeng expressed his dissatisfaction, incredulous that he would run toward them, causing them to be struck. What does it matter to me? The debt is owed to Su Feifei. So, take it up with her. Lin Huaiyan shamelessly retorted, blame Su Feifei. If you don't help me stop her, you shall also face her wrath. The group erupted into laughter, exasperated by his lack of responsibility. They felt sympathy for Su Feifei, burdened with such a man. Su Kunz intervened, Miss Su, don't exhaust yourself. It's not worth it. The physical strength of men and women differs. Lin Huaiyan's continual evasion would ultimately wear Su Feifei down. Were he to retaliate, she would not stand a chance. Yet with the others present, Lin Huaiyan dared not strike Su Feifei. They would not tolerate it.
Su Feifei, determined.
Her cheeks flushed, whether from anger or exertion. It was mostly the former. Wretched cucumber? Where is my informant? Quick, bring forth the gossip. My informant has been captured. We have no one left. Help, observers. Gossip Queen Shin Xiaoxi and Lu Shen, someone, tell us what kind of wretched cucumber Lin Huaiyan truly is. Dear observers, we know you can see us, and since there's a comment feature, please enlighten us, the gossiping masses. We can't wait. We want our gossip hot. Kind souls, please share. Lin Huaiyan's private life was rather chaotic and difficult to comprehend. Shen Xiaoxi remarked, I can only say this much. Any more would be inappropriate. Yet her statement was akin to saying nothing at all, as everyone knew he led a tumultuous private life. Lin Huaiyan was indeed fond of mature women. Yen Shirtang paused momentarily upon uttering this, allowing the implication to sink in. Lu Xingxi commented, ant level. With such overt suggestions, Lin Huaiyan's scandal gradually came to light. I understand. He has a fondness for mature women of his aunt's generation, which implies that Lin Huayan is attracted to older individuals, suggesting a possible Oedipus complex. I concur with the previous comment. Many individuals possess peculiar preferences to varying degrees. It is simply surprising to learn that Lin Huayan has a penchant for this type. What about Su Feifei? Boldly contemplating, one might consider that women of such an age could be married and possess families. Would Lin Huayan not be aware of the intricate dynamics at play? It is indeed plausible. He revels in being a scoundrel. Su Feifei is truly unfortunate. Being the girlfriend of such a rogue, her head adorned with a lush green meadow of misfortune. Observers have nearly deduced the situation, and they will certainly refrain from further insinuations. It seems that the complete truth will only emerge once they depart. In this era of rapid internet development, information spreads with remarkable speed. A scandal can quickly escalate from 1 to 10, then to 100, and eventually to thousands. Su Feifei decided to leave without recording anything. Given Lin Huayan's actions, Su Feifei was no longer inclined to fulfill their couple's wish list. Her tolerance had already reached its limit, and she would not physically tolerate his disgraceful behavior any longer. Yet, she would ensure that Lin Huayan faced the consequences. Chapter 90. A Fateful Bond. The Grudge of Filicide. Yan Sherdang resolved to reach out to all those individuals she was acquainted with, determined to ensure that Lin Huayan's deeds would be brought to light for all to see. Upon contemplating the neighbor, Aunt Wang, Su Feifei felt an overwhelming surge of resentment. No wonder Aunt Wang was always present whenever she visited Lin Huayan. It appeared that an illicit connection had been forged. She claimed that Lin Huayan resembled her son, who worked in another city, and that she simply felt pity for him living alone, hence her inclination to offer him additional care. How utterly scandalous. Su Feifei bore a countenance of coldness. Old Wang was not a man to be trifled with. Should he discover that his wife had clandestinely engaged with a young neighbor, he would undoubtedly not let the matter rest. Lin Huayan remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, contemplating a gentle approach to persuade Su Feifei for an amicable separation. To his astonishment, she left without a word, neglecting even to gather her belongings. Lin Huayan found himself perplexed. Uncertain whether Su Feifei had headed to his residence or sought refuge elsewhere, his heart racing with anxiety. The once manageable Su Feifei had become exceedingly difficult to control. He could only send her a message, attempting to negotiate with kindness, offering compensation, pleading for her not to act impulsively. Indeed, Lin Huayan was now in a state of panic. The truth had come to light without any forewarning. How could he possibly remain calm? Thus, he could only silently pray, hoping that Su Feifei would not escalate the situation into something utterly embarrassing. But was that even a possibility? He dared to act in such a manner and should have anticipated the consequences that would arise once the truth came to light. It is far too late for him to panic now. Lin Huayan is currently in a state of distress, and upon seeing his messages, Su Feifei understands the source of his anxiety. The more frantic he becomes, the more she feels compelled to instill complete turmoil within him. Dare to act yet unwilling to acknowledge the repercussions? Such fortunate occurrences are rare. However, upon witnessing the new update from Su Feifei, Lin Huayan's heart sank completely.
Su Feifei truly shows no mercy whatsoever.
The veins on Lin Huayan's forehead throbbed ominously. It was over. He was truly finished. At that time, countless individuals would undoubtedly seek to behold Lin Huayan's grotesque visage, and he would be treated like a rat scurrying through the streets, reviled by all. A chill settled in the space between his brows. He did not wish for this fate, yet how could he possibly avert such a course of events? There is simply no way to prevent it. He can only allow the other party to act as they please. Some choose not to believe, yet many more opt to have faith.
Why is that?
Su Feifei's gaze was slightly frosty, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of foolishness for not noticing the obvious. Upon reflection, Lin Huayan's intentions were glaringly evident. Indeed, love often renders one devoid of intelligence. Su Feifei tapped her head, vowing that she would never again allow love to take precedence, resolutely rejecting the folly of infatuation. Yan Sherdang raised her brows slightly, refraining from immediately searching for the next piece of gossip. She had come to the realization that whenever she indulged in such revelations, they would somehow also be consumed by others. The very nature of her arrival and the binding of the gossip system was already difficult to elucidate. Now, the fact that everyone else could partake in the same gossip seemed rather unsurprising. At least in the case of Yen Sherdang, this holds true. After all, there exists a certain enchantment within her. When events transpire that defy scientific explanation, it does not evoke any sense of peculiarity. Yen Sherdang lightly tapped the surface of the table. Nothing can remain concealed forever. She had preemptively revealed the truth, as if she were ridding the world of its afflictions. At times, her actions, though bordering on legal transgressions, could be deemed altruistic. Thus, when the secrets of others were exposed, Yen Sherdang felt no burden. She bore no weight of guilt. It was those with a guilty conscience who felt encumbered. Due to her incessant tension, Lu Jimin often faltered. When Liang Senfeng touched her hand, it felt like ice, and he softly inquired, "Minmin, what troubles you?" At that moment, Liang Senfeng harbored no suspicions elsewhere. His concern for Lu Jimin was palpable. The weight of his worry heightened her nerves to a precarious level, leaving her feeling dizzy and disoriented. "No, it's nothing," she reassured herself, her palms clammy with sweat. She wished to remain inconspicuous, yearning for a tranquil passage through the time that lay ahead. Persevere. As long as she can endure until the recording concludes today, she will find an excuse to cease the remaining sessions. It is certainly achievable. Lu Jimin thought innocently, unaware that such behavior only drew more attention. Her frequent mistakes had become glaringly obvious, and everyone was watching her. Yen Sherdang searched for information about her and gasped in astonishment. Lu Jimin was once involved in telecommunications fraud. 3 years ago, Lu Jimin had not changed her profession. She was a telecommunications fraudster linked to foreign entities. She had deceived more than a dozen individuals, some of whom had even been lured abroad and suffered grievously. Although she has since renounced her former life, the crimes of her past remain indelible. Beads of sweat trickled down Lu Jimin's forehead, and she was still discovered. She believed this matter could be concealed for a lifetime. Had it not been for her insatiable greed for this surge of attention, Lu Jimin thought her past deeds would have stayed hidden. She felt an intense hatred. Why does Yen Sherdang possess such extraordinary abilities? She is nothing short of a demon. Liang Senfeng felt his entire body tense. Surely, he had not misheard? Your girlfriend is a telecommunications fraudster? Lu Jimin. Liang Senfeng gritted his teeth, for he harbored an intense loathing for telecommunication fraudsters. In his youth, his family had fallen victim to such a scam, which led to his father's unbearable anguish and subsequent suicide. Little did he expect that, upon reaching adulthood, he would find himself entangled in a relationship with a telecommunication fraudster. A truly tragic fate. Lu Jimin felt a chilling sensation in her heart, fully aware of Liang Senfeng's deep-seated disdain for these criminals. Even more devastating were Yen Sherdang's subsequent words, which ignited a furious blaze in Liang Senfeng's eyes, making him wish he could devour Lu Jimin whole. The telecommunications fraud team to which Lu Jimin belongs is indeed the very same team that deceived Liang Senfeng's father. This is truly a twisted fate, an utterly malevolent connection. The veins on Liang Senfeng's forehead throbbed intensely, his eyes bloodshot with rage, as he gazed at Lu Jimin with a gaze brimming with hatred. The vendetta for his father's death. Both I and the onlookers were utterly astonished. Chapter 91. We now reside in a society governed by the rule of law, where matters are entrusted to legal adjudication. Upon hearing such news, Qin Ingjun felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could it be yet another criminal? Could it be that a dating reality show is about to transform into a legal-themed program? Setting that aside, Qin Ingjun promptly contacted the authorities. A telecom fraudster. This is indeed a significant matter. Currently, numerous telecommunications fraudsters operate, yet it proves exceedingly challenging to ascertain their whereabouts. Many are situated abroad, but there are also those within the country, and some even act as intermediaries. Lu Jimin is not merely an intermediary, she is a perpetrator of fraud. Having deceived numerous individuals, the fury within Liang Senfeng surged to its zenith, for Lu Jimin was acutely aware of his profound disdain for fraudsters. And she knew all too well that his father had succumbed to the pressures of fraud. Yet, she had the audacity to feign ignorance and remain in his presence. Liang Sunfeng clenched his fists and abruptly struck the side, his palpable rage instilling terror in those nearby. Lu Jiamin gasped. For Liang Sunfeng was a man who frequently engaged in physical training. One could hardly underestimate the strength of someone who regularly lifts weights. If his fist were to strike me, I would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Liang Sunfeng, do not act impulsively. Lu Jiamin's voice pierced through the air, terrified that Liang Sunfeng's fist might come crashing down upon her. Mr. Liang, we live in a society governed by law. Let the legal system decide our fates. A couple nearby urged him to calm down. As the melodrama reached its peak, the father-S killer was none other than the one lying beside him. Liang Sunfeng felt an overwhelming desire to tear her apart, his rationality gradually succumbing to fury. Were it not for the couple's intervention, he might have indeed directed his wrath towards Lu Jiamin. He abruptly stood up, his gaze ablaze with rage as he stormed out of the scene. Lu Jiamin felt a cold sweat trickle down her back, and as Liang Sunfeng departed, a wave of panic surged within her. After years of having washed her hands of crime, she never anticipated that her past would resurface at this moment. There was no escaping the impending prison sentence. Lu Jiamin felt utterly lost. What was she to do? If she remained still, Qin Ningjun would have his bodyguards escort her away to await the police, who would surely bring her to justice. Oh my! Liang Sunfeng startled me. What could provoke such wrath? His gaze was reminiscent of a vengeful murderer, truly terrifying. Indeed. I heard Li Yuling mention a legal society and the notion of justice, which implies that Lu Jiamin has committed a crime. The exact nature of her offense remains unclear. I've caught wind of some news at the police station. It pertains to fraud. Fraud? That's a serious charge. If it's over 500,000, it could lead to a prison term of 10 years or life imprisonment. Given Lu Jiamin's situation, she is unlikely to escape such a fate. Qin Ningjun was at a loss, astonished that these individuals still dared to expose themselves to public scrutiny. Yet, perhaps this exposure was fortuitous, otherwise, they might never face the consequences they deserved. His respect for Yan Sherdang's talent for gossip deepened. If only Yan Sherdang were not in the entertainment industry, she could have pursued a more stable career. No, she should be specially recruited. It was uncertain whether she could wield her extraordinary abilities once inside. After all, they wished to discuss this matter, but found themselves unable to articulate it, resorting to silently following the unfolding drama. Yan Sherdang, observing their reactions, could tell they had already savored Lu Jiamin's scandal. She stroked her chin, realizing that while she had indulged a moment ago, they had simultaneously caught on, an uncanny synchronicity. She remained curious about their perspective on the unfolding events. Only the final couple remained on stage, seamlessly completing their checklist. They had no secrets, being each other's first love. Wow, we've encountered the pure love warriors. Yan Sherdang felt a surge of relief. Finally, a normal couple graced this dating show. Who would have thought? This sentiment was shared by others as well. It was indeed a rarity for a dating reality show to feature such genuine affection. To think they were the purest couple of all. After finishing their tasks, Qin Ningjun suddenly felt that this pair was truly precious. Who could still claim this show was about breakups or catching criminals when a couple stood confidently before the cameras? The audience, too, found it intriguing. It was a rare sight to witness a normal couple, even if their enthusiasm paled compared to the earlier excitement surrounding the scandals. Yet, some fans of the dating show found themselves drawn to this couple, ultimately becoming their admirers. The pure love warriors were met with a chorus of delight. How sweet they were, sweeter than sugarcane. Lu Xingxi noticed a glimmer of envy in her eyes, her deep gaze momentarily softening. As the recording continued into the night, Yan Sherdang resumed her real-time gossip consumption. This Uncle Wang is quite the character. He was a martial arts champion in his youth. Su Feifei has divulged the affair between his wife and Lin Huayan, and it seems Lin's health is about to take a turn for the worse. Initially, one might have expected the upcoming recordings to be gentle and heartwarming, but upon hearing Yan Sherdang's remark, the group's excitement surged. An undercurrent of anticipation rippling through them. Unbelievable. Lin Huayan has been involved with several married women in the neighborhood. It turns out one household had a camera installed, and now the footage reveals unspeakable scenes. Solid proof. What a revelation. A gathering of individuals now congregated at Lin Huayan's residence, while Su Feifei had already messaged him, indicating her location and awaiting his arrival. Upon receiving her message, Lin Huayan immediately sensed something amiss. Why would Su Feifei come to him? Instinctively, he hesitated to go. But Su Feifei seemed to anticipate this, sending another message that made his heart race, a short video featuring him, bare-chested, with marks of intimacy evident on his skin. Anyone could tell he had just been engaged in a passionate encounter. Lin Huayan couldn't recall the location or the occasion, but he understood there was more to follow, compelling him to meet her. This was undoubtedly a trap, yet despite knowing this, he felt compelled to go. As he grappled with his indecision, Su Feifei's call came through. "I know you're outside. Come in." Her voice was icy. "Are you feeling cowardly now? Why didn't you consider the consequences before?" How shameful it was to betray another in the presence of children. Alas, he had not committed a crime. He had merely tarnished his own morals. Chapter 92. Attracting police attention, hoping to assist in the investigation. Lin Huayan's face turned ashen. Su Feifei's words were more frightening than he could bear. Yet if he refused to go, she would expose the video, and Lin Huayan could not afford to lose face, though, truthfully, he felt he had little dignity left. His legs trembled, paralyzed by fear. Stepping forward would likely result in a bruised face, while remaining would mean his private video would circulate widely. Weighing the lesser of two evils became a dire dilemma. Su Feifei scoffed. "You think you can back out now that you've arrived at my doorstep? Dream on." Lin Huayan felt utterly despondent. This was a trap. Yet he still chose to go. There was movement behind him, and someone forcefully propelled Lin Huayan through the door. "Get inside." The newcomer was also a victim of betrayal, arriving from another neighborhood. Seeing Lin Huayan hesitate at the threshold, the anger of being cuckolded was palpable. Managing to refrain from attacking the mistress took all his restraint. Lin Huayan, trembling, moved forward, unaware that someone had tripped him, causing him to collapse before the gathering. Yan Shitang, engrossed in her gossip, wished fervently for a live broadcast of the unfolding scene. Oh, how she longed to witness it in real time. Then the gossip system chimed in, suggesting that her proximity to the luckiest person might just grant her a live feed. Yan Shitang rolled her eyes. Realizing she interacted with Lu Xingxi daily, what more could she do to gain favor? The gossip system continued, asserting that this was too slow and that if she sought more gossip features, her demands would inevitably rise. Moreover, each new feature came with varying levels of complexity. It seemed quite unfair. Without a detailed bill, how could she be sure there were no underhanded dealings? Yan Shitang felt her arguments were sound. After all, the more one demanded, the more it resembled an insatiable abyss. Wasn't that a scam? Host, you may critique me, but you cannot insult my integrity. The gossip system was displeased. How could it be accused of misconduct? It merely took a small cut, all above board, without any deceitful tricks. Such data could not be made entirely transparent, lest chaos ensue. Moreover, it was classified. How could anyone be privy to that information? I can't believe it. A fight has broken out. The anticipated commotion finally erupted, and Yan Shitang's brows lifted in excitement. The scene of a spouse confronting a mistress felt eerily familiar. He Weiwei's heart burned with resentment. Even in her predicament, others still coveted her. The crowd's reactions faltered, particularly Yan Shitang, who was oblivious to the intricacies of the situation. Lin Huayan was battered, sporting a bruised face. This was merely the beginning. After all, what was a mere beating compared to his role as a homewrecker? Su Feifei recorded the entire ordeal, determined to use such footage as leverage. As for the video previously sent to Lin Huayan, she is now uploading it online. Did she promise Lin Huayan not to post it? It was merely a jest to placate a child, and only Lin Huayan innocently believed otherwise. He naively thought he could deceive everyone, unaware that he was already under scrutiny. His current predicament, resulting from attending today's rain-soaked event, has left him battered, hoping that once the ordeal is over, his troubles might vanish. Lin Huayan possesses the audacity to act yet lacks the courage to admit his misdeeds. He does not wish to become a pariah, reviled by all. Should his family discover his embarrassing antics, they would surely expel him from the family lineage. This is no jest, such scandals warrant disownment. Having a descendant like him would bring shame even to their graves. After the altercation, the onlookers displayed surprising compassion, even escorting the injured to the hospital. Yen Shirtang stroked her chin, genuinely impressed by their benevolence. Others chimed in, acknowledging their kindness. While violence is generally condemned, there seems to be a tacit approval of confronting a mistress. The live stream, which had dragged on, finally came to an end, leaving viewers with the impression of being strung along. Indeed, they had been manipulated. Within just 2 days, several individuals had been apprehended, catching the police's attention, and Qin Ingjun found himself unable to explain the situation clearly. In desperation, he brought Yen Shirtang into the fold. The police sought to utilize Yen Shirtang's unique abilities to aid their investigation. Qin Ingjun summoned Yen Shirtang to discuss the matter, leaving her utterly bewildered. He failed to provide a clear explanation, merely stating that the police would seek her assistance. Yen Shirtang's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Qin Ingjun jesting? What abilities did she possess? Who was spreading such unfounded rumors? She felt utterly helpless, exclaiming that deceiving the police was no trivial matter. In ancient times, it would be a capital offense. Qin Ingjun, feeling powerless, attempted to reassure her. Trust in yourself, Xiao Yan, you are more than capable. Yet, given her extraordinary circumstances, the police had taken an interest in her. What can I possibly do? She lamented, overwhelmed. Who is spreading these ridiculous rumors about me? Just say that you can tell fortunes. That's all you need to do, Qin Ingjun suggested, finding this the only feasible approach. Initially, the police admonished him against superstitious beliefs, but he persisted, and they eventually conceded to try it out, given the peculiar nature of the variety show. Yen Shirtang stared at Qin Ingjun in shock. Director Qin. It became clear that he was the one fabricating stories about her, putting her in a precarious position. In Chapter 93, she lamented, I regarded Qin Ingjun as my superior, yet he has turned around and thrust me into this predicament. Qin Ingjun, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose. Unable to explain how he knew Liu Jiamin was a fraud. The police had also interrogated Liu Jiamin, who had incessantly muttered that Yen Shirtang was a devil. The two accounts led the police to seek Yen Shirtang for questioning. However, it was late, and they would have to wait until the next day. Yen Shirtang glared at Qin Ingjun, incredulous at his recklessness. What do I know about fortune-telling? Will I end up appearing like a madwoman in front of the police? What if they deem me mentally unstable and send me to a psychiatric hospital? How would the public react to a star in such a place? Director Qin, you have truly led me into a trap. Yen Shirtang sighed heavily, realizing that if she could tell fortunes, she wouldn't be struggling in the entertainment industry. Qin Ingjun, still feeling guilty, reassured her, Xiao Yan, I have faith in you. Do not underestimate yourself. You are remarkable. Infuriated, Yen Shirtang felt an urge to retaliate against him. How could a middle-aged man push her into such a quagmire? Yen, are you facing difficulties? Lu Xingxi approached her, speaking softly. Observing her distressed expression, he sensed she was in a tough spot. Yen Shirtang desperately needed someone to confide in. Otherwise, she would suffocate in her own anxiety. She vented her frustrations without regard for her audience, needing to release the pent-up words before they consumed her. Lu Xingxi furrowed his brow, surprised at Qin Ingjun's irresponsibility. The burden of Yen Shirtang's abilities was twofold and should not be overly exposed. However, her skills could indeed be beneficial to the nation, and she hoped the police would protect her. Admittedly, Lu Xingxi did not wish for her to take unnecessary risks, but her talent could accomplish much. This is indeed a grave misstep on Director Qin's part. Upon receiving his validation, Yen Shirtang's eyes welled with tears. Exactly. How could he treat me this way? Do not fret, Teacher Yen. Maintain a calm mindset. We are all law-abiding citizens, and the police will not give you trouble, Lu Xingxi comforted her. Qin Ingjun's lack of responsibility was evident. He should have understood Yen Shirtang's predicament. At his words, Yen Shirtang's tense heartstrings loosened slightly, realizing the truth in his statement. Yet, her anger remained, and she began to curse Qin Ingjun in her mind. Curse that old fool. He shall not harm me. Woe is me. How wicked. I shall draw circles to curse Qin Ingjun. Qin Ingjun, I shall take revenge on him. Yen Shirtang's mental state was far from stable. Lu Xingxi recognized her anxiety and understood that, being a sheltered young woman, it was natural for her to feel unsettled. Do not worry, we are here for you. You have committed no crime, so there is nothing to fear. Gradually calming under his reassurance, Yan Shirtang recognized that excessive anxiety was futile. It would be best to wait for the morrow to devise a plan. As Lu Xingxi had suggested, she was innocent and had nothing to fear. The claims of her fortune-telling were not her own words. Do not worry, everything will turn out for the best. Lu Xingxi's fingers twitched, contemplating a comforting gesture, but refrained, realizing it might be too intimate for her. Indeed, Yan Shirtang noticed Lu Xingxi's comforting nature, feeling her mood lift considerably. Thank you, Teacher Lu, for patiently listening to my ramblings and for your kind words. Lu Xingxi, having received praise, felt a subtle warmth. It was rare for anyone to commend him. Yet Yan Shirtang had done so multiple times. He contemplated whether he should take a leave tomorrow to accompany her to the police station. After all, her sense of security was crucial. Having a familiar presence would ease her mind. Shen Xiaoxi, observing Yan Shirtang's distress, inquired with concern after overhearing her curses, though they were more of a venting of frustrations than actual insults. Tang Tang, you seem troubled. Is everything all right? She was unaware of the specifics, but understood that Qin Ingjun's actions had deeply unsettled Yan Shirtang. With a heavy sigh, Yan Shirtang lamented, I regarded Director Qin as my superior, yet he has turned around and thrown me to the wolves. It is truly disheartening. True heartbreak is not found in tumultuous shouting, nor in tears streaming down one's face, but in the briefness of words and the coldness of gazes. Shen Xiaoxi gasped in astonishment. Director Qin is so inconsiderate. Yan Shirtang struggled to articulate her feelings. He told the police that I can tell fortunes. For heaven's sake, if I could tell fortunes, would I be struggling in this entertainment industry? Shen Xiaoxi fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. She proposed, since Director Qin is so irresponsible, shouldn't we take some form of retribution against him? However, Yan Shirtang had no desire to dwell on that now. She simply wished to wash up and sleep, awaiting the dawn of a new day. Shen Xiaoxi noticed her expression of utter despair and chose not to trouble her further. Instead, she suggested a warm bath to help her relax. How unfortunate it was to be let down by the director. Yet, a new dilemma arose. If she went to the police station tomorrow, would there be no more gossip to indulge in? Had the production team even contemplated this issue? It seemed unlikely they would oppose the police. Shen Xiaoxi could already envision that tomorrow's scene would not only be harmonious, but would also see a drastic reduction in viewership. However, this was not her concern. She merely found it tedious. Yet, serving the nation and the people held paramount importance. That night, not only did Yan Shirtang suffer from insomnia, but Shen Xiaoxi did as well. The following day, both appeared before each other with dark circles under their eyes. An amusing sight. You didn't sleep well last night either, huh? Yan Shirtang was taken aback that Shen Xiaoxi had also shared her sleeplessness. It moved her deeply. Indeed. I tossed and turned. Was she supposed to change her identity upon saying goodbye to Yan Shirtang? Chapter 94. Unable to hear. Skills unresponsive? Such kindred spirits we are, sister. Yan Shirtang rubbed her aching temples, her mind struggling to function. It felt as though she had barely closed her eyes before the alarm jolted her awake. With no sense of having slept at all, Shen Xiaoxi, rubbing her eyes, contemplated striking for the day. She patted Yan Shirtang's shoulder, offering her encouragement. Yan Shirtang mused that one might think she was preparing for a competition, when in fact, she was merely heading to the police station for a fortune-telling. After pondering nearly all night, Yan Shirtang stumbled upon a realization. Qin Ingjun had mentioned her ability to tell fortunes, implying that while they enjoyed gossip, she had somehow divined the information, allowing them to indulge. How was this possible? Mental calculations? A spark of insight flashed in her mind. She seemed to understand the answer. Yan Shirtang was astonished, so that was how it worked. Guodong, it's been sent. I'm about to lose points. Upon seeing him, Yan Shirtang had no desire to engage. Qin Ingjun, aware of his own shortcomings, awkwardly shifted the conversation. Xiaoyan, did you know that Lu Xingxi wants to accompany you? Initially, Yan Shirtang had no intention of responding, but the mention of Lu Xingxi wanting to join her at the police station instantly captured her attention. I don't know. Qin Ingjun scratched his head, stating, That kid Lu Xingxi said you would be nervous going alone, and he originally intended to take leave to accompany you. But I didn't he agree. Furthermore, leaving Xin Xiaoxi alone in the observation room to talk to herself was clearly unacceptable, so Qin Ningjun refused Lu Xingxi's request. He could not accompany Yan Sherdang. Yan Sherdang felt touched. Lu Xingxi was truly a good person, so considerate. That wretched director wouldn't even agree to such a simple request. Having someone with her would make it all the same. Qin Ningjun's words indeed left one speechless. You? Yan Sherdang looked at him in horror. Are you even comparable to Lu Xingxi? He would never lead me astray. While you seem intent on pushing me into the fire, the choice is clear. Cough, cough. I know I am not as handsome as Lu Xingxi, but who wasn't he a heartthrob in their youth? Have you heard of the campus heartthrob from Hingyi? That was me. Qin Ningjun raised his hand to brush back his hair, speaking earnestly. This identity, after all, could not be concealed forever. He had been the campus heartthrob in college, and even now, photos of him circulated, but as he reached middle age, gaining weight and thinning hair, few were willing to believe he had once been a heartthrob. Moreover, he had remained behind the scenes, rarely showing his face, so nobody truly knew. Yan Sherdang widened her beautiful eyes, incredulous at Qin Ningjun's claim. Director Qin, did you kill the person from before? You seem like two entirely different people. Qin Ningjun was left speechless. How do you even talk like that, you little girl? Yan Sherdang pouted. Anyone on the street would likely share her sentiment. It wasn't he mere nonsense. Gazing out at the scenery, her thoughts wandered. Qin Ningjun felt a pang in his heart. Why didn't she believe him? He truly was the campus heartthrob. Yet, seeing her adopt a demeanor of refusing to engage, he knew it was best to say no more. Very well, I will remain silent. Perhaps she would invite Lu Xingxi to dinner? When it came to expressing gratitude, Yan Sherdang could only think of treating someone to a meal or giving a gift. Nothing else came to mind. The former seemed more fitting. It was how one would typically show appreciation. Yan Sherdang pondered whether to prepare a meal herself to show sincerity or to dine out for a lavish meal to impress. As she contemplated this, the car had unknowingly arrived at their destination. Xiao Yan Weivei arrived. Yan Sherdang replied, Please don't say it like that. It makes me feel as though I'm turning myself in. It's terrifying. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that she was an ordinary person with little interaction with the police, and having been instilled with certain concepts since childhood. She held a deep-seated respect for the police station. Don't be afraid. As Lu Xingxi said, I haven't committed any crimes. The police won't make things difficult for a good citizen like me. With determination, she straightened her posture and walked toward the police station entrance. Qin Ningjun couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor, as if she were marching to her doom. He completely forgot who was to blame for this situation. As for Yan Sherdang's supposed ability to tell fortunes, the police station was rather skeptical, as the modern age revered science. Thus, the summons had come today. However, after spending time together, they found nothing particularly special about her. This became an enigma that could not be easily explained. Why was it? Was it confined to the entertainment industry? That seemed both advantageous and disadvantageous. Qin Ningjun was at a loss as to how to trigger this skill. Only Yan Sherdang knew. Yet they could not communicate about it. Exiting the police station, Yan Sherdang remained deep in thought. Qin Ningjun hesitated, wondering why suddenly they could no longer hear anything. Had words spread to more people, rendering it ineffective? Xiao Yan, you've worked hard. He was more meticulous than anyone else, giving no leeway. The receptionist was caught in a dilemma. Director Qin, I would like to take half a day off, Yan Sherdang declared, refusing his attempts at flattery, as she was utterly fatigued. Chapter 95, Gossip Mode activated. Qin Ningjun fabricated a story, planning to create a scenario on the fly. He needed to keep Yan Sherdang engaged to maintain viewership. Everyone loved a good gossip, and without it, they were less inclined to watch the live broadcast. This was truly disheartening. He invited Lu Xingxi to anchor the situation. Surely, that would draw people in, right? How much? Yan Sherdang inquired. If it's a lot, I might not need to sleep. Well, she was motivated by money. No one would complain about too much money. Opportunities to earn should never be overlooked. Qin Ningjun was momentarily speechless, surprised that this tactic actually worked to keep her interested. 10,000? He offered a price, unsure if Yan Sherdang would find it satisfactory. It seemed a tad low, especially since he had just received a sponsorship fund from the young lady. Being overly frugal made him appear stingy. 10,000. Yan Sherdang felt like a country bumpkin. 10,000 seemed substantial, yet it was merely 2 months' salary for an ordinary person, which piqued her interest. Qin Ingjun himself felt it was low. After a moment's consideration, he continued to negotiate. 50, 100,000? After all, there were not just one but 3 observational guests. The excitement within Yan Sherdang surged. It wasn't he 50 or 100,000, but 500,000. No, what I meant was 50,000 is not acceptable. Let us stick to 100,000, not the 500,000 you're imagining. Yes, the rankings would be based on the audience's preference for the observers, with the highest earning 500,000, the second 10,000, and the third 5,000. Yan Sherdang's bubbling excitement was abruptly deflated, her face reflecting regret. Just moments ago, she thought 10,000 was a lot, yet hearing 500,000. All right, I admit it, I am a rather mundane person. 50,000 and 100,000 are not bad. She could accept that. However, if it were 500,000, it would undoubtedly belong to Lu Xingzi. I understand now. After finishing her words, Yan Sherdang leaned back, squinting her eyes as if to feign sleep. Qin Ingjun, witnessing her sudden silence, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This young girl had just shown great interest. How could she now be so cold and indifferent? Truly, a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Regardless, it was paramount to keep her steady. He would have to seek suitable resources to compensate for today's events. Otherwise, he risked alienating her. Some comments lauded Lu Xingxi's handsomeness, while noting the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Qin Ingjun had anticipated such reactions, but had not expected it to be this dire. His viewership ratings were plummeting. In less than half a day, how could so many viewers have vanished? This crowd of gossip-loving netizens, could they not appreciate the sight of handsome men and beautiful women? Could they not observe how others fell in love? It was truly vexing. They simply had to indulge in gossip, even if he himself loved it too. But there was still hope. Little Yen, we have arrived, he said with a benevolent gaze directed at Yan Sherdang, his eyes sparkling with intent, revealing a hint of ulterior motive. My eyes are perfectly fine, she replied, aware that they had arrived without needing his reminder. Truly, he was as frugal as Zhou Baopi, allowing no laziness to slip through. As for her appearance, Qin Ingjun thought she looked splendid as she was, yet female artists always aspired for perfection, wanting to present their most exquisite selves before the camera. Yan Sherdang touched her face, feeling that her current look was not quite right, and said, I'll go wash up. The signs of just waking were evident. A splash of water on her face would surely improve her appearance. Let us work hard, and I'll treat you to a lavish dinner tonight, Qin Ingjun coaxed. Knowing well he must cater to this little sovereign to secure his own sustenance. He was savvy enough to understand the importance of ingratiating himself with her. You'd better keep your word, Yan Sherdang replied with a sidelong glance, warning him not to deceive her, lest she expose him. Qin Ingjun understood her unspoken threat, feeling a chill run down his spine, but he quickly reassured himself of his integrity. He was a man of virtue. What scandal could he possibly have? Let us go reserve a private room, he declared, promising to ensure this little sovereign would be satisfied. Though he had some questions, he found himself unable to voice them. It had been over half a day since he last heard Yan Sherdang's thoughts. If he counted from yesterday, it felt like an eternity, and he missed her dearly. In truth, he worried about not hearing her voice. Would his variety show suffer as a result? Having dominated the charts for over half a month, could he really be pushed down? Qin Ingjun fell into a reverie, troubled by numerous concerns. Unbeknownst to him, Yan Sherdang entered the observation room, where 2 gazes instantly fixed upon her, as did the online audience. Is no one curious about what Sister Gua did this morning? Will someone knowledgeable please share? Or shall I spread rumors? I'm equally curious. Where did Sister Gua go this morning? Missing work? That could cost her salary. Tang Tang, Shin Xiaoxi called out. Feeling the atmosphere between them was so awkward it made her uncomfortable, not in a romantic sense, but as if she were encased in ice. She thought without Yan Sherdang, everything felt dull. Chapter 96. a dating show specifically for criminals. Shen Xiaoxi beamed with joy. We made it. She beckoned Yan Shirtang to sit between them, a spot that had been intentionally left empty for her.
Huh?
Yan Shirtang was bewildered, surprised that they had saved a seat for her. Did they not consider sitting there in her absence? Lu Xingxi cut off his microphone and quietly asked, "Is everything all right?" He had originally intended to accompany Yan Shirtang, but Qin Ningjun had refused, claiming his presence would only draw more attention. With so many fans, paparazzi would be quick to pounce on any hint of scandal. Did he want to be caught entering the police station with Yan Shirtang? Although she hadn't done anything wrong, others wouldn't understand that. Nowadays, paparazzi were adept at sensationalizing rumors. If they were photographed together, it would instantly trend.
Shock?
International film emperor Lu Xingxi and rising star Yan Shirtang both enter police station. Should that happen, the servers would surely crash under the strain. One ace had already left. They could not afford to lose another. They needed a trump card to avoid failure. Yan Shirtang felt a peculiar mixture of emotions, though she could not articulate them. Should she inquire about Guatom?
She chose not to.
He would surely concoct some excuse to deceive her. It was better to speculate on her own. Guatom mused. The host has no trust to herself. How can we proceed? Yet her thinking was sound for now. Guatom would not divulge any answers directly. Due to her insufficient level, she could not engage in righteous dealings. This limitation meant she could not access many perilous matters, as she lacked the necessary permissions.
For now.
It was merely a gossip system, but perhaps in the future, it could evolve, enhancing its capabilities. Ultimately, it depended on Yan Shirtang, the sole one capable of aiding it. Its suggestion was clear. She should pursue a relationship with Lu Xingxi. If she were the fated partner of the luckiest individual, the shift in status would allow her to benefit from his abundant fortune. In short, the closer their relationship, the stronger her luck would become. Guatom was not a dating system, yet this approach undeniably represented the best strategy. Yan Shirtang would certainly disregard its counsel. She was as dense as a block of wood. In fact, Guatom could not comprehend why, despite Lu Xingxi being the most desired boyfriend on the internet. Adored by many, Yan Shirtang showed no interest. It observed their interactions, noting they were significantly better than her exchanges with others. Yet she had no intention of courting Lu Xingxi. This host was distinctly different from the others. Among all it had encountered, she was the one most impervious to male charm. Its previous host had changed partners as casually as changing clothes, delighting in the variety. The last host had been embroiled in a melodramatic romance, entangled with a fated one, a chase where she fled while he pursued, leaving her no means of escape. The host before that had immediately set her sights on the luckiest individual, launching into a bold pursuit, practically forcing him into a relationship. This host was indeed fierce. Fortunately, that fated one was rather innocent, easily flustered by her advances. Had he been angered, her life would have turned miserable. Yan Shirtang was unaware of the plethora of tales Guatong held. Wouldn't it be entertaining if she knew? Guatong pondered whether to discuss the previous host's stories with her. Perhaps it might spark something in her, leading her to pursue the fated one. Yan Shirtang remarked after so many hosts, "Why are you still so inept?" Quite the observation. Lu Xingxi refrained from further inquiry, knowing this was not the time or place for such discussions. Shen Xiaoxi's gaze shifted from Yan Shirtang to Lu Xingxi, though it lingered only briefly. What had she missed? But Lu Xingxi was far too gentle. Gentlemen like him were a gift from the heavens. Ah, so sweet, sweeter than sugarcane. Shen Xiaoxi struggled to suppress her smile, realizing that Lu Xingxi appeared somewhat distracted today, likely due to concern. Yan Shirtang noticed Shen Xiaoxi's beaming expression and felt a pang of annoyance. She wondered what her sister was thinking. It was best to tone it down. Shen Xiaoxi turned away, choosing not to watch them. She would savor this gossip later. Before the cameras, she had to maintain a serious demeanor. With Yan Shirtang's arrival, the previously stagnant atmosphere began to stir. Today's interaction model involved inviting close friends for an assessment, and Yan Shirtang's brow lifted slightly at the notion. It was intriguing. Tang Tang, this is Li Yunxi. He has invited his sister. She heard, causing her eyelids to twitch. What windfall had Shen Xiaoxi caught wind of? It feels as though she is not merely making an ordinary introduction, but rather possesses knowledge of certain undisclosed matters. Yan Shirteng gazes at her meaningfully before searching for Li Yunxi's name. What? Are you out of your mind? Yan Shirteng's temples throb, exasperated by yet another instance of taboo literature. Why is it that such morally questionable affairs are so appealing? Shun Xiaoxi subtly glances at Yan Shirteng, convinced that there is something amiss with Li Yunxi. A woman's intuition is indeed formidable. After observing for some time, she discerned that Li Yunxi's treatment of his sister, Li Enyi, was markedly different. He attended to her with meticulous care, even more so than he did for his girlfriend, Han Xiner. Is there a limit to such behavior? Yet Li Yunxi seems to have none, which raises Shun Xiaoxi's suspicions. This prompted her earlier insinuation towards Yan Shirteng. As expected, Guojie did not disappoint her and immediately began to expose the scandal. Have these people watched too much? Or do they simply crave excitement, hence their affinity for taboo literature? Yan Shirteng remains perplexed and deeply shocked. She longs to question the mentality of those who enjoy such literature, finding it utterly perverse. Why can't a normal romance suffice? Must it always delve into the grotesque? What benefit could this possibly yield for either party? Han Xiner remains oblivious to the fact that her boyfriend has long adorned her with the green hat, with none other than his own sister as the object of his infidelity. How outrageous! However, now that Han Xiner is aware, her dazed expression betrays her realization. A glance at the parties involved reveals their panic, evident to all observers.
Guilt.
Li Yunxi and Li Enyi are utterly bewildered by the sudden revelation, as are the others present. The atmosphere, once tranquil, has now escalated into chaos. The siblings, surnamed Li, have clandestinely developed a relationship behind their girlfriend's back. One must question whether this reflects a decline in morality or a distortion of human nature. Chapter 97. As you wish. Will you not kneel in gratitude?
Indeed.
It is both a moral decline and a distortion of humanity. Han Xiner has been wholeheartedly kind to Li Enyi, unaware that the latter covets her boyfriend. Even inviting the wolf into her home. Han Xiner's fair visage is clouded with anger. She has sensed Li Yunxi's excessive concern for his sister. Yet she never believed he would breach moral boundaries to engage in such behavior. Who could have anticipated he would commit such an act? And how foolish she has been. At times even inviting Li Enyi to her home, which is precisely what Yan Shirteng referred to as inviting the wolf inside. Han Xiner's fingers dig into her palm, her entire being radiating a chilling aura. Li Yunxi and Li Enyi's faces turn ashen. How could this happen? Wasn't everything fine just this morning? Why has such an absurdity suddenly emerged? The siblings tremble, casting fearful glances at Han Xiner, for the silent observer is the most terrifying of all. And now, they are under the scrutiny of the cameras. Han Xiner cannot act recklessly. What was once a serene situation has turned tumultuous, all thanks to that unforeseen voice. They had previously received whispers about this peculiar reality show, which they had watched, but foolishly dismissed as mere superstition. Li Enyi, with her innocent charm, expressed her desire for fame as an internet celebrity, prompting them to participate. Who could have imagined such bizarre events would transpire, leaving them drenched in sweat?
How could this be?
Yan Shirteng remains in disbelief, questioning whether Li Enyi's mind has been compromised. It is hard not to suspect that her brain has been befuddled. Others share this sentiment as well. Jealous of her audacity to stand openly before Li Yunxi, she, despite being by his side, can only forever remain the sister. Thus, when they learned of their participation in the show, a scheme began to form in their minds. Initially, Li Yunxi hesitated, concerned that their relationship might be exposed. But upon Li Enyi mentioning Han Xiner's name, and with her consent, she sweetly coaxed him, leading him to relent. This acquiescence has cost him dearly. Another factor is Li Enyi's seduction. His self-control faltered, succumbing to temptation. A woman's jealousy and desire for flaunting are invariably lethal, a truth Li Yunxi knows all too well. What a madwoman! Han Xiner's acquaintance with this pair of siblings is truly the result of unfortunate karma.
Hey.
I truly cannot fathom why someone with surveillance at home wouldn't occasionally check the footage. I suggest she review her home recordings. Yan Shirteng's expression is complicated. She encounters yet another individual indifferent to monitoring. If only she would take a moment each day to peruse the recordings on her phone, she would witness shocking and unsightly scenes. Indeed, The siblings did not seek a hotel but rather engaged in their indiscretions in a shared residence. What a disgrace. Yen Sherdang rolls her eyes, immediately perceiving this sibling duo as mentally unwell, and they should seek treatment at once. No, wait, perhaps it is better to leave them untreated, as it would merely waste resources better allocated to those in genuine need. Han Shiner, unable to contain her fury, delivers a sharp slap to Li Yunqi's face, then swiftly turns to strike Li Enyi as well, ensuring each receives their due punishment. Shameless adulterers. The Li family must be turning in their graves at the sight of such descendants. It is not that Han Shiner is averse to checking the surveillance, rather, her account is inaccessible. She had inquired about the issue over the phone, only to learn it required an in-person resolution, which she deemed too troublesome to pursue, unaware that such a scandal would unfold. Now, she feels utterly nauseated and cursed, regretting not having prioritized resolving the surveillance issue, which could have spared her from the humiliation she now faces. The mere thought of it makes her stomach churn. Li Enyi has worn her clothing. At times, she even feigned a desire to cultivate a good relationship, sharing a bed with her. Surely, during those moments, Li Enyi felt a sense of triumph.
Hanksiner exclaims, "Behold!"
Everyone. This pair has long been illicitly entangled. It is utterly against all moral codes. If they seek status, let them have it. As you wish. Everyone knows of your affair with Li Yunqi. Will you not kneel in gratitude? With a commanding voice, Han Shiner's disdain is palpable, exuding a fierce sisterly power. Li Yuling and Gu Yefan wish to applaud. Han Shiner has acted splendidly, as this pair ought to be exposed for their shameful deeds. Li Yunqi's expression darkens. He hastily pulls Li Enyi away. He cannot bear to remain even a moment longer, fearing that with each passing second in front of the cameras, more insults will be hurled at him. Yet even if he steps away from the cameras, does he believe the condemnation will cease? His naivety is astounding. Little does he know that the online community has already trained their sights on him. Same surname Li, you have truly disgraced the Li family name. This world is but a vast narrative. I cannot comprehend those who indulge in taboo literature. Did you forget to bring your brains into this world? I am utterly repulsed. The thought of being cuckolded is already unbearable, but to be adorned with such a grotesque symbol of betrayal is a lifelong trauma. Indeed, I propose these two should compensate for emotional damages, perhaps even erect a banner outside their home to declare their disgraceful affair, to prevent them from further seducing others. I support the previous comment. I will provide the banner, and my sisters can bring the musical accompaniment. This behavior infuriates me. It is the most despicable I have ever encountered. Now, the entire internet is aware of their incestuous relationship. This scandal surpasses mere infidelity. The family's honor, along with its prospects, has been irrevocably tarnished. Chapter 98. The harmony of wives and concubines led to their downfall. Li Enyi bites her lip, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, her voice quivering. Brother, I did not foresee this. Yen Shirtang remarks, in this world, there are always those unafraid of death. Since this is the case, let us show you the existence of miracles. Li Yunqi, witnessing her emotional outburst, feels a surge of irritation, snapping, stop crying. All you do is weep. Can tears resolve anything? Li Yunqi was beset by a sense of irritation, deeply regretting the morally reprehensible actions he had taken. Awaiting him was the judgment of society and the disdain of friends and family. Meanwhile, Han Shiner, who had also exited the scene, wore a mocking smile as she observed the siblings, now realizing their fear. Surely, their affair had been thrilling at the time. Upon seeing her, Li Yunqi felt a surge of discomfort, the pain on his face almost searing, leaving him too apprehensive to approach her. Though he had once felt pangs of guilt towards Han Shiner, those sentiments had gradually eroded over time, leaving him brazenly unrepentant. It was with such thoughts that he sought out a girlfriend, and Han Shiner became the unfortunate target of his affections. Li Yunqi hesitated to agree to a relationship, feeling it was too sudden, and Han Shiner shared the sentiment, perceiving it as akin to a forced marriage. At that moment, Li Enyi emerged. Having learned from their parents about Li Yunqi's impending nuptials, which stirred her emotions and reignited their twisted connection. Though Li Enyi had dallied with other men, none had stirred her feelings as Li Yunqi did. The thrill of their forbidden bond brought her to ecstasy. and she could not bear to see Li Yunxi being kind to other women. Initially, Li Enyi cultivated a friendly rapport with Han Xiner, masquerading as the understanding and considerate type, successfully deceiving her. Then, she turned her focus on breaching the defenses Li Yunxi had painstakingly constructed, blurring the lines of their already ambiguous relationship. With the existing unspoken connection, Li Enyi's seductive tactics proved irresistible to Li Yunxi, igniting a passionate fire. In the absence of Han Xiner, Li Enyi donned the alluring lingerie purchased by Han Xiner, unreservedly indulging in their desires. Aware that Han Xiner's phone could not access the monitoring account, they reveled beneath the cameras, completely immersed in their lustful escapade. Had it not been for today's revelation, they might have continued in blissful ignorance, unaware of how much further they could push the limits. Brother, I will take full responsibility for this. Do not be angry, Li Enyi choked out. As for Sister Xiner, I will apologize to her and beg for your forgiveness, willing to pay any price. If necessary, I will kneel before her and will not rise until she relents. Li Yunxi felt a wave of comfort wash over him at her words, complex emotions bubbling to the surface. Do not go, it will only infuriate her further. He understood Han Xiner's temperament well. She was intolerant of any slight. If Li Enyi were to plead before her, it would surely exacerbate the situation. This was Li Yunxi's conviction. He recognized Li Enyi's desire to help, but her inaction was the best course of action. However, his words tightened Li Enyi's grip on her own soft flesh, leading her to believe he was disparaging her inability to assist. Li Enyi lowered her head, responding gloomily. I am sorry, brother. It is my fault for being useless and not being able to help. Li Yunxi pressed his lips together, opening his mouth to offer words of comfort, but nothing came forth. He was in no position to console anyone, overwhelmed by his own troubles. Less than half an hour after leaving, his phone buzzed incessantly with messages, a staggering 99 notifications that sent a tremor through him. He dared not answer the calls or check the messages. The reason for the uproar was all too obvious.
Ah?
You three are performing Burning Winter 30? Yan Shirtang's expression was one of incredulity. The rapid recurrence of the Burning Winter 30 version was astounding. Burning Winter 30. All eyes in the room turned towards Su Qingqing and Xiao Weiwu, with Ming Yanjun by their side. There was no need to question why they were singled out. The other couple was the epitome of pure love and could not possibly be implicated. It was bewildering. What extraordinary ability was this? Could such occurrences truly exist? Yet, the evidence was undeniable, as they had all heard it with their own ears. It was impossible to fabricate. Xiao Weiwu is living the life of an ancient man with numerous wives. It feels as if the Qing dynasty has returned. Yan Shirtang found it utterly unfathomable how these individuals thought. Su Qingqing and Ming Yanjun were interacting harmoniously with Xiao Weiwu. How on earth did Su Qingqing and Ming Yanjun manage to coexist so amicably? She pondered. It was perplexing, and she wasn't alone in her confusion. Xiao Weiwu, with his average looks and modest background, somehow managed to win the unwavering affection of two women. It was astonishing, truly astonishing. In an era where wives and concubines vied for favor, these women maintained a peaceful coexistence. What was their motivation?
Liuling, Guamiafan.
And their friend Chen Keshuan shared similar expressions of curiosity. They had observed the unusual harmony among them, finally understanding the underlying reason. Su Qingqing is the legitimate wife, and Ming Yanjun the concubine. They have become as close as sisters. Impressive. The beneficiary of this arrangement was Xiao Weiwu, who enjoyed the luxury of both companionships without the complications of jealousy. Chapter 99. Birds of a feather flocked together. The expressions on everyone's faces were quite the spectacle. Fortunately, they were not celebrities, so they need not worry about managing their facial expressions. Who knows what remarkable news will emerge next? I have faith that this variety show will never disappoint us. I await more juicy tidbits. Li Yuling and the others' reactions are priceless. You all ought to temper your expressions, lest you attract some ire. Haha. Sister Gua is truly the enforcer of decorum in the entertainment industry. Is she truly an enforcer? Perhaps, to some extent, she has indeed fulfilled that role. Yan Shirtang maintained a composed demeanor as she continued to savor the unfolding drama surrounding Xiao Weiwu. Xiao Weiwu desires to restore the imperial system, perhaps seeking a harem of 3,000 beauties, while contemplating the addition of another woman. It was difficult to believe that Xiao Weiwu considered himself such a prize, attempting to attract others. This remark caused both Su Qingqing and Ming Yanjun to exchange glances, their expressions shifting as they cast sharp glares at Xiao Weiwu. What did he mean? Was he implying that their companionship was insufficient and that he wished to bring another into the fold? Did he truly believe himself to be an emperor? Not only did their gazes converge, but the attention of others in the room also shifted towards Xiao Weiwu, leaving him feeling disoriented. Observing the amiable rapport between Su Qingqing and Ming Yanjun, he was certain that a new intern would blend seamlessly into their dynamic, leading to an even more harmonious scene. It must be said, Xiao Weiwu's actions and thoughts were indeed quite eccentric. Would Su Qingqing and Ming Yanjun agree? Certainly not. Did he truly believe their relationship was so simple? Had it not been for the agreement in place, they might have been at each other's throats. Did he truly consider himself part of royalty, gathering women for his own harem? So none of them are virtuous. It's no wonder they could come together. It's true that you cannot expect two distinct types of individuals to share the same bed. At first, Yan Shirteng thought Xiao Weiwu possessed some remarkable masculine charm. But it turned out to be merely his financial prowess. Xiao Weiwu remains blissfully unaware that his relocation compensation is under the watchful eyes of Su Qingqing and Ming Yanjun. Xiao Weiwu was indeed a recipient of relocation compensation. Not merely for one building, but 3. From that moment, his warm home transformed into a series of cold, hard numbers, a transformation that was rather enviable. Su Qingqing and Ming Yanjun had set their sights on Xiao Weiwu's compensation, secretly scheming on how to secure it for themselves. Initially, Su Qingqing had no intention of sharing with Ming Yanjun. No one wished to share their boyfriend with another. Just the thought of it was repugnant. How could Su Qingqing possibly be content with parting ways with Xiao Weiwu? He possessed a substantial sum of relocation compensation, was generous in his spending, and finding another like him would be challenging. Therefore, she was resolute in her decision not to break up. At this moment, Ming Yanran approached her, suggesting a collaboration to manipulate Xiao Weiwu. The objective was to ensure that Xiao Weiwu would spend his money on them, rather than on others. Ming Yanran recognized that Xiao Weiwu was not a faithful individual. A mere hint of temptation would lead him to be enamored with other women. Thus, it was prudent for her to join forces with Su Qingqing to exploit Xiao Weiwu further, compelling him to lavish more funds on them. The plan unfolded seamlessly, with Xiao Weiwu reveling in their company and displaying increased generosity towards them. However, they were concerned that he might be swayed by other temptresses, prompting them to constantly introduce new tricks to maintain his interest. Xiao Weiwu indeed found himself securely ensnared by them, initially believing he would not harbor thoughts of other women. Yet, to his dismay, he desired to involve more women, foolishly thinking himself an emperor with a harem of thousands. How audacious these two vain women were! Furious and humiliated, Xiao Weiwu believed it was his charm that attracted them, unaware that it was, in fact, his compensation from a demolition project that lured them in. Over the years, he had spent a considerable amount on them, only to inflate their expectations. Su Qingqing and Ming Yanran exchanged glances, their expressions revealing disdain. How could Xiao Weiwu dare to speak against them? He, a mere boy, presumed himself to be an emperor dreaming of a harem. Su Qingqing sneered, deciding that if Xiao Weiwu was so disrespectful, they owed him no courtesy in return. Ming Yanran chimed in, questioning how he could aspire to such fantasies without the requisite prowess. The matter struck at Xiao Weiwu's pride. His face turned ashen. "You two shameless harlots! What nonsense are you spewing?" he retorted, adamant that he would never concede to such accusations. After all, this was a public broadcast. How could he allow the world to know he was a mere boy? If that were to happen, he would never hold his head high again. The most infuriating aspect was that these two women not only coveted his wealth, but also dared to betray him publicly. How could they be allowed to thrive? Su Qingqing, you initially set a trap to ensnare me and Ming Yanran, only to later claim indifference and implore me not to disappoint her. All of this was merely for my money. Xiao Weiwu shifted blame onto Su Qingqing, intending to incite a feud between her and Ming Yanran, thus minimizing his own harm. Naturally, Su Qingqing was incensed at being made the scapegoat. Xiao Weiwu, are you even a man? You can't let go of me, yet you pine for Ming Yanran, thinking a handful of money makes you significant. Wishing for a harem is nothing but a delusion. Su Qingqing did not seek to defend Ming Yanran but rather aimed to prevent Xiao Weiwu from escaping unscathed. Their relationship was not particularly close. Yet she could not tolerate Xiao Weiwu's interference. Xiao Weiwu, I misjudged you. You deceived me and then used my photographs to threaten me, claiming I would be exposed if I did not comply. Now, you say Su Qingqing has wronged you. What do you take me for? Ming Yanran, feigning vulnerability, shed tears that stirred a protective instinct in others. Xiao Weiwu had not anticipated the strength of their bond, and his plans were thwarted before they could even commence. He found himself on the losing side, unable to defend himself. It was akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. He regretted not resolving matters privately. Had he not publicly humiliated them, this situation could have been avoided. It was a result of his own carelessness.
Now,
Trapped and stripped of dignity, he could not swallow the bitter pill of this humiliation. Regardless, he could not let them escape unscathed. They had tarnished his reputation and deceived him out of his wealth. How could they be allowed to prosper? You two have conspired to covet my money. And now you shamelessly accuse me. Anyone can speak falsehoods. Fabricating stories without evidence is easy. I am wealthy, but I am not yours. Anger simmered on Xiao Weiwu's face. He refrained from further engaging in his own matters. He believed that revealing even more scandalous details would surely divert attention. I never anticipated you to be such individuals. Willing to do anything for money, he concluded, rising to leave, eager to escape the broadcast and prevent further slander. Su Qingqing and Ming Yanran exchanged glances, their eyes filled with palpable rage. Damn Xiao Weiwu. If we are to fall, we shall fall together. Xiao Weiwu, not only do you lack accountability, but you also deceive our emotions. You are nothing more than a short, insignificant boy. To associate with someone like you as a partner is a stroke of ill fortune. Su Qingqing fumed, asserting that had Xiao Weiwu not wronged them first, they would not have turned against him. The audience remained in shock, witnessing the unraveling of harmonious facades. The underlying truth was that their previous harmony had been rooted in mutual benefit. Once that was threatened, they swiftly turned on each other. It was astonishing to realize that Xiao Weiwu, lacking in substance, still dared to dream of a harem. My goodness, not only is he short and insignificant, but he also dares to embrace multiple women. Truly, money speaks volumes. They're all cut from the same cloth. It's no wonder they ended up together. It seems the saying holds true. One cannot share a bed with two different kinds of people. Su Qingqing and Ming Yanran are impressive, willing to bend to Xiao Weiwu for money. No wonder I struggle to amass wealth. Perhaps I am simply too naive. This is a moral degradation. People these days will do anything for money. As another couple departed, Yan Shirtang felt a flutter at her lashes, realizing that only one pair remained. The pure love warriors now fallen. How bizarre that within the police station, not a sound could be heard, not even a hint of commotion. Could it be that the police station had a way of silencing such matters? If so, it was quite a pity. Meanwhile, Qi Jun felt relieved, recognizing that remaining in the entertainment industry was indeed preferable, especially as a moral arbiter within that realm. The West cannot exist without Jerusalem, just as the entertainment industry cannot thrive without Yan Shirtang. A price of 88.88 was set, ensuring satisfaction for teacher Yan. What do you mean, Bylis? Did I mishear the figure reported by the assistant director? 88.88, came the response. Isn't that still lacking in quality? I can inquire if there's a higher tier available. I've heard the 18,888 package offers superior service. Enough. I said enough. Qi Jun grimaced at the thought of an 8,888 private room rate, questioning whether that was truly insufficient. He rarely encountered such prices during his social engagements, let alone the 18,888 option. Upon noticing the assistant director's dissatisfaction, he shot him a glare. Since you're not footing the bill, you clearly don't care about the money. The assistant director shook his head. I do care. The 8888 room is quite upscale. This choice is efficient. Humph. If I were in charge, I would have certainly selected the 18,888 room. Alas, I am not. Had I known earlier, I would have secured the 18888 room first. It's better to act decisively. Now, it's too late. What a pity. Qin Ingjun scoffed. What kind of ancient fox are you still pretending to be? Poor Chu Xingyun, but he is a love-struck fool. If he cannot rid himself of that mindset, no one can save him. As the drama unfolded, Chu Xingyun found himself in an awkward position, realizing he was now part of the spectacle. Why is this about me? Please spare me. Who would have thought that Chu Xingyun would fall victim to online dating 10 times, only to be deceived each time by the same individual? He is truly unmatched. Yan Shirtang struggled to suppress a smile, while she felt sympathy for Chu Xingyun. The fact that he had been duped by the same person 10 times was undeniably amusing. Li Yuling and Gu Yefan exchanged astonished glances with their friend Chu Xingyun. Weren't you only scammed for 500,000? How did it escalate to 5 million? Faced with their scrutiny, Chu Xingyun sheepishly rubbed his nose, his expression one of embarrassment. Due to the numerous deceptions he has encountered, he felt embarrassed to speak out, only to discover that it had become common knowledge. Chu Xingyun's 11th online romantic interest turned out to be the same individual as the previous 10, merely adopting a different identity. Did he not notice even the slightest hint of this? Yan Shirtang was astounded by the foolishness of this heir from a wealthy family. How could he have developed such a romantic fixation, particularly one centered on online relationships? Was there no one to guide him? Had his family not considered a strategic marriage? Yet, given his naivety, it would be best if he refrained from inflicting harm on others. Chu Xingyun's expression shifted, revealing his indignation. How audacious! Li Yuling and Gu Yefan exchanged glances, speechless. They were aware of Chu Xingyun's penchant for online romances, but they had not anticipated it would reach such an extent. If not for his family's wealth, he might have lost a kidney or two. The most shocking aspect was that Chu Xingyun's online partner was a 60-year-old man. During their conversations, he affectionately referred to him as baby. One could only wonder how Chu Xingyun would react upon learning the truth. Yan Shirtang closely monitored Chu Xingyun's response. One must exercise caution in online relationships. Chu Xingyun felt his head buzzing as if struck by a heavy object, a sensation that made him dizzy. He had called an old man baby for several years. The audacious old man. He was determined to confront him. Chapter 101. An opportunity to go clamming together. He had endured online deceptions 10 times. What is the difference in suffering through an 11th? Merely a numerical distinction. However, that old man was indeed despicable, resorting to the same person to perpetrate his scam. He truly was something else. Although Chu Xingyun was not in dire need of the 5 million, he could not tolerate being deceived. Using an old man for such humiliation was something he would remember. He could hardly withstand it. Chu Xingyun wore a bitter expression. It appeared all those images were merely illusions. Li Yuling and Gu Yefan exchanged glances, feeling powerless. They had only discovered his online romance after he was deceived, and they had attempted to console him, even advising him to seek love in the real world instead. Yet here he was, once again caught in a web of deceit. They all knew they could not sway him, and were somewhat reluctant to engage with him. The foolish son of a wealthy family could be deceived. Surely, he wouldn't lose all his inheritance. Moreover, he lacked the qualification, as his inheritance had yet to be formally bestowed upon him. What is Chu Xingyun's predicament? What does first time mean? And what does it mean to not hold on? That's not what I meant. Does this imply that Chu Xingyun is inadequate in his first experience, similarly to that Xiao Weiwu? Seriously? That's not the same at all. Gu Yefan surely meant that certain events happen frequently and carry negative consequences, implying that Chu Xingyun cannot endure it.
How amusing.
My thoughts were also you. Thankfully, I typed slowly, or it would have been embarrassing. What on earth is this about? I'm dying to know. If I don't hear about Chu Xingyun's situation within 3 minutes, I'll blow up the earth. Go ahead, blow it up. Otherwise, you're just a dog. Yan Shirtang clicked her tongue, wishing for the earth to explode, so she wouldn't have to work. Yet, no whispers of Chu Xingyun's situation emerged until the recording concluded. Netizens, your lips are sealed. This gossip is being devoured in silence. Another day of aspiring to infiltrate this variety show.
Wow.
Hongyu Grand Hotel. Director Qin is raking in the big bucks for treating us to such an upscale dining experience. Shen Xiaoxi surveyed the opulent layout of the private room. Not only was the exterior resplendent, but the interior exuded a similar grandeur, radiating an air of affluence. She was rather ordinary and found delight in such extravagance. However, while the Hongyu Grand Hotel was splendid, it was not her aspiration. She had her own ideal. In her opinion, Yalyajin was far more alluring, and she hoped Director Qin could invite them there next time. If he truly did, she would call him brother. Shun Xiaoxi could not shake her thoughts of Yalyajin, currently seeking connections to secure a membership, hoping for some success. Qin Ingjun, if you can get me a membership at Yalyajin, I'll call you sister. This brother title was hardly obligatory. Ahaha, I'll treat you if I get the chance. Shin Xiaoxi laughed awkwardly. Since Qin Ingjun didn't possess a membership card, her chances seemed even slimmer. Nevertheless, she remained hopeful. However, in the next moment, she glanced at her phone and clung to Yen Sherdang, sobbing. Yen Sherdang had just learned that her contact had informed her that obtaining the Yalyajin membership had failed. Remembering her own recently acquired membership card, she felt hesitant to comment. One day, they would be able to visit Yalyajin. It was merely a matter of time. Yes, yes. If you say it, it shall come to pass, Shin Xiaoxi said, linking her arm with Yen Sherdang. If Tanjin said it was possible, then it surely was. Yen Sherdang replied, I am not a deity. I am an ordinary person, unable to fulfill every promise. How frightening! If they regarded her with such reverence, what if she were captured for research? Yet, Shun Xiaoxi had already tuned her out, examining the menu filled with expensive seafood options, Alaskan king crab, Asian sea bass, Norwegian lobster, and others. It seemed that ordering such delicacies was the only way to justify the high cost, though they truly were delicious. Yen Sherdang adored seafood, and often went clamming with others in her previous life. Are you recalling something delightful? Lu Xingxi noticed the smile illuminating her features, clearly in high spirits. Yes, I was reminiscing about my clamming adventures. It was incredibly therapeutic. As she spoke of clamming, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, a sight that momentarily left Lu Xingxi entranced. It was evident that clamming was indeed a most soothing activity. Let us go clamming together sometime, Lu Xingxi proposed, envisioning the joy it would bring. Yen Sherdang nodded eagerly, finding no fault in the suggestion. Previously, she had clammed with strangers and enjoyed their camaraderie, as they had generously shared plenty of spoils. Once seated at the table, their private conversation came to an end. Shin Xiaoxi, realizing she had missed out on something significant, regretted not having held Yen Sherdang's arm while walking in. Unbeknownst to her, she had let go, her gaze fixated on the menu, and thus missed the earlier exchange. She felt remorse. A splendid opportunity had slipped through her fingers, just as it had in the past. Shin Xiaoxi lamented her own misfortune. The gossip was right before her eyes, yet she could not partake. What a predicament. It was the menu's fault for her current state. She must order everything extravagant to quell her anger. Qin Ingjun. So, you intend to vent your frustrations on my wallet? After placing her order, Shin Xiaoxi returned the menu to Yen Sherdang. Everything appeared delectable, yet she hesitated to order, feeling Qin Ingjun's gaze upon her as if he intended to devour her whole. While glancing at Qin Ingjun, she whispered to Yen Sherdang, it seems he truly intends to consume me. I merely ordered a couple of extra items. Surely, I can bear the price. Why can't he? Qin Ingjun rolled his eyes secretly. She was the only one ordering, and what about the rest of them? After one round of ordering, wouldn't they end up spending tens of thousands or more? It was truly painful. Yet, the meal was undeniably delightful. Oh no. Perhaps Director Qin merely has a stern appearance? Yen Sherdang said reluctantly. Indeed, it was evident that Director Qin had ulterior motives regarding Shin Xiaoxi. Do not waste food. Else, there shall be consequences, Qin Ingjun hinted. Chapter 102. Director Qin, the eccentric, is now feeling wronged Yen Sherdang. She isn't even ordered yet and is already being criticized. Stingy middle-aged man. Qin Ingjun. Stingy? What nonsense is this? If I were stingy, would I be at the Hongyu Grand Hotel? Such slander. This was nothing short of defamation. Qin Ingjun glared at Yen Sherdang, feeling aggrieved. At his age, he had to endure slander against his reputation. Was it easy for him? Yen Sherdang met his fierce gaze. Both of them staring intently, each waiting for the other to falter first. Lu Xingxi observed the scene as well. Suddenly, Qin Ingjun felt as if he were being besieged. The younger generation was lacking in manners, ganging up on a middle-aged man. This injustice was unbearable, leaving him feeling both deflated and pitiable. Director Qin, this eccentric fellow, was now the one feeling wronged. Shen Xiaoxi glanced at the deflated Qin Ingjun, wondering what commotion he was causing this time. Indeed, Yan Shirtang concurred with Shen Xiaoxi. It seemed that Qin Ingjun was having one of his unpredictable episodes. Qin Ingjun thought to himself, is there no one who can see my grievances? Or do they all choose to ignore them? The assistant director, delighted by the unfolding drama, relished the sight of Qin Ingjun being put in his place. A fitting retribution for his habitual tyranny over them. As dishes gradually arrived, the enticing aromas filled the air, and no one had the inclination to dwell on other matters. In the grand scheme of things, nothing surpassed the importance of a good meal. Noticing everyone preparing to dig in, Qin Ingjun poured himself a glass of wine, cheerfully proclaiming, "Come, let us toast with tea instead of wine to celebrate our first family gathering." The assistant director, witnessing this blatant hypocrisy, felt a surge of anger but dared not voice it. After all, Qin Ingjun was the head director, while he was merely an assistant, forced to navigate the whims of his superior. What a miserable existence for a working man, he thought. Shen Xiaoxi leaned over to whisper to Yan Shirtang, expressing relief that they could still enjoy beverages other than alcohol. However, she was quite curious to taste the most expensive red wine on the menu, regardless of its flavor, simply because of its price. That was the kind of person Qin Ingjun was. With a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, Yan Shirtang remarked that it was not her intention to tarnish Qin Ingjun's reputation, it was simply that he was behaving rather foolishly. As Qin Ingjun savored his drink, he suddenly felt a prick of emotion and sneezed, knowing full well that someone was cursing him from behind. He could guess who it was. Who else could it be? As the meal commenced, the atmosphere relaxed, lending itself to a more jovial spirit. The restaurant's attentive service was commendable, with the seafood shells meticulously removed, justifying the expense. "This soup is delightful. Would you like to try some?" Lu Xingxi asked, noticing that Yan Shirtang had been focused solely on her food and had yet to sample the soup. He took the initiative to ladle her a bowl. "Thank you." Yan Shirtang replied softly, recognizing it as a delicate bird's nest soup with shark fin, known for its nourishing and beautifying properties. It wasn't tea that she didn't want to partake. The soup was simply too hot. She decided to let it cool before indulging. Normally, one would expect individual servings, yet the restaurant had presented a large bowl for everyone to serve themselves as they wished. It was a display of generosity that left her pondering whether to admire or critique their extravagance. Nevertheless, she was content to focus on her meal. Shen Xiaoxi, seated nearby, was wide-eyed in disbelief.
Wow.
Someone actually helped serve soup, she thought, realizing that such treatment was rare. She stifled a giggle, careful not to make her amusement too obvious. Yan Shirtang sensed a gaze fixated on her, causing her to tense slightly. Spotting Shen Xiaoxi, she opted for silence, knowing that her friend was always eager to witness the drama unfold. "Sister, could you tone it down a bit?" Yan Shirtang whispered, worried that Lu Xingxi might catch wind of their exchange, leading to an awkward situation. Shen Xiaoxi gestured that she would maintain discretion, ensuring that her actions would not cause any embarrassment to Yan Shirtang. She was content with simply being in the know. Lu Xingxi observed their subtle interactions but chose to remain silent, as voicing his thoughts would only heighten the awkwardness. He understood that Yan Shirtang was sensitive and that many matters were best left unspoken. After the meal, the evening was still young, not yet reaching the melodramatic climax typical of soap operas. It was the perfect time for some gossip, and upon checking online, they found it to be true. Xiao Weiwu, Su Qingqing, and Ming Yanran had ignited an online feud, each revealing the other's secrets, escalating the drama. Yan Shirtang's first thought was that she had been played. She hadn't anticipated that Xiao Weiwu's self-serving actions would shatter their fragile alliance, leading them to air each other's dirty laundry. It was truly a masterstroke that had turned a promising collaboration into a bitter rivalry. Indeed, money could drive people to extremes. Once interests were at stake, individuals could become ruthlessly vindictive. In a turn of events, Xiao Weiwu had promised Ming Yanran 2 million, contingent upon her tearing into Su Qingqing. With such a lucrative offer, Ming Yanran had no reason to refuse. Their previous camaraderie was now a weapon turned against Su Qingqing. Ming Yanran had previously shared a rapport with Su Qingqing, collaborating on strategies to win over Xiao Weiwu. They were well acquainted, making their impending conflict all the more captivating. Su Qingqing was no pushover either. She had prepared contingencies upon sensing Xiao Weiwu's fickleness. She had recorded their discussions, capturing more than one instance of Ming Yanran's voice as they plotted to curry favor with Xiao Weiwu. Moreover, she possessed evidence of Ming Yanran's clandestine affairs with other men, a result of her surveillance. Su Qingqing was confident that this information would one day prove advantageous, and it appeared that day had come. Ming Yanran had repeatedly complained about Xiao Weiwu to Su Qingqing while simultaneously using his money to maintain her own affairs. Su Qingqing had reveled in the knowledge that Xiao Weiwu was oblivious to the betrayal occurring right under his nose. She had harbored resentment ever since Ming Yanran had joined their circle, plotting her own strategy for revenge. Yan Shirtang admired Su Qingqing's ability to endure humiliation. She was akin to a female version of the legendary King Gojian, biding her time. With a cold smile, Su Qingqing declared that if they were to perish, they would do so together. None would escape unscathed. Xiao Weiwu believed that by offering Ming Yanran a financial incentive, he could deflect attention from himself, focusing the ire on Su Qingqing instead. Alas, his plans were futile, destined to crumble under the weight of their treachery. Xiao Weiwu remained oblivious to the extent of Su Qingqing's hidden recordings. He couldn't believe she had kept such a trove. If only he had known, he would have thought twice before crossing her. Regret washed over him, yet there was no remedy for his choices. Fate would unfold as it must, and he could not evade its consequences. Although he had contemplated bribing Su Qingqing, her steadfastness and the fragile bonds of friendship had ultimately led to his downfall. In summary, the scandal involving the three individuals has been exposed online, and none have managed to escape the ensuing turmoil. The unfolding drama surrounding their affairs is quite the spectacle. Yan Shirtang indulges in the details, relishing the gossip, even though much of it pertains to scandalous news. Each revelation serves as a jarring reminder of moral perspectives and human nature. Xiao Weiwu, with his boldness in pursuing multiple romantic interests, seems to fall short of even the most basic standards. Shen Xiaoxi's expression is particularly noteworthy as she views a video shared by Su Qingqing, having infiltrated a gossip group under a pseudonym. Additionally, Ming Yanran's disingenuous demeanor and unappealing cries elicit a reaction from Shen Xiaoxi, who cannot help but feel a sense of disdain. Is it possible that he remains oblivious to how transparent he is? Shen Xiaoxi expresses skepticism, pondering whether he is merely deceiving himself. Yan Shirtang, taken aback by her candid remarks, feels somewhat uncomfortable discussing such matters.
Hey,
what's the big deal? Didn't you and your roommates discuss these things in college? Shen Xiaoxi gazes at Yan Shirtang in disbelief, exclaiming, "Really? You didn't?" She recalls how their dorm was quite open-minded, often gathering to watch films together. Shen Xiaoxi reminisces about the dorm leader who had procured some dubious resources under the pretext of sharing something worthwhile, only to present them with risky content. Initially, there was some embarrassment among them, but someone eventually broke the ice by suggesting that it was merely watching films, not a big deal. They were encouraged to embrace knowledge of such topics to avoid being taken advantage of in the future. Shen Xiaoxi finds merit in this reasoning, believing that it is merely for learning, and thus casts aside any embarrassment to engage openly. Yan Shirtang quietly mentions that her roommates thought she was too young to partake and watched without her knowledge. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoxi bursts into laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Your roommates are something else. Yan Shirtang responds, "No need to laugh so hard." Shen Xiaoxi ceases her teasing but playfully pinches Yan Shirtang's flushed cheek, finding it irresistibly soft. Yan Shirtang immediately recoils, startled by the unexpected touch. Shen Xiaoxi, surprised by her reaction, apologizes, feeling awkward as it is her first encounter with such a situation. She had assumed they were close enough for occasional intimacy to be acceptable, and she couldn't resist the allure of Yan Shirtang's adorable flushed face. Yan Shirtang, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her own strong reaction, hasn't he experienced such contact in ages, which evokes a sensation akin to being teased. The atmosphere shifts into an awkward silence as both contemplate how to break the tension, yet no immediate solution comes to mind. Eventually, Yen Sherdang's internal thoughts provide some relief. The matter has escalated to the police, as Xiao Weiwu accuses Su Qingqing of fraud, with the amount totaling 9 million, determined to see her imprisoned. However, the charges are unfounded, as the transaction was consensual, merely a gift, and does not constitute a crime. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaoxi finds Xiao Weiwu's behavior appalling. Yet, Su Qingqing's acceptance of such a substantial sum does raise eyebrows. Despite being given by Xiao Weiwu, one must discern financial boundaries during a relationship to avoid situations like the current one post-breakup. Some individuals are meticulous, ensuring every penny is accounted for, unwilling to let anyone gain an unfair advantage. Conversely, others are indifferent, treating gifts as just that, without pursuing accountability. Oh my, Su Qingqing reports Xiao Weiwu for drug use. Yen Shirtong's eyes widen in disbelief, as this revelation did not circulate among their gossip circles. Initially, Su Qingqing had considered leaving a window of opportunity open. But Xiao Weiwu's actions have forced her hand. Xiao Weiwu's secret drug use puzzles him. How could Su Qingqing be aware? Had he known, he would not have heeded Ming Yanran's advice to report her. Chapter 104. Encountering a soft-hearted benefactor. Unfortunately, the method leads to imprisonment. Ming Yanran resents the poor advice she provided, and Xiao Weiwu harbors a deep-seated animosity towards her. Since Su Qingqing seeks mutual destruction, he resolves to pursue the same fate for her. He will not overlook Ming Yanran, a woman capable of betraying her allies, and intends to file charges against her as well. Before entering a rehabilitation facility, Xiao Weiwu will not let these two women escape his wrath. Yen Shirtang finishes her gossip, leaving no detail unexamined. Shen Xiaoxi remarks, when interests are at stake, people can become ruthlessly vindictive. With this scandal unfolding, the situation regarding Chu Xingyun appears less shocking. Almost farcical. Everyone mocks him for being a wealthy fool, duped out of millions by the same person. They suggest he should publicly share his account details to make new friends, not for financial gain, but merely to connect with the naive heir.
Chu Xingyun fe utterly humi lai.
As the secret he wished to conceal has been laid bare for all to see, bringing shame upon him. The most mortifying aspect is that the police report includes his name, while he is not a criminal. The association fills him with such embarrassment that he wishes to escape to another planet. Ping Shan Public Security. Warning. How can a man be scammed multiple times in online romance, with losses amounting to 5 million? Mr. Chu befriended someone on a social platform, engaging in delightful conversation for several days before confirming their relationship. Under the scammer's sweet talk, Mr. Chu gradually fell under their spell, transferring funds to a 60-year-old named Chen. His first loss amounted to 500,000, followed by further transactions totaling 5 million, all to the same individual. Caution is advised in online romances. After being scammed, one should report it rather than ignore the issue out of embarrassment. Mr. Chu's experience serves as a cautionary tale. After one misstep, vigilance must be heightened to prevent further deception. I love cold watermelon help. Scammed 11 times by the same person. How is that even possible? This wealthy heir is unbeatable in his naivety. Commenter. It's as if this old man encountered a soft-hearted benefactor, but sadly, he took the wrong approach and is headed for imprisonment. Water without a lid. Explosive. Truly explosive. With such advantages, why indulge in online romance? Just look at Xiao Weiwu, who has already embraced his harem in reality. In this day and age, there are still online beggars. Xiao Weiwu's methods should not be emulated. He is headed to rehab. While this wealthy fool is clearly being duped to the point of losing his dignity, perhaps he should just befriend me so I can keep an eye on him. Every day feels exhausting. How come I haven't encountered such a prime example of a love-struck fool? Money is not the issue. I simply desire a boyfriend with a romantic mindset. Chu Xingyun has become infamous, his case showcased across the internet by the police. This is one of the reasons he yearns to escape to another planet, as the embarrassment is insufferable. Just as he grapples with his humiliation, the phone at home starts ringing incessantly. Chu Xingyun tenses, gripped by fear. Judging by his father's tone, he knows a severe reprimand awaits him. At 27, he is hardly a child, yet the prospect of punishment feels like a blow to his dignity. Soon after, his mother calls, and he feels a pang of dread, reaching the peak of his desire to avoid the conversation. However, he knows he cannot ignore her. She is the matriarch of the family, and the potential for her wrath looms large. Thus, Chu Xingyun steels himself to answer, unable to even take a breath. The outcome of this conversation will undoubtedly shape his standing within the family, not solely due to the embarrassment, but also from the fear of family discovery. Although his family possesses a modest fortune, being repeatedly deceived would undoubtedly lead to severe reproach. One might remain silent after a single deception, yet what of a second or third? Had he not contemplated the gravity of online dating scams after such experiences? Li Yuling inquired, her friend seemingly lacking in intellect. Who could have imagined that this despicable old man would persist in his trickery, targeting him specifically? Chu Xingyun wore an expression of exasperation, now that he was caught. His primary concern lay with the impending phone call from home. Gu Yefan was tempted to mock him, but seeing his face as though the sky were collapsing, he refrained. Xingyun, you ought to refrain from internet cafes. Abstain from the internet, and you will not entertain thoughts of online romance. I cannot quit entirely, Chu Xingyun replied. Then brace yourself for your bank card to be frozen, Gu Yefan remarked, surprised by the depth of his addiction. Regardless, he would undoubtedly face strict scrutiny from his family. He had witnessed the formidable presence of Chu's mother. All he could say was, "Brother, take care of yourself." Chu Xingyun, overwhelmed with anxiety, lamented, "That wretched old man." They had targeted the same fool repeatedly. His audacity was astonishing. Li Yuling and Gu Yefan exchanged glances, slightly shaking their heads. It was perplexing how he could be deceived by the same individual 11 times. One might call him foolish, yet his intelligence surpassed that of the average person. However, one could hardly call him clever, given the frequency of his deceptions. Ultimately, it serves as a cautionary tale. Approach online romance with vigilance. Upon encountering financial matters, flee immediately. If you sense something amiss, do not hesitate. Report it to the authorities. If Chu Xingyun could still fall prey to online scams, he would truly be invincible. This experience would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark. Should Chu Xingyun continue to be deceived in the future, there would be no words left to say. I came across a rumor stating that Chu Xingyun is the son of the wealthiest man in the city. Shen Xiaoxi was taken aback. No wonder he remained calm despite losing such substantial sums, even refraining from alerting the authorities. Being the son of the wealthiest man in the city, he likely regarded that amount as trifling. TSK, I wouldn't mind having such wealth. Hand that sum over to me. 5 million. Calculating taxes. She would need to secure numerous endorsement deals to amass that amount. Her assessment, it would be better to obtain it without cost. Yen's Shirtang blinked, sharing her sentiment. The foolish son of a landlord does not care for 5 million, but she certainly does. Chapter 105. Rumors. Guajia is about to step on the sewing machine. I truly envy the Navi son of a landlord who grew up with a golden key, Shen Xiaoxi remarked, her admiration sincere. Yet, she also appreciated her current life, expressing contentment with her gradual improvement in circumstances after a challenging childhood. Yen Shirtang responded lightly, who wouldn't he envy those born with a silver spoon? However, her own life was not exceedingly dire, and she felt grateful. As she turned off the lights, her phone vibrated. Yen Shirtang glanced at it. It was a message from Lu Xingxi. He mentioned not finding an appropriate opportunity to inquire about the police station during the day and now sought specific details. He genuinely cared for her, seemingly worried about her well-being. A warmth spread through Yen Shirtang. Such concern was becoming rare. She mused that their relationship was merely that of friends, not something misconstrued as Shen Xiaoxi suggested. Unrealistic thoughts. Lu Xingxi had no particular affection for anyone. After chatting for over half an hour, their conversation concluded. The night was quiet, and she assumed everyone had retired for the evening. Yen Shirtang gently turned, placing her phone aside, and slightly closed her eyes. Shen Xiaoxi chimed in, "If you call me, I surely won't be asleep." After a long day, Master Yen finally relaxed and drifted into a deep sleep, filled with pleasant dreams. Due to her restful slumber, she overslept the next morning. Had it not been for a phone call, she might not have awakened at all. Shen Xiaoxi also overslept, typically relying on Yen Shirtang to wake her. As her alarm clock was utterly ineffective, it required manual awakening. However, today, the usual wake-up service was absent, leading to her oversleeping. Director Qin Wen-Ti fire us. Will he? Shen Xiaoxi quickly applied a layer of powder to her face, feeling fatigued from the previous day and inevitably sleeping in. That seems likely, doesn't it? By evening, Director Qin might come to reprimand us. Exhausted from the previous day, Yan Shirtang had slept soundly, unable to wake even with her alarm. This was an unprecedented occurrence, and her brow furrowed in concern. Yesterday was exhausting, and given the circumstances, it is understandable to oversleep. If Director Qin has any humanity, he should not complain. In truth, they weren't late. There were still 15 minutes until the broadcast began, but they usually arrived half an hour early.
Today,
Their tardiness might be misconstrued as unpunctuality. Yan Sherdang was prepared, but Shen Xiaoxi was still perfecting her look. 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes. I'll be ready soon. Thankfully, the observation room was within walking distance, or Shen Xiaoxi's delay would have caused them to be late. There was no sign of Qin Ningjun, and Yan Shirtang guessed he had yet to awaken. Shen Xiaoxi's 5 minutes were precisely measured, not a second more or less, as if she were a deity of time from ancient Greece. Yan Shirtang, naturally beautiful, required only a touch of lipstick to enhance her appearance. Shen Xiaoxi envied the soft, smooth texture of her skin, realizing she would not struggle to secure endorsements for skincare or cosmetics in the future. Yet, typical cosmetic brands seemed inadequate for Yan Shirtang. Only high-end brands would befit her elegance. Yan Shirtang's visage was one of sophistication. She could not risk using inferior products that might mar her beauty. You are naturally beautiful. Makeup merely accentuates your features. While not particularly unattractive, her appearance required considerable time to perfect, at least an hour, unlike Shen Xiaoxi, who could achieve a full look in 15 minutes. Haha, we both look splendid. Our looks are on point. Shen Xiaoxi basked in the compliment, her spirits lifted. Upon arriving at the observation room, Lu Xingxi was already present. The assistant director, relieved by their arrival, had feared they might collectively abandon their responsibilities and was prepared to send someone to fetch them. They finally appeared before the official broadcast commenced. However, Qin Ningjun had yet to arrive, likely still recovering from the previous night's festivities. As the chief director, his tardiness demonstrated a lack of professionalism. Yan Shirtang took her usual seat, now accustomed to it. Apologies for disturbing your rest last night, Lu Xingxi remarked, having turned off his microphone. Although they hadn't conversed extensively, the time had surprisingly slipped away until 1 in the morning. It is not your fault. The issue lies with me. Yan Shirtang quickly denied any blame, asserting it was not his concern. Lu Xingxi's expression held a hint of regret. Their conversation extending until the early hours indeed bore some responsibility on his part. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaoxi shifted closer, straining to eavesdrop on their conversation. What are they whispering about? Why is their volume so low? Her hearing was perfectly fine. It was frustrating to miss out on their discussions. Previously, she had been oblivious, but now, aware yet unable to hear, it seemed they intentionally excluded her from the conversation. She was eager to listen, as was everyone else. Early oysters. What secret conversation are Guajia and Lord Lu having? If you have the courage, speak up. If not, I shall hold a grudge. I am King Gigi. What are you discussing? Hurry and tell me, or I shall be in despair, and it will not bode well for you. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Transform into King Gigi. Everyone quickly turn on your mics and speak loudly. Rumor has it that Sister Gua disappeared for half a day yesterday. Could she have gotten into some trouble? If an artist really gets into trouble, this variety show will soon be in jeopardy. With Yan Shirtang around, it's like one bad apple spoils the barrel. Her management's marketing persona is utterly laughable, and now that she's crashed, she deserves it. Ha ha ha, we are in a new era. Who still believes in feudal superstitions? She's about to step into the sewing machine. Let us see if she can magically escape. As Yan Shirtang's popularity soared, she attracted a plethora of haters. Among them were those who, out of jealousy for her rapid rise threatening their own standing, bought haters to undermine her, hoping to dampen her spirit. Lan Junhua investigated and found that it wasn't just one artist, but several, forming a temporary alliance of sorts. How despicable. The intrigue in the entertainment industry rivals that of ancient royal courts vying for favor. When interests are at stake, the cruelty is palpable. In no time, the trending topic of Yen Shirting's alleged misconduct surged to the top. Everyone clicked in to observe, with several marketing accounts leading the charge, even posting photos of her entering the police station. The origins of these photos were unknown, yet they were remarkably clear, making it easy to identify the individuals involved. The implications of such images were unmistakable, leaving little room for innocent interpretations. Chapter 106. Xingxing Law Firm, undefeated at first. Yen Shirting was bewildered as to how she had reached the pinnacle of trending topics, but as she noticed the rapidly scrolling comments, she realized her impending confrontation with the sewing machine was imminent. This is absurd, utterly absurd. Who is the scoundrel spreading such slander about me? Is there no sense of public morality? Are they mentally deranged? It was truly outrageous. Such baseless accusations were absurd. Shen Xiaoxi vehemently condemned such behavior, noting that the scope of this rumor was excessive. If Yen Shirting had truly committed an offense, could she still be sitting here unscathed? It displayed a complete lack of intellect, rendering them foolish. Surely, no one could believe such a ridiculous rumor. If they still believe it, that would be sheer absurdity. Teacher Yen, I know a legal team called Xingxing Law Firm. You can contact them to protect your reputation. Lu Xingxi recommended the law firm, fully supporting her fight for her rights. Such slander could not go unchallenged. It was not about being overly meticulous, but merely a desire to safeguard her rights. Upon hearing about Xingxing Law Firm, netizens began to flood the comments. Xingxing Law Firm, the top legal elite in the country, undefeated. They not only represented the powerful but also took on cases for those who couldn't afford legal fees, especially prioritizing significant cases. Many sought their assistance, yet access was limited. Now that Lu Xingxi suggested they help Yen Shirting, the weight of his words was substantial. With an impeccable track record, who would dare spread rumors anymore? Those who did would be courting disaster, awaiting legal summons. My God, Lu Xingxi is such a gentleman. He genuinely cares about his friends. I envy Yen Shirting for having such a friend. Lu Xingxi, to enlist Xingxing Law Firm is just incredible. Let us see who dares to fabricate lies again. Ha ha ha. I just checked, and those marketing accounts deleted their Weibo posts. It's hilarious. I looked too. Once they heard Xingxing Law Firm, they were surely terrified. Rumors dispelled on their own. This is the fastest debunking event in the entertainment industry. My heart goes out to Miss Yen Shirting, who was falsely accused of going to jail. Deleted? Weren't they delighted when they posted? My goodness. Xingxing Law Firm. Shen Xiaoxi was also taken aback by Lu Xingxi's words. The elite law firm, undefeated, was a tremendous asset. And if Lu Xingxi claimed to know them, didn't that imply a close relationship? Shen Xiaoxi felt a surge of desire to latch onto this opportunity. Yen Shirting understood the prowess of Xingxing Law Firm from their words and nodded slightly. Thank you, Teacher Lu. If they dared to fabricate rumors about her, she would not let them go unpunished. Without Lu Xingxi's intervention, she would have been at a loss for words. Rumors could be spread with ease, but debunking them required great effort. While her visit to the police station was a fact, people would only speculate and create false narratives. Sometimes, even after clarifications, the truth would be deliberately ignored. In such cases, an example must be made to deter similar future occurrences. No trouble at all. Lu Xingxi smiled, pleased to assist her. Shen Xiaoxi was still contemplating how to cling to this opportunity. After all, it was Xingxing Law Firm. Tang, I also support your fight for justice. Although public figures often face scrutiny and haters, I've never seen anyone slander someone into jail. This is truly excessive. It's imperative to defend your rights, or else letting them off would be overly kind-hearted. In such matters, one must be resolute. Qi Ningjun had yet to arrive at work and was completely unaware of the situation. Had he known, he would surely have issued a statement to refute the rumors on Yen Shirting's behalf. After all, he was the catalyst for this incident and bore responsibility for helping her. While Xingxing Law Firm would handle the aftermath, issues still remained. The assistant director hastily called Qi Ningjun, urging him to wake up and come to handle the matter. Qi Ningjun accompanied them, but the images released only featured Yen Shirting, clearly indicating the underlying motive. The assistant director intended to clarify the situation. Yet, he was not the involved party and lacked detailed knowledge. It required Qin Ningjuan's personal touch. However, his calls went unanswered, indicating that he was still asleep. Despite being advised not to drink, he had indulged excessively. Utterly incompetent. The assistant director fumed, worried that if Yan Shirtang were to leave in frustration, he would be in deep trouble. Among today's guests were both familiar and new faces. Among the newcomers was a young girl, Li Yuling, who enjoyed playing with her and was dressed in an elaborate, expensive Lolita outfit that exuded luxury. Li Yuling thought the girl was stunning and wanted to befriend her.
Wow.
Liang Yi is a beautiful boy. He.s. a cross-dresser. Yan Shirtang's comment left Li Yuling stunned.
What?
Did she say what she thought she heard? Was she hallucinating or mishearing? Li Yuling fell into self-doubt until she heard Yan Shirtang's words again, confirming that she was not mistaken. Everyone thinks Liang Yi is a pretty girl, but he is actually a handsome boy.
Huh?
Liang Yi is a handsome boy.
So what does that make them?
A Zhang Fei who gets her period? This was the inner thought of many staff members, as Liang Yi appeared as exquisite as a doll displayed in a cabinet. Liang Yi had never denied his gender, and at that moment, clad in Lolita attire, it was difficult for anyone to perceive him as anything but a girl. Nevertheless, regardless of how one viewed it, it was inappropriate to regard this uniqueness with disdain. Was this considered deception? The assistant director felt overwhelmed. Realizing that Liang Yi's statement might cause quite the stir, he had already envisioned the fallout. Liang Yi tugged at his skirt, reluctant to be exposed to the camera. The tone of that voice was far from pleasant. Contemplating the recent trending topic, Liang Yi felt uneasy and was hardly inclined to focus on his duties. Zhong Zhilua grasped Liang Yi's hand, noticing its chill, his brow slightly furrowing. Their participation in this variety show was aimed at crafting the ultimate couple persona, and they could not afford any mishaps. Yet, often what one fears becomes reality. TSK. Liang Yi is indeed a master of time management. Chapter 107. The Octopus Charmer with 8 admirers. Indeed, there are 8 boyfriends, akin to an octopus. Among them are benefactors, possessive partners, online romantic interests, and real-life boyfriends. In essence, he boasts 8 companions. What is more alarming is that Liang Yi has maintained this arrangement for an entire year without any mishaps. How could one possibly juggle 8 boyfriends for such a length of time without a scandal? Liang Yi must be an octopus in human form. How does he manage it? People are curious, perhaps he should consider teaching a class on it. Liang Yi's boyfriends are quite diverse. A boyfriend resembling a double-door refrigerator, a stable and composed father figure type, a cheerful neighborly boy, and a possessive wolf-like partner, each distinct as if he were collecting stamps. Half of them are online relationships, while the other half are in person. It's no wonder he has avoided disaster. As for the offline meetings, they are scheduled from Monday to Thursday, with a rotation system ensuring each partner is accounted for. If one is left out, they are added to the next week's lineup, thereby maintaining balance. From the outset, he adopts a demeanor that suggests he is not clingy, even exhibiting a touch of aloofness. If any boyfriend causes a scene, he feigns a desire to break up. In reality, he has already woven sweet nothings to ensnare them, ensuring his dominance in the relationship. The moment he threatens to end it, they dare not voice any dissent. This is the very reason he, like an octopus, manages multiple partners without incident. Control is paramount. Furthermore, his exquisite appearance serves as an advantage, attracting admirers from all walks of life, both male and female. Each of his boyfriends is utterly infatuated with him, and he is now attempting to reveal a few cracks in his facade, seeking to introduce some of the offline partners to one another, while still keeping them firmly in his grasp before pursuing new conquests.
What?
8 is not enough. How many does Liang Yi truly wish to court? Compared to the previous suitor, Xiao Weiwu, who failed in his own harem ambitions, Liang Yi seems to be successfully establishing his own.
Zong Zhiluo yaches Liang Yi in astonishment.
Is he truly this busy?
It is terrifying.
He never anticipated Liang Yi harbored such intentions, and he feels like a mere stepping stone. The notion of being the strongest couple merely labels him as a small fish in Liang Yi's pond. Zhong Zhilua, frowning, realizes that Liang Yi's recent peculiar behavior was indeed due to this scheme. Initially, he thought Liang Yi's indifference was a sign of emotional coldness, when in fact, he was merely managing his time to appease everyone. Indeed, it is not only beautiful women who can be deceitful, handsome men possess that talent as well.
Zhong Zhilua.
Filled with indignation, is ironically grateful that Liang Yi is willing to meet him offline and even participate in a dating show, only to discover he is but a fool in Liang Yi's game. As for why Liang Yi chose him, it was likely because he is the easiest to manipulate among the group. Zhong Zhilua clenches his fists. Liang Yi is doing quite well. With a sudden shift in expression, Liang Yi's charming facade falters as his plans are unveiled, evidently shaken by the revelation. What absurdity! Yan Shirtang finds this revelation utterly explosive, never imagining Liang Yi would play so recklessly. Can his frame withstand such tumult? This question piques not only her curiosity, but others as well.
Zhong Zhilua.
Aware of his own position, bites his lip and asks, "Do you dare swear it?" He harbors feelings for Liang Yi, but despises being a mere pawn. The jealousy is overwhelming, as if an entire meadow of green grass has been placed atop his head. How could he dare to court 8 or more individuals simultaneously? Liang Yi's gaze turns icy as he releases Zhong Zhilua's hand and silences the conversation device, then speaks softly, "Zhilua, I don't necessarily need you." Zhong Zhilua is merely one among many, his appearance and status placing him in the middle tier. However, Liang Yi can easily find someone more suitable. The only challenge lies in finding someone as easily controlled. Liang Yi has deemed Zhong Zhilua the most manageable. Yet he is surprised that he still harbors a desire to resist. Zhong Zhilua feels a pang of desperation. Indeed, if he were to leave, Liang Yi would still have 7 others and potentially more in the future. It is anything but fair. Liang Yi seems to be following a script for a charismatic figure, a notion that piques the curiosity of onlookers.
How so?
Yet, judging by his appearance, he certainly possesses that charm. During high school, he captivated the entire male class, leaving them utterly enthralled. When Liang Yi was in middle school, he had yet to blossom, his allure not fully realized. However, upon entering high school, he underwent a transformation, becoming even more attractive than the girls, his demeanor sweet and enchanting compared to the other boys. Zhong Zhilua's fists clench once more. Could it be that Liang Yi had entangled himself with all the boys in his class during high school? The more one delves into this revelation, the more astonishing it becomes. Yan Shirtang struggles to comprehend what has happened to society today. Indeed, during that time, a few boys even fought over Liang Yi's affections, creating quite a spectacle. However, due to the scandalous nature of the events and the less developed state of the internet, coupled with the passage of time, everyone eventually forgot. Liang Yi attended an international high school populated by children of affluent families, where regardless of academic performance, the ultimate goal was to study abroad. These young masters were utterly enchanted by Liang Yi's charm, as if bewitched, kneeling at the hem of his skirts. After graduating from middle school, Liang Yi embarked on the journey of cross-dressing. His delicate features naturally leaned towards femininity, and adorned in lovely dresses, he appeared indistinguishable from a girl. While his feminine traits could be discerned, few would focus on such details. In his first year of high school, his penchant for dressing as a girl remained concealed until the second semester when he chose a science track, joining a class predominantly composed of boys, at which point his affinity for feminine attire was revealed. Initially, his looks and voice garnered attention, but donning women's clothing further captivated the hearts of those already prone to infatuation. Before long, the admiration from the boys in his class grew exponentially. Within a single semester, one boy confessed his feelings, followed soon after by a second, a third, and so forth, until the majority of the class had declared their affection. By the end of the semester, every single boy had confessed. Chapter 108. Distance from Liang Yi, or face misfortune indeed. Young boys are often impulsive, especially in matters of the heart. In the face of Liang Yi's intentional allure, resisting temptation becomes nearly impossible, even for those of the same sex. Despite their confessions, none of the boys managed to win Liang Yi's heart, leaving them with the notion that opportunities still existed. They were not only impulsive, but also confident. Spoiled children who believed that whatever they desired must be obtained. This mentality led to several altercations among the suitors. One contender assaulted another, while a third pushed the first down the stairs. A fourth recorded the incident, hoping to exploit the chaos for his own gain. Upon discovering this, the third contender retaliated against the fourth, destroying his camera. Due to the fourth contender being 16 at the time, he would face criminal consequences for causing serious injury. The incident garnered significant attention but was quickly suppressed, as it was not a scandal worth publicizing, and any fallout could tarnish both family and school reputations. Following this debacle, although Liang Yi was not at fault, he was the catalyst for the chaos, necessitating his transfer to avoid further controversy. After moving to a different school,
Liang Yi underwent a slight transformation.
No longer can such events occur. He commenced learning how to command their obedience without inciting jealousy or conflict. The crowd murmured, "A beautiful disaster." Zhong Jilua's expression darkened further, for he had begun raising fish during high school.
Damn.
He had lost count of how many boyfriends he had had. Zhong Jilua felt like an utter fool. Unable to endure any longer, he shook off Liang Yi's hand. It was over. He intended to break up with Liang Yi. No matter how handsome Liang Yi was, how could he tolerate such ambiguous relationships with so many others? Enlightened, Zhong Jilua realized he need not hang himself on a single tree. He did not believe that leaving Liang Yi would leave him without other options. Liang Yi, who was accustomed to being adored, was naturally displeased by Zhong Jilua's public display of disdain, and the rebellious spirit of his pet only exacerbated his irritation. With a stern face, Liang Yi asked, "Zhong Jilua, do you know what you are doing?" Zhong Jilua nodded. Indeed, he was acutely aware of his actions, albeit slightly indecisive, not foolish. After hearing Liang Yi's past, he felt his indecision had been cured and was resolute in his decision to part ways. "Very well. You seem to be doing splendidly. Do not regret it later. But be aware, a rebellious pet will displease its master, making reconciliation far from easy." Zhong Jilua remained perceptive. Noting the dog-like gazes directed at him, his already unpleasant expression grew even more so.
Damn.
Liang Yi categorized him as a puppy dog. His green had now a red hue from anger. "What a beautiful young lady. I just became a fan, and now the house is collapsing? My heart is shattered. The one above is mistaken. This is not a beautiful young lady, but a handsome young man. He is renowned in the cross-dressing community. However, if one does not engage in this realm, it is quite understandable to be unaware." Wait. Liang Yi is a man? What does that make me? Am I the Li Kuei who suffers from dysmenorrhea? I am truly baffled. Has the goddess Anhua fallen asleep? I am so troubled that I cannot rest. With so many beautiful individuals in the world, why can there not be one more like me? Zhong Jilua left in a huff, utterly infuriated. Those who admired Liang Yi were all fools. Distance from Liang Yi was imperative, lest they succumb to misfortune. Liang Yi, left behind, felt equally awkward and could only follow, for he could not attend a dating show alone. At that moment, Qin Ingjun arrived late, having already missed a juicy tidbit. Upon seeing only 2 couples remaining, he raised an eyebrow. "They are leaving already?" The assistant director glanced at him nonchalantly. What else would they do? Arriving late, you miss the excitement. It is hardly a sign of intelligence. Qin Ingjun rubbed his temples. He had merely arrived an hour late, yet a couple had already exited. "Truly, you are remarkable, Guajia, with your swift revelations. What misdeeds had they committed?" Qin Ingjun curiously inquired, spotting a strikingly beautiful girl who could certainly find success in the entertainment industry. However, her height was rather tall for the industry, likely between 1.75 to 1.77 meters. If she pursued modeling, she could certainly thrive, depending on her choices. The assistant director, sensing Qin Ingjun's ignorance, felt a rush of pride.
Ha!
"I got the scoop before you. I am leagues ahead." "Octopus? What do those words even mean?" Qin Ingjun retorted, puzzled. "What does an octopus have to do with this? Could it be that one of them has an octopus fetish? Or do they all?" He was taken aback, aware that today as youth enjoy their pleasures, but he had not expected it to escalate to this level. The assistant director, oblivious to his thoughts, appeared astonished, clearly aware of his twisted imagination. A heartthrob with multiple partners is not enough. He desires to expand his harem. The assistant director succinctly stated, hoping this would be understood. "What? A heartthrob? So he believes the beautiful girl is actually a boy? Qin Ningjuan's voice trailed off. Did you not verify the individual's gender before hiring them? They are simply too beautiful. It would require a keen eye to notice. In the future, be more meticulous. Qin Ningjun admonished, as this was the first time inviting same-sex couples, fearing some viewers may not approve, leading to gossip. The assistant director scoffed, noting that Qin Ningjun himself was hardly diligent. What is with this obsession with harems? Do they possess such capabilities? Qin Ningjun remarked, having just finished with Zaiweo's drama. Now another individual aspired to a harem.
What kind of mentality is that?
Yet the two cases were different. Liang Yi was younger. Chapter 109. Overindulgence leads to a hospital visit. Liang Yi did not require any material conditions. He was the one lying comfortably. Ahem. Please refrain from such inappropriate remarks in public. The assistant director lightly coughed, covering his mouth as if slightly embarrassed. Qin Ningjun was left speechless by his comments. It is your mind that wanders. I am merely stating facts. Isn't that precisely what you implied? How can you blame me for interpreting it that way? While it is indeed the case, it need not be vocalized. Qin Ningjun shook his head, realizing the futility of educating the youth. He continued to indulge in news about Liang Yi, curious about how he managed to juggle multiple relationships. Liang Yi was indeed impressive. Many would be exposed if caught with two partners, yet he seemed to navigate the situation effortlessly. However, with his looks, even if discovered, he would still fare well. The assistant director replied, How would I know? I only mentioned that Zhong Zhilua is one of many boyfriends. The rest remains vague. However, Zhong Zhilua is the easiest to handle. What use are you if you cannot comprehend the opportunity presented to you? It is far better to witness the drama firsthand to avoid missing any details. They have already left the scene, yet the story remains unfinished. Yen Shirtang blinked her beautiful eyes. Liang Yi's tale was far from over. The crowd urged, please continue to elaborate. Though the principal characters were absent, they remained present in spirit, sharing in the unfolding narrative. Living up to expectations, Yen Shirtang continued her revelations. In university, Liang Yi had relations with several roommates. The youthful exuberance led to many escapades, and ultimately, several found themselves hospitalized in a rather compromising position. As for the reason for their hospital visit, it involved some unknown enhancement substance, resulting in an inability to separate. They had to seek medical assistance, and the expressions of the hospital staff upon arriving to carry them away were simply indescribable. You can play all you want, but to end up in the hospital? Truly remarkable. Years have passed since graduation, and in this new environment, few would be any the wiser. The onlookers gasped. Being carried into the hospital in such a manner is truly a sight to behold. The audacity is astounding. The situation was explosive, leaving them at a loss for words. Zhong Zhilua had not yet left the filming site. He had merely retreated backstage. Upon hearing of Liang Yi's past, his blood boiled, and his mind buzzed. He knew Liang Yi enjoyed raising fish, and his private life was undoubtedly tumultuous, but he had not anticipated it to be this chaotic. It was not just unsightly. It was utterly scandalous. Liang Yi's exquisite features darkened with ire. When would this incessant chatter cease? Must all his past indiscretions be unearthed for it to end? Such bullying was intolerable. Not only that, but he had also mingled in exclusive circles, though he had since withdrawn. Engaging in such circles, individuals with peculiar preferences often found themselves drawn in, exploring unimaginable antics. Yen Shirtang clicked her tongue. With Liang Yi's striking looks, he was quite popular in these exclusive circles, with many prominent figures eager to form contracts with him. In the end, he chose a seemingly refined and affluent young man, as entry into such exclusive venues required one to acknowledge a partner to remain. After thorough consideration, Liang Yi made his choice. At that time, he entered the small circle out of sheer curiosity, completely unaware of the extravagant nature of the activities, which far surpassed the variety he experienced during his university days. The young master, embodying the archetype of a refined yet debauched individual, initially engaged in the revelry with a semblance of moderation, which Liang Yi could tolerate. However, as time passed, the young master's increasingly evident excesses led to a suffocating pursuit of ultimate pleasure, leaving Liang Yi battered and bruised. Startled, Liang Yi found himself ensnared. But the young master was unwilling to release him, primarily due to his alluring appearance and delicate skin, where even the slightest mark became glaringly apparent. Such individuals derive immense satisfaction from these marks, feeding their latent brutality. This instance of curiosity had turned into a misstep for Liang Yi. After enduring such treatment for a year, he surprisingly became accustomed to it. Nevertheless, he had no intention of remaining in this small circle. He preferred to dominate others rather than be dominated himself. Among his current partners, one held the role of a master, who engaged in a manner significantly lighter than that of the young master, which he found acceptable. Yan Shitang's relentless revelations were poised to expose Liang Yi's secrets, with the nature of these disclosures becoming increasingly incredulous. Observing Liang Yi, one would hardly suspect him to be part of such a circle, yet he had been entrenched in it for over a year. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Zhong Zhilu, transitioning from anger to fury and finally to a serene calm, found himself grappling with the dissonance between Liang Yi's pristine visage and the sordid heart it concealed.
Liang Yi,
filled with rage, wished for Yan Shitang to cease her incessant chatter, as her revelations brought him no benefit. However, lacking the authority or capability to silence her, he could only endure her continued disclosures. As he contemplated leaving, Zhong Zhilu obstructed his path. What do you mean, Zhong Zhilu? Are you not allowing me to leave and instead wish to continue relishing my humiliation? Liang Yi's chaotic private life was of little concern to him unless it became public knowledge. He preferred to continue his hedonistic pursuits unimpeded. However, exposure altered the stakes, as his secrets, once private, would attract judgment and tarnish his reputation. Perplexed, he pondered why Yan Shitang persisted in her vendetta against him, having not encroached upon her interests. How could she not let him be? With a disdainful huff, he acknowledged that she would not relent, having toyed with the emotions of many while leading an exceedingly dissolute life. He even felt grateful to Yan Shitang. Had it not been for her, he would have remained blissfully ignorant. Liang Yi's expression darkened, and Zhong Zilu's counterattack had thoroughly provoked him. He had misjudged Zhong Zilu, believing him to be a docile companion who would not resist in times of trouble, only to find himself now being bitten the hardest. Had he known, he would have chosen another. Surely, that one would not have behaved as Zhong Zilu did. Enough, Zhong Zilu. It was you who pursued me relentlessly in the beginning. This statement struck a sensitive nerve in Zhong Zilu, who had met Liang Yi at the gym, where Liang Yi's sporadic appearances and assistance had left an impression on him. Little did he know that Liang Yi harbored such darkness. Chapter 110. The perverse taxidermist. Had Zhong Zilu known Liang Yi's true nature, would he have still pursued him? All of this was part of Liang Yi's elaborate scheme, a trap meticulously laid for him to fall into. At this moment, Zhong Zilu's intelligence kicked in, and he began to grasp the truth. He had thought of himself as the hunter and Liang Yi as the prey, yet the reality was that Liang Yi, as a seasoned hunter, often presented himself in the guise of prey. It was only natural for Zhong Zilu to be ensnared. After all, he was up against a battle-hardened predator. How foolish! Had he not been so deeply enamored, he might have detected such glaring flaws, a testament to his 30 years of existence. Now that he had been played, he could only seethe in helpless anger. Zhong Zilu refused to let him leave, eager to hear what further outrageous exploits he might reveal. Liang Yi's